The neglected little girl was a pitiful sight. Her mother had succumbed to illness a year ago, and her father had remarried. Falsely accused by her stepmother, she was brutally beaten and forced to kneel outside in the freezing snow for a whole day and night, barely clinging to life. In her delirium, Tu Bao heard a voice urging her to call her youngest uncle. Immediately, her powerful uncle arrived. A scream tore through the night, followed by a series of crashes, as a heavily pregnant woman tumbled down the stairs. Tu Bao's father, Director Lin Feng, rushed to her side, anxiously asking after her. Blood flowed between the woman's legs, her face ashen. "Feng, it hurts. Our baby! Save our baby!" she cried in terror. Panic erupted as everyone crowded around. Mrs. Lin frantically asked what had happened. Mu Tam Tom, tears streaming down her face, looked up the staircase. Everyone followed her gaze, their eyes landing on a small girl, about 3.5 years old, standing at the top. Witnessing the scene, the little girl clutched her stuffed rabbit tightly. Grandfather Lin roared, "Did you push Tam Tom down the stairs?" The little girl pressed her lips together. "No, I didn't do it." Mu Tam Tom tugged at the old man's sleeve, weeping as she pleaded with him not to blame Tu Bao, saying she was just a child. She didn't understand, she hadn't meant to. Her words, though meant to be kind, only served to incriminate Tu Bao further. Lin Feng, his face cold, asked no further questions. He immediately ordered someone to lock Tu Bao in the small attic room to await his return from the hospital. "Daddy, I didn't do it," the little girl cried, protesting her innocence. She was dragged upstairs, clutching her stuffed rabbit, and curled up in a corner. Tu Bao truly hadn't pushed her. Why wouldn't anyone believe her? Her lips were blue with cold, her small body trembling with helplessness. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and whisper, "Mommy." Tu Bao didn't do it. Tu Bao wouldn't admit to something she hadn't done. Gripping the rabbit's ear tightly, she lost consciousness. Early the next morning, Lin Feng, consumed by rage, grabbed the unconscious Tu Bao and threw her out into the snow. Jolted awake by the biting cold, Tu Bao struggled to open her eyes. "Daddy," she whimpered, "I'm hungry." Lin Feng scoffed. "You killed your little brother in your stepmother's womb, and you dare to say you're hungry? How could I have such a vicious daughter?" As he spoke, he raised a thick stick and brought it down hard on Tu Bao's small body. Tu Bao screamed in agony. Her body, already stiff from the cold, went limp. The light faded from her eyes, and she could no longer speak. "I won't be your father if I don't teach you a lesson today," Lin Feng said coldly. "Do you admit your mistake?" Tu Bao clutched her head and shook it. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." Lin Feng's fury intensified. "If it wasn't you, then did your stepmother fall down the stairs herself? She's 6 months pregnant. How could falling down the stairs benefit her?" The more he looked at Tu Bao, the angrier he became. She had done wrong, yet she remained stubborn. Who was she putting on this act for? He couldn't help but remember Mu Tam Tom in the hospital, hemorrhaging, the doctors issuing 2 critical condition notices. Yet, even as she hovered between life and death, she had urged him not to blame Tu Bao, saying the little girl was just afraid that no one would love her after her little brother was born. She hadn't meant to push her. Lin Feng's anger only grew. Still being defiant, he roared, each word punctuated by another blow. One blow, landed with excessive force, knocked his phone from his pocket without him noticing. Only when Tu Bao lay motionless in the snow did he finally stop. "You stay kneeling here," he said coldly. "You can't get up until your stepmother is discharged from the hospital." With that, Lin Feng threw the stick down and walked away. He'd had enough trouble lately. A massive deficit at the company, 2 weeks of begging for help that had gone unanswered, and now the loss of his son. Just his luck. These back-to-back blows left him reeling, with nowhere to vent his frustration but on Tu Bao. Tu Bao's stuffed rabbit was torn to shreds. She tried to get up, but collapsed back onto the snow-covered ground. Tu Bao felt like she was dying. Maybe she would see her mother if she died. Just then, a hazy voice echoed in Tu Bao's ears. "Tu Bao, quickly call your youngest uncle. Your youngest uncle's name is Sui Shun. His number is 159. Tu Bao opened her eyes and saw a black phone lying on the pristine, white snow. The instinct to survive forced her to crawl towards it. Her stiff fingers trembled, refusing to obey her commands. After an unknown amount of time and effort, Tu Bao finally managed to dial the number. At the same time, In an ancient house in the capital, old Master Su was scolding. Another year has passed. Su Yi-shun, you said you would pass the chief physician exam this year. The 8 Su brothers all hung their heads. Su Yi-shun scratched his head, when suddenly old Master Su changed his tone and abruptly asked, "And also, it's been 4 years, have you still not found your sister?" The faces of the 8 Su brothers changed, and they remained silent. Jinyu is my only daughter, and she's been sick since she was little. For years ago, her illness affected her memory, and she's been missing for 4 years. I don't know how she's been living. Su Yi-shun was filled with self-blame. That day, he had to perform emergency surgery on a critically ill patient. Just that one time, and Su Jinyu had gotten lost. "Father, it's all my fault. I was clearly her primary physician, yet I didn't take good care of her." The room fell silent. Just then, Su Yi-shun's phone suddenly rang. Old Master Su had a rule: no phones allowed during the New Year's family gathering. Su Yi-shun quickly grabbed his phone, intending to turn it off. Old Master Su glanced at him. "Answer it." Su Yi-shun coughed. "Father, it's an unknown number." Old Master Su slammed his teacup down, saying coldly, "Answer it." Put it on speakerphone. The 4th and 3rd brothers looked at Su Yi-shun sympathetically. Su Yi-shun had no choice but to answer and put the call on speaker. A tiny voice unexpectedly rang out. "Hello, is this Uncle? I'm Tu Bao. My mommy is Su Jinyu. Are you my Uncle Su Yi-shun?" Hearing this, the pen in old Master Su's hand clattered to the floor. The child's voice on the other end continued. "Uncle, Tu Bao is so cold. Tu Bao is so hungry. Tu Bao didn't push Annie, but they don't believe me. Daddy made me kneel outside, but Tu Bao is so cold. Uncle, can you come and get me?" Her voice grew weaker and weaker towards the end. Everyone felt a lump in their throats, unable to speak. The howling wind and snow could still be heard faintly from the other end, but the child's voice had abruptly stopped. Su Yi-shun snapped to attention, holding the phone close to his mouth, frantically calling out, "Tu Bao, where are you? Tell me where you are." But there was no response from the other end. Old Master Su shot to his feet, his usual stern demeanor gone, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. "Quickly, trace this number, find the location. She's only 3.5 years old." Tu Bao fainted before she could finish speaking, the phone falling onto the snowy ground. After some time, Lin Feng came out looking for his phone. Seeing Tu Bao lying motionless, he kicked her hard. "Good riddance," he muttered irritably. For years ago, he had found a woman, her clothes ragged and torn. Feeling pity, he brought her home. After cleaning her up, he discovered she was beautiful, but she couldn't remember anything and was somewhat naive and simple. At the time, he was bewitched and finding her endearing. He had, now thinking back on it, he felt disgusted. Tu Bao didn't resemble him at all. Lin Feng picked up the phone and walked away. He made a fawning call. "Hello, Director Wu? Hi, it's me. I wanted to ask if you happen to know anyone from the Su family in the capital. My company has run into a little trouble." The wind and snow outside howled, and Tu Bao lay face down in the snow, time ticking by relentlessly. A sliver of consciousness remained, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her eyes. After calling her youngest uncle, there hadn't been any response. Did they not want her either? What about her mother? After she died, would her mother still want her? Tu Bao's lips trembled, the words echoing endlessly in her heart. "Mommy, Tu Bao isn't crying. Tu Bao is being good." Just then, outside the Lin family villa, a man burst through the door. Su Yi-shun anxiously scanned his surroundings. He remembered Tu Bao, saying she was kneeling by the door. Suddenly, his expression changed. He saw a small amount of snow in front of the door. He rushed over and finally saw a small figure lying beneath the snow. "Tu Bao, wake up!" Su Yi-shun quickly scooped her up. Looking at Tu Bao's small face, he was certain this was his niece. She was the spitting image of his younger sister as a child. Tu Bao felt a pair of warm arms embrace her, and a coat being draped over her. She struggled to open her eyes, finally focusing on the man before her. "Like mommy. Is it Uncle?" Tu Bao's lips moved, her voice weak. "Are you Uncle?" Tu Bao didn't push anyone. She was almost mumbling instinctively, her body drained of all strength. Su Yi-shun's heart ached. "Good girl, Tu Bao, it's me. Your uncle is here to take you home." He couldn't bear to imagine how this child had been surviving. Su Yi-shun carried Tu Bao outside. Everything happened so fast, the Lin family hadn't had time to react. Once in the car, Su Yi-shun urgently asked, "How is she?" Su Yi-shun's voice was strained. "Hurry to the hospital. Get to the hospital. Lin Feng hurried downstairs, but he didn't see Su Yishun carrying Tu Bao away. Seeing the man in the car, he was stunned. It was Su Yichun, the current head of the Su family, the cold and powerful CEO of the Su Corporation. Faced with such an influential figure, people like him would normally grovel like dogs to curry favor. The recent scandal had been a devastating blow to the Lin family, but a single word from Su Yichun could bring them back from the brink. He rushed forward, forcing a smile. CEO Su, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? It's an honor to have you visit. Su Yishin looked at Lin Feng coldly. Is this Tu Bao's father? While Lin Feng was speaking, alerted by the commotion, old Master Lin, Mrs. Lin, and the servants all came out to greet them, their faces plastered with obsequious smiles. Su Yichin's eyes were glacial. The Lin family is quite something, he said indifferently. Then, without another word, he got into the car and drove away. The entire Lin family stood rooted to the spot, a mixture of confusion and fear churning within them. Lin Feng sent someone to find out what had happened. Hearing that the Su family had taken Tu Bao and that they were her uncles, Lin Feng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. In that instant, he suddenly understood. The Su family had 8 sons and 1 daughter. That daughter, frail since childhood, had never been seen in public. If that's the case, then the woman he picked up for years ago was the Su family's only daughter. Mrs. Lin's face paled. The Su family's daughter? Quick, go and bring Tu Bao back. Lin Feng snapped. Bring her back? How? Do you think we could just bring her back now? Old Master Lin pondered for a moment, then said, no matter how angry the Su family is, they can't deny that you're Tu Bao's father. You just went a little overboard disciplining her. As long as we explain things clearly, riches and honor will be ours. Lin Feng agreed with his father. After picking up Tu Bao, the Su family didn't return to the capital, but immediately went to the nearest hospital. In Nan City's best hospital, the usually quiet VIP ward was in a state of commotion. Old Master Su paced back and forth with his cane, anxiously asking, why aren't they out yet? Su Yichin glanced at his watch and calmly replied, Father, please sit down and rest. Su Yishun handed the examination report to Su Yichun. After reading it, everyone suppressed their fury. Her arms, legs, even her ribs were broken. Her body was covered in wounds, some so severe they might require amputation. One uncle raged. A child of only 3 or 4 years old. How could they be so cruel? Sooner or later, I'll deal with Lin Feng. Another uncle added, such a small child having to endure such pain. If any of you want to cripple Lin Feng, count me in. Su Yichun, who had already had someone thoroughly investigate the Lin family, said coldly, the Lin family's products are under investigation for suspected smuggling. They're in crisis. Recently, he's been constantly trying to find connections, hoping we'd help them. Old Master Su gritted his teeth. It's a blessing I don't deal with him myself, let alone help him. Su Yishin asked, then why did they beat Tu Bao? Su Yichen's voice was icy. Lin Feng's wife, Mu Tam Tam, fell down the stairs and miscarried. Lin Feng beli Tu Bao puset Mu Tam Tam. As they were speaking, the Lin family, having followed their trail, arrived. Su Yishun's assistant hurried in. CEO Su, the Lin family is here. They say they want to see their niece, but this VIP floor is restricted. They can't get in. Su Yishun sneered. Turn off the heaters outside. Open the windows and let them wait. Tu Bao's ears were filled with the beeping of machines. She heard voices, but they were muffled and indistinct. Tu Bao, Tu Bao. Tu Bao, wakeu. Tu Bao thought hazily. That voice again. Who is it? Her eyelashes fluttered, and she finally opened her eyes. Before her was a white wall, and surrounding her bed were a group of people. She pursed her lips, cautiously looking around. Su Yishun, the most agitated, spoke first. Tu Bao, you're awake. It's your youngest uncle. You called me before, remember? Tu Bao asked weakly. Uncle, are you all here to take me home? Su Yishun nodded. Yes, we're here to take you home. Old Master Su's throat tightened. Taking a deep breath, he said, yes, we're taking you home. No one will dare bully you again. Anyone who bullies you, Grandpa will deal with them. Tu Bao's eyes darted around, fear still clinging to her. Going home? Would they abandon her again? Would they beat her again? Would they starve her again? Seeing Tu Bao's silence, the Su men grew anxious. Su Yishin hesitated, then asked gently, Tu Bao, what are you worried about? He sighed, leaning closer to the bed and stroking her head affectionately. Tu Bao, he said softly, tell uncle, what's your name? Tu Bao was silent for a long moment before answering. I don't have a name. I'm just Tu Bao. Daddy said he was too lazy to give me a name, that he'd wait until Auntie had a baby boy. boy. Tu Bao was the name given by my mother. Su Yishun's heart ached. He couldn't imagine what kind of life Tu Bao had endured in the Lin family home. He suppressed his anger and continued. So, Tu Bao, can you tell your uncle what you're worried about? Finally, Tu Bao looked directly at him, turning her head with effort to face the man who claimed to be her uncle. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, Uncle, when we go home, will Tu Bao have food to eat? Will I be beaten? Her words stunned everyone in the room. What? Tu Bao was afraid of being beaten. Just how badly had she been abused before? Su Yishun took Tu Bao's small hand in his, pressing it against his cheek. His voice was hoarse. Good girl, Tu Bao. When you go home, you can eat whatever you want. No one will ever hit you again. Look, this is your eldest uncle, Su Yishun, the current CEO of our Su Corporation. From now on, if you want anything at home, Tu Bao, you can ask your eldest uncle. This is your second uncle, Su Zilin. He's a very talented architect. Many of our family's buildings were designed by him. This is your third uncle, Su Viet Phi. He's the best pilot at S Airlines. Maybe he can take you on a plane ride someday. This is your fourth uncle, Su Lak. He's the popular national actor. You might have seen him on TV. This is your fifth uncle, Su Tang Ni. He's the general manager of a construction company. You could say he's a contractor. This is your sixth uncle, Su Kin Mak. He heads a photolithography lab. He's a scientist. This is your seventh uncle, Su Van Tru. He's a special agent protecting our country. And this is your grandfather. You must listen to your grandfather, Tu Bao, or he'll be very strict. As Su Yishun said this, Old Master Su quickly smiled and interjected, not strict at all. Tu Bao is a good girl. Su Yishun continued softly. Tu Bao, you have many powerful family members. We will all protect you. No one will ever hurt you again. Tu Bao clutched the blanket, silent. If she knew they wouldn't admit their fault, would they still love her? Just as the Su family thought she wouldn't speak again, Tu Bao suddenly said, Uncle, Tu Bao didn't push her. Daddy and Grandpa made me admit it, but I didn't. They didn't believe me. They said I killed my little brother. Su Yichin calmly stated, Your eldest uncle believes you. It wasn't you. You did the right thing by not admitting to something you didn't do. Su Yichin quickly added, They were wrong, Tu Bao. You weren't wrong. You did very well. At this, Tu Bao burst into tears. Uncle Grandpa, thank you for believing in Tu Bao. You are all so good, sob. Her tears sent the family into a flurry of comforting words and gestures. Looking at the documents in his hand, Su Yichin informed everyone about the details regarding their missing sister, Su Jinyu. The capital and Nan City were 2,000 kilometers apart. For years ago, Su Jinyu became seriously ill and lost her memory. Somehow, she ended up in Nan City, where Lin Feng found her and took her home. Later, Su Jinyu experienced complications during childbirth and nearly died. Perhaps because of her daughter, she miraculously lived for another 2 years. After she passed away, only Tu Bao remained. Su Yishun's voice was thick with anger. Our little sister, the one we cherished so much, died in a strange land like that. She didn't even have a proper title, unknown and unacknowledged. Su Kin Mak, the sixth brother, added indignantly, Lin Feng, he didn't even give her a title, and he dared to treat Tu Bao like that. Su Tangni couldn't contain himself, and asked Su Yichun, eldest brother, are we really going to let the Lin family get away with this? Su Yichun slowly unbuttoned his shirt, calmly rolling up his sleeves. Why do you think I called all of you out here? 8 against 1. Enough, wouldn't you say? At Su Yishun's words, the Su brothers' eyes lit up, a sharp glint in each of them. Su Yishun rotated his wrists, cracking his knuckles. Su Tang Ni, the construction worker with his tan skin and naturally hot-headed temperament, let out a cold laugh. But Su Viet Phi, the third brother, spoke calmly. We live in a society governed by law. We can't just openly assault someone. With that, he turned and stopped a passing nurse. Excuse me, does your department have any burlap sacks? The nurse blinked, taken aback. Our pharmacy has snakeskin bags, but we also have cardboard boxes. Cardboard boxes are definitely better than burlap sacks. She assumed they needed something to carry belongings. Su Viet Phi smiled. Thank you, a burlap sack will do. In the underground parking garage, Lin Feng was on his phone as he walked. I'm heading back now. Make sure you keep a close watch. If CO Su comes out, report immediately. He didn't even finish the word report before the world went dark. A burlap sack was thrown over his head. Immediately afterward, a flurry of fists rained down on him. He couldn't help but yell, Who are you? Stop! Lin Feng's cries of pain echoed through the garage. He had no strength to fight back, only to endure. Stop! Do you know who I am? I'm Lin Feng, the CEO of Bao Feng Group. You dare touch me? Believe it or not, the 8 Su brothers continued their relentless assault, kicking and punching Lin Feng as he lay on the ground. This kind of beating, truthfully, didn't require their combined efforts. If it were any other matter, they wouldn't have bothered lifting a finger. Su Yichun let out a cold laugh and raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Lin Feng, seeing them stop, thought they were afraid of him. But at that moment, a wooden club slammed into his body. His agonizing screams reverberated through the underground parking garage. Back in the VIP hospital room, Tu Bao heard the voice again. Tu Bao, little backpack. That voice again? Who is it? Tu Bao opened her eyes. The room was silent. Clutching her blanket, Tu Bao looked nervously towards the source of the voice. Mister, who are you? A flicker of fear ran through her. The voice coaxed her gently. I'm your master. Call me master. Tu Bao frowned, not falling for the trick. She mumbled, I don't have a master. And I'm Tu Bao, not little backpack. The man clicked his tongue. Not so easily fooled, are you? At that moment, an ordinary-looking man sat on a chair beside her bed. Ordinary people couldn't see ghosts. The young man had pale skin, deep, dark eyes, and a straight nose. However, his lips were a vibrant red, and a hint of wickedness played between his eyebrows, giving him an almost demonic appearance. I really am your master. Years ago, when your mother was still alive, she brought you to me to become my disciple. Your mother's name was Su Jinyu, and your name is Tu Bao. Am I right? But Tu Bao only saw an empty chair. She answered firmly, I don't believe you. I don't know you at all. Mommy wouldn't give me to you. If you really are my master, why can't I see you? The man smirked. Don't think too hard, little one. Later, when Master opens your celestial eye, you'll naturally be able to see me. It's normal that you don't know me. I'm not from your time. My name is Li Thuong, and when I was alive, I was quite the important figure. Tu Bao looked curiously towards the air beside her, straining to hear. Gut Chicken? Why is your name Gut Chicken? Tu Bao suddenly asked. Gut Chicken, do important figures die too? Can dead people be masters too? Li Thuong was momentarily speechless, finding this little girl rather difficult to handle. Tu Bao, you may not remember, but I truly am your master. Before your mother passed away, she even had you offer me tea. Although you couldn't see my spirit then, think about it, 2 days ago, Master helped you. It was when I told you to call your youngest uncle. Remember? Tu Bao clutched her blanket, her eyes downcast. If you're my master, why didn't you care about me? After Mom died, no one cared whether I cried or was hurt. Li Thuong was stunned, then took Tu Bao's small hand, a pang of sorrow in his heart. Before, Master had no way to help. If you hadn't almost died 2 days ago, I wouldn't be able to talk to you even now. From now on, Tu Bao, you can blame me for anything, and Master will protect you. I can teach you many things, so you won't be bullied anymore. Rest well now, and Master will come back later. Actually, this is a meeting gift Master wants to give you. Tu Bao only felt a warmth in her hand as a red string was tied around her wrist. A voice echoed in the air. Well then, Tu Bao, goodbye. Just then, the door to the hospital room opened, and Su Yixun said softly, Tu Bao, are you feeling better? Your youngest uncle bought you some salted egg yolk custard buns. I don't know if you like them. Su Tangni suddenly cut in. Tu Bao, my stir-fried beef noodles are delicious for the new year. Old Master Su tapped his cane on Su Tangni's leg and scolded. Tu Bao just woke up. How can she eat beef noodles? He then held out a bowl of rice noodle rolls. Would you like some of Grandpa's rice noodle rolls? They're cooked soft, very easy to eat. Su Viet Phi suggested. Maybe you should have some porridge first to warm your stomach. Tu Bao pursed her lips, looked around, and timidly called out, Grandpa, I want to eat rice noodle rolls. So, Tu Bao had family now. The Su family saw the shadow of Su Jinyu as a child in her. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The doctor exclaimed in astonishment, It's unbelievable. Such severe injuries healed completely in just 10 days. It's practically like magic. Mr. Su, you can take the child home today. Tu Bao thought to herself. Could the magic be from Gut Chicken? Tu Bao looked up. Youngest uncle, where's my little bunny? Su Yixun thought. Could it be the bunny that was dropped at the Lin family's house? He stammered, Tu Bao, that little bunny is gone. Can youngest uncle buy you a new one? Tu Bao pouted, tears welling in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. Her voice was very, very small. But that was a gift from Mommy. Su Yixun pushed the door open and entered. Seeing that Su Yixun had made Tu Bao almost cry, he frowned and asked coldly, What happened? Su Yixun looked wronged. Eldest brother, it wasn't me. It's the little bunny that Jinyu left for Tu Bao. It was dropped at the Lin family's house. Su Ichin paused, then firmly said, Tu Bao, eldest uncle will take you to find the little bunny, okay? Tu Bao thought, besides the little bunny, I also want to bring little Five back. At the Lin family house, Lin Feng and old Master Lin sat on the sofa in the first-floor living room. The once magnificent villa was now in disarray, all valuables cleared out. Mrs. Lin sat beside them, weeping miserably. Why did you borrow so much from loan sharks? What are we going to do now? The day Lin Feng was beaten and hospitalized was also the day the Lin family went bankrupt. All their properties were mortgaged, and even the villa they were in was about to be seized. Old Master Lin roared angrily. Isn't it all your fault? Why didn't you treat Tu Bao better before? Lin Feng snapped irritably. Enough! What good does it do to say those things now? Both grandparents fell silent, their regrets coming too late. At that moment, Muk Tam Tam descended the stairs. Mom, Dad Feng, don't worry. As long as we have this bunny, Tu Bao will definitely come back. In Muk Tam Tam's hands was a stuffed bunny, Tu Bao's bunny. It was the only keepsake her mother had left her, incredibly precious to the little girl. Muk Tam Tam feigned gentleness. I just sewed the bunny back together and washed it clean. Tu Bao will be so happy when she comes back. Lin Feng brightened. You've worked hard. When our situation turns around, I'll definitely make it up to you. Muk Tam Tam put on a facade of humility. As long as I can share the burden with you, Feng, that's enough. Her miscarriage, of course, hadn't been caused by Tu Bao. She had induced it herself. Muk Tam Tam thought to herself, it's a good thing I got rid of the baby early. No need to be tied to this sinking ship that is the Lin family. If I can snag one of the 8 Su sons this time, all this scheming won't have been in vain. Meanwhile, Tu Bao was about to head to the Lin family's backyard to retrieve little Five. At the front gate of the Lin family villa, 8 imposing men stepped out of a car. The last one, helped out by another, was old Master Su. The Lin family, waiting at the gate, immediately rushed forward to greet the Su family upon their arrival. Lin Feng put on a remorseful and heartbroken expression. Tu Bao, I was wrong before. Can you forgive me? That day I disciplined you because I was too angry and lost control. I only did it for your own good. Su Tang Ni immediately felt that he had been too lenient that day and resolved to cripple Lin Feng later. Hearing a familiar voice, Tu Bao instinctively hid behind her youngest uncle. Su Yishun asked coldly, less nonsense. Where is Tu Bao's little bunny? Mrs. Lin replied, upstairs. Su Tu Lam, the second Su brother, raised his hand, and several bodyguards in black suits immediately stormed into the house. The bodyguards quickly returned with the stuffed animal. A flicker of joy crossed Tu Bao's face as she clutched the bunny tightly. Little bunny, she whispered, Tu Bao's here to get you. Tu Bao won't leave you behind. Then, she suddenly spoke up again. Youngest uncle, can you come with Tu Bao to the small woods? Su Ishin nodded. They walked to the backyard. Looking towards the small woods, Tu Bao called out, Little Five. Birdsong echoed from within the trees. A parrot circled overhead, but didn't fly down. Instead, it turned and flew away. Tu Bao leaned close to Su Yishun's ear and whispered, Youngest uncle, I think little Five is scared of you. Su Yishun couldn't help but lower his voice as well. Tu Bao, should I have someone catch it? We can just bring little Five back directly. Tu Bao shook her head. No, little Five isn't a bad bird. Catching him will scare him. Youngest uncle, stay here. Tu Bao will go inside and bring him out. Tu Bao walked a short distance into the woods. Little Five squawked frantically. Idiot, idiot. Tu Bao said seriously, Little Five, youngest uncle, isn't an idiot. Unknowingly, Tu Bao had wandered deeper into the woods. Suddenly, she heard a slight rustle. She instinctively looked over and saw a familiar pair of eyes staring at her. Tu Bao, you finally came, Muk Tam Tam said. I knew you would definitely come to get little Five. Terror seized Tu Bao, and she immediately tried to run, but Muk Tam Tam grabbed her arm. Tu Bao was about to scream when Muk Tam Tam clamped a hand over her mouth. Tu Bao, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me? Muk Tam Tam, unaware that Su Yishun was just outside the small woods, squeezed Tu Bao's face and hissed, Tu Bao, I don't have my baby anymore. Don't you think you should take responsibility? You saved me. When people ask, you have to say that you pushed me. Say some good things for me, understand? Unexpectedly, Tu Bao suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Muk Tam Tam's arm. Ah! Muk Tam Tam cried out in pain, instinctively raising her hand to slap Tu Bao. Just as the slap was about to land, the red string on Tu Bao's wrist emitted a faint glow, pulling her hand back and striking Muk Tam Tam instead. The next second, Mu Tam Tam flew out with a bang, landing in the bushes. At the same time, Su Yishin scooped Tu Bao into his arms. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. I didn't even use that much force. How did she go flying like that? He looked down at the little girl. Tu Bao, are you all right? Su Yishin's gaze turned icy as he stared at Mu Tam Tam. You dared to hit Tu Bao? He advanced towards her, still holding Tu Bao close. Mu Tam Tam panicked. Damn it, when did Su Yishin get here? She waved her hands frantically. Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. I'm practically Tu Bao's mother. How could I possibly hit her? Su Yishin covered Tu Bao's ears, pressing her small head against his chest, shielding her from the scene about to unfold. He brought his foot down hard on Mu Tam Tam's face. Tu Bao's mother? You're worthy of that title. Mu Tam Tam shrieked. Mr. Su, please spare me. I was wrong. Su Yishin delivered another swift kick to her face, his voice glacial. Get out. The parrot swooped down from the tree, squawking, Beat her! Beat her! Mu Tam Tam, not daring to utter another word, clutched her face and fled. Having dealt with Mu Tam Tam, Su Yishin now had the unexpected task of calming the agitated parrot. Try as he might, nothing seemed to soothe the bird. Su Yichun, Su Lak, and Su Viet Phi, noticing Tu Bao's prolonged absence, went searching for her, finally finding her in the back garden. They were greeted by a bizarre sight. One man and one small child attempting to pacify a parrot. After piecing together the story, they finally understood. Tu Bao's insistence on returning to the Lin Villa was all because of this parrot. Su Tang Ni couldn't resist a jibe. I'm impressed. Eighth brother. Can't even handle a parrot. Useless, aren't you? The parrot on the branch bobbed and sang. Eighth brother, 1,000 years and still a scaredy cat. Eighth brother, loves to eat. Su Yishun pointed at the bird. If you're so good, you try. Su Tang Ni rolled up his sleeves. All right, my turn. He started clapping and calling, trying to coax the parrot down. Tu Bao's eyes widened. Fifth uncle looks like a gorilla. Su Viet Phi's lips twitched. Su Lak crossed his arms. It's just a parrot. Is it really necessary to regress to the primal age? Tu Bao giggled behind her hand, curiously observing her uncles. Fifth uncle is like a fierce fire dragon, but not really that fierce, she thought, continuing her silent appraisal. Eighth uncle and third uncle, Su Viet Phi, seemed gentler. One elegant, the other warm like sunshine. Fourth uncle, Su Lak, looked refined but gave off a villainous air. These were her mother's brothers. Tu Bao realized she was starting to like these uncles. Suddenly, her gaze met Su Lak's. She quickly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Su Lak's lips curved into a smile. This little one is quite bold. He sighed. Fifth brother, don't waste your energy. Only Tu Bao can coax this parrot. Tu Bao tilted her head, softly cooing at the bird, and even little Five seemed captivated by her sweetness. Just as it looked like the parrot was about to land on Tu Bao's shoulder, old Mrs. Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, you're all here. Startled, the parrot veered away. Instinctively, Tu Bao burrowed into Su Yishun's arms. Lin Feng chuckled. No need to be so polite with this bird. Just tranquilize it and bring it down. Su Yishun's voice was frigid. We don't need your interference. Leave. Su Yichin raised a hand, and the black-suited guards behind him surged forward, dragging the Lin family out. Mr. and Mrs. Lin protested as they were hauled away. This is our villa. With the Lin family gone, Tu Bao resumed coaxing the parrot. Little Five, eighth uncle isn't a bad person. Come here, we have to go now. If you don't come down, you won't see Tu Bao anymore. Finally, the parrot relented, extending its claw and stepping onto Su Yishun's head. Su Yishun's lips twitched, and seizing his chance, he swiftly grabbed the bird's leg. Outside the villa, Lin Feng saw them coming out and immediately stepped forward. He needed to sway Tu Bao somehow, so he tried a gentle approach. Tu Bao, he coaxed. Daddy didn't know you like parrots. I'll buy you lots of parrots, okay? Tu Bao thought sadly. Lots of parrots? But before, I just wanted Daddy to hold me, and all you did was hit me. Fear tinged her voice. I don't want your parrots. I don't want you either. She knew that day he had really wanted to hurt her badly. Lin Feng's face twisted in fury. Tu Bao, how can you say such things to your father? I might be strict sometimes, but it's all for your own good. Su Shengni suddenly surged forward, grabbing Lin Feng by the collar and slamming him against the villa door. The impact was so brutal that every Everyone nearby heard the sickening crunch of bone. Damn you, Su Xingni snarled. What are you trying to pull? Who the hell are you to lecture anyone? You don't deserve to be Tu Bao's father. He punctuated his words with a vicious kick to Lin Feng's groin. Lin Feng's scream echoed through the villa grounds. Su Xingni tossed him aside like a broken doll and turned to leave. Old Mrs. Lin rushed to Lin Feng's side. My son, are you all right? I'll call a doctor. We'll get you to the hospital. Old Master Lin frantically stopped her. Call who? Where will we get the money? For a hospital? Old Mrs. Lin was beside herself with grief. Son, just bear with it. The pain will pass. Just then, a group of men barged in. Mr. Lin, business is booming, eh? When are you going to pay us back the 8 million you owe? It was the debt collectors. They swarmed the Lin family. Old Master Lin blustered. What do you think you're doing? Do you know who we are? We're related to the Su family of Jingdu. The answer was the roar of the Su family car's engine as it sped away. The debt collectors erupted in laughter. Oh, really? Let's see if the Su family gives a damn about you. If you can't pay, then hand over the house. Get out of here. The man with the dyed blonde hair gestured, and the thugs behind him surged forward. Should have thought of that before you gambled everything away. Serves you right, Lin family. Inside the car, Su Yishin stared coldly at his phone, then sent a text message. Don't let them have a moment's peace. Tu Bao sat quietly, clutching her stuffed bunny in one arm and a doll in the other. Old Master Su softened his voice, attempting a kindly tone. Tu Bao, let's go home. Our home is in Jingdu. We'll be taking a plane soon. Okay. Suddenly, Tu Bao asked, Grandpa, can we bring Mommy's ashes home with us? Old Master Su nodded, his heart aching. Of course, we'll bring her home. Tu Bao seemed to relax. Finally, she could take her mother home. The Su family had chartered a private jet. Tu Bao gazed out at the sky, the clouds seeming to drift alongside them. She pressed her face against the window, watching the world below. Su Viet Phi smiled gently. What are you looking at, Tu Bao? Tu Bao turned. Third uncle, are we in the sky? Su Yishin nodded. We're on a plane. Tu Bao suddenly asked, is Mommy here? Is she close? Su Yuntru and Su Yishan both froze. Tu Bao looked down, silently watching the sky outside. When people die, don't they go to heaven? Will we see Mommy soon? I miss her so much. A heavy silence fell over the cabin. Everyone turned to look out the window, tears silently tracing paths down their cheeks. Su Yishan pulled Tu Bao into his arms. Sleep, Tu Bao, and you'll see Mommy in your dreams. Okay. Tu Bao snuggled into Su Yishan's embrace, tears silently falling. Fourth uncle was also lying. Tu Bao had slept so many times, but she hadn't seen her mother even once. Tu Bao gradually drifted off to sleep, the red string on her wrist emitting a faint, almost imperceptible glow. In her dream, Tu Bao felt weightless, as if floating in the air, surrounded by fluffy white clouds that resembled cotton candy. Tu Bao reached out and plucked some, popping them into her mouth. So sweet! Just then, a gentle, familiar voice called from behind her, Tu Bao. Tu Bao's eyes flew open, and she turned around. There, not far away, stood her mother, gazing at her with tears in her eyes. Mommy! Tu Bao rushed forward and was enveloped in a warm embrace. Su Jin, you gently stroked her daughter's hair. My sweet Tu Bao, she murmured. From now on, Grandpa and your uncles are your family. You must live happily, okay? And also, Grandma isn't well. Can you be filial to her for me? Tu Bao. Tears streamed down Tu Bao's face. I will, Mommy. I'll take good care of Grandma. Su Jin smiled, about to say something more, but her form began to shimmer, becoming translucent. Only her gentle voice remained, echoing, Tu Bao, Mommy loves you, always and forever. Asleep in the plane, Tu Bao murmured, Mommy, tears staining her cheeks. Beside her, unseen by anyone, Master Li Thuong smiled to himself. This time he thought, I no longer owe her mother anything. With the Lin family matters settled, the Su family brought Tu Bao back to their home in Jingdu. The plane landed at Jingdu International Airport. Seeing that Tu Bao was still asleep, Old Master Su signaled for silence. Su Yishin carefully lifted Tu Bao and quietly carried her out. Worried about waking her, he remained slightly stooped. Suddenly, the parrot squawked, Kidnapped! Kidnapped! Tu Bao startled awake. They all looked at the glowing green parrot with mixed expressions. The female parrot looked as if she'd just been through a ringer. The little girl blinked her large, innocent eyes, looking adorably bewildered. Su Yishan held her close. Sweetheart, he said softly, we're in Jingdu. We're almost home. Tu Bao, still dazed, nodded slowly. The Su family cars were already waiting outside the airport. 4 extended Rolls-Royces lined up neatly by the roadside, causing passers-by to murmur and point. Wow, quick, take a picture. Whose little princess is that? So jealous. We're all human, but why is her reincarnation so much better? Such an impressive aura. As the crowd chattered, 8 tall, distinguished-looking men emerged. At the head was an elderly gentleman. One of the men carried a little girl, a green parrot perched on his shoulder. At that moment, the parrot, perched on Su Yishun's shoulder, burst into an enthusiastic, if somewhat incongruous song. Poor haha, monster monster, Harry Potter riding a broomstick. Fake fake. The bird's irreverent performance clashed starkly with the air of sophistication surrounding the Su family entourage. The 8 men, their faces grim, quickly ushered Tu Bao into one of the waiting cars. The impressive fleet of luxury vehicles slowly departed the airport. A reporter, caught up in the spectacle, exclaimed, "Wow, everyone, we've seen something special today. Look, 4 long-wheelbase Rolls-Royces. What family is this?" In stark contrast to Tu Bao's newfound opulence, the Lin family's situation was utterly bleak. Their bankruptcy was complete and devastating. While other bankrupt CEOs might salvage enough to buy a small apartment, the Lins had everything seized. Their accounts were frozen, leaving them with nothing but the harsh reality of living under a bridge. Mrs. Lin gasped for breath, her voice laced with bitterness. "I can't believe it. She's living in luxury while forgetting her own grandparents. Such an ungrateful child, such an ungrateful granddaughter." Mu Tam Tam's heart seethed with jealousy and resentment. After 2 years of scheming and manipulation, she had finally secured her position as Mrs. Lin, only to have it all crumble to dust. "I will not let my life end like this," she thought, a venomous glint in her eyes. "I refuse to lose." She grabbed her phone and, with a few swift taps, posted a scandalous story on a popular online platform. Shocking. The Su family's little daughter, driven by jealousy, pushes her stepmother down the stairs, causing a miscarriage. The stepmother nearly dies from excessive blood loss. Twice. Meanwhile, the true culprit rides comfortably in a luxury car back to Jingdu. The Su family's cars swiftly arrived at their magnificent villa. Despite her preternatural maturity, Tu Bao was still only 3.5 years old. The sheer grandeur of the house before her left her awestruck. "Is this where Mommy grew up?" she whispered, her eyes wide. "Uncle, is this Mommy's princess castle?" Su Yishun, a pang of sadness in his heart, nodded. "Yes, and now it's your castle too, Tu Bao." Old Master Su addressed the assembled staff. "From this day forward, Tu Bao is the young mistress of the Su family, our little princess." 2 lines of servants, beaming with welcoming smiles, stood on either side of the grand entrance. "Welcome home, young mistress," they chorused. Old Master Su paused thoughtfully. "Su what? We must decide on her official name quickly." He took Tu Bao's hand, his face alight with joy. "Tu Bao, let Grandpa show you to your room." Tu Bao nodded eagerly. "Okay." Upstairs, Tu Bao gasped. She had never seen such a lavishly decorated princess room. "Grandpa," she breathed, looking up in wonder, "is this really my room? It's so big." Su Yishun, standing beside her, asked gently, "Well, Tu Bao, do you like it?" Tu Bao nodded enthusiastically. "I love it. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Uncle." Su Yishin ruffled her hair affectionately. "You don't need to be so formal, Tu Bao. Your older brothers and sister will be home from school soon, and they can play with you, okay?" Tu Bao looked at him, a little confused. Su Yishun explained, "You have 3 older brothers and 1 older sister, children of your eldest uncle and your second uncle." He knew Tu Bao had been lonely at the Lin house and hoped she would find companionship with her new siblings. Tu Bao nodded eagerly. Suddenly, her face lit up with an idea. "Uncle," she asked, "can I have some crayons and paper? I want to draw pictures for them as presents." Her eyes shone with anticipation. She had siblings now. Outside the Su villa, an elegantly dressed woman led a little girl by the hand. The girl clutched 2 beautiful dolls. "Han Han," the woman instructed, "when you see Tu Bao, remember to give her one of your dolls, okay?" Han Han immediately protested, stamping her foot. "No, I want both of them. All the toys in my toy box are mine." Without another word, she ran into the villa, leaving her mother standing there, exasperated. With a sigh of resignation, the woman turned to the boy lagging behind. Suzi undicesimo, come onorevole. Tu Bao is waiting for you inside. Suzi, she scowled. I don't want a little sister, he muttered under his breath. Han Han is always grabbing toys and crying. It's so annoying. I don't want another little sister. He turned and trudged into the house. Han Han ran back to her room, grabbed one of her dolls, and hurled it violently at the floor. No, 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 she shrieked, stamping her foot. Even if I smash it to pieces, I won't give it to that little sister. Outside the door, Tu Bao, summoning all her courage, knocked hesitantly. Sister, she called softly. It's Tu Bao. I brought you a present. The door flew open and Han Han shoved Tu Bao hard. Go away, she screamed. I don't want your stupid present. Caught off guard, Tu Bao tumbled backward onto the floor. Old Master Su, barely containing his anger, intervened. Han Han, he scolded. Your little sister came to be friends with you. Why did you push her? Han Han, a notoriously spoiled child prone to dramatic outbursts, immediately burst into tears. Grandpa, she wailed. I don't want to give her my doll. Wei Wan, Su Zishi's mother, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Father, she pleaded, please calm down. Han Han is still young. She doesn't understand. Old Master Su's voice boomed. Young? She's being spoiled rotten. I've told you this repeatedly. How can you raise a child like this? Such unruly behavior at such a young age. How will she ever learn to behave properly? Wei Wan lowered her head. I understand, father. Old Master Su, still fuming, took Tu Bao's hand and led her away. Wei Wan bristled, feeling unjustly reprimanded. My child, my Wei, she thought resentfully. What right does he have to interfere? Girls should be pampered. A little bit of willfulness is perfectly acceptable. She stroked Han Han's hair. There, my darling, she soothed. Don't cry. Mommy will buy you a new doll. Old Master Su led Tu Bao back to his own room. Seeing them return, the parrot flapped its wings, straining against its tether. Tu Bao, ever thoughtful, reassured the bird. Be good, little five, she murmured. When Grandpa finishes making your room, he'll let you out. Watching the little girl's gentle interaction with the parrot, Old Master Su felt a pang of sympathy for her. Sweet Tu Bao, he said softly, your sister is often like this. Don't be sad. Tu Bao, still puzzled by the adult notion of giving away one's belongings out of politeness, simply smiled. It's okay, Grandpa, she said. I understand how she feels. I don't like giving my things away either. Old Master Su looked at her, surprised by her perceptiveness. She seemed wise beyond her years. Just then, his gaze fell upon a drawing. Did you draw this, Tu Bao? He asked. At the mention of her art, Tu Bao's small face lit up. She nodded. Yes, she replied. Tu Bao loved to draw. Back at her father's house, she had filled countless pages with her creations. What did you draw? Old Master Su inquired. Can you tell me about it? Like a miniature tour guide, Tu Bao began to explain her artwork. These are two children going into a magical forest, she began, pointing to the figures on the page. Look, Grandpa, here's a climbing flower. It's a necklace made by Miss Spring. Mr. Rock fell from the mountain and broke in half, but lucky grass grew in the crack, so he turned into Mr. Lucky. And this arrogant Miss Flower, she tossed her head and said, none of you are as pretty as me. Old Master Su mused to himself. If Tu Bao's drawings were recognized by that great master, perhaps he could mentor her. Lost in the vibrant world of Tu Bao's art, the two were startled by the housekeeper's voice. Old Master, young miss, old madam has returned. Old Master Su patted Tu Bao's head. Come along, Tu Bao. Let's go see your grandmother. Downstairs, Suzy Lamb pushed old Madam Su's wheelchair. Looking up, old Madam Su saw a fair, chubby little girl being led down the stairs by old Master Su. Tu Bao let go of old Master Su's hand and, holding onto the banister, looked down. Grandma, she called. Tu Bao is home. Old Madam Su felt a lump form in her throat, rendering her speechless. Tears welled in her eyes, and then began to stream down her face. This was Uni's child, looking so much like Uni when she was young. Choking back a sob, old Madam Su whispered, Tu Bao. The little girl ran to her. Grandma, hearing her name spoken by old Madam Su, Tu Bao triggered a torrent of tears. Old Madam Su pulled the child into a tight embrace. My precious Tu Bao, she sobbed. You've suffered so much these past few years. Tu Bao had promised her mother she would take good care of her grandmother, and be filial. She had to keep that promise. Seeing her grandmother cry so hard, Tu Bao reached out and gently patted her back. There, Grandma, don't cry. There, don't cry. Upstairs, Han Han had just stepped out of her room when she saw her grandmother and Tu Bao embracing warmly downstairs. That hateful little girl, she thought, fuming. She's even trying to steal Grandma and Grandpa from me. Annoyed, Han Han turned and ran back upstairs. As she passed Tu Bao's room, she heard the squawking of Little Five, the parrot. Poor thing, night demon, Harry Potter riding a broomstick. Squawk, squawk, squawk. Drawn by the sound, Han Han pushed open Tu Bao's door. She saw a jade-green bird perched on a stand. Her eyes lit up. What a beautiful parrot. Little Five, seeing Han Han barge in, squawked in alarm. Help, help, the bear is here. Save me. Hearing this, Wei Wan frowned. What strange things this parrot has been taught, she thought. So impolite. Han Han, she said, what are you doing? Let's go downstairs. Grandma is waiting. But Han Han stubbornly refused. I don't want to. Wei Wan, exasperated by her daughter's obstinacy, tried to coax her. This is your little sister's parrot. I'll buy you another one later. Okay. Han Han shrieked. I don't want another one. I want this one. As she spoke, she climbed onto a chair and reached out to grab Little Five. The terrified parrot struggled to fly away, but Han Han caught it by the neck. Little Five, terrified of strangers, shrieked. Help, help, bird napped. Han Han struggled to hold onto the flapping bird, its claws scratching her arm. Ouch, she cried in pain. Hearing the commotion, everyone downstairs rushed upstairs. Without a word, Tu Bao ran ahead of the others. Old Master Su, regaining his composure, roared at Su Zi Lam. Han Han again. I told you to spend more time disciplining her. She's always causing trouble. Su Zi Lam, who had been admiring the flowers in the garden, flushed crimson, stammering incoherently. Everyone hurried upstairs. Han Han, clutching the parrot, hit it repeatedly. That's what you get for not listening to me, she yelled. Tu Bao, bursting into the room, saw this and her small face flushed with anger. She rushed forward. Stop it, she cried. Don't hit Little Five. Seeing Tu Bao trying to take the parrot away, Han Han felt as if something that belonged to her was being stolen. She shoved Tu Bao hard. He's mine, she screamed. Little Five is mine. Distressed, Tu Bao pushed Han Han back. Little Five is Tu Bao's friend. He's not yours. Everyone was surprised to see Tu Bao, usually so obedient, suddenly so angry. The normally docile child was a whirlwind of indignant fury. Wei Wan, furious and indignant, instinctively yelled, if you didn't want your sister to have the parrot, you could have just said so. Why did you hit her? Tu Bao's lips trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. She hit me first, Wei Wan retorted. Just because she hit you, does that give you the right to hit her back? Don't you know that children should defer to adults? A furious voice boomed. Enough! Old Master Su roared, cutting Wei Wan off. Does Han Han know how to be considerate of others? She clearly snatched the parrot first, and even hit someone, yet you're scolding Tu Bao. Wei Wan glanced at old Madame Su, who was hurriedly pushing her wheelchair towards Tu Bao, completely ignoring Han Han. A chill ran down Wei Wan's spine. She felt that Han Han had been hurt, yet no one cared. They were being utterly unreasonable today. Heart aching, Wei Wan pulled Han Han away. Come on, Han Han, let's go. She led Han Han away in silence. Old Master Su was so angry he nearly fainted. Are my words falling on deaf ears? Can't you see what the problem is? Su Zi Lam stammered for a long time before finally managing. Father, please calm down. I'll handle it. Su Zi Lam's words only fueled old Master Su's anger. But this wasn't the time for a tantrum. He hurried over to check on Tu Bao. Tu Bao clutched Little Five, tears welling in her eyes. Han Han hit Little Five first. Old Madame Su's heart ached. There, Tu Bao, don't cry. Your grandma's good girl. In Han Han's room, Wei Wan looked at the scratches on her daughter's arm and trembled with rage. Su Zi Lam, what kind of father are you? Han Han is clearly the one being bullied, and you're acting like this. Look, her arm is covered in scratches. Su Zi Lam said coldly. If she hadn't tried to take the parrot, she wouldn't have been scratched. What kind of mother are you? I haven't held your past actions against you, but my patience has its limits. At this, Wei Wan felt a surge of hurt. What did I do wrong? Is it wrong to love my daughter? Why is everyone against us? Su Zi Lam didn't reply, turning and walking away. Su Yi-chun, leaning against the wall, saw Su Zi Lam come out and said coldly, Second brother, you need to resolve your issues soon. Su Zi Lam sighed. I know. I'm just worried about how a divorce will affect the children. Su Yi-chun understood. He simply said, think it over. Let me know if you need anything. With that, Su Yi-chun turned and left. At the dinner table, Old Master Su brought up the topic of giving Tu Bao a proper name. Everyone chimed in, trying to come up with a good one. Tu Bao spoke up. Mommy said Su is a kind of seed, and after you remove the husk, it's called rice. It has strong vitality. That's why she named me Tu Bao. Her childish voice was innocent, but her small face was serious, as if reciting her mother's words verbatim. Old Madame Su's eyes filled with tears. Tu Bao's name is lovely. If your mother's name was Su Jinyu, would you like to have the surname Su too? Tu Bao nodded happily. Yes, Su, like mommy. Old Master Su chuckled. Su, so what should her full name be? Tu Bao raised her hand. Su Tu Bao. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Su Yi-chun suggested. How about Su Tu? Tu Bao shook her head. No, I don't like it. Hearing this, everyone laughed again, as it sounded like she was saying, Uncle, no. Everyone fell into thought again. Old Master Su said, There's no rush. Let's think about it some more. He then asked, Tu Bao, you're 3.5 years old now, right? Tu Bao thought for a moment. Yes. Mommy said I was born on March 15th, Anti-Counterfeiting Day. Old Madame Su paused, thinking to herself, March 15th? That's next week. Then she said gently, so that means Tu Bao will be 4 years old next week. Let's have a birthday party for Tu Bao with a big cake. All right. Tu Bao's eyes lit up. Really? Seeing everyone focused on Tu Bao, Han Han felt a pang of jealousy. She slammed her hand on the table and burst into tears. I don't want to eat with Tu Bao. No one cares about me. Tu Bao's 3 cousins, Su Zi-shi, Su He-won, and Su He-yin, all rolled their eyes in unison. No one cares about me. Su Zi-shi, Su He-won, and Su Haiyan, Tu Bao's 3 cousins, simultaneously rolled their eyes. Here we go again, Wei Wan thought, watching the scene unfold. Why was everyone ignoring Han Han? Children are sensitive, and to be disregarded like this was a form of emotional abuse. A pang of bitterness twisted in Wei Wan's chest. There, Han Han, she soothed. Mommy's here. Mommy cares about you. But Han Han, in a fit of rage, flung her bowl of rice across the table, her wails intensifying. I don't want her to eat with me. I don't want a little sister. These words triggered a memory for Tu Bao, her father's angry face, forbidding her from eating. Fearfully, she pressed her lips together. Old Master Su, struggling to contain his fury, boomed. Who taught you to throw your bowl? Suzy Lamb, what kind of father are you? If she doesn't want to eat, take her downstairs. Seeing her grandfather's rage, Han Han looked pleadingly at her mother. Suzy Lamb, silent, picked up Han Han to carry her away. But Han Han struggled, and in a flash of anger, he grabbed her shirt and dragged her towards the stairs. Han Han shrieked, No, I don't want to go. Wei Wan intervened. Suzy Lamb, what are you doing? Do you have to treat her like this? With that, she scooped up the sobbing Han Han and carried her to her room. Just then, Han Han's maternal grandmother initiated a video call. Wei Wan recounted the incident. Han Han's grandmother, on the other end of the call, erupted. See? I told you. Before, Han Han was the only girl in the Su family, pampered like a princess. Now that girl is here, they won't dote on Han Han anymore. Wei Wan's frustration grew. Mother, please don't, she pleaded. But her mother pressed on. I have to. You don't even know the half of it. When that little brat was in Nanching, she pushed her stepmother down the stairs, causing a miscarriage. The Su family is powerful. They can cover up anything. That girl was clearly at fault, yet they managed to bankrupt the Lin family. Han Han's grandmother continued her tirade, while Wei Wan furrowed her brow. Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? Her mother retorted. Why don't you believe me? I'll send you the video. With that, she hung up. Moments later, Wei Wan received a video. After watching its contents, Wei Wan felt a wave of disgust wash over her. How could the Su family take in a child like that? The 2 women had spoken freely, their conversation overheard by Han Han. Tu Bao's birthday quickly arrived. Wearing a beautiful dress and clutching a slightly worn stuffed rabbit, she was led downstairs by Su Yi-chun. Trailing behind them were her cousins, the Su brothers. Unseen by anyone, a tall figure, their master, leaned against the banister, watching Tu Bao with a knowing glint in his eyes. Just made it in time, he murmured. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. So this is the little princess of the Su family. Such a beautiful dress. What a lovely child. The normally aloof CEO, Su Yi-chun, is actually leading her by the hand himself. She must be very cherished. Upstairs, Han Han's maternal grandmother added fuel to the fire. Isn't that the limited edition GYFY dress? I heard there's only one in the whole country. If it weren't for Tu Bao, that dress would definitely belong to Han Han. Han Han, standing on the second floor, watched Tu Bao surrounded by admirers. Turning to her mother, she whined, "Mommy, I want that dress." Wei Wan felt a pang of sympathy. "Be good, Han Han. Mommy will buy you another one later." Han Han, however, was insistent. "No, I want that one. Grandma said that one was supposed to be mine." Wei Wan was about to lead her daughter back to her room when Han Han suddenly darted out. "Han Han, wait!" Wei Wan called after her. In the garden, Tu Bao was happily offering a piece of cake to Su He-won. "Here, have some," she chirped. Su He-won, following his father's instructions, was keeping a watchful eye on his little sister. His small face was serious, almost cool. Their father, engrossed in his book, didn't even look up. "I don't want any," he replied. Tu Bao, undeterred, simply said, "Okay, then I'll eat it." Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, little one, come here. Little backpack, don't mind him, come here. It's your birthday, and Master will teach you a secret trick." Suddenly, a small figure dashed towards the flower garden. An angry voice shrieked, "You pest!" Without a word, Han Han grabbed Tu Bao's dress. "Give me back my dress," she demanded. Tu Bao stumbled, the piece of cake in her hand falling onto her dress. Stunned, she stammered, "But Uncle Yi-chan gave it to me." Han Han raised her hand and slapped Tu Bao hard across the face. "It's mine," she screamed. "Mine!" Tu Bao, furious, struck back. Han pushed into Tiash. "She hit me! She hit me!" She lunged forward to hit Tu Bao again, but Su He-won quickly grabbed her wrist. Looking at Tu Bao with concern, he asked, "Are you all right?" Tu Bao shook her head. "I'm okay." Han Han's wails echoed through the garden, attracting everyone's attention. "The two little princesses of the Su family are fighting," someone exclaimed. Tu Bao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but she fought them back. "She hit me first," she whispered. Wei Wan rushed over. "Nonsense. Why would your sister hit you?" Su He-won, seeing his little sister's quiet distress, spoke up. "Aunt Wei Wan, Han Han hit her first. You can ask everyone. Han Han es crise intensifid. She hit me first. Tu Bao grabbed my dress and hit me. Tu Bao is bad." The guests began to murmur amongst themselves. "So the dress Tu Bao is wearing belongs to Han Han?" One whispered. "That child, barely home, and already stealing clothes. Those stories online must be false." Wei Wan pointed at Shui-er. "Tell me, who hit whom first?" Still upset that Tu Bao hadn't shared her cake, Shui-er lied. "Tu Bao hit Han Han first." Su He-won turned to Shui-er, his gaze cold and dangerous. "What did you say? Say that again." The guests, however, believed Shui-er. "Young master, don't scare Shui-er. She's just telling the truth. Yes, little Miss Tu Bao is too spoiled. This will only make her worse." Tu Bao's lips trembled, tears blurring her vision, but she stubbornly refused to cry. "I didn't do anything wrong," she insisted. "They're lying. Uncle Yi-chan bought me the dress, and Han Han hit me first." Why did the adults always blame her when she hadn't done anything wrong? Was the world of grown-ups really so different from the world of children? Wei Wan snapped. "Enough. It's clear you hit her first. What more do you have to say?" Just then, Su Yi-chun and old Master Su arrived. Su Yi-chun asked coldly, "Tu Bao hit her first? Did you witness this yourself?" Old Master Su looked sternly at Wei Wan. "I believe Tu Bao isn't that kind of child. Whoever said Tu Bao was wrong, step forward." Old Master Su was exercising considerable restraint, refraining from reprimanding Wei Wan in front of the guests. However, Wei Wan felt that her father-in-law was being unfairly biased. It was obvious Tu Bao had pushed Han Han, yet he was shielding her. Agitated, Wei Wan said, "Father, we have to be reasonable. Han Han might be a little spoiled, but she wouldn't hit anyone." Old Master Su was so angry he nearly fainted. "Whether she hit someone or not, don't you know?" Wei Wan was incredibly stubborn, arguing loudly. "What do I know? I only know that since Tu Bao arrived, everyone has been targeting Han Han. What did Han Han do wrong?" At that moment, Su Yi-chun quietly said to the butler behind him, "Uncle Nye, bring the projector screen and show everyone the surveillance footage from the garden." A bad feeling washed over Wei Wan. They wanted to see the surveillance footage? Were they determined to crush Han Han today? Everyone looked up at the large screen and saw Han Han running up to Tu Bao, saying, "Mine, it's mine." Immediately after, a slap landed on Tu Bao's face. So it was Miss Han Han who struck first. But didn't Shui-er just say Miss Tu Bao hit her? How is it the other way around now? Everyone looked toward Shuer. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of being judged by everyone. Hiding behind her mother, she sobbed. Shuer's mother forced a laugh. Children, they probably just misremembered. But someone else said, Shuer is old enough to know better. That was clearly a deliberate lie. Wei-wan protested. Brother, how can everyone be like this? Han Han is so young. Her self-esteem will be hurt. Her psychology will be severely affected. Sui-chun seemed to have lost his patience. Han Han, do you think what you did was right? What should you say to your sister? Han Han glanced furtively at Tu Bao. I'm sorry, but as soon as her eyes met Tu Bao's, Han Han started crying and shaking her head. I don't want to say it. I don't want to. Seeing Han Han cry, Wei-wan's heart ached. How can everyone criticize a child in front of so many people? This will hurt her so much. Suzy Lam immediately stopped Wei-wan from speaking further. You'd better shut up, or you can go sign the divorce papers right now. Tu Bao looked at her sister with a hint of envy in her eyes. Actually, Han Han wasn't entirely bad. Unlike Tu Bao, she had a mother who doted on her. A child loved by her mother must be very happy. Why was she always so sad? Su Yishun patted Han Han's head. Han Han, can you tell everyone why you hit Tu Bao? Han Han sniffed, sobbing, I wanted that dress. If it weren't for my sister, that dress would have been mine. Han Han's maternal grandmother quickly said, Oh my, look at this child. Just tell us what you want. It's just a dress. If Tu Bao likes it, let her have it. Our Han Han just doesn't understand. Su Yishun was speechless. What do you mean if Tu Bao likes it, let her have it? Did you tell Han Han that the dress was hers? At this point, Sui Chun took a document from his assistant and held it up for everyone to see. This is the order data for the Starry Night themed evening gown. Please take a look. It was completely tailored to Tu Bao's height and weight measurements. Han Han is taller than Tu Bao. She wouldn't be able to fit into it. Therefore, this dress was made for Tu Bao from the very beginning. Han Han es matanal grandmutter suddenly felt guilty. While Wei-wan gritted her teeth, everyone was stunned, only now realizing this point. That's right, Han Han couldn't possibly fit into the dress, so how could it have been hers? Wei-wan felt humiliated. Resentment simmered within her. I never said this dress belonged to Han Han. I only said Tu Bao had won, and Han Han didn't. In the end, isn't it because everyone favors Tu Bao that Han Han made a fuss? Sui Chun gave a cold laugh and flipped to the second page of the custom-made dress contract. Tu Bao ordered a Starry Night-themed evening gown, so naturally, Han Han has won too. This page is the data for Han Han's dress. Everyone looked at Wei-wan with expressions drastically different from before. Children don't understand these things. It must be the adults who said something to the child, leading her to believe the dress was hers. Someone glanced at the contract and exclaimed in surprise. Miss Han Han's dress is 500,000 yuan more expensive than Miss Tu Bao's. You can't say there's any favoritism going on here. I wonder how that child's mother taught her. Wei-wan felt her face burning, utterly ashamed. Su Yishin walked over to Han Han and said gently, Han Han, do you understand now? You also have your own dress. If you want one like Tu Bao's, your uncle and I can have one made for you too. Han Han stopped cleaning ludly and sniffled. I understand. Sicily apolito Tu Bao. Tu Bao. I'm sorry. Tu Bao. Saying Han Han's embarrassment. Sighed. It's okay, Sister Han Han. At this moment, old Master Su asked Su he wanted to take Han Han back to her room, then turned to Wei-wan and said, Go and reflect on your behavior. Han Han's maternal grandmother cried out, Oh dear, please calm down, in-law. Xiaowan didn't do it on purpose. She just loves her daughter too much. Old Master Su scoffed. I wouldn't dare claim relatives like you. Wei-wan, mortified, said, Mother, stop talking. Let's go. As Wei-wan walked away, wiping her tears, resentment filled her heart. Even if Han Han was wrong, it should be me, her mother, who disciplines her. What right do they have to lecture her? Besides, it was clearly Tu Bao who hit her first. Ultimately, the Su family is just biased. At the same time, at the gates of the Su family residence, Lin Feng and his wife were causing a commotion. Guard, you've misunderstood. We are Tu Bao's parents, here for a birthday party. The guard said they couldn't enter without an invitation. Lin Feng showed his identification to the guard. I really am Tu Bao's father. My name is Lin Feng. Wei-wan, still simmering with suppressed frustration and anger, saw the commotion at the gate. A cunning glint flashed in her eyes. So it's Lin Feng, Tu Bao's biological father. He looks exactly like the photos. Han Han had been so wronged. How could Tu Bao be allowed to live happily? Today, everyone would see clearly what kind of child Tu Bao really was. She said to the guard, "Let them in." The guard was stunned. "Second, madam, shouldn't we inform the old master first?" Wei Wan frowned. "What? Do my words carry no weight anymore?" The flustered guard quickly obeyed. Meanwhile, Tu Bao was overjoyed, experiencing her first birthday party with so many people. The earlier unpleasantness had dissipated. Old Madame Su said gently, "Tu Bao, make a wish." Tu Bao clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed sincerely. She wished for her mother in heaven to be happy, to see her mother again, for her grandmother to always be healthy, and for her uncle's businesses to flourish. She prayed for everyone except herself. Then, Tu Bao opened her eyes, her face beaming. Su Yishun lifted Tu Bao up so she could blow out the candles. Tu Bao took a deep breath, her cheeks puffing out like a pufferfish. Then with a poof, she blew out the candles. Everyone around her clapped happily. Amidst the joyful birthday wishes, a voice suddenly rang out. "Tu Bao, happy birthday. Daddy's late." Lin Feng and Mu Qin Xian hurried towards the crowd from the garden. Mu Qin Xian said with a smile, "Your stepmother and father are here to give you a present, Tu Bao." The moment Tu Bao saw them, the smile vanished from her face, her lips pressed tightly together. Old Master Su's face darkened. He roared, "Who let you in? Get out!" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Mu Qin Xian dropped to their knees with a thud. Lin Feng's face was etched with remorse. "Tu Bao, it was all my fault before. I didn't care enough about you. That day, it was because your stepmother lost the baby in her womb. I couldn't control my emotions, so I—" Mu Qin Xian chimed in, her voice gentle. "Tu Bao, come home. About the baby in my womb, I don't blame you." Tu Bao pouted, bravely refuting, "Dad's lying. He hit me before too. He always hits me." Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "I'm your father. Isn't that just disciplining you?" Everyone looked at the Su family, then back at Lin Feng and Mu Qin Xian, quickly understanding the situation. So these were Tu Bao's biological father and stepmother from the expose online. Were they deliberately here to provoke the Su family? Knowing full well it was Tu Bao's birthday, they chose this moment to arrive. Someone spoke up, but you can't really blame him. His unborn child was harmed. It's understandable that he lost control, and his actions were a bit harsh. The people of Jingdu had only heard that Lin Feng hit Tu Bao, but they didn't know how badly she was injured, so they felt some sympathy for him. Su Xing'er, hot-tempered, gritted his teeth and asked, "Big brother, why aren't these people thrown out? Are we waiting for New Year's?" Su Yichin raised his hand, signaling to stop. "Throw them out? Wouldn't that be too easy for them? We were originally planning to deal with them after Tu Bao's birthday, but I didn't expect them to deliver themselves to our doorstep." He put his hands in his pockets, striding towards Mu Qin Xian, exuding a regal aura. Mu Qin Xian, you said Tu Bao caused your miscarriage, right? Did you think that because there were no surveillance cameras in the Lin family home, you could act recklessly? Mu Qin Xian, who had been bowing her head, pretending to be pitiful, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "Mr. Su, what are you talking about? I don't understand." At this moment, Little Five flew over and perched on Tu Bao's arm. Su Yichin glanced at the parrot and said, "Tu Bao, bring Little Five here." Tu Bao obediently held Little Five, gently coaxing, "It's okay, eldest cousin won't eat you." Su Yichin's cold expression softened slightly. "Little Five, repeat what you heard that day to everyone." The parrot flapped its wings, then mimicked Mu Qin Xian's voice. "Tu Bao, Annie doesn't have a baby anymore. Don't you think you should take responsibility? If your uncles keep asking, you have to admit that you harmed me. You have to say a few words for me, understand?" Mu Qin Xian's face paled. This damn bird actually remembered what she said that day. Everyone was astonished. The parrot's tone and intonation were exactly like Mu Qin Xian's. Where did it learn that from? Could there be more to Mu Qin Xian's miscarriage? Seeing everyone's suspicious gazes, Mu Qin Xian's eyes reddened as she looked at Su Yichin. "Mr. Su, how can you suspect me based on a bird's words? Why would I harm Tu Bao? What would I gain from harming her?" Su Yichin said coldly, "A wonderful performance. Do you need me to help you remember what happened that day?" The butler quickly connected a USB drive, projecting the images onto a large screen. The video showed a pregnant Mu Qin Xian and Tu Bao holding a stuffed rabbit. Tu Bao, wearing a dirty dress, stood half a meter away from Mu Qin Xian. "Tu Bao, Be a good girl and listen to your stepmother. Stay still. Tu Bao obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Suddenly, Muqin Xan fell backward, tumbling down the stairs. The video clearly showed that Tu Bao hadn't touched Muqin Xan at all. Muqin Xan was dumbfounded. The Lin family didn't have surveillance cameras, so where did this video come from? Lin Feng was even more shocked than Muqin Xan when he saw the video. Didn't you say Tu Bao pushed you? What is this? Muqin Xan stammered, I don't know. I don't remember anything. Su Yichen took the documents from Uncle Nye. Don't remember anything? He pulled a sheet from the file and flung it at Lin Feng's face. This is a disciplinary notice for a doctor who accepted a bribe to falsify Muqin Xan's medical records. Your miscarriage was premeditated. The 2 instances of hemorrhaging during the surgery were fabricated. So, remember now? Muqin Xan, trapped and trembling, collapsed to the floor. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Muqin Xin, you've wanted to leave me for a long time, haven't you? Seeing the Lin family in trouble, and afraid that having a child would make it harder to find a new sponsor, you used Tu Bao as an excuse to get rid of the baby. Even now, Muqin Xan stubbornly refused to admit it. No, Feng, Lin Feng cut her off. Useless. Though consumed with rage, Lin Feng suddenly realized this was his opportunity. Tu Bao, it was all Dad's fault. Dad was deceived by the person he trusted most. It's because she tricked me that we had such a misunderstanding. Dad will make it up to you. Okay. Su Yichen's voice was ice. Beating her like that was also a misunderstanding? Uncle Nye projected more documents onto the large screen. It was Tu Bao's emergency room report, which clearly stated respiratory arrest, shock, fractures of the 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th left ribs, fracture of the humerus, fracture of the right radius and ulna, soft tissue damage to the left ankle resulting in immobility, amputation of the left little toe due to 3 centimeters of tissue necrosis. Following this was a video, likely taken secretly by a neighbor. Tu Bao, wearing a thin dress, knelt in the snow while Lin Feng repeatedly struck her with a stick as thick as 2 fingers. The few lines of the medical report, coupled with the chilling video, painted a horrifying picture of the brutal beating Tu Bao had endured. The guests glared at Lin Feng with fury. This was discipline? He clearly intended to beat her to death. How dare he even call himself her father, forcing his daughter to kneel in the snow like that? He wasn't a man, he was a monster. Su Yichen gestured for Uncle Nye to continue. Uncle Nye presented a wanted poster stamped with a red seal. The Lin Corporation has been under investigation for large-scale smuggling for the past year. The investigation is now complete, with sufficient evidence gathered. Yesterday, the official warrant for his arrest was issued. So, the Lin family's downfall wasn't due to the Su family's revenge, but their own doing. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. So, those fake exposés online were also their doing? How disgusting. This kind of person doesn't deserve to live. Call the police and have them arrested. Hearing the words, call the police, Lin Feng panicked. I just lost my temper. Besides, if it weren't for me, she wouldn't even exist. You Su family are so ungrateful. Su Yichen's gaze was glacial. Tu Bao isn't even your biological daughter. This is the DNA test result. Lin Feng was struck dumb, as if by lightning. His first reaction was the realization that his last avenue of escape was closed. Impossible. I'm not Tu Bao's real father? That little bastard. I raised her for 3 years, and this is how she repays me. Desperation twisted into something feral. Like a cornered animal, Lin Feng lunged towards Tu Bao. I'll take you down with me. The Su family will regret this for the rest of their lives. Before he could reach her, Su Yichen's foot shot out, sending Lin Feng sprawling. Police officers swarmed in, restraining Lin Feng and Muqin Xan, cuffing them and dragging them towards a police car. Regret gnawed at Lin Feng. If it weren't for Muqin Xan, he wouldn't have beaten Tu Bao that day, and he wouldn't be in this miserable situation. The thought fueled his rage. He lashed out, kicking Muqin Xan hard in the back. Caught off guard, Muqin Xan's head slammed against the car door with a sickening thud. Blood gushed from the wound. She crumpled to the ground, dead. Muqin Xan's ghost drifted from her body, her expression dazed. As the realization of her death hit, she screamed, I was kicked to death just like that? No, I still need to find a rich man, become a wealthy wife. How can I die so miserably? After the wretched couple were taken away by the police, and everyone learned that Tu Bao was the true young mistress of the Su family, old Master Su held Tu Bao close. Let's go home, child. Everyone looked at Tu Bao with sympathy. Remembering their previous malicious speculations, they felt a pang of guilt now that they knew the truth. Grandpa, are you heartbroken for Tu Bao? It's okay, Grandpa. Tu Bao is fine. She gave a bright smile, innocent and sincere. She was clearly the one most grievously injured, yet she was the first to offer comfort. Old Master Su's eyes welled up. Yes, he choked out. Tu Bao continued to console him. Grandpa, don't cry. Clutching a stuffed bunny in one arm, she reached out with the other to pat his head. Why are you crying? Don't cry anymore. Old Master Su fought back his tears. I'm not crying. Su Ichin walked over to Tu Bao and asked, Tu Bao, are you sad today? Tu Bao shook her head. No, I'm not sad. The one who did wrong was Daddy, not Tu Bao. He should be the sad one. Su Ichin paused. Despite her young age, Tu Bao seemed to understand everything. He gently stroked her head. You're right, Tu Bao. You did nothing wrong. The birthday party had lost all its joy. No one was in the mood to continue. Su Yishun raised his glass, a polite smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today's birthday party here. Thank you all for coming. From today onwards, Tu Bao will take the surname Su, and her name will be Su Zi Tuesday. Our Su family will never allow Tu Bao to suffer any harm again. The guests hurriedly replied, Mr. Su, you are too kind. It was our honor to attend. Then, one by one, they began to leave the Su family villa. On their way home, they couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Protected by 8 powerful uncles of the Su family, Miss Su is truly enviable. She is a real princess. Shui tugged at her mother's sleeve, remembering the image of Tu Bao in her sparkling, star-like dress. She felt a mixture of admiration and envy. Just then, Shui mother noticed that some people hadn't left yet. She overheard Venerable Lao mentioning taking on a young disciple. Her eyes lit up. Venerable Lao was a renowned master of ink wash painting, a recluse who rarely made public appearances. For him to mention taking on a disciple, and a young one at that, if her Shui caught his eye, she could brag about it for a year. Shui, she said quickly, Venerable Lao is here. Make sure you show him your best side later. Shui-er's eyes sparkled. I understand, Mother. Shui-er had a talent for painting. Her work had even been selected for the Ink Wash Painting Institute. If Venerable Lao was looking for a disciple, it had to be Shui-er. Shui-er's mother led her daughter to Venerable Lao, feigning casualness. I wonder which lucky child has earned your favor, Venerable Lao. Venerable Lao smiled kindly. A very talented child. She uses vibrant colors, has a rich imagination. Her painting is lively and magical. She's the best seedling I've encountered in decades. Shui-er's mother's heart leaped with joy. He was talking about Shui-er, of course. For Venerable Lao to come personally, he was truly too polite. Shui-er, also noticing her mother's excitement, felt her own spirits lift, deciding to show off her skills in front of Venerable Lao. In a soft voice, she said, Hello, Mr. Lao. I'm Lam Shui-er. I really like your paintings. You're my idol. Venerable Lao, only just noticing the presence of another child, smiled and replied, Thank you, young lady. He was about to say something more when Su Yishun and Tu Bao approached. Su Yishun greeted him with a smile. Venerable Lao, you've arrived. Hearing his name, Venerable Lao turned around. Mr. Su, is this Tu Bao? Tu Bao nodded and walked over to Venerable Lao, looking up at him politely. Hello, teacher. My name is Tu Bao. Venerable Lao paused, then let out a hearty laugh. Good. Well-behaved Tu Bao. How old are you? Tu Bao glanced at Venerable Lao, thinking to herself, this old man seems a bit forgetful. She replied dryly, I just had my 4th birthday. So, I'm 4 years old, of course. Venerable Lao suddenly felt like he was being looked down upon by a little girl. What's going on here? He wondered, but he just chuckled and said, Right. This old man is getting senile. Shui-er and her mother stood to the side, their envy growing. Su Yishun explained that old Master Su was waiting for Venerable Lao inside. Eager to see Tu Bao's paintings, Venerable Lao prepared to go with him. Hearing this, Shui-er was stunned. Wasn't he going to take me as a student? She thought. She fidgeted with her fingers, anxiously saying, But Sir Venerable Lao looked surprised. You seem like a well-behaved child too. I have some business to attend to first. With that, he followed the Su family inside. Shui-er and her mother were rooted to the spot, their hearts filled with indignation. But no matter how angry they were, they had to hold it in. The Su family was indeed powerful. But who was Venerable Lao? Money couldn't buy his favor. Shui-er's mother comforted her daughter. Why don't we wait here for a while? Inside the study on the 2nd floor of the Su family villa, Old Master Su said to Tu Bao. This is our nation's leading master of painting. Quickly, call him Master. Tu Bao obediently called out, Master. Old Master Su cherished this obedient child from the bottom of his heart. Tu Bao, can you tell me about these paintings of yours? As the topic turned to her art, Tu Bao's small face lit up. She nodded, and then began to earnestly describe her fantastical world. Su Yichun watched the old man and the young child leaning over the table, looking at the paintings together. Old Master Su listened attentively, occasionally letting out a hearty laugh. Su Yichun's expression softened. Finally, Tu Bao had a friend, albeit an old one. Grandfather was right, an old friend indeed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suzy Lam questioned his wife. You let Lin Feng in, didn't you? Just how much chaos do you intend to create? Suzy Lam didn't say much, his tone laced with sarcasm. Wei Wan, however, raised her voice in retort. Everything you do is for Han Han. You're her father. Why aren't you protecting your own child? Do you know how much Han Han has suffered? Suzy Lam pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He slammed a divorce paper onto the table, coldly stating, let's get a divorce. His wife was stunned. What did you say? Suzy Lam had already turned to leave. I won't agree to a divorce, she thought. Absolutely not. Back at the Su villa, Tu Bao saw Venerable Lao to the door. She was very happy, as if she had found a good friend, despite their significant age difference. Tu Bao already considered this old man her friend. Grandfather was right. He truly was an old friend. Tu Bao waved goodbye to her old friend. Venerable Lao, looking at the little girl before him, waved back. He was overjoyed to have unexpectedly gained such an intelligent young apprentice on this trip. Sitting in the car, Venerable Lao couldn't resist taking out his phone to look at photos of Tu Bao's paintings. At that moment, two figures stood by the roadside. Venerable Lao got out of the car and politely asked, May I ask who you are? The little girl stepped forward and said, Excuse me, sir, I'm Lam Shui Er, the winner of the previous National Children's Painting Competition. You remember me, don't you? To Shui Er's surprise, Venerable Lao had no idea who she was. Stunned, Shui Er stammered, Sir, how could you not remember me? Weren't you coming to accept me as your student? Venerable Lao climbed back into his car. I'm sorry, he said. I've already taken a student. Her name is Tu Bao. I'm sure you know her. Before Shui Er could react, Venerable Lao's car drove off, leaving her and her mother standing there, dumbfounded. Both mother and daughter were convinced that the Su family had used their wealth to sway Venerable Lao's decision. After seeing Venerable Lao off, Tu Bao returned to her room, bathed, and changed into soft, pale pink pajamas. The pajamas had a hood with long rabbit ears, making her look utterly adorable. Old Madame Su gazed at the well-behaved and lovable child. If you need anything, remember to ring the bell by your bed, she reminded her. Tu Bao nodded, obediently wishing her grandmother good night. Watching old Madame Su leave, Li Chong floated closer. Remembering the old man in the study who had nearly stolen his disciple, he thought indignantly, these days, there's competition even for being a master. He coaxed the little girl, little backpack, how about Master opens your celestial eye today? After opening your celestial eye, you'll be able to see Master, and you can also learn magic. You know what magic is, right? Like whoosh, and you throw a fireball. Tu Bao shook her head. I don't want to learn that. I want to learn painting from old friend. That's what children should do. Li Chong chuckled softly. And what do you think children should do? Tu Bao climbed onto her bed, counting on her fingers. Eat, sleep, paint, play with Xiaowu. So, Tu Bao needs to sleep now. Li Chang's lips twitched. If it weren't for his promise to Su Jinyu, he wouldn't be here trying to persuade a child. Li Chang moved to the side, trying to appease Tu Bao. Tu Bao promptly turned her back to him. Little backpack, have you forgotten? What did your mother tell you when she took you to play on the rainbow slide in the sky? Tu Bao asked. What did she say? Li Chang coaxed her. Didn't she tell you to study hard with Master? After you finish studying, you can see your mother often. Tu Bao frowned. The person who played on the rainbow slide with me that day wasn't Mommy. Mommy hugged Tu Bao and then left. Li Chang was taken aback. How did you know? Tu Bao said unhappily. Master is so silly. Your big feet were showing. Mommy's feet aren't that big. Li Chang covered his face. Impossible. How could he have made such a stupid mistake? Just as he was thinking Tu Bao was difficult to trick, she asked, "But master, if I finish studying, can I really see mommy?" Li Chong hurriedly said, "Of course." Tu Bao sat up again, her small body straight, her little hands clutching the blanket, her expression serious. "Okay then, Tu Bao will study with master." She thought to herself, this master seems even sillier than Xiao Wu. I'll forgive him for now. Li Chong was a little surprised by her sudden willingness to learn. He hadn't actually figured out how to teach her yet. After a moment of thought, he said, "Then I'll open your celestial eye first." The celestial eye is a person's third eye. After opening it, you can see many things ordinary people can't. Everyone is born with a celestial eye, but not everyone can open it. That's why some newborns cry easily, while others aren't affected. As babies grow up, their celestial eye closes or disappears. Only a few people retain it, but they can't open it. Little Backpack's celestial eye is still there. So once it's opened, you'll be able to see Master. Tu Bao quickly pulled the covers over herself, curling up into a ball. Tu Bao doesn't want to open her celestial eye. Tu Bao doesn't want 3 eyes. She'll turn into Erlang Shun. That's so ugly. If Erlang Shun heard this, he would surely be furious enough to crack his face. Li Chong hurriedly coaxed her. The celestial eye won't appear on the outside. It's hidden within your eyes, so Tu Bao doesn't need to worry. Tu Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Okay then, Li Chong continued, "Come on, chant with master." Chi sings to the dantian, focus the mind and gather chi blah blah. Tu Bao mumbled along, then opened her eyes wide. She saw a white shadow suddenly appear in the room and asked, "Master, why can't I see anything?" Li Chong, floating in midair, picked at his ear. Opening the celestial eye isn't that easy. The most talented person I've ever met took 49 days. As he spoke, he brought a finger to his nose and sniffed. Tu Bao blinked. "Master, why are you smelling your booger?" Li Chong quickly denied it. "Nonsense. Master would never." But then he froze, exclaiming, "Wait a minute, you can see me?" Li Chong was astonished. She succeeded after chanting the incantation only once. Tu Bao's talent wasn't just heaven-defying, it was monstrous. Tu Bao's eyes widened as she looked around. There was an Annie hanging on the window, staring intently at her. She pointed and said, "Master, who is this Annie? She looks so ugly." A glint of light flashed in Li Chang's eyes. Though surprised, he was also overjoyed. This time, he had truly picked up a treasure. Li Chong hurriedly said, "Good Tu Bao. Repeat after master. Dim figures, go away. One palm strike will send you flying." Tu Bao repeated the words thoughtfully, while the unlucky ghost cried out, "What kind of game is this? I was just passing by, and you're using me as a practical lesson? This is too much." Li Chong looked down at Tu Bao, who had learned it in one go, and thought to himself that he had indeed found a treasure. A small gourd, the size of a fingernail, suddenly appeared in his hand. He hung on a red string around Tu Bao's wrist. "Good job, Tu Bao. Master is giving you this gourd. From now on, you can use it to help Master capture demons and monsters." Tu Bao stared at the small gourd. "Master, why do we have to capture demons and monsters?" Li Chong didn't answer, brushing her question aside, not wanting the child to inquire further. Tu Bao pouted and turned to look at the ghost Andy. "Who are you?" "Why are you?" The ghost Andy, struggling in vain, said helplessly, "I was a female worker in your second uncle's former factory. Before that, I was a brick carrier at a construction site. Named, it's not like I did something bad and got retribution." Tu Bao was stunned. "What did you do to second uncle?" For some reason, the ghost Annie couldn't control her words and just blurted everything out. 6 years ago, your second uncle's wife said she would give me 20,000 yuan to put some salt in his tea, so I did it. Then, as soon as I got the money, a large plank fell on me at the construction site and crushed me to death." Tu Bao was puzzled. Why did she want you to put salt in second uncle's tea? Li Chong narrowed his eyes. Ugly Annie is about to go to sleep now, so little children shouldn't ask so many questions. With that, he stuffed the ghost Annie into the small gourd. The red string flashed faintly and then quickly disappeared on Tu Bao's wrist. Looking at the small gourd on her wrist, Tu Bao said to the woman inside, "Ugly auntie, good night." Early the next morning, everyone woke up to find Tu Bao stuck on the balcony. Grandpa hurriedly said, "Let me call 119. Tu Bao froze. In her mind, firefighters were like superheroes who saved the world, her idols. How could she let her idol see her in such a silly predicament? She immediately protested. Grandpa, don't call. Tu Bao can get out by herself. Everyone wait for me. She took a deep breath, pulled hard, and her little head popped out with a small thump and a slight pain. Downstairs, the Su brothers anxiously discussed how to get Tu Bao's head out safely. In the distance, Wei Wan stood at the door, watching coldly. Seeing everyone in the Su family react so quickly, each one filled with worry, she felt a pang of annoyance. It's just being stuck on the second floor? Is it necessary to be so dramatic? At that moment, Li Chong leaned against the railing, leisurely watching the trapped little girl. Tu Bao, you have your master and your red string. Just break the railing. But Tu Bao replied, Master, don't trick me. How can I break the railing? Li Chong chuckled. How do you know if you don't try? While everyone was anxiously watching, unseen by them, Tu Bao's small hands gripped the railing tightly. With all her milk-drinking strength, she pulled hard. The iron railing instantly bent, warped by Tu Bao's force. Tu Bao pulled her head back, easily escaping her predicament. Wow, I'm out! The Su family members were all stunned, staring at the bent iron railing. The Su brothers were astonished. Su Yi-chun calmly shielded Tu Bao, hiding the bent railing. Wei Wan watched with a suspicious look, feeling like they were guarding against her, as if she were a thief. It's just a child. It's not like anyone's desperate to see her. Su Yisheng waited until Wei Wan left before asking Tu Bao, Did you bend it? Tu Bao nodded. Yes. Su Yishun and his brothers exchanged glances, their expressions gradually turning serious. Suzy Lam hurriedly said, No one can talk about this. Don't show your strength in front of others again, understand? Tu Bao nodded blankly. Suddenly, Su Sheng Air rushed out, holding a large pair of pliers. I'm here. I'm here. Tu Bao, don't be scared. Fifth uncle is here to save you. Tu Bao looked up. No need. I'm out. Su Sheng Air stared at the bent railing, dumbfounded. Su Yishin lowered his voice. I just said, cut the railing, don't let others know how strong Tu Bao is. But Su Sheng Air, ignoring him, said with a grin, Come work with fifth uncle at the construction site. Hearing this, Tu Bao's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Su Luo said helplessly, What would Tu Bao do there? Construction sites are dangerous. No admittance for idlers. But Tu Bao misheard, replying, I'm not salty, I'm sweet. Everyone was taken aback. Kids will be kids. Fifth uncle Su Sheng Air, a burly man, suddenly had a girlish heart. Tu Bao is the sweetest. Let's go. Fifth uncle will make you fly. Little Tu Bao ran back to her room and changed into a cute little jumper dress, carrying an adorable kitten-shaped bag. Happily preparing to go downstairs, she saw Wei Wan walking up. She cheerfully greeted second aunt good morning. Wei Wan simply grunted in response to Tu Bao's greeting. Tu Bao carefully and stealthily observed her second aunt. Suddenly, she noticed a layer of black chi on her face. In a small voice, she asked, Master, what's that on second aunt's face? Li Chong, floating beside her, explained, That's death chi. You opened your celestial eye last night, so you can see it now. Only someone who has witnessed a death and was present when that person died can be infected with such death chi. Tu Bao was startled upon hearing the words death and killed. At that moment, second uncle called from downstairs, asking if she was ready, as they were about to leave. Since second uncle was an architect and usually enjoyed being at construction sites, Tu Bao went with him to the site. Seeing the stadium under construction, she couldn't help but exclaim, The stadium is so beautiful. Is it God's super big wristwatch that fell and broke? Suzy Lam paused, looking at Tu Bao with delight. This was a project he had designed for a long time, inspired by a mechanical watch. Tu Bao turned and asked, Did second uncle design this? Second uncle is so amazing. Li Chong, floating beside her, yawned lazily. Come here, Tu Bao. Master will teach you how to predict. He reached out and pulled the female ghost out of the gourd, holding her between his index and middle fingers, and quickly drew a talisman on her forehead. This is called a control talisman. After drawing it, the female ghost will obediently work for you. Dragged out so early in the morning, the female ghost complained, Can you be reasonable? Summoning a ghost to work in broad daylight isn't just labor exploitation, it's life-threatening. But Li Chong ignored her. Lecturing. Generally, ghosts can't appear during the day. Malevolent spirits are an exception, but even they can only hide in dark places. Only evil spirits can roam freely in daylight. This ugly auntie can't. The moment the car door opens, her soul will scatter. The ghost auntie retorted indignantly, Can you stop calling me ugly all the time? Li Chang continued to ignore her, saying, "So, Master will now teach you a soul technique. Simply put, it's merging this ugly auntie into an object so she can move around during the day. Tu Bao, find something first, preferably something light that can be carried by the wind." Having said that, Li Chang instinctively glanced at the parrot. Tu Bao followed his gaze, looking at Xiao Wu, murmuring, "Something light that can fly." The parrot seemed to sense something. "Don't pluck my feathers." Tu Bao coaxed, "No plucking, no plucking. We won't pluck your feathers." Suzy Lamb stood beside them, bewildered. Suddenly, Tu Bao's eyes lit up. Seeing what the little girl was holding, the female ghost exclaimed, "Wait, don't tell me you want to put me into this plastic bird poop bag." Tu Bao shook the plastic bag. "Don't be afraid, ugly Annie. There's only one bird dropping inside. It's not dirty. Tu Bao will put some tissue in for you." The corner of the ghost Annie's mouth twitched. "Are you serious? Am I so pathetic that I can only inhabit a poop bag?" Suzy Lamb, thinking that ugly Annie referred to the plastic bag, couldn't help but think children are so innocent. Li Chang said, "Soul merging is a bit difficult, not on the same level as opening the celestial eye. Little bookworm, try it first. It's okay if you fail." Tu Bao nodded. Li Chang muttered an incantation, then pointed at the female ghost and shouted, "Go!" With a whoosh, the female ghost entered the plastic bag. Li Chang asked, "Did you remember it?" Tu Bao tilted her head, her small face filled with confusion. She stretched out her little hand, counting as she spoke. Too many words. And Master chanted so fast. Looking at her, Li Chang couldn't help but smile. "It's all right, it's okay if you didn't memorize it." Before he finished speaking, the female ghost flew out of the plastic bag with a whoosh. Tu Bao was dumbfounded. "That's strange. Why did Ugly Annie fly out?" "Oh, I know." Tu Bao recited it backward. Li Chang was utterly shocked. "Holy crap, Little Bookworm actually succeeded on the first try. And reciting it backward works too." At that moment, the car stopped. Suzy Lamb received a phone call. "Let's get out of the car." As Tu Bao got out, a gust of wind blew past, and the plastic bag in her hand flew out with a thud. Seeing Tu Bao seemingly wanting to grab the plastic bag, Suzy Lamb said, "It's okay. There are cleaners on the construction site." Tu Bao innocently tightened her grip on her fingers. But Tu Bao hasn't helped Ugly Auntie get the bird poop out yet. Elsewhere, Wei Wan and her mother were having breakfast tea. Why the long face so early in the morning? Wei Wan recounted to her mother how Suzy Lamb wanted a divorce, claiming she hadn't raised Han Han well. Wei Wan said sullenly, "Moreover, I feel like Z Lamb already knows about what we did years ago, making Li Mai drug him." Wei Wan's mother pulled Wei Wan to her feet. "So, what if he knows? Li Mai has been missing for so many years. What can he possibly investigate? I'll take you to the construction site to find Z Lamb." So, the mother and daughter headed to the construction site. Upon arriving, Wei Wan suddenly spotted a plastic bag tumbling across the open ground. For some reason, her heart skipped a beat. Wei Wan felt a sudden surge of fear as she watched the tumbling plastic bag come to a stop. She had the unsettling feeling that the plastic bag was staring at her, sending a chill down her spine. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped up from nowhere, and with a whoosh, the plastic bag flew straight towards Wei Wan, smacking her in the face. A putrid stench assaulted her nostrils, and something unidentifiable, presumably excrement, smeared across her face. Wei Wan gasped, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Han Han's grandmother, witnessing this, also became frightened, both mother and daughter turning pale. "Hurry up!" Wei Wan, terrified and covered in goosebumps, gasped for air as she ran straight to Suzy Lamb's office. Suzy Lamb was looking over blueprints when Wei Wan burst in, about to throw herself into his arms. He frowned and took 2 steps back. Wei Wan, fully prepared to embrace him, stumbled and fell to the floor when he retreated. Wei Wan, clutching her nose, scrambled to her feet. "Suzy Lamb, what are you doing?" she demanded angrily. Han Han's grandmother rushed over. "Oh my goodness, Z Lamb. Wei Wan is your wife. How could you?" Suzy Lamb said coldly, "My wife? Throwing herself at me like that? Spare me." Wei Wan felt utterly humiliated. Just as she was about to retort, she caught sight of Tu Bao drawing someone, and her anger instantly dissipated. A shiver ran down Wei Wan's spine. Li Mai had been murdered by her years ago. How could Tu Bao know her face? Tu Bao sat upright in her chair, staring intently at Wei Wan. Swinging her little legs, she asked Li Chang, "Master, what's wrong with second aunt?" Li Chang shook his head. "She's beyond saving. Do you see the bird droppings on her face? She's been greeted by Li Mai. Her death chi is getting heavier and heavier. Tu Bao scrutinized Wei Wan's face. There's no poop, just a little stinky. Wei Wan was taken aback. Could that bag have actually contained excrement? Suzy Lam said coldly. If you two have nothing else to do, please leave. Don't disturb everyone's work. Without waiting for Han Han's grandmother to respond, two security guards dragged them out. As she was being dragged away, Wei Wan seethed with frustration. Tu Bao's drawing had not only frightened her, but also filled her with unease. How could Tu Bao possibly know? She told her mother to go home first. At the construction site, Wei Wan stealthily approached a bronze statue, inspecting it thoroughly. Seeing nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could turn around, she heard someone call her name. Wei Wan's face paled with terror, and she turned and fled. Behold, the woman chased by a plastic bag filled with bird droppings. Wei Wan was scared out of her wits. Tu Bao lay sprawled on the large window of the tea room upstairs, tilting her head as she watched the woman frantically running across the open ground in the distance. Xiao Wu, I think that's second aunt. Xiao Wu also tilted his head. Stupid. Tu Bao quickly corrected him. It's second aunt, not stupid. But Xiao Wu, amused, repeated, second aunt plus second aunt equals stupid. Tu Bao shook her head, disapproving of Xiao Wu. Wrong. Even if you get it wrong, it can't equal 250, slang for stupid. Xiao Wu tilted his head again. 2 plus 2 is equal to 5. Behind Tu Bao, two young women, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, so cute. The little girl is even doing math with the parrot. Whose child is she? The other woman said, I just went out. How did a child end up in our office? The first woman replied, it's Master Su's daughter. They pointed, and in the tea room, they saw Suzy Lam sweating as he prepared formula. He looked like a scientist conducting an experiment, carefully observing the measurements on the water cup. Just then, with a thwack, a plastic bag stuck to the window. Tu Bao exclaimed, Ugly Annie, you're back. The ghost Annie wailed, though no tears came. This is inhumane. Making a ghost work in broad daylight. Put me back in the gourd quick. It's so hot. I'm gonna melt. Li Chong, sprawled out basking in the sun, sighed dramatically. Don't worry, my dear. I won't let you die. You can't die from sunbathing. Tu Bao looked up at him. Master, don't lie. You'll get struck by lightning if you lie. Li Chong scoffed, about to retort, when a low rumble of thunder echoed through the clear blue sky. A tiny bolt of lightning flashed. Li Chong flinched. So effective. What a coincidence. Tu Bao raised her hand, her small palm pressing against the glass, clenching it tight. With a whoosh, the ghost Annie was sucked back into the gourd. Suzy Lam, having finished preparing the formula, handed it to Tu Bao. She accepted it with a sweet thank you. Although he had 2 children, he rarely spent time with them. He admitted to himself that he wasn't a good father. A pang of guilt struck him. He stroked Tu Bao's head, murmuring, Tu Bao, do you think your second uncle should divorce your second aunt? Tu Bao looked up at him. Why do people get married and then get divorced? I don't understand adults. They choose someone, and then they don't want them anymore. Suzy Lam was momentarily speechless. Because, at that time, your second aunt was pregnant with your brother Zishi, so we got married. It was only later that he realized he'd been drugged, his mind clouded. Tu Bao frowned, even more confused. But why was brother Zishi in second aunt's belly? Did second uncle like second aunt? Suzy Lam shook his head. No. Tu Bao's face turned serious, adopting a grown-up demeanor. Second uncle didn't like second aunt, but second aunt had brother Zishi. Is second uncle a bad man like they say? Suzy Lam gaped, at a loss for words. Tu Bao, understandingly, patted his shoulder. It's okay, second uncle. Tu Bao understands. Suzy Lam stared blankly. No, what do you understand? He was about to explain when Su Yixing arrived. Tu Bao, are you bored here? Fifth uncle will take you to the construction site to play. Suzy Lam disagreed. The construction site is dangerous. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Su Yixing brushed him off. Tu Bao isn't unauthorized personnel. She's the little CO, you know. Tu Bao nodded vigorously. That's right. Tu Bao isn't unauthorized personnel. With that, the two of them left for the construction site. Suddenly, Tu Bao pointed at the statue in the center of the square. Fifth uncle, what's that? I think second aunt was playing over there earlier. Su Yixing glanced at it. That's the phoenix statue. Your second uncle designed it. Li Chong, floating nearby, whispered to Tu Bao. There's something hidden inside that statue. Ask your fifth uncle if he has a hammer. We'll smash it open and take a look. Tu Bao tilted her little face up and asked Su Yixing, Fifth uncle, do you have a really, really big hammer? Can I see it? Su Yixing's eyes lit up. Don't let fifth uncle fool you. Let me tell you, on this entire construction site? Whose tools are the most complete? Mine, of course. Fifth uncle has 4,000 hammers. All different kinds. Li Chong, seeing that Tu Bao hadn't returned, asked what they were doing. Tu Bao, without even turning around, replied, looking at hammers. Li Chong floated over, pointing for Tu Bao. Little Tu Bao, use that hammer to smash that bronze statue. Su Yisheng, seeing Tu Bao fiddling with the sledgehammer, asked, Tu Bao, do you like that? That's a heavy-duty demolition hammer. It's very powerful. Tu Bao said excitedly. Fifth uncle, can I try using it? Oh! Su Yisheng momentarily forgot about the incident where Tu Bao bent the iron bar. His first reaction was that she wouldn't be able to lift it. However, they only heard her let out a yell, then swing the sledgehammer with all her might. Crash! The hammer slammed into the statue. She muttered something as she swung. Immediately afterward, a crashing sound echoed from within the statue, something falling with a thud, dust billowing everywhere. Su Yisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This 4-year-old girl had actually smashed the statue with a sledgehammer. As the dust settled, a pair of pale hands were revealed inside the shattered statue, fingers contorted as if clutching something tightly. In their grasp was a small package wrapped in cement paper. Suzy Lam quickly scooped up Tu Bao, shielding her eyes. Su Yisheng immediately told his older brother to take Tu Bao home. Tu Bao protested, I don't want to go. Before she could finish, Suzy Lam interrupted. Be good, Tu Bao. This isn't a place for children. Go home and play with Grandma. Second uncle and fifth uncle have some things to take care of. Remember, if the police ask, just say that fifth uncle accidentally broke the statue. Tu Bao looked confused. Really? But the police aren't bad people. Why should we lie to them? Suzy Lam was momentarily speechless. Just listen to second uncle, he finally said. Tu Bao nodded obediently. Okay, back at home, Tu Bao quietly asked her master, why did we have to lie to the policeman? He wasn't a bad person. Li Chong, floating in midair, holding something in his hand, casually replied, the policeman isn't bad, but we can't rule out the possibility of bad people overhearing. Think about it. What if someone found out about your strength and captured you for experiments? Hearing this, Tu Bao looked at the apple in her grandmother's hand with alarm, waving her hands frantically. I don't want to be cut open. Grandma Su, having just finished peeling the apple, heard Tu Bao and replied, yes, we won't cut it. We won't cut it. You can eat the whole thing. It wasn't until her grandmother offered her the apple that Tu Bao realized she was talking about cutting the apple into smaller pieces. Seeing the little girl's bewildered expression, the old woman couldn't help but smile. Li Chong summoned the ghost Annie from the gourd, asking, why were your hands there? The ghost Annie wailed mournfully, I was beaten to death that day, and my hands were broken. Sadly, I wasn't properly buried. Because I was missing my hands, I feared I wouldn't be whole and couldn't reincarnate, so I've been wandering all these years. Li Chong, while looking at a notebook, asked, so, do you know that the packet of salt Wei Wan asked you to give Suzy Lam wasn't actually salt? The ghost auntie remained silent, a vague understanding dawning in her mind. Wei Wan had likely wanted to take advantage of Suzy Lam being drugged to get pregnant with his child and secure her position in the Su family. Li Chong sneered, good deeds bring good fortune, and sowing the wind reaps the whirlwind. It's because you did such a heartless thing that you ended up like this. But don't worry, as long as the police get Wei Wan's fingerprints on that oil paper, she's finished. Nearby, Tu Bao was diligently eating her apple. Grandma sutir felieri. Tu Bao, eat slowly. Grandma will go to the kitchen and get you some hibiscus egg pancakes. Tu Bao diplit oberini. Tangzu, grandma. With no adults left in the living room, Tu Bao suddenly tilted her head and stuffed the apple peel into Xiao Wu's beak, saying, here's a fart for you. Xiao Wu shook his head, flinging the peel to the floor, squawking, stinky, stinky, so stinky. Just as she was giggling, a cold voice echoed in her head. What kind of little girl talks about farts and poo all the time? What will people think if they hear you? Wei Wan had just entered, her heart filled with resentment, her eyes full of disdain. It was because of this child that her relationship with Zi Lam had suddenly deteriorated to this point. The smile on Tu Bao's face vanished. Second aunt, she greeted. Wei Wan frowned. Don't call me second aunt. Our family is truly unlucky to have a child like you. Tu Bao couldn't help but recall her grandparents' words. calling her a jinx, bringing bad luck to everyone she met. Tu Bao said seriously, people have bad luck because their shadows are distorted. It has nothing to do with Tu Bao. Before, every time Grandpa, Grandma, or Dad had bad luck, their shadows were distorted. Hearing this, Wei Wan flew into a rage. Is that how you talk to adults? I'm disciplining you, so you should listen obediently. I'm disciplining you for your own good. Tu Bao retorted. Second, Aunt only wants what's good for herself, not for Tu Bao. Wei Wan fumed. This little brat dared to talk back to her. Suddenly remembering that today was the 10th, and her in-laws were at the nursing home, she realized this was a perfect opportunity to discipline the child. She strode towards Tu Bao. Tu Bao, come here. Tu Bao shook her head, her eyes wide with apprehension as she looked at Wei Wan's face, shadowed by a dark aura, then grabbed Xiao Wu and ran. Wei Wan froze, stunned that the child dared to flee. Stop right there, she yelled furiously. As she ran, Tu Bao called back, only fools stop. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Grandma Su emerged carrying a bowl of steamed eggs. Aunt Wu, the housekeeper, said, Madam, let me do these things. Grandma Su shook her head. Tu Bao has finally come home. I want to do this for her myself. Just then, a small figure darted in, with Grandma Su in pursuit. Wei Wan's voice, laced with a chilling undertone, echoed after her. Tu Bao, you can't escape. Grandma Su's face hardened as Wei Wan entered the kitchen and came face to face with her. Wei Wan stammered, Mother, why are you here? I didn't expect you to be here. Grandma Su, showing no warmth, said coldly, taking advantage of my absence to bully Tu Bao, are you? Wei Wan hastily explained. Tu Bao was throwing apple cores around, so I was just disciplining her a little. But she wouldn't listen and talk back to me, so I chased her in here. Tu Bao quickly interjected, I didn't talk back. Grandma Su ripped off her oven mitts and threw them in Wei Wan's face. Do you think I believe you? Bullying Tu Bao right in front of me. Get out! From today onwards, the Su family has no daughter-in-law like you. Wei Wan's eyes reddened, her teeth gritted. Just you wait, spoil her all you want. You'll regret it someday. With that, she stormed off, fuming. Little brat, she thought. Knowing full well her grandmother was in the kitchen, she deliberately provoked me and ran in there. So young, yet so manipulative. Grandma Su watched Wei Wan's retreating figure, her own anger simmering. What a piece of work. Can't even discipline her own child, and tries to discipline my Tu Bao. Tu Bao reached out and patted her grandmother's hand. Don't be angry, Grandma. Just then, Han Han's cries echoed through the villa. Grandma Su told Tu Bao to eat first and went to see what was happening. Wei Wan was comforting Han Han. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, fearing her mother-in-law's anger was genuine and that she might actually be kicked out. She said to Han Han, go and sweet-talk your grandma. Apologize to her. If Grandma really kicks Mommy out, no one will love you anymore. Just at that moment, Aunt Wu wheeled Grandma Su into Han Han's room. Grandma Su glanced at Han Han, perhaps still angry, or perhaps simply tired of Han Han's constant crying. She said to Aunt Wu, get her a basin. Let her cry until it's full. She's not allowed to stop until then. Han Han trembled, already starting to feel frightened and hesitant to cry further, but then she heard her mother defending her. Mother, what are you doing? You're scaring Han Han. So Han Han burst into tears again. The old woman said coldly, don't call me mother. Get out. Giving Wei Wan no time to react, she immediately ordered someone to throw all her belongings outside. After Wei Wan was kicked out, Han Han, terrified, quickly stopped crying. However, Grandma Su's anger still simmered. You like to cry, don't you? Keep crying then. You're not allowed to stop until you fill this basin with tears. She's stubborn, and so am I. I don't believe I can't cure her of this whining habit. Han Han, truly frightened, burst into tears again. She cried and squeezed her eyes, tears splashing into the basin. Between sobs, she hiccuped, Grandma, I really can't cry anymore. I'm thirsty. I want to drink water. Aunt Wu, standing beside them, couldn't help but smile. Miss, have a sip of water. Grandma Su es norte. All right, Aunt Wu, don't spoil her too much. Let her reflect on her behavior. Anan vin period. Before, whenever she cried, her mother would give her whatever she wanted. Now her mother was gone, and her grandmother didn't care about her either. It seemed crying wasn't such a good tactic after all. At her most helpless moment, a small figure approached. Tu Bao offered her a lollipop. Here you go, sister. Han Han sniffed, turning her head away. Don't try to bribe me. Tu Bao immediately put the lollipop back in her pocket. Fine, then I won't give it to you. T-section stund hon hon. Tu Bao asked curiously, Sister, your basin still needs a lot of tears. If you don't fill it, Grandma won't let you eat, right? Why don't you cry a little more? Han Han pursed her lips, and tears started to fall again. So, while crying, Han Han said, Then you hold the basin for me, so my tears don't fall on the floor. The two children fumbled about. Han Han said, What do we do? I don't think I can cry anymore. Tu Bao immediately picked up the glass of water on the table. Sister, drink some more water. Tears come from water in your eyes, Tu Bao explained. Han Han gulped down the entire glass. After finishing, she encouraged herself. Okay, let's try again. Su Yisheng arrived home with his two sons. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw Han Han crying and hiccuping, while Tu Bao held the basin to catch her tears. Tu Bao continuously encouraged her. Come on, sister. The three of them were bewildered. What are you two doing? Tu Bao turned around and quickly explained. Grandma told Sister Han Han to cry and fill the basin. She can't stop until it's full. We're trying our best. Han Han looked pitifully at Su Yisheng. Uncle, I really can't cry anymore. Can you ask Grandma to give me a smaller basin? Or maybe just a cup? Suzy Lam, the more mathematically inclined of the brothers, thought for a moment and walked over to Han Han. The average person cries about 5 milliliters of tears in a good cry. To fill this wash basin, you'd need at least 10 liters. Even if you cried that much every time, it would take you 2,000 days, not even accounting for evaporation. You could cry for 5 years and still not fill it. En tremblade. What should I do? I can't cry anymore. Wei Wan, pulling her suitcase and looking haggard, arrived at her mother's house. Her mother looked at her in surprise. What are you doing? Wei Wan recounted how Grandma Su had kicked her out. After listening, her mother flew into a rage. What kind of person is she? Interfering in other people's family affairs. She's a homewrecker. A moment later, Wei Wan calmed down. But Zi Lam is making a fuss about divorce. What if I really get kicked out? Won't all my years of effort be wasted? Maybe I should go beg her tonight. For my sake, I can even endure humiliation. Her mother glared at her. Beg her? It's always been because you're too easygoing that you've been bullied like this. You should wait for them to come and beg you. Wei Wan hesitated. Beg me? How is that possible? Her mother insisted. Why not? Han Han will definitely make a scene when she's separated from you. How will the Su family handle that? Just wait and see. In less than 2 days, they'll definitely beg you to come back. Let them realize they can't live without you. Then see if they still dare to mention divorce. Her mother spoke with conviction. Wei Wan was still undecided, but she felt her mother's words made sense, and she felt somewhat reassured. Without her mother by her side that evening, Han Han truly cried her eyes red. But thinking about how no matter how much she cried, she couldn't fill the basin, she didn't dare to wail loudly anymore. Aunt Wu, seeing the pitiful girl, tried to comfort her. Little miss, go to sleep early. Everything will be all right when you wake up tomorrow morning. Han Han suddenly turned, grabbed a pillow, and threw it straight at Aunt Wu's face. You're not my mom. I don't need you to care about me. Get out. Aunt Wu, helpless, had to leave the room. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw Grandma Su standing outside, Tu Bao in her pajamas beside her. Seeing Aunt Wu emerge, Grandma Su immediately asked, Is Han Han still sulking? Aunt Wu replied, Madam, she's a little better now. Please don't be angry anymore. She's just a child. Grandma Su es nortez. It's precisely because she's a child that she needs to be taught a lesson. If she's not disciplined now, what will become of her when she grows up? Suddenly, Tu Bao walked to the door, poked her head in, and seriously asked Han Han, Sister, are you scared to sleep alone? There are ghosts at night. How about Tu Bao sleeps with you? Han Han's eyes widened in fear. How could you scare me like that? You're mean. Go away. Go away. Thump. Han Han threw her teddy bear at the door. Tu Bao Berlin get innocenti. I'm telling the truth. There really are ghosts. Seeing this, Grandma Su patted Tu Bao's head. Go back to your room and rest. And don't mind Han Han anymore. So Tu Bao returned to her room and lay sprawled on her bed. Li Chong suddenly appeared in front of her. Little backpack, how about Master teaches you some magic today? The kind where you just go whoosh and shoot out a fireball. Tu Bao asked suspiciously. Master, Tu Bao isn't a 3-year-old anymore. I understand things now. How can people shoot fireballs? Seeing Tu Bao's disbelief, Li Chong continued. Opening the celestial eye is one thing. Some people are naturally gifted. Their celestial eye never closes. But magic is different. This requires theoretical practice. Some Taoists can't even conjure a spark their entire lives and can only rely on talismans. It's normal that you don't believe me. It seems little Tu Bao probably won't be able to do it either. Tu Bao knew her master was deliberately provoking her. She wasn't easily fooled. Hearing this, her whole being radiated defiance. He thought to himself, she's clearly just a 4-year-old. Why is she so hard to convince? Unexpectedly, Tu Bao felt he was talking too much. It would be better to just conjure a fireball directly. Once he did, she would believe him. The corners of Li Chang's mouth twitched, feigning helplessness. Although I'm very powerful, I'm still just a ghost. At this moment, Tu Bao finally understood. It turned out her master couldn't do it either. Li Chang, feeling exposed, hurriedly explained, Hey, what kind of way is that to talk? What do you mean, master can't do it? I'm afraid of scaring you. What if the power is too great and I burn off your hair, turning you into a little baldy? Seeing that Tu Bao still wanted to ask, Li Chang quickly interrupted. All right. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Master will recite it for you once. Learn it if you want or don't. Come on, repeat after me. Li Chang made up a string of incantations on the spot, then asked Tu Bao, Did you learn it? Tu Bao bowed respectfully. Master, could you recite it a little slower? This 3.5-year-old girl, who had taken on a master, not only opened her celestial eye, but also learned mystic arts. The ancients had a saying, teaching a student surpasses the master. Teaching a student is self-harm. Tu Bao felt this saying perfectly described the master in front of her. So, she said with dissatisfaction, Master, could you recite it a little slower? Meanwhile, Han, who had never been separated from her mother since she was young, was now hugging her blanket and sobbing, her mother not by her side. While crying, she rubbed her eyes with her hands. Noticing tears, she was about to grab a cup to collect them. Suddenly, a white shadow flitted past. Han stared after it in fear, thinking, what was that just now? Could there really be ghosts? Suddenly, another white shadow appeared in front of her, reaching out and lunging towards her. Han screamed in terror. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open, and Tu Bao's voice rang out. Han didn't understand what her little sister was saying. She only saw a ball of fire whoosh from Tu Bao's hand, hitting the white shadow. A scream followed, and the white shadow flew out in panic. Li Chang told Tu Bao, this is an evil ghost. It turned out that ghosts were also classified into different levels. Those that could only wander the earth and couldn't do anything were called lonely souls and wild ghosts. Those that carried resentment and died unjustly were called vengeful ghosts. Vengeful ghosts were very fierce, and sometimes they could actively appear for people to see and could even kill people. Above vengeful ghosts were evil ghosts. Evil ghosts were the most ferocious among the unjustly dead souls, carrying intense obsessions. There were many types of evil ghosts, all formed by human love, hatred, greed, and anger. For example, the crybaby ghost, the timid ghost, the stingy ghost. Tu Bao seemed to understand. Because her older sister liked to cry, she attracted the crybaby ghost. Li Chang looked at Tu Bao and continued, people who cry a lot are prone to attracting crybaby ghosts. Han, standing beside them, felt her head buzzing. Completely terrified, she trembled as she walked to Tu Bao's side and burst into tears in her arms. Tu Bao gently comforted her. Be good, Sister Han, don't be afraid. Tu Bao has driven the ghost away. After saying that, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly told her sister not to cry. Sister, wait a moment. Tu Bao will get you a glass of water. So many tears. We must collect them. They can't be wasted. So Han tried to hold back her tears and hurriedly said, Okay, hurry up. Tu Bao rushed to get a glass, but by the time the glass was brought in front of her, Han had already shed 2 tears. The 2 little girls looked at each other, and Tu Bao hesitantly said, How about you try squeezing out some more? Han pursed her lips and, while she was still emotional, tried to squeeze out more tears. Finally, Tu Bao, feeling sleepy, climbed onto the bed. Sister, how about we lie in bed and cry? It'll save energy, and who knows, maybe we'll cry more. Li Chang, standing beside them, twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed helplessly. The next morning, Grandma Su drove her electric wheelchair to Tu Bao's door and gently knocked. Tu Bao, are you awake? Grandpa is waiting for you to draw. Grandma Su gently pushed the door open, and her expression suddenly changed. The room was empty, not a soul in sight. She cried out in alarm, Hurry up, Tu Bao is missing. Little Five, who was dozing, suddenly stretched his neck and, not afraid to add to the chaos, shouted, "Kidnapping! Someone kidnapped a child!" Hearing Grandma Sue's loud cry, Sue, Yisheng hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Grandma Sue tried to stay calm, her face full of worry. Tu Bao is gone. The parrot said someone kidnapped a child. Su Yisheng immediately instructed the housekeeper to check the security cameras and told the maid to ask around if anyone had heard anything early that morning. After giving his instructions, he took out his phone to make a call. At this moment, a soft voice came from behind. "Uncle, what are you looking for?" Tu Bao, holding a cloth doll in one arm, rubbed her eyes with the other and yawned. Everyone was stunned. Why did Tu Bao run to Han Han's room? Moreover, why was Han Han up so early and not acting spoiled or whiny? After the two children finished breakfast, Tu Bao took out her drawing paper and gave it to Han Han. "Sister, here you go." Han Han turned her head and snorted. "You keep it, I don't need it." Despite saying so, she still accepted it. Tu Bao was surprised. "Didn't you say you didn't need it?" Han Han stubbornly replied, "My paper isn't white enough, so I'll just use yours for now." A moment later, Grandpa Sue came over and asked, "What are you two drawing today?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and made a video call to Academician Lao. Tu Bao held up her drawing and her sister's. "Grandpa, can you see clearly? This is the drawing that I drew with my sister. Both of you drew very well. Can I post it online?" Tu Bao turned to look at Han Han, and seeing her nod in agreement, said, "We don't mind." So Tu Bao handed the drawing to Academician Lao to take a picture himself. Han Han stood beside them, her eyes shining brightly. It turned out being praised felt like this. Apart from her mother, no one had ever praised her before. Her mother always said Tu Bao was a bad child, but now she felt that her mother was wrong. Wei Wan, because Tu Bao wouldn't play with her, wanted to persuade Han Han to isolate Tu Bao together. Having been kicked out of the Su family home, Wei Wan was unwilling to give up and lingered outside. From the moment she heard that Han Han wasn't going to school, she went to the kindergarten to look for her, and then to the Su family home. Suddenly, Wei Wan saw Han Han playing with Tu Bao and felt extremely uncomfortable. Such an obedient child playing with Tu Bao. Wouldn't she be led astray? Thinking this, she called out loudly, "Han Han, Mommy is here to pick you up." Han Han was playing a fish-catching game with Tu Bao, and hearing her mother's voice, turned her head. "I think I heard Mommy calling." Tu Bao immediately covered Han Han's ears. "No, you heard wrong." Tu Bao glanced at Wei Wan standing outside the gate, sensing that her deathly aura was getting heavier and heavier, so she couldn't let Han Han go over there. She pulled Han Han's hand. "Come on, there's a monster behind us." Hearing this, Han Han immediately remembered the ghost from last night, and, without looking back, ran even faster than Tu Bao, shouting as she ran, "I don't want to be caught by a monster." Wei Wan was so angry she could barely breathe. It was definitely because of that shameless Tu Bao that Han Han was being corrupted. That evening, during dinner, Grandpa Sue, worried that Tu Bao was bored staying at home all day, suggested that the whole family go camping in the park the next day. Tu Bao asked doubtfully, "What is camping?" Grandpa Sue smiled and explained, "Camping means we'll go to a wild place to sleep overnight." Tu Bao became even more puzzled. "We clearly have a house. Why do we have to sleep outside?" Hearing this, Suzy, she burst out laughing and looked at Tu Bao with disdain. "What a country bumpkin." Grandpa Sue glared at him. "What did you say? Come here." Suzy, she stuck out his tongue. "The Emperor has spoken. Gotta run." Grandpa Sue shook his head helplessly. His second son's two children, neither of them were easy to handle. Shui, who had been following Academician Lao's account, discovered he had posted a new Weibo. Not only did he post Tu Bao's drawing, but he also posted Han Han's. Shui-er's mother said angrily, "What the heck is this? The Su family is truly unreasonable. Spending money to promote Tu Bao isn't enough. Now they're dragging Han Han into it too. If they want to boo someone, they should just say it outright." Shui-er's mother grumbled indignantly. "This position should rightfully belong to our Shui-er." Shui-er sat silently by the side and softly asked her mother, "Is it because I spoke ill of Tu Bao that day?" She still felt guilty about being exposed for lying in front of everyone. Shui-er's mother comforted her daughter. "Don't overthink it, it's not your fault." Seeing her daughter's dejected look, Shui-er's mother said, "Tomorrow is the weekend. You can skip your extra classes. Mom and Dad will take you camping to relax. Don't think about it anymore." Hearing this, Shui-er's face brightened considerably. The next day, Grandma Sue looked at the whole family gathered together happily, and couldn't help but sigh. If Tu Bao hadn't come back, perhaps our Sue family would never have been able to reunite like this. Just then, Tu Bao ran to her grandmother and handed her a flower. Grandma, this is a wishing flower that Tu Bao just found. Here you go. On the other side, Su Xing and Su Zilin were setting up the tent, driving stakes into the ground. The stake went into the ground a short distance, but then they couldn't drive it in any further. Su Xing scratched his head. Where's my hammer? Just then, Tu Bao came running over carrying the toolbox. Fifth uncle, the hammer is here. Su Zilin remained silent. Going camping and bringing a whole toolbox? Tu Bao is the first person I've ever seen do that. Tu Bao gazed at the gleaming row of hammers, her eyes sparkling. Su Xing chuckled. So what do you think? Pretty impressive set of hammers, huh? Tu Bao nodded enthusiastically. Super impressive. Su Xing puffed up with pride. Do you like them, Tu Bao? Mimicking Su Xing's tone, Tu Bao chirped. Super duper like them. Su Yisheng, standing a short distance away, felt his lips twitch. He suspected his adorable little niece was being corrupted. What kind of little girl liked hammers? Second uncle, Tu Bao asked. Where do you need the stakes hammered? I can help you. Su Zilin, still half asleep, vaguely gestured towards a spot. And so, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of bang bang from the little girl, the four corners of the tent were securely staked into the ground. Just then, a car pulled up to the plot of land the Su family had chosen for their campsite. Shui, hopping out of the car, was surprised to see Su Yisheng already there. She quickly extended her hand. Uncle Su, she chirped. You're here too. Shui-er's mother, seeing a golden opportunity to cozy up to the Su family, said to her daughter, why don't we set up camp here as well? Shui-er beamed. Yes, I want to play with Tu Bao. However, Su Yisheng's response was coolly dismissive. Our family is quite large. I'm afraid there isn't any space left. His meaning was clear. They weren't welcome. Shui-er's father shifted uncomfortably. He glanced at a vacant patch of land a little further away. It's all right, we can set up over there. We'll still be close by, so it will be easy to visit back and forth. Feigning obliviousness to the adults' awkward exchange, Shui-er approached Tu Bao. What are you playing? Come on, let me take you to play with Hawen. Tu Bao, finding Shui-er's saccharine smile unsettlingly similar to her stepmother's, declared, I don't want to play with you. With that, she scooped up her toolbox and turned away. Shui-er stood dumbfounded. She hadn't even brought up being snubbed from the birthday party. How could Tu Bao treat her like this? Remembering that Han Han disliked Tu Bao, Shui-er pulled Han Han aside, hoping to ostracize Tu Bao and see what she would do then. To her surprise, Han Han scoffed. Who wants to play with her? Who does she think she is? And with that, she ran towards Tu Bao. Completely ignored, Shui-er retreated to the riverbank. Rubbing her eyes and sniffling, she asked Hawen, Hawen, what did I do wrong? Why don't Tu Bao and Han Han want to play with me? Hawen, however, told her to go home and cry and not bother him. He then stood up and walked away, heading towards Tu Bao. Shui-er's lips tightened, feeling increasingly wronged and unjustly treated. Why was everyone seeking out Tu Bao, leaving her all alone? Just then, she heard someone call her name from behind. The woman, resentful that her in-laws wouldn't allow her to take her daughter, had wickedly manipulated her daughter into a scheme to make them regret their decision. Wei Wan, having lured Shui-er over, lied about having an argument with Grandma Su and asked Shui-er to fetch Han Han, instructing her to keep it a secret. At Tu Bao's birthday party, Shui-er's mother had instructed her to ingratiate herself with Aunt Wei Wan. Therefore, she readily agreed and ran over to Han Han, whispering in her ear. Han Han looked suspiciously in the direction Shui-er indicated, and sure enough, saw her mother standing among the trees, beckoning her. Despite everything, Han Han was still Wei Wan's daughter. Having grown up with her, she still harbored some affection for her mother. She ran over and threw herself into Wei Wan's arms, crying, Mommy! Wei Wan's eyes welled up. My poor little girl, I haven't seen you for 2 whole days. You must have missed me so much. Have you been eating and sleeping well these past 2 days? She asked. Han Han shook her head. Grandpa and Grandma said I have to eat when it's time to eat, and if I miss it, I don't get to eat anymore. Wei Wan clucked her tongue. How could they be so heartless? Then, she coaxed her daughter, Han Han. Come on, let's go home to Grandma's house. Han Han hesitated for a moment, then looked up at her mother. I don't want to go. I want to play here. Wei Wan was taken aback. Her daughter, who usually clung to her like a shadow, was refusing to leave. Her face immediately fell. How could Han Han still be so reluctant to leave after they treated her this way? Thinking this, Wei Wan put on a pitiful expression and said to Han Han, Don't you need mommy anymore? These words, for most children, would have been a devastating blow. But Han Han pulled her hand away from Wei Wan and said firmly, I want to play here. Why don't you ever let me choose, Mommy? Seeing her mother's anger, Han Han burst into tears. Hearing the crying, everyone in the Su household rushed over. Su Zilin coldly snapped at Wei Wan. Have you not caused enough trouble? Seeing that she'd been discovered, Wei Wan dropped the pretense and retorted loudly. What did I do? I'm her mother. Can't I visit my own daughter? She then grabbed Han Han's hand. You want to play here, right? Then Mommy will stay and play with you. Han Han struggled to free herself from her mother's grip, crying, I don't want to. I want to play with Tu Bao. Hearing this, Wei Wan's resentment towards Tu Bao intensified. That sly child had barely returned and was already ruining her marriage. You're still playing with her? She's a bad influence on you. Wei Wan scolded. And your grandparents wouldn't let you eat dinner. That's child abuse. When you grow up, don't ever care about them. Remember, only Mommy loves you. Only Mommy treats you well. When you grow up, you can only be good to Mommy. Wei Wan's harsh tone frightened Han Han, and she wailed even louder. Just then, another hand reached out and took hold of the little girl's. Suzy Lin had decided to wrest Han Han from Wei Wan's grasp. Han Han felt like she was being torn in two. Wei Wan yelled, let go. You're hurting Han Han, but her grip only tightened. Suzy Lin, however, released his hold. At that moment, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he answered, speaking with Suzy Lin. Wei Wan felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding as she listened to him speak. Suzy Lin stared at Wei Wan, his voice cold as he spoke into the phone. Come here. Tu Bao looked at Wei Wan with wary, questioning eyes. Why were there so many black marks appearing on her aunt? Beside her, Li Chang explained. You can still see them? I didn't expect them to self-punish when it's not even their death day. Tu Bao asked innocently. What self-punish? Li Chang replied, it's like suicide. I'm guessing Wei Wan heard the police are coming and realized her crimes are exposed, so she wants to make her children regret it. Hearing Suzy Lin mention the police, Wei Wan knew her misdeeds were about to be revealed. She decided to use Han Han to threaten the Su family. Tu Bao immediately looked at Wei Wan and shouted, Aunt Wei Wan wants to take Sister Han Han with her to commit suicide. Wei Wan's face paled. She hadn't expected Tu Bao to expose her intentions. In a flash, she grabbed Han Han and ran towards the lake. Grandma Su cried out in alarm. Quickly, stop her. But the Su brothers had already anticipated Wei Wan's plan. They reacted swiftly, blocking her path. Wei Wan tightened her grip around Han Han's neck and screamed, Stay back. That was 6 years ago. Why won't you let it go? I just wanted to be the second young mistress of the Su family. What did I do wrong? Just then a car drove past. Wei Wan recklessly darted into the road. Han Han still clutched in her arms. Suzy Lin gasped. At that very moment, Tu Bao grabbed a toy shovel she'd been playing with and hurled it at Wei Wan's head. The shovel hit its mark, and Wei Wan stumbled and fell to the ground. I only used a little bit of strength, Tu Bao explained, worried she'd be scolded. She promised her eldest brother not to use her powers in front of others. But Su Yisheng simply ruffled her hair, muttering that Wei Wan deserved it. Just then, the wail of police sirens could be heard in the distance. Several police officers stepped out of the car and walked directly towards Wei Wan. With stern faces, they announced, Wei Wan, you are suspected of murder 6 years ago. We now have sufficient evidence and will be arresting you according to the law. Wei Wan was startled. There was no evidence 6 years ago, and there's even less chance of there being any now. The officer presented a document. We found your fingerprints on the paper bag in Li Mai's hand. Inside the bag was money. After investigating the serial numbers on the bills, we discovered this money was withdrawn by you from the Lon County Bank 6 years ago. First, you hired someone to drug Mr. Suzy Lin, and then you silenced the witness. The evidence is clear. Please come with us to the station. Wei Wan was stunned. After so long, how could they still find evidence? As she was escorted to the police car, Wei Wan clung to the window, pleading with Suzy Lin. Zilin, Han Han is still young. She can't live without her mother. The police officer inquired about the injury on the back of Wei Wan's neck. Su Yisheng pointed at Suzy Lin. Just now, there was a struggle. Wei Wan wanted to jump into the lake with our daughter. My younger brother was anxious and hit her. Suzy Lin, hearing this, froze for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, I hit her. The officer, while taking notes, asked, What did you hit her with? Suzy Lin silently picked up the toy shovel from the ground. The officer looked at the shovel, dumbfounded. Are you sure this toy could cause such an injury? Suzy Lin firmly stated, I'm sure. Finally, after finishing his notes, the officer left, taking the toy shovel with him. Tu Bao stared blankly, as the police car drove away. Her toy shovel was gone. Sorry, little shovel. Tu Bao didn't mean to abandon you. Li Changpiao, standing beside her, glanced in the direction of Tu Bao's gaze. It was just a toy shovel. Even if the police hadn't taken it, it was already dirty. Seeing Tu Bao's regretful expression, the Su family assumed she was upset from witnessing the arrest. Han Han had already been taken elsewhere. Grandma Su asked Tu Bao with concern. Tu Bao, are you all right? Tu Bao shook her head. I'm fine. Out with the old, in with the new. Hearing this, Suzy Lin silently vowed. There won't be any new. He wouldn't look for anyone else for the rest of his life. The matter was finally over. Su Yufei gently patted Tu Bao's head. Tu Bao, don't think about it anymore. Come on, third uncle will take you to eat something delicious. Tu Bao lifted her small face and asked, anything? Even barbecue? Grandma Su quickly cautioned. Tu Bao, only one skewer, okay? Barbecued food is very hot. You can't eat too much. Suzy Lin pushed Grandma Su's wheelchair towards them. Tu Bao looked dejectedly at the barbecue, bidding farewell to each skewer in her mind. Su Yufei spoke up beside Grandma Su. Mom, if Tu Bao wants to eat something, let her have a little. If she gets heaty, eighth brother will take care of it. Little Five, upon hearing eighth brother, shook his head and squawked, eighth brother, blooming bum. Su Yisheng, walking towards the riverbank, nearly tripped. He glared helplessly at the parrot. At this moment, Shuai came over with a strawberry cake and asked Tu Bao, Tu Bao, do you want to eat cake with me? It's delicious. In this world, no child could resist the allure of strawberry cake, and no one could refuse Shuai. Yet, Tu Bao turned her head and said, no thanks, I don't want any. I want to save room for third uncle's barbecue. Shuai felt embarrassed and asked with a hurt tone, don't you like me? Tu Bao looked seriously at Shuai and nodded firmly. Right? I told you last time. Why don't you remember? Shuai, having never been rejected so bluntly, ran off, shouting, Tu Bao is mean. You're bullying me. No one noticed the slight rustling of the bushes not far away, the shadows shifting subtly. A dark figure crawled through the grass, raising its head, its face smeared with watermelon juice. The child reached out a hand, clawing towards the Su family. The back of the child's hand was covered in crisscrossing scars, giving it the appearance of a demonic child. Li Chang finally found his opportunity, hovering near Tu Bao as she gnawed on a skewer. Tu Bao, it's time for your lesson. Tu Bao groaned upon hearing this. Master is so long-winded. Whenever there's free time, you make me study, and you only teach me things I don't understand. Despite her complaints, Li Chang continued his lecture. It's alright if you don't understand now. You'll naturally understand when you need to use it later. Today, Master will teach you about the mystical arts of Xianmen, also known as the arts of mountain, medicine, destiny, and divination. Mountain refers to cultivating in the mountains, including alchemy, talismans, spells, formations, and so on. Medicine is easier to understand. Traditional medicine, astrology, witchcraft, all fall under the category of medicine. Tu Bao's little ears perked up. Witchcraft? Does that mean Tu Bao has to learn how to jump on altars? Tu Bao doesn't want to learn that. The police will take me away. Li Chang was speechless, staring at the child before him. Where did you learn that nonsense? Jumping on altars, indeed. Tu Bao explained seriously. A while ago, when Papa Lin Feng took me out, we saw someone who was mentally ill. He claimed to be a god and jumped onto an altar. Then the police took him away. Li Chang thought to himself, it's no wonder someone like that got arrested. But skilled witches and sorcerers often only need to move a few fingers. He patiently continued his lesson. Anyway, you just need to know that after learning this, you can cure Grandma's illness. Tu Bao immediately sat up straight, as obedient as a model student. Tu Bao wants to learn. Tu Bao wants to save Grandma. Seeing the child listening attentively, a smug smile played on Li Chang's lips. It was time to properly educate Tu Bao. When he mentioned dream interpretation, Tu Bao raised her hand. I know about fortune-telling and dream interpretation. I almost got arrested for that, too. That time I went out with Papa, there was a blind man who said he wanted to read my fortune. Then the police came, and he ran away, losing his shoes. Her small face was filled with confusion. Master, can you teach me something that won't get me arrested by the police? Hearing this, Li Chang couldn't help but laugh. Where on earth did you go with your temporary Papa? All sorts of strange things. Tu Bao also recalled the past. I don't know either. Papa just said he was going to buy cigarettes, and told me to wait there. I waited and waited for a very long time, but he never came back. In the end, a police officer took me home. Could it be that Lin Feng hadn't taken her out to play, but had intended to abandon her? Li Chang's indifferent expression suddenly turned serious. Did you really just stand there and wait? Tu Bao nodded. I stood on those bricks piled up on all four sides, very obediently, and didn't run around. But Papa still forgot about me. As she spoke, the smile on Tu Bao's small face gradually faded, and she whispered, Master, Papa actually wanted to abandon me, didn't he? Actually, I knew. When Papa turned his back and walked away, I knew I had been abandoned. Li Chang was momentarily speechless. What a silly child. He patted Tu Bao's head with heartache. From now on, if someone doesn't want you, you don't need them either, understand? Those who abandon you are never worthy of forgiveness, and they don't deserve your love. Tu Bao nodded, pretending to understand. Soon after, a bright smile returned to her small face. Children's moods were truly as changeable as the weather. Then, Master, teach me traditional medicine. I know that traditional medicine won't get me arrested by the police, and it can even get me on TV. Li Chang couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. How could she not mention getting arrested by the police for 3 sentences? What was this about being on TV? He asked casually. What TV? Tu Bao said excitedly. Those programs that sell miracle cures. I only learned about traditional medicine after watching those programs. Tu Bao immediately mimicked the lines from the advertisement, reciting them to Li Chang. Finished, she tilted her head and asked, Master, what does impotent mean? Li Chang's lips twitched. He improvised, it means when you need to do something, you can't, get it up. Tu Bao's eyes widened in understanding. Her face filled with admiration. So, those athletes on TV, they all seem kind of impotent. Li Chang nodded. Very good. And do you know that afterwards, all those people are arrested by the police? Tu Bao blinked. Master's teachings were truly strange. Everything he taught seemed to lead to getting arrested. But for Grandma's sake, she'd take the risk. Looking at the innocent expression on Tu Bao's small face, Li Chang didn't need to think to know what she was thinking. It seems you have a slight misunderstanding about traditional medicine. It appears Master will have to teach you from the beginning. Traditional medicine is... Just then, Han Han interrupted Li Chang, snatching away his rare teaching opportunity. Han Han promptly handed a cooked skewer to Tu Bao. Tu Bao accepted it happily, murmuring her thanks. Han Han frowned. No need to thank me. I'm not giving it to you on purpose. It's just that I can't finish it, so I'm giving it to you. Got it? Tu Bao mumbled in agreement. Han Han then scampered off. A closer look would reveal her mood had considerably lightened. The earlier petulance was gone. At this moment, Grandma Su decided to take Tu Bao raspberry picking. Tu Bao asked curiously, Grandma, what are raspberries? The old woman patiently explained. They're a type of wild berry that grows in the forest. When I was little, I lived in the countryside and often picked them. They're very sweet. Hearing the word sweet, Tu Bao's eyes lit up. Wait for me, Grandma. I'll come as soon as I finish this skewer. She quickly stuffed the remaining kebab into her mouth. Arriving at the nearby forest, Tu Bao looked around and asked, Grandma, where are the raspberries? The old woman pointed ahead. Raspberries usually grow in the bushes. Let's go look over there. Suddenly, Little Five, who was flying ahead, darted out, flapping his wings frantically and squawking, Ghost! Ghost! A sense of unease crept into Grandma Sue's heart, and she quickly said to Tu Bao, if you're scared, we can go back. Hearing about a ghost, Tu Bao, instead of being frightened, became incredibly excited. Master loves ghosts. Let's go, Grandma. With that, she ran in the direction Little Five was flitting towards. Grandma, I'll just go take a look and be right back. Seeing this, Grandma Sue anxiously chased after her. One moment she saw Tu Bao ahead, the next she was gone. Alone in the quiet stillness of the woods, fear pricked at her, bringing tears to her eyes. Tu Bao, it's dangerous. Come back. Suddenly, the bushes ahead rustled. The old woman looked over anxiously, only to see Tu Bao struggling to carry a ghost out of the thicket. Tu Bao looked up and noticed her grandmother had followed her in. Seeing her grandmother's fear, she quickly dropped the ghost onto the ground. The ghost landed with a groan. Unconcerned, Tu Bao rushed over and hugged her grandmother tightly. Grandma Sue, thinking the child was frightened, started to comfort her, but then she heard Tu Bao's small voice. It's okay, Grandma, don't be scared. Tu Bao is here. Grandma Sue hadn't been terribly frightened to begin with, but Tu Bao's words touched her deeply, and tears welled up in her eyes. She choked out, Tu Bao, don't leave Grandma behind. What if something happens to you? Tu Bao felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had scared her grandmother. Grandma, I'm sorry. It's Tu Bao's fault. She remembered her promise to her mother to take good care of Grandma, yet she had left her alone. She was a bad girl. Just then, Su Yisheng and Su Zilin rushed over and saw the two embracing. Su Yisheng called out, "Mother, what's wrong? We just heard you calling for Tu Bao." The parrot, standing on the ground, flapped its wings and squawked, "Ghost! Ghost!" Chirp, chirp. Su Yisheng stepped forward and checked the ghost, lying on the ground. He reassured his mother, "It's a boy." Grandma Su breathed a sigh of relief. "Is he dead?" Tu Bao shook her head. "Not dead. I really thought it was a ghost just now, but when I ran over to look, it turned out to be a little boy." Su Yisheng checked the boy's breathing and pulse. He can still be saved. Su Zilin told Su Kanemo to contact the hospital while they carried the boy back to their tent. Since he was still alive, they had to try their best to save him. Afterward, he reminded Tu Bao to take good care of Grandma Su. At this moment, Li Chong, hovering in the air, was overjoyed. He said excitedly, "Just a while ago, I was talking about teaching you medicine, and now we have a practical case." He's lost one of his 3 hun and 7 po, a very typical case. Later, Master will teach you how to save him. Do you want to learn? Tu Bao mumbled in agreement. Saving 1 life is better than building 7. Li Chong prompted, "7 what?" Tu Bao blinked. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chong nearly bit his tongue. Exasperated, he corrected 7-storied pagodas. In the distance, Shui Er's father saw the Su family carrying something and found it strange. He walked over to ask if they needed any help, mentioning they had medicine in their camp. Mr. Su firmly declined. Shui Er's father's gaze swept over the boy, landing on a string of English letters on his clothes. The man froze. This specific string of letters within the country was only used for the Su, Si, and Mu families, and the Mu family had no sons. This meant the child was the young Master Si, the one who had gone missing days ago from one of the 3 great families of Jingdu, the Si family. Shui Er's mother, seeing the Su family carrying a child, asked her husband who it was. Shui Er's father explained that it was the Si family's child, the English letters on his clothes being the Si family's mark, though the Su family seemed unaware of the boy's identity. A gleam of excitement flickered in Shui Er's mother's eyes. "It's the young Master Si who was kidnapped and has been missing. Madame Si has been frantically searching for him. If we contact Madame Si now and tell her we've found her precious grandson..." Shui Er's father immediately cut her off. "Are you stupid? Trying to steal the Su family's thunder? They found him. Us claiming credit would make both the Su and Si families look like fools." Hearing this, Shui Er's mother grew anxious. The chance to curry favor with the Si family slipping away. "Then what should we do?" Shui Er's father stealthily moved aside to make a phone call. The Si family was searching everywhere for young Master Si, and a public hotline had been set up. Shui Er's father called the number, feigning urgency. "Hello, is this Mr. Si? This is Lan Jianwu. The young miss of the Su family has found young Master Si. Mr. Su asked me to call and inform you." Overhearing her husband's words, Shui Er's mother couldn't help but admire his cleverness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, gaining favor with both families. Inside the Su family's tent, Li Chong was teaching Tu Bao the art of soul retrieval. Souls are divided into yang souls and yin souls. A person's 3 hun are the dominant soul, the conscious soul, and the life soul. The dominant and life souls always remain within the body, but the other 2 often wander outside and are easily lost. This little boy has lost one of his hun. Tu Bao scratched her head, her attention diverted. "Master, if souls are so easily lost, why don't we just tie the other 2 to the body?" Li Chong waved his hand dismissively. "Children shouldn't ask so many questions. You'll understand later." Fearing another barrage of whys from Tu Bao, he quickly continued. "Before retrieving a soul, you need to light an incense stick, burn a fire in a basin, then throw the clothes of the person who lost their soul into the fire, and chant the soul retrieval incantation. Now, Master will recite it for you once. Yu Bian Lai Ji Xiao Wu Gue, Yu Nai Hong Tu Kai Wei, Xiao Bai Ning Xiao Wu Ji Di Lu Shi Lai Shi, Xiao Bai Ning Xiao Wu Ji." Li Chong recited in one long breath, then asked, "Tu Bao, did you memorize it?" Tu Bao nodded firmly. "I memorized it." Li Chong praised, "Truly a gifted child. Now recite it back to me." Tu Bao promptly chanted, "Little black turtle on the left has a big tummy. Sub Bei Ning killed a black chicken. Little brother pooped and smeared poop. Sub Bei Ning killed a black chicken." Li Chong stared blankly. What in the world was that? While the pronunciation was similar, the meaning had become something else else entirely. Just as he was thinking this, Li Chang suddenly noticed the surrounding air begin to stir. Tu Bao's incantation was actually working. Tu Bao furrowed her brow, asking, "Who is Sa Bei Ning? Why did he kill a chicken? And why did the little brother poop twice?" Li Chang's mouth twisted, unsure how to respond. Nearby, Grandma Su, having only heard Tu Bao mumbling, her expression shifted slightly, and she asked worriedly, "Tu Bao, can you tell Grandma who you're talking to?" Tu Bao replied, "I'm talking to Master." Grandma Su froze, her worry deepening. She feared that the trauma Tu Bao suffered as a child had caused a split personality, making her see an imaginary friend. But this was a mental illness. At this moment, Li Chang, beside Tu Bao, picked her up. "Master told you not to mention him to others. Did you forget?" Tu Bao wore a troubled expression. "But Grandma isn't someone else." Seeing Tu Bao talking to herself again, Grandma Su's heart sank. My poor Tu Bao. Could she really have a mental illness? Grandma Su, heartbroken, hugged Tu Bao tightly, crying as she spoke. "My little Tu Bao, why is your life so hard? Don't be afraid. You have your grandparents now, and so many uncles. Everything will be all right." Tu Bao was bewildered, wondering why Grandma was suddenly crying. The head of the Si family arrived to pick up Si Ran. Who would have thought the boy's life had been hanging by a thread? Shui Er's parents hurried out to greet the head of the Si family, acting as if they had played a part in the rescue. But the Si family members didn't even glance at them, heading directly towards the Su family's tent. Shui Er's parents felt embarrassed and humiliated. Why didn't the Si family even acknowledge us? A cold, stern-looking man walked towards the Su family's tent. Tu Bao tugged at Li Chang, curiously asking, "Master, why is there a golden light around that uncle? It's so bright, it hurts my eyes." Li Chang explained, "That's the light of meritorious deeds. Some virtuous people, those who have made great contributions to the country, are enveloped in a golden light after they die. It's the completion of their merits." Tu Bao understood, then asked, "Then why is there also deathly energy within the golden light?" After a period of learning, Tu Bao could now recognize deathly energy. Li Chang continued to explain, "Because he has also killed people, but only bad people. So the deathly energy he's contaminated with can't get close. It's blocked by the golden light." At this moment, the middle-aged man arrived. Tu Bao suddenly understood. So this uncle is a good person who specializes in fighting bad guys. So she said to the man, "Hello, uncle." Si was slightly startled. This little girl wasn't afraid of him, and even smiled at him. He had a stern face, and usually, many children would cry in fear when they saw his fierce expression. But this little girl not only didn't cry, but grinned at him. Si recovered. "Hello. You're Tu Bao, right? You brought Iran back." Tu Bao nodded. "Yes." The little girl before him was so adorable that Si couldn't help but take another look. "Thank you. When Iran recovers, I'll personally bring him to your house to thank you." The men in black behind him quickly carried the unconscious boy outside. Sia nodded to Su Yi-chun, about to leave, when Tu Bao suddenly spoke anxiously. "Wait, uncle. Big Brother's illness isn't normal. If Big Brother doesn't wake up, remember to come find Tu Bao." Sia gave a perfunctory nod, clearly not taking her words seriously. They had originally planned to stay overnight at the wetland park to let Tu Bao experience camping. But now that this had happened, Grandma Su felt uneasy. Thinking about Iran being kidnapped, she decided to return home. The next day, on the 5th floor of a private hospital, Sia stood ramrod straight outside the emergency room. Pacing anxiously beside him was the woman Wen Ru Yun, C.E. Rant's mother. Sia softly comforted her. "Don't worry, he'll be all right." Despite her gentle name, Wen Ru Yun's temperament was fiery. "My son is in there fighting for his life. How can I not worry?" Just then, the operating room door swung open and the doctor emerged, his expression grave. "Mr. C, Mrs. C," he began, his voice heavy. "We've done everything we could. Please prepare yourselves." When Ru Yun's legs buckled, Sia quickly caught her, holding her close. The doctor continued, "When he was brought in, we ran a full battery of tests, but we couldn't find the cause. Young Master C's breathing is getting weaker and weaker, and he's losing weight rapidly. He's lost 5 kilograms since last night. We've never seen anything like it. I must be blunt. Further treatment is futile." It would be best to take him home and make arrangements. Tears streamed down when Ru Yun's face. She choked out, "Doctor, is there truly nothing else that can be done?" The doctor, hating to deliver such news, replied, "We're at a loss. Please accept our condolences." At that moment, old Madam C's furious voice rang out. "At a loss? I knew we shouldn't have trusted you quacks in the first place." Old Madam C was quite superstitious. She declared that she had just engaged a great master who could certainly save Ran with immortal techniques. Old Madam C had consulted numerous experts in the past, only to find they were all charlatans. Seeing her son's disbelief, she insisted, "This time is different. This time, I've found Master Yun. Do you even know who Master Yun is? Others can't even get an audience with him. Master Yun has attained immortality. Do you understand?" Sia firmly refused. "No need." Suddenly, Tu Bao's words echoed in his mind. Big Brother's illness isn't normal. If Big Brother doesn't wake up, remember to come find Tu Bao. Resolutely, Sia turned to his wife. "We're taking Ran to the Su family." Hearing this, old Madam C became even more enraged. "Going to a child? What good will that do? What does she know? Believe it or not, if anything happens to Ran, I won't go on living." But Sia remained firm. "Mother, Tu Bao saved Ran. I trust her." With that, he turned and left. Watching her sons retreating back, she raged, "Master Yun, you don't believe in him, but you believe in that child? You want Ran to die?" Desperate to save her grandson, old Madam C had somehow managed to find an old Taoist priest in a yellow robe. "Master Lin, could you please come with me to the Su family?" Master Lin puffed himself up. This old Taoist normally doesn't involve himself in worldly affairs. "Agreeing to come here for you is already an exception." Old Madam C nodded deferentially. "It's all my unfilial son's fault. He actually believes a mere child." Flustered and helpless, she recounted Siya's words, mentioning the restoration of a shrine for Master Yun. Hearing this, Master Lin agreed. "I seem to have a karmic connection to this matter. Very well, I'll accompany you and see what kind of milk-smelling child dares to speak such nonsense." Overjoyed, old Madam C led Master Lin towards the Su family home. Meanwhile, Tu Bao anxiously asked her grandmother, "Is the big brother awake yet?" Grandma Su said she didn't know. They hadn't heard anything since they left yesterday. Su Luo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, chuckling softly. My, what concern for this young man. He thought to himself, our precious Tu Bao has only been back for such a short time, and that little rascal is already trying to steal her away. But Tu Bao said seriously, saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas, you know. Tu Bao looked at her fourth uncle in front of her. He was handsome, but his smile seemed a bit sly. Su Luo chuckled. "Little one, you understand this at such a young age?" Just then, Li Chong, who was standing nearby, asked Tu Bao, "Since you're so concerned about the boy's condition, do you want to learn from your master? Once you've learned, you can simply divine his situation yourself." Tu Bao looked at Li Chong quizzically. Li Chong sat cross-legged and asked, "Do you remember the mystical arts I taught you yesterday?" Tu Bao raised her hand, indicating she did. Li Chong glanced at her, skeptical. With that look, what could she possibly remember? He thought. Then, he slowly began to explain the basics to Tu Bao. Divination, a part of the mystical arts, was simply using 6 lines of a hexagram to predict future fortune and misfortune. Today, Master will teach you how to divine using a tortoise shell. Of course, if you can't find a tortoise shell, you can use something similar as a substitute. Tu Bao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Tu Bao is a tortoise shell," she exclaimed. Then, she pulled Li Chong towards the artificial rock garden nearby. "Master, look, there's a tortoise here." At this, Li Chong was speechless. What is this? Even if divination requires a tortoise shell, it doesn't mean a live one. Little Tu Bao had already grabbed the old tortoise and tossed it onto the lawn. The old tortoise rolled a few times before coming to a stop. "Mr. Tortoise," she said, "please tell Tu Bao about that big brother situation." Li Chong thought to himself, here we go. Tu Bao squatted in front of the old tortoise, her hands clasped around her knees, chin resting on the back of her hands, staring intently at it. Li Chong stood beside her, his lips twitching. "What is this?" Tu Bao said, "That big brother isn't dead. He's on his way here, and there's a deceitful old man too. Poor big brother, he might not make it." As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Could it be the old tortoise? Li Chong muttered, then suddenly widened his eyes at Tu Bao. No way. Just then, the sound of a car engine could be heard outside the Su family estate. Tu Bao stood up, patting her bottom. "Big brother is here." Li Chong irritably pinched his fingers, calculating, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" He looked at Tu Bao in astonishment. I can't believe she was right. At this moment, Grandma Sue's voice faintly called out, "Annie Wu, quickly go get Tu Bao." Tu Bao ran like the wind, calling as she went, "I'm coming." "Grandma." Tu Bao looked up at Siya. "Uncle Si, how is Big Brother?" When Ru Yun, upon seeing Tu Bao, clutched at her as if she were a lifeline. "Iran is dying. Tu Bao, please save Iran." See Iran lay motionless in Siya's arms. Tu Bao led everyone into the house. "Right, Annie, did you bring any of Big Brother's clothes?" When Ru Yun suddenly remembered that there was a shirt of C.E. Rance in the car and hurried to retrieve it. Tu Bao then asked her grandmother to find an iron basin and some paper money. Grandma Su thought to herself, Tu Bao wants to save that boy. Annie Wu said, "Those things are all in the storage room. I'll go get them for you." Just now, when the boy's parents brought him to Tu Bao, she noticed a candle burning on his head and asked her master, "Why is there a candle on Big Brother's head?" Li Chong explained, "That's called a life candle. Everyone who is about to die has one. When the candle burns out, the person dies." After speaking, Li Chong frowned deeply. Even someone with 1 foot in the grave shouldn't have a life candle. Could it be that the boy really won't make it? Upon hearing this, Tu Bao, unaware that the appearance of a life candle meant certain death, only heard that the person died when the candle burned out. Anxious, she was about to take action when a furious voice suddenly roared from the doorway. "Stop!" Old Madam C yelled. "You charlatan! How dare you play games with my grandson's life? I'll beat you to death!" She raised the cane in her hand and swung it towards Tu Bao. It all happened so fast. No one had time to react, much less anticipate that old Madam C would actually strike Tu Bao. The cane connected with the back of Tu Bao's hand. Sui Chen's face darkened. "I allowed you in because your grandson is here, not for you to assault people." Old Madam C, acutely aware of her seniority, bristled at the rebuke. "As if I wanted to come to your Su family home," she retorted, turning to her son. "Siya, let's take Iran and go." Siya, however, coldly replied, "If you want to leave, leave by yourself." Just then, Master Yun entered, his expression unreadable. "It's too late," he declared. Tu Bao, anxiously watching Si Ran lying on the floor, added, "Uncle Si, if we don't help him, Big Brother won't make it." Master Yin scowled at Tu Bao. "This little brat dares to mimic me. I say it's too late, and she echoes me. Shameless child." Hearing the words "too late," old Madam C immediately pleaded with Master Yun. "I beg you, Master, please save my grandson." The imperiousness she had displayed earlier vanished, replaced by desperate sincerity. Master Yun sighed dramatically. "Seeing your plight, this old Taoist will lend a hand." He gestured to his disciple, Chong Feng. "Yes, Master." Chong Feng replied, quickly setting up an altar. Tears of gratitude welled in old Madam C's eyes. Her grandson would be saved at last. Master Yun moved with practiced flourish, a peachwood sword in his hand, chanting, "Summon the divine soldiers, subdue the evil spirits, open the gates of the underworld, 5 thunder gods, fire chariot general, overturn heaven and earth swiftly as my command dictates." The bronze bell in Chong Feng's hand clanged loudly. After the commotion subsided, Tu Bao glanced at Si Iran. The candle on his head had burned down to 1/3 of its original size. "He's a fraud," Tu Bao declared loudly. "He didn't do any real magic. So that's the calamity Mr. Tortoise was talking about." Master Yin countered smoothly. "Such disrespectful words from a child. I'll just perform the ritual. Young Master C will awaken in 5 minutes." He clutched his peachwood sword, the image of a wise sage. Tears welled in Tu Bao's eyes. Big Brother won't wake up. What he did was useless. Old Madam C stepped in front of Tu Bao. "What does a child like you know? Don't disturb Master Yun, or else." When Ru Yun rushed forward, pushing old Madam C aside. "My son, I'll handle this." Old Madam C was furious. Insolent. How dare a daughter-in-law treat her mother-in-law this way? Su Yi-chun checked his watch, addressing Master Yun. "Didn't you say he'd wake up in 5 minutes?" Siya, his gaze cold, added, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I help you?" Master Yun's face twisted in displeasure. "Since achieving enlightenment, no one has dared to speak to me like this. You actually believe a child? You're all mad." Old Madam C wailed despairingly. "How can you treat an immortal like this? You want Iran dead. You want my grandson dead." Ignoring his mother's cries, Siya turned to Tu Bao. Tu Bao, can Ran be saved? I trust you. Finally, everything was ready. Tu Bao tossed Ran's shirt into the basin of burning charcoal. Sitting cross-legged, her small face serious, she began to chant, "Little black turtle on the left with a big tummy. Kill the black chicken. Tak Bei Ning kills the black chicken." Li Chong frowned, hearing her words. Kill the black chicken? Is she playing house? Master Yun's face darkened. Such a young child, pretending to know things, deceiving people. Preposterous. Chong Feng, standing behind Master Yun, added indignantly, "Indeed, if this child can save Ran, I'll grow a banana tree and eat 5 kilos of." His words abruptly cut off as the shirt in the charcoal basin suddenly stood upright with a whoosh. The bizarre sight stunned everyone into silence. Chong Feng's unfinished sentence hung in the air. Within the charcoal basin, a green flame erupted, and Ran's shirt slowly stood upright, its sleeves lifting languidly. Tu Bao smiled, extending her hand towards the shirt. "Big brother," she called in her childish voice, "come back." The shirt abruptly fell back into the basin. On the floor, Ran's fingers twitched. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on Ran. When Ru Yun, stunned and trembling, watched with wide eyes, fearing it was merely a hallucination, the arrogant expression on Master Yun's face froze. He looked to the side in disbelief. Young Master C just moved. How is this possible? Chong Feng, mortified, wished the earth would swallow him whole. No way. Did that little girl actually save Ran? With the influence of the Su and C families, if they pursue this, am I really going to have to eat 5 kilos of... Not long ago, Tu Bao had used the soul-summoning technique her master had taught her to save the boy in front of her, but he hadn't woken up despite the wait. Chong Feng, Master Yun's disciple, breathed a sigh of relief. "See? I told you. You all believed the little kid, wasting our time. If you'd let my master continue the ritual, he might have woken up by now." Master Yun's face darkened. He adopted a sage-like demeanor and admonished Chong Feng. "The deceased are paramount. You shouldn't speak such nonsense." Hearing Chong Feng's words, old Madam C finally broke down, wailing, "It's all your fault. You killed my grandson. I want you to pay with your life." At this moment, Sia roared at his mother, ordering her to be silent. Old Madam C was stunned. "How dare you yell at me? My life is so miserable. My grandson is gone, and now my son doesn't want me anymore." Standing to one side, Master Yun, listening to the commotion, felt a smug satisfaction, thinking this was how it should be. Whose bad luck was it anyway? Even he couldn't save the boy, yet a child managed to do it. If this got out, how could he save face? Just then a weak voice spoke. "So noisy." The arrogant expression on Master Yun's face froze once more. He looked over in disbelief, seeing Ran prop himself up on his hands, speaking weakly. Tu Bao cried out joyfully, "Big brother, you're alive." She suddenly felt her master was truly amazing. It turned out not everything he taught her was useless. Ran looked at Tu Bao and asked, "Who are you?" Tu Bao replied sweetly, "My name is Tu Bao." Ran silently committed the name to memory. Seeing this, when Ru Yun tremblingly touched Ran's face, fearing it was all a dream, she called out, "Ran," while repeatedly thanking Tu Bao. Old Madam C, also recovering from the shock, kept repeating, "It's really my grandson. Such great fortune, such a strong life." The Su family member standing nearby scoffed. "Weren't you just saying Tu Bao was the one harming him? Now he's your grandson again, with great fortune and a strong life." Sia, noticing Su Chen's darkened expression, spoke up. "I apologize for causing so much trouble today. I'll handle family matters properly when we return home." He who spent all year round on the battlefield due to work hadn't expected his mother to be so muddle-headed. He then walked over to Tu Bao and patted her head. "Thank you, Tu Bao. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me, no matter what it is." The little girl, completely unaware of the magnitude of what she had done, or the immense favor she had bestowed upon the C family, simply beamed. "You're welcome. Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas." Sia led his family, young and old, away. Master Yun, thoroughly humiliated, felt utterly disgraced and didn't dare utter a word. Seeing the C family depart, he naturally followed. Suddenly, Tu Bao spoke. "I think I just heard someone say they wanted to eat 5 kilos of poop." Hearing this, Master Yun glared at Tu Bao with a condescending look. "You're just a child, yet you've learned to be so demanding. Do you really think you were the one who saved young Master C? The old Taoist advises you to accumulate more virtue." Master Yun sneered at Tu Bao. Chong Feng chimed in, I'm a cultivator. If I had truly saved C.E. Ran, there would naturally be karmic retribution from the heavens, making me eat excrement. This isn't something you need to worry about. Having said this, he stormed off in a huff. Tu Bao, her eyes full of suspicion, muttered, I clearly saved him. Could it be they were the ones who saved him? No wonder the kind policeman wanted to arrest them. Li Chong patted Tu Bao's head. Don't be angry, my precious. Your master has already made a divination for you. He won't escape this calamity today. Tu Bao tilted her little face upwards. I'm not angry. I want to divine when the kind policeman will come and arrest them. Madame Su and Su Yichun both felt a complicated mix of emotions. They both realized that Tu Bao seemed a bit unusual. At this moment, Madame Su spoke up, mentioning that she had previously asked Tu Bao, and the little girl had said that she had a master by her side. Su Yichun added, haven't you all noticed? Tu Bao always talks to herself like this. Tu Bao was happily muttering to herself, Zhigang acupoint, Yutong acupoint. I remember. The three adults hurriedly looked towards the empty space beside Tu Bao, feeling their scalps tingle for some inexplicable reason. Could it be? Tu Bao was abused by her neighbors when she was younger, so she developed a split personality? Do you think we should invite a psychiatrist to examine her? Su Yichun stared at his niece and said, it's too early to draw conclusions. Let Tu Bao stay with me for a while, and I'll observe her further. Tomorrow is the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Tang Ming Sheng Sure Entertainment, invested by the Su Group. I'll just take her along. The matter was thus decided. It turned out that Tu Bao had been learning massage techniques from her master, wanting her grandmother to be able to stand up again. She was using this as an excuse to buy a set of acupuncture needles. Once she mastered the massage techniques, she would start acupuncture. Then, her grandmother would even be able to go square dancing. Hearing this, Tu Bao's eyes immediately lit up. That's great. I must work hard so Grandma can go square dancing soon. Outside the Su family's gate, old Madame C apologetically wanted to see the master and disciple off, but Master Yun declined. At this moment, Chong Feng snorted coldly. Madam, your C family is truly unreasonable. My master performed the ritual and painstakingly summoned young Master C's soul. Just because his soul wandered for too long, exceeding my master's estimated time, you all attribute the credit to that little brat. Master Yun, standing beside him, said shamelessly, I wouldn't deign to compete for credit with a child. Let the C family handle it themselves. Old Madame C finally understood. It turned out that Master Yun had saved C.E. Ran just a bit later, allowing Tu Bao to take the credit. I told you, she's just a 4-year-old child. What does she know? She hurriedly apologized and thanked Master Yun, then took out a hard card and stuffed it into Chong Feng's hand. Master Yun's expression finally softened, and he turned to leave with a satisfied look. Chong Feng flattered him as they walked. Master, you're truly amazing. You can profit from anything. He then asked about their next destination. Master Yun told him to prepare. Tomorrow was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Tang Mingxing Shi, and they were invited to perform a blessing. Chong Feng happily nodded, only to trip over a small stone the next second, stumbling and falling headfirst into a manure pit. The disciple below cried out for help. Master, save me, he retched, adding, it's all excrement down here. Seeing the black card he had just received about to be submerged, Master Yin anxiously urged his disciple to dive down and retrieve it. Hearing the command, the disciple had no choice but to endure the pungent stench and dive down. That evening, the Lam family arrived at the C family's gate. A maid approached old Madame C. The Lam family is here to visit. Should I let them in? Old Madame C furrowed her brow. She hadn't been home when the Lambs called the previous day, so the maid explained, they're the ones who called young Master yesterday. They said they found him while camping. Old Madame C quickly responded, so it wasn't Tu Bao who found he ran? Quickly, invite them in. A family of 3, laden with gifts, entered the house. Shui Er's father spoke hurriedly. You must be Madame C. I am Lam Jinyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Old Madame C was pleased with his respectful demeanor. Don't be so formal, please sit down. So, you were the ones who found my grandson, E. Ran, yesterday? Shui Er's mother smiled. Not exactly, madam. We were there at the time and participated in the rescue. Old Madame C's eyes shone with approval. So humble. The Lam family truly is good character. Shui Er, sitting politely on the sofa, piped up, hello, Grandma. Is he Ran feeling better now? When Shui Er asked to see C.E. Ran, old Madame C demurred. Truthfully, even she wasn't allowed into Iran's room at the moment. Iran is much better now, she said. Thankfully, Master Yun saved him. Shui Air's mother gasped. Master Yun from Shun Nong Mountain? Old Madam C, finding common ground, nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, Master Yun is truly remarkable. Iran had already stopped breathing, but he pulled him back from the gates of death. Shui Air's mother looked incredulous. We're so relieved young Master C is safe. Just then, two maids arrived with packed luggage. Old Madam C, bewildered, asked what they were doing. They explained that Sia had instructed them to take her back to her hometown. Old Madam C was aghast. Is this one Ruyun's idea? Does she even consider me her mother anymore? A cold voice cut through the air. It was my decision. Sia glared at his mother. You're only causing trouble for the C family here. It's best you return home and enjoy your retirement. Old Madam C panicked. Yeah, I'm your mother. Shui Air's father grew even more anxious. He'd worked hard to gain old Madam C's favor, and if she were sent away now, his efforts would be wasted. He stood up and intervened. Mr. C, she is your mother after all. Can't this be resolved peacefully? Sia's face darkened. This is a C family matter. It's none of your business. Someone, get them out of here. Shui Air's father stammered, pleading with Sia to reconsider, but they were ultimately ushered out of the C residence. He lamented, all that effort for nothing. Shui Air's mother, however, wasn't so discouraged. She had pilfered an invitation to the Tang Ming Sheng Shi ribbon-cutting ceremony from the C residence. While Sia argued with his mother, she'd snatched it from the tea table. Since old Madam C is gone, she said, and Mr. C never attends these events, why don't we use this invitation and go as representatives of the C family? Xiao Wu, flapping his wings and singing off-key, warbled. My left hand points to the moon. My right hand reaches for the red thread. Hoo, me and you, triplet? His high note cracked, his bird song splitting the air. Tu Bao blinked her eyes open, her face a picture of innocent bewilderment. Who's pooping? She mumbled. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Wu in front of her, wailing dramatically. Oh, it's Xiao Wu, she exclaimed. Are you crying because you can't poop? Xiao Wu immediately retorted. I'm not pooping. Li Chang's lips twitched. It was a classic case of talking at cross purposes. The ever-practical Xiao Wu then asked, Tu Bao, aren't you going to get dressed? Don't we have to go to that Tang Ming Sheng Shi ribbon-cutting ceremony today? A short while later, Tu Bao, dressed and ready, came scampering down the stairs. Downstairs, Sui Chun was in a serious video conference. Seeing Tu Bao, he instinctively waved. Slow down, come and have breakfast. He glanced at his watch, a little surprised. It was only 8 a.m., and the little one was already up. Quite early for her. Su Yi-Chen peeled a boiled egg and handed it to Tu Bao. You need to eat eggs in the morning, he said gently. The senior executives of the Su group, who had never witnessed such a scene, were utterly shocked, their second quarter plans momentarily forgotten. Ahem, Su Yi-Chen said, his face turning cold as he looked back at the computer screen. Have you all gone mute? What about the second quarter plan? The executives scrambled to begin their reports. A while later, Tu Bao finished her breakfast, and Su Yi-Chen efficiently concluded the meeting. Men, when taking their daughters out, often neglect to check their appearance. And so, Tu Bao, sporting a spectacular bird's nest for a hairstyle, headed out the door. At the Tang Ming Sheng Shi ribbon-cutting ceremony hall, Su Yi-Chen's car slowly pulled up to the entrance. It was then that Tu Bao realized a serious problem. She reached up and touched her head. Uncle, I don't want to get out, she mumbled. CEO Su finally understood. The little girl's hair was still a tangled mess. He reached out and ruffled her hair, trying to smooth down the unruly strands, but to no avail. Tu Bao fretted. Is it really okay? My hair looks like a bird's nest. I don't want to go out like this. Her small face crumpled in distress. Su Yi-Chun, ever the indulgent uncle, said, Let me tie your hair for you, Tu Bao. Tu Bao nodded eagerly, pulling 2 hair ties from her little bag. You have to tie them into 2 little pigtails, uncle? Su Yi-Chun thought to himself. 2 pigtails? Piece of cake. 5 minutes later, Su Yi-Chen's shirt was unbuttoned, his suit jacket discarded, his sleeves rolled up, and he was sweating as he wrestled with Tu Bao's hair. Tu Bao prompted, Uncle, are you done yet? The man, giving up the struggle, silently looked at Tu Bao's pigtails. Almost done, he said. Tu Bao beamed. You took so long, uncle. They must be really, really pretty. She reached up to touch them, but Su Yi-chan stopped her. They're beautiful, but don't touch them. You'll mess them up. Tu Bao nodded obediently, completely unaware that she'd been tricked by her uncle. The chauffeur in the front couldn't help but glance back at Su Yi-chan and cough, subtly putting on his own suit jacket. At the same time, Shui-er's father recognized the car ahead as Su Yi-chan's. But why had it been stopped at the entrance for 5 minutes without moving? Because they had stolen the invitation from the Su family. Shui-er's mother was a little apprehensive about running into CEO Su. Shui-er's father reassured her. Don't worry, there are so many important people here today. This is a great opportunity for us. We can't miss it. He unbuckled his seatbelt. I'll go greet CEO Su first. Everyone likes a little flattery. I don't believe he won't appreciate it. And so, the whole Lam family got out of the car. Shui-er, dressed in a long princess gown, her hair neatly styled, looked every bit the little princess. Seeing such a beautiful little girl emerge from the car, the reporters present brightened, their cameras clicking furiously. Shui-er pursed her lips into a small smile, feeling incredibly smug. It seems the dress I chose today is really beautiful. I must be the prettiest little girl here. Just as she thought this, Su Yi-chan stepped out of the car. Instantly, all the cameras swiveled towards him. Shui-er sweetly called out, "Hello, Uncle Su." Su Yi-chan furrowed his brow, glancing at Shui-er without a word of reply. He then bent down and extended his hand into the car. Shui-er's mother felt a pang of embarrassment, but Shui-er's father whispered reassuringly, "It's all right, perhaps so Su didn't hear you." At that moment, everyone watched as Su Yi-chan reached into the car, seemingly helping someone out. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, anticipating a glimpse of the legendary Mrs. Su. The reporters eagerly raised their cameras. Suddenly, a little girl hopped out of the car. Su Yi-chan scooped her up in his arms, then, holding her securely with one arm, strode into the hall. Everyone was stunned. The aloof So Su, the man who could flay his subordinates alive in meetings, was tenderly carrying an adorable little girl. While the scene felt somewhat out of place, it was undeniably heartwarming. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "What a cute little princess. Look over here." The reporters' lenses followed Su Yi-chan and Tu Bao. Shui-er, initially pleased with the attention she'd received, now felt a surge of displeasure as she watched Tu Bao being carried by Su Yi-chan, the center of everyone's attention. Jealousy gnawed at Shui-er as she watched Tu Bao surrounded by admirers. With such messy hair and such an ordinary dress, what's so cute about her? She can't compare to me, she thought resentfully. Approaching Tu Bao, she feigned surprise. "Tu Bao, why is your hair so messy? Did you tie it yourself? Here, let me tie it for you." She giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. "I could tie my own hair when I was 3. See how pretty mine is? I did it all by myself." Tu Bao immediately bristled. "Your hair is the one that's ugly." She clutched her little pigtails, thinking, "Uncle worked so hard to tie these for me. I know they're not ugly." Just then, Shui-er's mother chimed in, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Tu Bao, dear, your hair really is a little messy. Shui-er, why don't you tie a nice hairstyle for her?" Shui-er's father chuckled. "Yes, who tied your hair, child? It looks like a chicken coop." Su Yi-chan turned his head, his gaze icy. "I tied Tu Bao's hair. Do you have a problem with that?" Shui-er's parents froze, their faces paling. "That's impossible. Who does CEO Su think he is, tying a child's hair?" Ignoring the Lam family, Su Yi-chan walked directly to a member of the event staff. "Who invited the Lam family? If I recall correctly, they weren't on the guest list." The staff member replied, "Everyone here has an invitation. I'll check right away." Su Yi-chan instructed, "Have them removed." After some inquiries, the staff member discovered that the Lam family was attending in place of the Si family and had therefore been admitted. He was told to explain the situation to CEO Su. Carefully examining their invitation and confirming it belonged to the Si family, the staff member allowed them to remain. Backstage, a staff member respectfully escorted a Taoist priest and his disciple into the hall. Upon entering, Master Yun, with the air of an expert, began surveying his surroundings. "Not bad. The hall is magnificently arranged, with an imposing atmosphere, and the location is excellent. However, the ribbon-cutting sphere in the center should be moved 1 inch to the east to align with today's auspicious hour." The staff member smiled and agreed. Then Master Yun continued. This humble Taoist has brought the new ribbon-cutting scissors. Please fetch red string, yellow paper, and incense candles. The staff member hurried to comply, then invited Master Yun to rest. Master Yun was very pleased with his attentiveness. Today's ribbon-cutting ceremony was a simple affair, allowing Su Yichin a moment to relax. With him present, he was confident that nothing could possibly go wrong. Hand in hand with Su Yichin, Tu Bao entered the hall, just as two men were shifting the enormous ceremonial sphere slightly to the east. "Uncle," Tu Bao inquired, "why are they moving the sphere? It looks weird with it off to one side, especially since it's so big." Su Yichin glanced over. Indeed, the stage now appeared asymmetrical. He instructed his nearby assistant to have the sphere repositioned correctly. Kukung immediately set off to carry out the order. Li Chong, standing beside them, stroked his chin. Tu Bao's intuition is truly extraordinary. She can sense something is amiss even without understanding why. He considered this a prime example to use in teaching Tu Bao. But Tu Bao's attention had already been completely captured by the pastries displayed before them. Su Yichin gently asked, "What would you like to eat?" Tu Bao was about to answer when she suddenly stared towards the backstage area. Master, she exclaimed. "Look over there. What is that? Is it a demon?" Li Chong thought to himself. We haven't even caught the crybaby ghost from last time, and now another evil spirit has appeared so quickly? He quickly said, "Come on, little backpack, let's go take a look." The two charlatan master and disciple were once again dissatisfied with the treatment they were receiving from the organizers. Invited to perform an exorcism, they hadn't even been provided with a decent waiting room. Chong Feng grumbled, "These people are unbelievable. They can't even provide Master with a proper VIP room. It's outrageous." Master Yun sat down, his expression profound. "It's all right," he said calmly. "Being here is simply a matter of fate. We don't pursue such mundane things as wealth and fame. Even amidst the bustling city, we should maintain a tranquil mind and a peaceful spirit." Chong Feng replied, "Master's teachings are wise." While inwardly complaining, he says that, "But who is it who insisted I withdraw money from the ATM last night?" At that moment, a middle-aged man excitedly approached from afar. "Is that truly Master Yin?" he asked. "Do you remember me, Huang Defa? I heard Tang Ming Shengshi invited you to assess the feng shui. I didn't expect it to be true. I'm so fortunate to meet you again." Meanwhile, the Lam family, having arrived at the hall quite early, were milling about outside, hoping to network with prominent figures in high society and exchange business cards. They then saw Huang Defa excitedly asking a Taoist priest if he was Master Yun. Shui Er's mother, overjoyed, quickly pulled Shui Er's father towards them. "Is that Master Yun?" Shui Er's father asked. "The very same Master Yun old Madam C said brought young Master C back from the gates of death. I hear any request made of Master Yun is granted, but ordinary people can't find him. I never expected to have the good fortune to meet him here today. This is our chance." Suppressing their excitement, they also stepped forward. Indeed, the richer one is, the luckier they become. They all held Master Yun in high esteem and expressed their respect. Shui Er's father hurriedly pushed forward, saying solicitously and enthusiastically, "Master Yun, greetings. Your reputation precedes you." He handed Master Yun his business card and gestured for Shui Er's mother to pour the master some tea. Shui Er obediently presented the teacup. "Master Yun, please have some tea. Yesterday, I spoke with old Madam C, and she mentioned you, saying that it was thanks to you that young Master C was saved. We are here today on behalf of the C family. Old Madam C also asked us to convey her apologies to you." Hearing old Madam C mentioned, Master Yun glanced at Shui Er and, feigning surprise, praised her. "This child is truly blessed. Yesterday, I read young Master C's fortune and saw that his fate was precarious, unlikely to live past 20. I never expected to see someone else with a similar destiny today. This child and young Master C are truly a match made in heaven. If they can be together, they will surely soar to great heights, achieving great things." Shui Er's parents were overjoyed at this pronouncement. If they could forge a marriage alliance with the C family, what would they have to worry about in the future? Meanwhile, having overheard that this child was destined to be with young Master C, the others present sensed an opportunity to build connections. Huang Defa quickly produced his business card and obsequiously presented it to Shui Er's father. Just then, the staff, having prepared everything Master Yun had requested, brought the items over. Shui Er, feigning innocence, asked, "Master Yun, What are these for? Master Yun patiently replied. They are all for the opening ceremony. As he finished speaking, he noticed the ceremonial sphere outside had been moved back to its original position. He frowned. What's going on here? Didn't I tell you to move the ceremonial sphere 1 meter east? The staff member in charge of the venue setup hurriedly explained. It was the senior management's request. Chong Feng immediately bristled. I don't care who the senior management is. If you've invited my master here, you should follow his arrangements. This is all for your own good. The person who told you to move the sphere, what does he know about feng shui? Before he could finish, Sui Chin's cold voice cut through the air. I'm the one who gave the order. Do you have a problem with that? Seeing Sui Chen, Chong Feng instantly fell silent. At that moment, Tu Bao spotted the evil spirit from earlier hovering over Shui Er and Master Yun's heads. Pointing her small finger towards them, she exclaimed, Master, Master, look, that evil spirit. Li Chong looked over and said, It's the lying ghost. So it was hiding here, which is why we couldn't find it outside. There are too many people here now. It's not convenient to act. Besides, it hasn't done anything to Shui Er yet, so let's leave it be for now. Tu Bao nodded, then suddenly let out a puzzled, Isn't that the older brother who said he wanted to eat 5 kilos of poop? Did he go back yet? If you eat poop while doing a handstand, will it get on your face? Can you swallow it? Will your tummy get bloated? Tu Bao gestured with her hands. Yesterday, I asked Brother He Won, and he said 5 kilos of poop is about this big, she said, indicating the size of a bucket. If this older brother can eat that much poop, he must be really amazing. Chong Feng immediately raised his voice. Nonsense. How could anyone eat that much poop? Tu Bao looked at Chong Feng with admiration. So that means he really did eat it, right? You're so amazing. Chong Feng was momentarily speechless, and Master Yun's face darkened beside him. It was this little girl again. Wherever he went, she followed like a shadow. Master Yun said irritably, such a young child, speaking such vulgar and disrespectful words. It's truly unseemly. Tu Bao nodded. Yes, it's really unseemly. Liar. Have you eaten poop? Li Chong couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking to himself, my disciple is just so adorable. Sometimes I even suspect he does it on purpose. Master Yun retorted angrily. You're incredibly disrespectful. Judging by your appearance, you're a jinx, a harbinger of misfortune for others. Tu Bao understood this. Back at the Lin family home, her stepmother often said she was the reason her mother died, and her stepfather also blamed her for his company's bankruptcy. Tu Bao protested. Tu Bao is not a jinx. Tu Bao is a lucky child. At this moment, Su Ichin spoke coldly. Indeed, our Tu Bao is a little lucky charm. Who invited these two frauds here anyway? He then gestured to the staff to call the police and have them arrested. Master Yun maintained a hardened expression, instructing Chong Feng to gather their belongings. He added, biting the hand that feeds you. Chong Feng, pack up. There's no need to save those who don't appreciate it. This was a veiled jab at the Su family for their supposed ingratitude. Chong Feng snorted. We overlooked past grievances and came here to help you suppress evil. And this is how you treat my master? Don't come begging my master for help when something happens in the future. The others hurriedly tried to mediate. Mr. Su, please calm down. Master Yun's disciple may be a bit blunt, but he means no harm. Another person chimed in, that's right, Master Yun is a good person. Calling the police is going too far. Despite everyone's attempts to placate them, Master Yun remained adamant about leaving. This humble Taoist has no wish to argue with you. I'll take my leave now. Seeing Master Yun's insistence on leaving, Shui Er suddenly feigned concern, saying, Master, please don't go. Little Tu Bao is still young and doesn't understand things. She didn't mean to anger you. She then took the opportunity to grab the hem of Master Yun's robe and looked at Tu Bao. Tu Bao, Master Yun is very powerful. Tu Bao quickly apologized to Master. Shui Er put on a worried expression, but inwardly she was smug. With Tu Bao as a foil, she appeared all the more virtuous. At this moment, the evil spirit hovering over Shui Er's head thought, this child is quite something, putting on such a performance just for a bit of vanity. However, Su Ichin spoke up. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand an apology from my Tu Bao? Shui Er froze, then said apologetically, I'm sorry, Uncle Su. Shui Er just didn't want everyone to argue. It was foolish of me to anger you. Seeing this, Shui Er's mother also quickly apologized. After all, neither Master Yun nor the Su family were people they could afford to offend. Li Chong sighed. Such a young child, yet already so fake. He shook his head, Then his gaze shifted to Tu Bao. Tu Bao, master will teach you something. So, Tu Bao repeated what her master had just said, asking Master Yun, "You're so powerful. Can you calculate your own fate?" Master Yun looked coldly at Tu Bao. A doctor cannot heal himself, and a fortune teller cannot see his own fate. Don't you even understand this? Tu Bao shook her head. Tu Bao doesn't understand. Tu Bao is just a child. If Master can't calculate it, doesn't that mean Master isn't powerful? Provoked, Master Yin blurted out, "Well, aren't you clever? Go ahead and calculate it yourself then." Having said that, he intended to take the opportunity to leave, but everyone urged him to stay. "Master, don't bicker with a child. Some people just don't know how powerful you are. Just calculate it for them to broaden their horizons." Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, Master Yun gritted his teeth and began his calculations. This humble Taoist is about to encounter a minor tribulation, but a righteous man is not afraid of his shadow. It's nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, Tu Bao said, "You calculated wrong. Let Tu Bao calculate it for you." She then rummaged through her little pouch and pulled out an old turtle. The old turtle looked dazed as it was brought out. Tu Bao tossed the turtle onto the ground. "Watch carefully." She then squatted down, watching as the old turtle rolled around, bumped into the corner of the wall, bounced back, and finally stopped at her feet. Tu Bao stared intently at the old turtle, her expression serious. "So that's it," she declared. "This master has swindled a lot of money. Later, the police uncles will come and take him away, and he won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. But Big Brother Poop Eater isn't so lucky. He only gets to eat for 10 years. Li Chong thought helplessly. She just threw a turtle. How could she understand anything from that? But Chong Fong, enraged, retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? My master isn't a swindler. Even the bureau chiefs have invited him before. How could he be arrested? If this is considered fortune-telling, then wouldn't everyone be a master?" Just as he finished speaking, two uniformed officers approached from a side door and walked directly towards them. "Are you Master Yin?" one asked. "Come with us." Chong Fong was stunned. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting my master? Do you know who my master is?" The officer scoffed. "Of course we know. Your master, Yun Rong Kuin, graduated from some elementary school, worked as a factory worker for 5 years in an electronics factory, and served 2 years in prison for theft. After his release, he practiced fraudulent fortune-telling under a bridge, swindling 30,000 yuan in medical expenses from an elderly woman." As he spoke, the officer produced supporting documentation. "And now you dare to continue your swindling here? Come with us." Everyone was astonished. What was going on? If what they said was true, wasn't Master Yun just a fraud? Master Yun, arrested, was both furious and indignant. "That was all in my past. I've cultivated myself since then. I'm not the same anymore." Everything he had worked so hard to build had been ruined by Tu Bao. "Just yesterday, I saved the eldest son of the C family. If the C family finds out about this, how you've treated me, they won't let you off the hook." Master Yin was hoping to use the C family's influence to escape trouble. Unexpectedly, a cold voice rang out. "You never saved Iran." At that moment, a man with an imposing presence walked in, accompanied by a young boy. The man continued coldly, "On the contrary, I want to ask Master Yun, did you swindle my mother's bank card yesterday?" Master Yun hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. With Sia himself present to expose him, how could he possibly deny it? Shui Air's parents hurried to Sia, their faces plastered with fawning smiles. Sia glanced at them coldly, then turned to apologize to Su Yi-chun. "My mother is old, and her mind isn't clear anymore. Anyone who flatters her a little can easily coax an invitation out of her, even for those who shouldn't be here." Su Yi-chun said coldly, "It's fine. I already had someone ask them to leave. I don't know why they're still here." With that, he gave the Lam family a figurative slap in the face. The surrounding crowd erupted in knowing murmurs. So the invitation was fraudulently obtained. No wonder they were singing each other's praises earlier. They're all swindlers? How outrageous. Tricking an elderly woman to get an invitation, claiming to be entrusted by Mr. C to attend. Such audacity. If people knew they stole the invitation, who knows what they'd think. Shui Air's parents flushed crimson. They had come hoping to network and enhance their reputation, but Sia had exposed them on the spot. Su Yi-chun didn't bother speaking to them further, instead coldly questioning the staff, who received them earlier. Why are the lambs still here? His aura was terrifying. The receptionist trembled, saying, "They barged in on their own, claiming to be entrusted by the C family. Please don't be angry, sir. I'll have them removed immediately." At this point, The Lam family was thoroughly humiliated. Shui couldn't accept it. Just now, Master Yun said my future was extraordinary, that I was even destined to be with young Master C. Why are we being driven out like this? This is so embarrassing. Shui looked tearfully towards Si Ran, who had remained silent throughout the ordeal, but he was looking at Tu Bao, not even glancing in her direction. Tu Bao stared intently at the evil spirit hovering over Shui-er's head. She watched as the spirit followed Shui-er out of the room. After this incident, everyone felt a sense of unease surrounding the company's ribbon-cutting ceremony. Not only had two swindlers appeared, but the auspicious time had also passed. Even if the company's listing went smoothly later, a lingering sense of disquiet remained. A nearby staff member stammered, "Mr. Su, after all that commotion, the auspicious time has passed. What should we do about the ribbon-cutting ceremony?" Before Su Yi-chun could figure out a solution, Tu Bao picked up the old turtle and put it in her pocket. "Don't worry," she said. "Tu Bao will calculate it for you." With that, Tu Bao pinched her fingers together, mimicking a complex calculation, her expression utterly serious. At 10:18, auspicious light will shine down from the heavens. That's the auspicious time. Everyone fell silent. This was clearly a joke. What could a child possibly know? Without a word, Su Yi-chun immediately instructed the staff. Then at 10:18, regardless of whether auspicious light shines down from the heavens or not, we'll follow our Tu Bao's words. The staff were momentarily speechless. Everyone said the Su family doted on Tu Bao, and it seemed to be true. They were letting her dictate such an important matter. Clearly, no one believed Tu Bao. As the ceremony was about to begin, the MC guided everyone to their designated seats. Tu Bao hugged her water bottle, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Just then, Si-led Ce ran towards Tu Bao. The closer they got, the more sullen Ce Ran's expression became. Tu Bao looked up and saw Ce Ran. "Big brother, sit here," she said, patting the seat next to her. Ce Ran gave a non-committal grunt, but walked over and sat beside Tu Bao. Suddenly, Sia noticed his son walking somewhat stiffly. He hadn't noticed anything this morning. Could it be some sort of after effect? Tu Bao looked at Ce Ran curiously. Big brother was walking so strangely, and he sat down stiffly too. She sighed. Big brother is so young, but he acts like an old man. As soon as Ce Ran sat down, he suddenly held out his hand. Tu Bao looked down and was surprised to find a fruit candy in his palm. Innocently, she asked, "Is this for Tu Bao?" Ce Ran nodded. Tu Bao thought for a moment. Both she and Big Brother were children, but there was only one candy. What if Big Brother cried after she ate it? She felt it was better to ask clearly. "Big Brother, did you bring this candy especially for Tu Bao?" Ce Ran turned his head and, feigning indifference, said, "No, I just grabbed it at the entrance." Tu Bao gave a small, "Oh," and after confirming Ce Ran wasn't going to eat it, she reached out and took the candy. She unwrapped it quickly, sneaking a glance towards the front. Seeing her uncle and Mr. C talking, she took advantage of their inattention, popped the candy in her mouth, and then sat up straight, hands on her knees, looking straight ahead. Ce Ran looked down at his empty palm. "Is it good?" Tu Bao put her index finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. If her uncle found out, he wouldn't let her eat any more candy. Ce Ran was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "Are you afraid of your uncle?" Tu Bao, with the candy dissolving sweetly in her mouth, replied, "Not afraid. It's just that Tu Bao has a cavity, and Uncle and Grandma won't let me eat candy anymore." Ce Ran thought to himself, he shouldn't have given her the candy. "Then don't eat it." Tu Bao immediately covered her mouth. Once it's in Tu Bao's mouth, there's no spitting it out. The corners of Ce Ran's mouth twitched. Indeed, there was no spitting it out. Tu Bao hummed twice. Once it's in Tu Bao's mouth, there's no spitting it out. The candy is so sweet. Tu Bao loves candy the most. If I get caught, I'll just swallow it. Ce Ran couldn't help but glance at her again. "Why do you like candy so much?" Tu Bao hugged her water bottle, taking a sip as she replied, "Because candy is sweet, and life has its sweetness and bitterness." Ce Ran was stunned, finding it hard to believe these words had come from Tu Bao's mouth. Her small face was innocent. Before, when Tu Bao was beaten by her stepmother and her father wouldn't listen to her explanations, she felt so wronged. That was bitterness. Then, Tu Bao found a piece of candy under the sofa. She was so hungry then, but the sweetness of that candy, she'd never forget it. Because of the little drama, the ribbon-cutting ceremony had been delayed. Tu Bao had helped by divining the auspicious time, calculating that there would be lucky light today. But everyone seemed disbelieving, saying, I want to see what kind of lucky light there will be at this time. Someone even said, I'll say it right here, if there really is lucky light later, I'll shave my head bald. Everyone murmured and discussed amongst themselves, unable to hold back their laughter, wondering which television drama this little girl had learned such swindler-like antics from. Before going on stage for the ribbon cutting, Su Yi-chun patted Tu Bao's head. Be good and stay here with assistant Chu Xiang, don't run around. As if to prove she definitely wouldn't run around, Tu Bao turned and grabbed assistant Chu Xiang's arm. Chu Xiang was stunned, looking at the adorable little girl in front of him. His heart softened. He quickly said, CEO Su, don't worry, I'll take good care of Tu Bao. Su Yi-chun nodded, then stepped onto the stage. After a few simple words, he picked up the scissors. Along with the crackling of fireworks, everyone below applauded enthusiastically. The scissors cut the red ribbon. At that very moment, the sun rose just high enough, shining directly onto the stage. In that instant, with the ceremonial sphere as the center, the entire stage was bathed in a seven-colored light. The people below gasped in astonishment, looking at the light on the stage in disbelief. Really? Where did this light come from? They looked up, following the direction of the light. It turned out to be sunlight shining through the seven-colored glass on the ceiling of the hall, directly onto the stage. The man who had just sworn to shave his head bald muttered, Impossible! This must have been arranged beforehand. The person next to him also said, This is just a coincidence of the sunlight shining down. There's no trace of any arrangement. The man looked at his watch. It was exactly 10:18. He looked at Tu Bao again, finding it hard to believe. If it's a coincidence, how could it be so coincidental exactly at 10:18? If it really was calculated by this little girl, then the Su family's little daughter is truly a lucky child. After the ribbon cutting, Su Yi-chun was surrounded by reporters and couldn't leave for the moment. Sia, being such an important figure, was naturally surrounded as well. Sia instructed Ce Ran to look after Tu Bao. Ce Ran showed no expression on his small face, simply replying indifferently, I know. Ce was truly speechless. He had just been so focused on talking to Tu Bao, yet with his own father, he was perfunctory. Tu Bao tugged on Chu Xiang's hand. Hurry up, uncle. Tu Bao wants to eat cake. Ce Ran crossed his arms, his face expressionless, silently following behind Tu Bao. Tu Bao stood on tiptoe, reaching for a pastry on the banquet table, but she wasn't tall enough. Chu Xiang was about to help her when another small hand reached out. Ce Ran took the pastry and gave it to Tu Bao. Thank you, big brother, Tu Bao said happily, then carefully carried the small pastry and sat down on a nearby sofa. Ah, she took a bite. So delicious. Sweeter than first love. Chu Xiang chuckled. Do you even know what first love is? Tu Bao, munching on the pastry, mumbled, I do. I heard the watermelon seller say it. Then, mimicking the old man, she waved her hand. Come, come, fresh watermelon, sweeter than first love. Eat my watermelon and forget about that person. Chu Xiang stared then, burst into laughter. Tu Bao, you're so adorable. Ce Ran turned his face away. Adorable, yes, but Tu Bao ate with gusto, tilting her head to look at Chu Xiang, and suddenly asked, Uncle, why is your name Seven Sounds? Is it because when you were born, you cried 7 times, so they named you Seven Sounds? Chu Xiang, laughing so hard he could barely see, wiped the cream from Tu Bao's mouth with a wet wipe. It's Chu Xiang, not Seven Sounds. Q-U-X-I-N-G. Tu Bao asked. Then what is Q-U-X-I-N-G? Ce Ran interjected. It's the pinyin. The little girl exclaimed. Oh, pinyin. Ce Ran thought she understood, but then Tu Bao asked, what's pinyin? Clearly, a child not yet in kindergarten didn't know even basic elementary knowledge. Chu Xiang couldn't help but laugh. You'll learn when you go to school, Tu Bao. Tu Bao nodded, thinking, I understand. Little brother is so smart because he goes to school. And brother he went too. He can do calculations. He must go to school too. Going to school is so great. Tu Bao clenched her fists. Then I want to go to school too. Chu Xiang smiled. Of course, we'll talk to your uncle about it later. He spoke gently. The little girl silently committed the words go to school to memory. Ce Ran remained as quiet as ever. Seeing Tu Bao finish her pastry, he picked up another one for her. After finishing, Tu Bao said, still not satisfied. Cake is so yummy. From now on, I'll go to work with Uncle every day, so I can have cake every day. Chu Xiang teased. Didn't you just say you wanted to go to school? Tu Bao paused, a conflicted expression on her small face. All right, I have to go to school. What should I do? I know. I'll go to school Monday to Friday, and go to work on Saturday and Sunday. She pondered seriously. Chu Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Little Tu Bao was truly a hard worker. Because he was so fond of his 4-year-old niece, Su Yi-chun was guarding against the female celebrities attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony as if they were romantic rivals. Seeing Tu Bao, a female celebrity approached. In a cloying voice, she asked, "Hello, little one. What's your name?" Tu Bao politely replied, "My name is Su Zi Tuesday." Su Zi Tu. The celebrity was taken aback. What kind of name was Z2? Tu Bao looked at her suspiciously. "It's Su Zi Tuesday." Then, she turned to C.E. Ran. "Brother, how do you say the word two in pinyin?" C.E. Ran taught her. Tu Bao immediately turned back to the celebrity. "Tuc? Annie, did you not go to school so you don't know pinyin?" She looked at the celebrity with a pitying gaze. "So big, and you haven't gone to school yet. How pitiful." The celebrity froze, then covered her mouth, laughing. "Tu Bao, you're so cute." But Tu Bao then asked, "Annie, is there something stuck in your throat? Did you swallow something wrong? Your voice is so strange. It's uncomfortable to listen to." "Annie, are you sick, so you can't talk normally?" she asked seriously, genuinely curious, not intending to be rude. The celebrity was instantly embarrassed. The surrounding people whispered in amusement, feeling Tu Bao had hit the mark. The celebrity's name was Zhou Yu, and she always spoke in an affected, cloying manner. At this moment, Su Luo walked over. He slicked back his hair, still wearing his signature sunglasses, thin gold frames, his shirt collar casually unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, and a shimmering silver-gray jacket. Su Luo looked every bit the playboy. "Uncle Su." Seeing Su Luo, Tu Bao quickly stuffed the rest of her pastry into her mouth. Su Luo chuckled softly. "What is our little Tu Bao sneaking around eating?" Tu Bao quickly shook her head. "I wasn't sneaking anything." Su Luo pointed upwards, the smear of cream on the corner of her mouth betraying her. "Busted. Next time you sneak a snack, remember to wipe your mouth." Zhou Yu, standing nearby, quietly moved closer to Su Luo. This famous actor's personality was just like his appearance, both decadent and roguish, truly irresistible. Moreover, he was one of the 8 young masters of the Su family, such a distinguished background. If she could marry into the Su family. With this thought, a glint flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes. In a saccharine voice, she said, "Mr. Su, Tu Bao seems to really like the pastries. How about I get her 2 more?" Su Luo raised an eyebrow, scooped Tu Bao up into his arms, and took a wet wipe from Chu Xiang. He casually wiped Tu Bao's mouth. "No need. She'll burst if she eats any more. Little kitten, when you sneak a snack, you have to clean up afterwards, understand?" A sweet voice replied, "Yes, I understand." Tu Bao answered obediently. Seeing how Su Luo doted on Tu Bao, Zhou Yu immediately put on a display of fondness for children, saying in a cloying tone, "Tu Bao is so adorable. Come here, let me give you a hug." She reached out her hands. "Annie, is there phlegm stuck in your throat?" Tu Bao asked innocently. Everyone around them froze. Then, looking at Tu Bao's innocent face, burst into laughter. Zhou Yu's face stiffened. "Tu Bao, you're such a kidder." Tu Bao furrowed her brow, as if realizing something, then said, "So you have a slipper stuck in there." C.E. Ran, standing beside them, coldly corrected, "That's called being fake. Understand?" Tu Bao nodded vigorously. Zhou Yu wanted to explain, feeling wronged, but Su Luo didn't even glance at her, simply carrying Tu Bao away. The surrounding people chuckled. "Kids really do speak the truth. I always thought she was obnoxious." Zhou Yu shook her head. "I really don't do it on purpose. My voice is just like this." Su Luo didn't bother paying her any attention, walking directly towards the garden behind the hall with Tu Bao. After walking for a bit, he noticed something unusual. Turning his head, he saw C.E. Ran silently following behind. He asked, "Why are you still following us?" Su Luo frowned. C.E. Ran replied, "My dad told me to look after her." Su Luo turned his head and continued walking, thinking to himself that this young master of the C family had an even colder personality than his father. If he didn't want to do something, no one could force him, yet now he was so obedient. It seemed he'd have to keep an eye on this kid from a young age. The 3 of them sat on a swing. The great actor Su Luo, acting very childish, squeezed between the 2 children. "Tu Bao, how did you know there would be lucky light at 10:18? Su Luo asked. He had been astonished when he saw that lucky ray of sunlight. Tu Bao was busy opening her little bag, pulling out her turtle as she spoke. I divined it, Su Luo asked with interest. How did you divine it? Tu Bao held up the turtle, speaking seriously. Like this, Uncle Su, look closely. I'll show you. Su Luo's jaw dropped in astonishment. This little girl actually brought the old turtle from home, stuffing it in her bag without worrying it would suffocate. The poor turtle was being spun around until it was dizzy. What did you divine? Su Luo asked. Tu Bao held up a finger, speaking seriously. Uncle Su will have a lot of romantic encounters soon. You have to be careful when you go out. Uncle Su will be captured by a goblin. Su Luo was stunned. What goblin? Tu Bao replied, a goblin that specializes in bewitching people. Su Luo chuckled to himself, thinking, romantic encounters being captured? Unless bird droppings fall from the sky and hit me on the head. Maybe any flower but a peach blossom. No way. He said casually, that sounds troublesome. Tu Bao echoed, very troublesome. Uncle Su will be very miserable. Su Luo thought to himself. The more she says, the more absurd it gets. Su Luo said gently, come here, Tu Bao. Let Uncle Su braid your hair. Su Luo gently gathered Tu Bao's messy hair. After all, as a movie star, he often had to take care of his own appearance. Braiding 2 small pigtails for Tu Bao was as easy as flipping his hand. He deftly worked, his fingers weaving through her soft strands. Not long after, Tu Bao's messy hair had been transformed into 2 lovely fishtail braids. Although they were a little uneven because he hadn't used a comb, they looked more natural. Thank you, Uncle Su, Tu Bao said with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents, a wide grin spreading across her adorable face. Ce Ran glanced at Tu Bao nonchalantly, then quickly averted his gaze. Suddenly, Su Luo snapped coldly. Hey, you there, who gave you permission to take sneaky pictures? What's going on? Don't you know I hate being photographed without my consent? The man hurriedly apologized. Mr. Su, I'm a reporter. I couldn't resist snapping a few exclusive shots. Don't worry, I'll delete the photos I just took. I'll leave right away. He turned to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, the renowned actor Su Luo called out from behind. Who said you could leave? If you want to take pictures, come and do it properly. Make sure our Tu Bao looks good. The reporter's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. He quickly said, Mr. Su, is this your niece? She's so cute. Miss Tu Bao, look over here. Su Luo sat down casually, thinking to himself, I usually hate having my picture taken, but if it's with this little bun, I'll reluctantly agree. Besides, this little princess is the most cherished child of our entire Su family, so the whole world should know about her. Everyone should know how pampered she is. Lost in thought, Su Luo suddenly noticed a familiar figure appear at the garden entrance. He suddenly recalled Tu Bao's earlier words, and his heart sank. If the romantic entanglement Tu Bao mentioned was her, he would immediately send her packing. Zhou Yu walked over to Su Luo's side and said sincerely, Mr. Su, did someone say something inappropriate just now? If so, let me apologize on their behalf. Hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Has no one told you you're annoying? Zhou Yu's face stiffened. Is it because of my voice? Mr. Su, this really is my natural voice. If you don't like it, I'll start practicing to change it today. Su Luo gave a faint, meaningful chuckle. The reporter immediately seized the opportunity, snapping pictures rapidly. What was going on here? If this photo was published, there would be gossip for the next week. Tu Bao pondered for a moment, then quietly asked Ce Ran beside her, Brother, is this what they call a lingering spirit? Ce Ran gave a soft, Tu Bao nodded. I've learned something new. Annie, you really are a lingering spirit. Zhou Yu forced a smile. Tu Bao, you can't say that about me. In reality, Zhou Yu just wanted to create a scandal. The reporter was still there taking pictures. She just needed to hold on a little longer. As long as she had a scandal with Su Luo, coupled with clinging to the Su family's little princess, she would definitely become famous quickly. However, immediately after, she heard Su Luo say coldly, If any of the photos you took today are leaked, he trailed off, chuckling softly and pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. A chill ran down the reporter's spine. He hurriedly said, Yes, Mr. Su. So can the pictures I just took of you and Miss Tu Bao be published? Su Luo's voice softened. Those are fine. The reporter looked at Zhou Yu in bewilderment. Actor Su, even on the red carpet, had never refused a photo with an actress who initiated it. Just how much did he dislike Zhou Yu? Su Luo, oblivious to Zhou Yu's rambling, simply turned and walked away. He had initially wanted to step outside for some fresh air, but her incessant chatter had completely ruined his mood. He ruffled C.E. Rand's hair and said, "Let's go." C.E. Rand's neatly combed hair instantly became tousled, and he pouted, trailing behind Su Luo. Tu Bao, perched on Su Luo's shoulder, giggled, "Brother, your hair looks like a bird's nest." The reporter, seeing this, quickly seized the opportunity to snap some photos. There might not be a scandal with actor Su, but a bromance between the Su and C families? That was something he could definitely dig into. If these two families truly collaborated, the business world in the capital would be shaken. Su Luo and Tu Bao returned to the hall. Tu Bao was truly exhausted. Rubbing her little belly, she muttered to herself, "Be good, tummy. Eldest cousin wouldn't let me eat cake, so what can we do? Oh, and no candy either. Not even a sip of soda. So pitiful." Su Luo thought to himself, "This little one sure has a lot of inner drama." The three of them hadn't even had a moment of peace before someone approached them. "Miss Tu Bao, I heard you're very good at fortune-telling. Could you tell me when my wife will give birth?" Another person asked, "Tu Bao, can you tell me when I'll get rich?" Tu Bao put on a grown-up expression and said, "Grandma, your grandson will be born in 3 days." The old woman was stunned and instinctively blurted out, "But my daughter-in-law is only 8 months pregnant. She's still a long way from her due date." The old woman looked disappointed. The discrepancy was too great. She had truly believed Tu Bao had some ability. Even if the girl had added another half a month, she would have believed her. She grumbled, "It'll be at least another month before my daughter-in-law gives birth. This isn't accurate at all." With that, she turned and left. Tu Bao then asked the young woman, "Sister, you want to be very rich, right?" "What does very rich mean?" the woman asked. Tu Bao replied, "Like waking up one morning and suddenly having lots and lots of money, even more than CEO Su." She looked admiringly towards Su Yi-chun, who was standing not far away. Then she heard Tu Bao's childish yet serious voice. "Then you can only dream about it. It's impossible to have more money than eldest cousin. He's very good at making money." Hearing this, the young woman quickly turned and left, muttering, not accurate at all. It's definitely all hype." Su Luo crossed his arms and chuckled. "Modern superstition." Tu Bao tilted her head and asked curiously, "What's modern superstition?" C.E. Rand pursed his lips, placing his hands neatly on his knees, then said, "For example, when people have nightmares, they wake up and comfort themselves by saying that dreams are the opposite of reality. But if they have a good dream, they think they're about to get lucky. When their left eye twitches, people think something good is going to happen. When their right eye twitches, they comfort themselves by saying it's just because they've been tired lately. Things like that are called modern superstition." Suddenly, he saw Tu Bao looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. C.E. Rand shyly turned his face away. He had thought Tu Bao would praise him for knowing so much. Su Luo rested his chin on his hand, watching the two children, thinking to himself, "Kids will be kids. So innocent, and their focus is so strange." The Tang Corporation's opening ceremony concluded, and Tu Bao fell asleep in Su Luo's arms. Su Yi-chun took off his jacket and covered her, said goodbye to Sia, and drove away. C.E. Rand quietly watched the Su family's car disappear into the distance, thinking to himself that he would bring Tu Bao 2 candies the next time they met. 2, because she liked to eat them, but she shouldn't eat too many. Not giving her a third was to prevent her from getting cavities. Beside the C family's car, a short, stout man stood. After seeing the Su and C families off, he finally relaxed. The little ancestor of the Su family, she truly was a little ancestor. He thought to himself, "I heard that Tu Bao was able to save young Master C of the C family, who was at death's door. I wonder if she could cure my mother's strange illness." Tang Tian, striding in, instructed her assistant, "Remember, from now on, whenever Miss Tu Bao arrives, there's no need to report. Immediately invite the city's best pastry chef to prepare cakes on site. Also, the young miss doesn't like overly sweet things, dislikes chocolate, prefers fruit-flavored cakes, and enjoys fruit candies. Add these details to the staff handbook." The assistant listened, a bewildered expression on her face. Why would such things be in the staff handbook? Tu Bao, sound asleep, felt a vague sensation of being watched. She turned her head and saw an old woman staring intently at her. Startled, Tu Bao woke up. Li Chong quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Fear still lingered in Tu Bao's eyes. "Master, I dreamt of an old woman. Her eyes were sunken, her cheeks hollow, and she was so scary." Li Chong was taken aback. Hollow cheeks, sunken eyes. That's the appearance of a dead person. Have you ever seen her before? Tu Bao shook her head. Never. Li Chang wondered, could it be that a deceased person has sought out Tu Bao? Her expression grew serious. Tu Bao, from now on, you must tell Master everything you dream about, all right? Tu Bao asked, puzzled. Master, why? Annie, why do you look so serious? Li Chang looked at Tu Bao, her expression complex. Do you know why Master came to be by your side? Tu Bao, still drowsy from sleep, rubbed her eyes and said, I know. Are you checking on Tu Bao? Mommy asked you to come. I remember everything. Li Chang remained silent, thinking, I always assumed meeting Su Jin Yu was a coincidence, that I simply agreed to protect Tu Bao for a time. But now it seems her life isn't so easy to protect, and it even requires merit to extend it. Li Chang asked seriously, Tu Bao, do you remember the gourd Master gave you? Tu Bao raised her hand. I remember. It's here. Li Chang extended her hand, her fingertip lightly touching the gourd. I never told you before, but this gourd must be filled. If it isn't filled, I might have to leave you, go far away, and never return. Tu Bao's sleepiness vanished instantly. Her eyes widened. But Tu Bao just met you, and Grandma. Tu Bao doesn't want you to leave. Master, can I pour water inside? Can I fill it with water? Li Chang sighed. My silly Tu Bao. This gourd is called a soul gourd because it can only hold souls. Tu Bao let out a small oh. So what should we do? Li Chang patiently explained. We need to put wandering souls inside. It takes 100 wandering souls, 49 malicious spirits, or, even better, just 18 evil spirits. Tu Bao peered closely at the gourd. Master, has the ugly Annie inside filled the gourd yet? Li Chang said helplessly. Not even close. Tu Bao's face fell. Ugly Annie is so useless. She can't even fill such a small gourd. The ugly auntie inside the gourd protested. Hey, little girl, aren't your expectations a bit too high? Tu Bao suddenly exclaimed. That's right, Master. The ghost on top of Sister Xuani's head is an evil spirit, right? Li Chang confirmed. Yes, it is. Tu Bao's face lit up. Then Tu Bao will go find it. With that, she hopped off the bed. Li Chang asked, find it for what? Tu Bao shot Li Chang a quick glance. Silly Master. To find Sister Xuan, of course. We need to go where she is. Sister Xuan and Brother Hewen go to the same school. So I'll go find Brother Hewen. She looked at Li Chang with a pitying gaze, thinking, Master must have been dead for so long that her brain isn't working properly. Li Chang's lips twitched. Did a 4-year-old just look down on me? Tu Bao was becoming increasingly peculiar, possessing both extraordinary talent and a life dependent on merit. Was it really just a coincidence that I met Su Jin Yu right after she died, leading me to Tu Bao? With a wave of her hand, a book appeared before her. Beneath Tu Bao's name, 2 lines of bright red text appeared. If I want someone dead by the 3rd watch, they certainly won't live to see the 5th. Li Chang thought to herself, what the hell? It seems only the king of hell has this kind of power. Tu Bao ran to He Wen's door and asked, Brother, are you in there? What is it? He Wen's voice came from inside, indicating she could enter. He Wen frowned. What do you want to ask this time? If it's another humiliating math question like, how much is 5 integrals? I'm not answering. He thought to himself, last time I filled a whole page with calculations for her, and she only remembered 1 bucket. She didn't even specify how many milliliters. Tu Bao clutched her stuffed bunny, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at He Wen. No, it's not that. Tu Bao wants to ask, can you take Tu Bao to school with you tomorrow? He Wen said coldly, absolutely not. I hate being followed, and I have to go to school. I don't have time to take you with me. Tu Bao pleaded, but before she could finish, He Wen impatiently pushed her out. Go play. Don't bother me. He slammed the door shut. Tu Bao stood outside the closed door, convinced that she must not have been cute enough. Maybe I should change it to a different dress and try again. Tu Bao scurried back to her room, changed it to a different, frilly dress, and then ran back to He Wen's room. Brother, this time, before Tu Bao could say anything, He Wen slammed the door in her face. Seeing Tu Bao rejected twice, Li Chang couldn't stay calm any longer. That brat, how dare he treat my precious like that? Tu Bao, go find your grandma. If Grandma talks to him, he'll definitely agree to take you. Unexpectedly, Tu Bao immediately refused. No, kids' problems should be solved by kids. Running to adults at the drop of a hat is childish. Li Chang was both exasperated and amused. Then what do you plan to do? Hyun isn't someone you can easily sway. Tu Bao smiled slyly. Kids have their own ways, master. Don't worry. A short while later, Tu Bao, holding a glass of juice, knocked on Hyun's door again. This time, Hyun waited a long moment before abruptly opening the door. What do you want now? I was almost finished solving that linear function problem, and you interrupted me. So annoying. Tu Bao froze, realizing she had disturbed her brother. She offered him the juice. Brother, have some juice. To her surprise, Hyun impatiently swatted the glass away. I don't want it. Can you just stop bothering me? The full glass flew through the air, spilling all over Tu Bao. The smile on Tu Bao's face slowly faded. I'm sorry, brother. It was my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed you while you were studying. Seeing Tu Bao's disappointed expression, Hyun thought, she's not going to cry, is she? How troublesome. He said coldly, give me the glass. Hyun expected her to start bawling, but instead, she gave him a bright smile. He thought, why orange juice? I hate orange juice the most. Oh well, she looks so hopeful, and I am thirsty. It's not like I'm going soft. Hyun mumbled a thank you. After I finish this juice, I don't owe you anything. I'm still not taking you to school, and I still have homework to do, so go play by yourself. He then went back inside. Watching Hyun gulp down the juice, Tu Bao was overjoyed. Bye, brother, she chirped, then muttered to herself as the door closed once again. Tu Bao decided she couldn't keep bothering her brother. It was best to wait until he was free and ask again. Suddenly, a troubled expression clouded her small face. But how will Tu Bao know when brother is free? Li Chong, who was beside her, suggested, tell that ugly ghost to go in and keep an eye on him. Tu Bao's eyes lit up. That's right. Ugly Auntie is a ghost and can walk through walls. Normal people can't see her. Tu Bao immediately reached out and pulled the female ghost from the soul gourd. Ugly Annie, can you secretly watch what brother is doing for Tu Bao? The female ghost wore a resigned expression. I can't. But before you order me around, can you please drop the ugly Annie bit? Grumbling, the female ghost passed through the wall. Inside the room, Hyun was nowhere to be seen. She followed his trail towards the bathroom. Peeking through the bathroom door, she saw Hyun sitting on the toilet, engrossed in a math book. Even when going to the bathroom, he's so serious. The female ghost let out a small huh. How can my reflection appear in the mirror? Just then, Hyun looked up. The female ghost instinctively turned her head at the same time. Their eyes met. Awkward. Hyun was so terrified he didn't even bother wiping or pulling up his pants. He flung the door open and ran. She gave chase, and Hyun ran for his life. Dad, help me! Hyun screamed. Tu Bao, patiently waiting outside the door, heard the door burst open and a figure shot out, half of his backside exposed. Seeing Hyun's terrified expression, Tu Bao, bewildered, chased after him. The more she chased, the more panicked Hyun became, not daring to look back. He ran towards the study, yelling, Dad! Dad! Help! Su Yi-chun, stepping out of the study, saw Hyun sprinting with his pants down, Tu Bao in hot pursuit. He caught Hyun as he tumbled into his arms, immediately noticing a peculiar odor. Did he forget to wipe after using the toilet? Hyun, still shaken, stammered, There's a ghost. Tu Bao, panting, caught up. Brother, there's no ghost. Tu Bao is a person, not a ghost. Confused, Tu Bao thought, ugly Auntie is the ghost, but normal people can't see her. The female ghost, hovering behind them, was equally puzzled. What's going on? Can he see me? Can he still see me now? She floated closer to Hyun, noticing his gaze was fixed behind her. Li Chong found the situation increasingly strange. Hyun stiffly turned his head and saw only Tu Bao standing there, nothing else. Tu Bao quickly covered her eyes. Brother, why did you run out without your pants on? Hyun hastily pulled up his pants, feeling utterly embarrassed. He'd never been so mortified in his life. He stammered, just now, I really saw a very, very ugly female ghost. The female ghost, about to speak, felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced her heart. Am I really that ugly? Su Yi-chun told he wanted to go take a shower, and he would go into the room to check. He won his back stiff, thought, damn it, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. At that moment, Tu Bao asked, Brother, are you scared? If you're scared, then before she could finish, Hyun scoffed. Who's scared? Who's scared? With that, he stubbornly marched back to his room. Su Yi-chun turned to Tu Bao. Tu Bao, you should go back to your room and rest too. He then followed. He went into his room. Li Chong raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with confusion. Strange. How could he even see a ghost? Li Mei, why don't you go in and take a look? Tu Bao glared at Li Chong. Master, no mischief. Inside He-Wen's room. After he finished showering and came out, he couldn't see anything unusual. Su Yichen asked, did you really see something just now? He-Wen hesitated. Maybe I saw wrong. Su Yichen started to say something, but then seemed to think better of it. Just remember, he finally said, no matter the circumstances, you must protect your little sister. He-Wen honestly replied, but Tu Bao said she wants to go to school with me tomorrow. Su Yichen didn't hesitate. Then take her with you. Tu Bao isn't unreasonable. If she wants to go, she must have her reasons. He-Wen grumbled, Dad, aren't you afraid of spoiling Tu Bao and turning her into another Han Han? Su Yichen stood up. No, I won't. I'll make arrangements for tomorrow. You just take good care of Tu Bao. He-Wen pouted and coughed a few times. Having a little sister is such a hassle. Back in his study, Su Yichen made a phone call to Wu Xiang International School, requesting a set of school uniforms and a backpack be delivered, and also that they tighten security at the school. The next morning, Su Yichen reminded He-Wen, be sure to pay attention to safety at school. Grandma Su, hovering nearby, added anxiously, or should I go with them? She's so young. How can she be without an adult? Su Zishi, hands in his pockets, waiting for Su Zilin to take him to kindergarten, scoffed at his grandmother's words. We all go by ourselves. Why can't she? Is she the only precious one? He remembered when he was Tu Bao's age. His mother only doted on his little sister, while he was never given any attention or care. He turned and climbed into the car, muttering about how a real man shouldn't be clingy. Even when he woke up scared in the middle of the night, his mother would coldly tell him to toughen up. In the end, it was always his little sister who received all the love and attention. Looking out the car window, she watched as Tu Bao was surrounded by everyone, like the moon encircled by stars. And he snorted. There was genuine annoyance in his eyes, but also a considerable amount of envy. Suddenly, Tu Bao turned her head, and she quickly averted his gaze, pulling out his phone to play a game. Su Yichen escorted Tu Bao onto the school bus. Do you need your older brother to go with you? He asked. Tu Bao waved her hands. No need, no need. Tu Bao can go by herself. But big brother, remember to take Tu Bao shopping today, okay? Remembering how she'd slept so well after her big meal yesterday that she'd forgotten all about shopping, Tu Bao's face became serious. She still needed to buy acupuncture needles for Grandma. Su Yichen nodded. All right, I'll pick you up at noon. Get on the bus now. He turned to look at Tu Bao, his expression stern. Hey, I'm telling you now, don't cry at school, or I'll ignore you. Tu Bao nodded obediently. Okay, brother. He-Wen, his face still serious, took Tu Bao's hand and led her towards the back of the bus. Tu Bao followed him meekly. Several children peered out, curious about the tiny figure, and asked in surprise, she's so small. Can she even go to school yet? Another student said, He-Wen, why are you dragging a little tag-along? Looking up, Tu Bao spotted C.E. Ran sitting in the last row and immediately beamed. Hi, little brother. C.E. Ran pursed his lips, his small face impassive as he gave a curt Tu Bao tilted her head. Little brother, are you unhappy? C.E. Ran turned away, a troubled thought brewing in his mind. Asterisk, I didn't bring any candy today. How am I supposed to interact with Tu Bao? Asterisk, Tu Bao looked at C.E. Ran curiously. What's wrong with little brother today? Shui and I, always chauffeured to school in a private car, pretended to her two friends that she took the school bus. It was all because the school bus was made of special armored materials, and the accompanying teachers were retired Special Forces soldiers. The main issue was the hefty 100,000 yuan monthly fee, which only a few families in the school could afford. So, she was afraid of being seen and ridiculed for not being able to afford the school bus. Every time, she would time the bus's arrival and then enter from a side road, making everyone think she had also taken the bus. The unknowing friends would look at her with admiration, and Xueni's vanity would be satisfied. At this moment, Xueni's friends asked her about the Shengshi ribbon-cutting ceremony. They were all envious and wanted to take photos with the celebrities. Shui and I put on an act, pretending she had attended on behalf of the C family. This excited her friends, and one asked, So, what's your relationship with C.E. Ran? Your parents seemed so close. Were you two childhood sweethearts, maybe even betrothed? Shui and I simply smiled mysteriously and told them not to ask. Unseen by anyone, a shadowy demon hovered above Xueni's head. It chuckled. Such vanity at such a young age. You're the perfect source of nourishment for me. It opened its maw jaw and sucked a wisp of black energy from Shui and I. Meanwhile, Tu Bao obediently trailed behind He-Won. Brother, will you be in the same class as me later? Can we sit together? Also, do you know which class Shui and I is in? He-Won finally snapped. Be quiet. He felt utterly mortified. Every other kid walked to class on their own, and here he was dragging a tiny tag-along. It was beyond embarrassing. Tu Bao immediately covered her mouth and whispered, Okay, sorry, brother He-Won. She blinked at him, her small hands clamped tightly over her lips. Seeing He-Won glance her way, she quickly uncovered her mouth. Don't worry, brother. I won't bother you anymore. I'll find Fatty myself. Fatty, where's my Fatty? Tu Bao looked around expectantly. He-Won rolled his eyes. He'd specifically told her not to come. Where was she supposed to find a Fatty at school? He-Won's older brother reached the stairs and called down. He-Won, we're going up. Keep an eye on her. He-Won replied indifferently. I know. Watching his brother stride away, He-Won seethed with envy. What a pain, he thought. Who wants to babysit her? Seeing the little dumpling still standing there dazedly, He-Won sighed and took her hand, leading her upstairs. As soon as they entered the classroom, the other students turned to stare, teasing He-Won. He-Won, is this your little sister? Why did you bring her to school? Everyone else is a babysitting dad, but you're a babysitting brother. Their laughter erupted through the room. He-Won felt his cheeks burn. If I ever bring her to school again, he vowed inwardly, I'm a pig who forgot toilet paper and found a worm in my lunch. The moment Tu Bao stepped into the classroom, she spotted Shui and I. Master, look, Shui and I has a Fatty on her neck. Oh, wait, it's a demon. A really big demon. Li Chong lowered his voice. So, it's here. Little backpack, show Master what you've learned today. Just then a teacher walked in. Seeing He-Won and Tu Bao, she smiled warmly. You must be Tu Bao. I heard you're joining your brother today for a little elementary school experience. Tu Bao nodded vigorously. Yes, Tu Bao came to study. She couldn't exactly say she was there to catch demons. That might scare the teacher so badly she'd run screaming from the bathroom without her clothes, like her brother had earlier. The teacher chuckled at Tu Bao's innocent expression. Well, Tu Bao, why don't you sit with your brother? Tu Bao suddenly pointed to the seat next to Shui and I. Teacher, I want to sit with Shui and I. The teacher paused. Oh, that's right. Shui and I's usual seatmate is absent today. Li Chong, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. What incredible dog-do luck. Shui and I's face fell. Nothing could ever happen when Tu Bao was around. She definitely didn't want to sit with her. At that moment, the girl sitting in front of Shui and I turned around, her eyes wide. Shui and I, are you not only close with the Su family, but this close? The reluctance instantly vanished from Shui and I's face, replaced by a smug satisfaction. She beamed. It's nothing really. We just happened to go camping together once. Tu Bao, come sit here with me. Shui and I patted the small chair beside her. Tu Bao, with her little backpack, trotted over and sat down next to Shui and I. Shui and I was just about to try and bond with Tu Bao when she saw the little girl pull a black turtle out of her backpack. Shui and I froze, and the teacher also stared, dumbfounded. Teacher, don't worry, Mr. Turtle can't talk, and little Five won't make any noise either, Tu Bao explained. After a pause, she added, they'll be lonely at home if Tu Bao is at school, so they insisted on coming with me. The teacher's lips twitched. A turtle and a bird? What did they know about loneliness? No, wait, this little child probably didn't understand either. Softening her voice, the teacher said, Tu Bao, this is a classroom. If they disrupt class, I'll have to take them away, okay? Tu Bao blinked her bright eyes at the teacher and nodded obediently. Okay. Tu Bao saw a demon hovering over Shui and I's head, a demon born from Shui and I's excessive vanity. The demon eyed Li Chong warily, a flicker of confusion in its gaze. It couldn't sense any energy from him and couldn't discern what kind of demon he might be. Li Chong was instructing Tu Bao, that's a vanity demon. Little backpack, later, ask Shui and I to meet you in the small woods. We'll capture it there. Tu Bao nodded silently. Okay, master. Leaning closer, she mimicked Li Chang's swagger. Don't leave after school. Meet me in the small woods. Shui and I, who had been diligently listening to the lesson, froze. The first class ended quickly. The teacher smiled as she walked towards Tu Bao. Tu Bao, did you understand the lesson? She hadn't expected Tu Bao to say yes, but the little girl nodded. Yes. Surprised, the teacher asked, really? Let me test you. Some workers want to repair a 100-meter road. On the first day, they repaired 64 meters. The rest needs to be repaired in 6 days. How many meters do they repair each day on average? Tu Bao replied, 6 meters. The teacher was stunned. Tu Bao, you're so smart. Tu Bao tilted her head, a confused expression on her face. But teacher, the workers already repaired 64 meters on the first day. Why did they only repair 6 meters each day after that? Why didn't they just finish it all at once? The teacher was at a loss. In all her years of teaching, she couldn't answer a question from a 4-year-old. How embarrassing. Just as the teacher was struggling to find an answer, the math teacher from the same office walked over. Did our little student Tu Bao understand my lesson today? Tu Bao nodded again. Yes. The teacher introduced Tu Bao to the math teacher. Tu Bao is very smart. She remembered everything I just taught. Intrigued, the math teacher said, is that so? Let me test you then. A child has 50 lollipops, 70 cotton candies, and 100 fruit candies in their bag. The child ate all 50 lollipops, 60 cotton candies, and 100 fruit candies. What does the child have left? Tu Bao shook her head. The child has diabetes. She thought to herself, just like Grandma. Grandpa said Grandma got diabetes from eating too much candy. Both teachers were taken aback, then burst out laughing. The answer wasn't exactly wrong. Shui and I, seeing the teachers crowding around Tu Bao with smiles on their faces, felt a pang of displeasure. Trying to draw attention to herself, she said, Tu Bao, you're wrong. The lollipops and fruit candies are all gone. There are 10 cotton candies left, not diabetes. Shui and I, eager to show off her math skills, glanced at the teachers, hoping for praise. But the teachers were focused on Tu Bao, completely ignoring her. Shui and I thought resentfully. I clearly answered correctly. Why is no one paying attention to me? She felt both embarrassed and humiliated. The teacher patted Tu Bao's head, told her to come to them if she needed anything, and then left the classroom. The other students immediately crowded around, staring at the turtle on Tu Bao's desk. Tu Bao, why did you bring a turtle to class? And why is it lying like that? Tu Bao explained. Because if I flip him over, Mr. Turtle will zoom away. Another student asked, where's your little parrot from earlier? Tu Bao crouched down by her desk, pressing her cheek against the drawer and peering inside. Little Five is in here. He's scared of strangers. Yet another classmate chimed in. How can we make him not scared? Does he eat bread? He's a green parrot, right? I heard they're really smart. Tu Bao had suddenly become the center of attention. Shui and I was absolutely furious. Before, everyone had always crowded around her after class, eager to chat. Now, they were all fawning over Tu Bao. Besides Shui and I, there was another person who wasn't happy at all. He won. She's just the little sister of an ordinary person. Class is over, and she hasn't even bothered to come find me. What the heck is she doing? He slammed his book down on the desk. Hearing the noise, Shui and I looked over. It seemed Iwan didn't like Tu Bao either. Her eyes flickered, and she walked towards Iwan. Iwan, everyone likes Tu Bao. She's a good talker, not like me. I'm so clumsy with words. Shui and I thought to herself. Iwan will definitely say there's nothing special about Tu Bao, and that he prefers people like me. However, Iwan, who had always been rational beyond his years, possessed an iron will. He immediately saw through Xueni's pretense. What are you doing? You're so young, yet you've already mastered the art of playing the innocent victim. What are you trying to pull here? Xueni's eyes reddened. Iwan, why are you saying that to me? Iwan said irritably. Get lost. He gave Shui and I, who still hadn't moved, a cold stare and said impatiently, Little Miss Innocent, are you going to leave or not? If you don't, I'll make you. The bell for the next class rang just then, and the students hurried back to their seats. In just the 10-minute break, Tu Bao had made many new friends, and she was very happy. Suddenly, a small piece of paper flew onto her desk from behind. Curious, Tu Bao unfolded the paper and read it carefully. Tu Bao, have you eaten? I haven't. Can you go eat chicken legs with me later? Li Chong, who was beside her, twitched his lips at the message. First graders, they haven't even learned all the characters yet. Some of them still have to write in pinyin. Tu Bao rummaged through her backpack, pulled out a pencil, and pa zhe ren jun de hui fu dao. Pa zhe ren jun de hui fu dao. Leaned over her desk, earnestly replying, Okay, I like chicken legs too. Let's go eat chicken legs together later. Li Chong saw her lips moving as she muttered, but on the paper were only childish scribbles. He watched as Tu Bao finished drawing, folded the paper, and handed it to the child behind her. Suddenly, Shui and I raised her hand. Teacher, Tang Zihang and Tu Bao are passing notes during class. She knew very well that Teacher Wang hated students talking and passing notes during class. Tu Bao would definitely get scolded. The English teacher on the podium, her lesson interrupted, looked towards Tu Bao and the boy sitting behind her. The teacher was a very strict middle-aged woman. She held out her hand. Give it to me. Tang Zihang's face paled, and he hurriedly handed the small note to Teacher Wang. She glanced at the contents of the note, then looked at Tu Bao and thought, the school board keeps sucking up to the Su family, the major shareholders, and they want me to give Tu Bao special treatment? Dream on. Today, I'll show them what rules are. Teacher Wang looked down at Tu Bao. Both of you, take your things and stand outside. Tu Bao had never been to school before, but she vaguely sensed that she had done something wrong. Before she could explain, the teacher slammed her ruler on the desk. Silence. I don't care whose child you are or how rich your family is. In my classroom, you follow my rules. Tu Bao wanted to say that she didn't know passing notes wasn't allowed and that she wanted to apologize. But looking at the teacher with her furrowed brows, high cheekbones, and thin, pale lips, Tu Bao recognized what Grandma called a mean face. Tu Bao, offering no further explanation, slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked out of the classroom. Shui and I was so delighted she almost burst out laughing, but she was unaware of the vain demon perched atop her head, taking a deep breath and chuckling. Unexpectedly, so much resentment has already condensed. It won't be long before this body is mine. Meanwhile, Shui and I was still reveling in the thought that Tu Bao, now away from the Su family, was nothing. A dark, ashen shadow began to deepen beneath her eyes. Teacher Wang continued from the podium. Let me make this clear. I don't care if your parents are high-ranking officials or wealthy tycoons. In here, my rules are the rules. She then looked pointedly at He-Wan, a sneer twisting her lips. He-Wan, Tu Bao is your little sister, isn't she? I heard that as soon as she arrived at your house, she caused your second uncle and aunt to divorce. A stubborn, unruly child like her needs to be taught a lesson. Don't you dare follow her example. Hearing this, He-Wan immediately shot to his feet, slamming his hand on the desk. My little sister is none of your business, he said coldly. You're a teacher. Instead of focusing on teaching properly, you're gossiping about others in class. You're a disgrace to the profession. Element number 51 on the periodic table. That's what you are. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed for the door. And another thing, he added, my aunt and uncle's divorce was her own fault. It had nothing to do with my sister. She's in jail now. Maybe you'd like to join her. Teacher Wang was stunned. She hadn't expected the usually quiet and reserved He-Wan to talk back to her. She trembled with rage. He-Wan paused as he passed the podium. Do you know what element 51 is? He asked icily. It's antimony. The symbol is SB. With that, he walked out of the classroom, his face expressionless. Watching He-Wan leave without a backward glance, Teacher Wang roared. Don't you ever set foot in my classroom again. I don't need students who disrespect their teachers. Out in the hallway, Tu Bao stood facing the wall. Mr. Turtle perched on her head. Little Five perched on Mr. Turtle. Tu Bao sighed. Little Five sighed too. He-Wan emerged from the classroom and saw Tu Bao obediently standing outside. Come on, he said. Didn't you want to eat lamb? I'll take you. Tu Bao's eyes widened. There's lamb at school? He-Wan replied, it's a bit of a hassle, but as long as I have my superpowers, I can get you anything, even a Manchu Han imperial feast. Tu Bao peeked into the classroom through the window. But, she began, then trailed off. Never mind. Shui and I isn't a good friend anyway. Lamb is more important. He-Wan looked puzzled. But what? Tu Bao smiled. Nothing. She quickly grabbed her backpack and tucked Mr. Turtle and Little Five inside. Let's go. Tang Zihang watched Tu Bao with admiration, but he didn't dare follow. The cafeteria at the Five Elephants International School had a small supermarket and a food court on either side. As a high-end private school, the food was naturally top-notch, but the prices were also steep. He-Wan sat down at a table and ordered, Boss, 1 order of grilled lamb chops and 2 grilled lamb legs. Tu Bao quickly added, and 1 order of shrimp and an apple, please. Mr. Turtle and Little Five need to eat too. He-Wan's face darkened, and he amended the order. 1 plate of raw shrimp and 1 sliced apple. The owner looked surprised. It's still early. We don't have those ingredients yet. Before he could finish, He-Wan pulled out his meal card. I'll pay double. The owner immediately brightened. All right, give me 15 minutes. Tu Bao's eyes widened in amazement. You're so awesome. He-Wan puffed up his chest, a hint of pride in his voice. Piece of cake, he said with an air of arrogance. The food arrived quickly. Tu Bao took Little Five out of her backpack and offered him a piece of apple. then reached for her own food. Just as she was about to eat, Hyun told her to wait. Tu Bao looked up, puzzled. Hyun picked up a disposable glove and carefully put it on her hand. "Thank you, brother," Tu Bao said with a smile, her mouth watering at the aroma of the roasted lamb leg. Hyun wrinkled his nose in disgust. "No need to thank me. Look, you're drooling." He grabbed a napkin and wiped Tu Bao's mouth, feigning annoyance. "It's not that I'm spoiling you," he grumbled, "but if anyone sees my little sister drooling like this at her age, where will I hide my face?" Tu Bao mumbled between bites. "You eat too." Somehow, Hyun had transformed into her personal waiter. Despite his apparent irritation, he said, "Eat yours. Don't worry about me. If I don't peel this for you, you'll be eating it all day. Hurry up, we have Chinese class next." Tu Bao looked at him curiously. But brother Hyun doesn't like Chinese class. She remembered her other brother. Hyun loved reading and Chinese literature. This Hyun only liked strange numbers. While Tu Bao enjoyed her meal, back in the classroom, without Tu Bao and her hunger to distract her, the vain demon grew bolder. Shui and I, who had been sitting upright, suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, leaving her utterly exhausted. Then she felt a kick against her chair. Turning around, she saw her classmate behind her looking startled. "Shui and I, are you okay? Did you not sleep well last night?" Shui and I shook her head, and a small piece of paper was passed to her. She unfolded it and saw a few lines of messy handwriting. Suddenly, the vain demon behind her sneered, "Being liked by someone is something to be proud of. Quickly hold up that note and announce to everyone that Lu Zitan confessed his love to you." A spark of excitement flickered in Shui Ni's eyes. "Yes," she thought, "since I'm so popular, everyone should know. I want everyone to understand that the most beloved child isn't Tu Bao, but me." She raised her hand and called out, "Teacher Wang, Lu Zitan passed me a note." Lu Zitan, sitting in the back, jumped in surprise. The angry teacher demanded, "Who wrote it?" Shui and I loudly declared Lu Zitan's name, then unfolded the note and read aloud, "Shui and I want to tell you something. Even though I'm not handsome, I have a good heart. You should know that you're the only one in my heart, and I won't like anyone else. Because I love you." Just to add, it's love, not like. She read every word on the paper, then lifted her chin like a proud peacock. The English teacher said coldly, "Lu Zitan, go stand in the hallway, and have your parents come see me tomorrow. You're at such a young age and already learning about romance. I've seen plenty of students like you. You'll amount to nothing in the future, just a good-for-nothing or a loser." Lu Zitan's face paled. He shot a resentful glance at Shui and I and silently walked out. Shui and I felt no remorse. The vain demon could only influence her vanity, not her conscience. Her classmates immediately crowded around her. "Wow, Shui and I, when did Lu Zitan start liking you? He's really punching above his weight." But then again, I heard a lot of people like Shui and I. "Your desk drawer is full of love letters, right?" Shui and I modestly replied, "Not really," while allowing one of the girls to pull out all the letters from her drawer. Her two best friends giggled and read them aloud. Shui and I pretended to protest. "Come on, aren't you bored? I can't possibly have anything to do with them." One of her friends said, "That's right, our Shui and I already has an engagement with the C family. She'll be the sole mistress of the C family in the future." Hearing this, Shui and I didn't deny it. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, she tacitly agreed. The feeling of vanity made her feel like she was floating on cloud nine. But she didn't know that the vain demon behind her had also swelled to its maximum size. Li Chong returned from his stroll and witnessed the scene. "Look how much vain energy it has absorbed. At this rate, Shui and I will be dead in 2 days. I must subdue it before it replaces the host." But where is little backpack? Back in the office, the homeroom teacher casually asked Teacher Wang, "How was your class just now? Was Tu Bao well behaved?" Teacher Wang let out a cold laugh. "What kind of discipline can you expect from a 4-year-old? At that moment, another teacher returned and asked Teacher Wang, "I went to the classroom earlier. Why didn't I see Tu Bao?" Teacher Wang frowned. "How would I know? Class is over. Who knows where she's gone to play? Such a small child, already so fond of playing. School is a place for learning, not a kindergarten. Am I supposed to follow her around and supervise her?" The homeroom teacher, standing beside them, warned, "You should really fix that attitude of yours. This child is different." The bell for the next class rang. Teacher Wang picked up her teaching materials and said, "In my eyes, all students are equal. There's no distinction between rich and poor. Everything is based on academic performance." With that, she turned and left. The homeroom teacher, could only remain silent. All students are equal, she thought. It was clear teacher Wang discriminated based on grades. She wouldn't even glance at children whose English scores were below 90. Meanwhile, Tu Bao, having eaten her fill, rubbed her round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Hewen, sitting beside her, frowned. Are you full yet? Don't follow me tomorrow. Tu Bao spoke seriously. I didn't come to school with you just to eat. Hewen scoffed. If not to eat, then what? To study? How old are you? Who would believe such a lie? Unexpectedly, Tu Bao shook her head. No, I came to catch ghosts. Hewen asked, catch what ghosts? A shiver ran down his spine as he remembered the hideous female ghost he had seen in the restroom the previous day. Tu Bao turned to her brother and asked, are you scared? Hewen's face stiffened. He forced himself to say, who's scared? I'm just asking what kind of ghost you're catching. Tu Bao leaned close to Hewen's ear and whispered, catching an evil ghost. That evil ghost is perched on Xueni's head, sucking the evil energy from her neck, just like drinking bubble tea. Hewen, picturing someone drinking bubble tea, suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. He instinctively reached up to cover the back of his neck, his face unconsciously tense, and asked Tu Bao, can that ghost come out during the day? Tu Bao counted on her fingers. There are 3 types of ghosts in the world, but not all of them can come out during the day. Like that ugly Andy. She's a wandering wild ghost who died an unnatural death and can't be reincarnated. She just wanders around in the human world. Hewen immediately thought of the female ghost that had scared him so badly he'd become constipated. His face turned pale. Tu Bao continued her innocent explanation. There are also vengeful ghosts, those who died unjustly. They'll suddenly appear and scare people to death. Hewen's face paled further. But Tu Bao went on. Finally, there are evil ghosts who are very ferocious and will eat people. Wandering ghosts and vengeful ghosts can't appear during the day, but evil ghosts can. They're very powerful. Hewen suddenly covered Tu Bao's mouth. Stop talking. He looked around, thinking to himself that there couldn't possibly be ghosts in such broad daylight, and then released the precocious Tu Bao. Tu Bao quickly said, brother, you're scared, aren't you? It's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of being scared. Hewen continued to insist. Who's scared? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Tu Bao said, but you're so powerful. Why are you afraid of ghosts? You shouldn't be. Actually, ghosts aren't scary. They're just like people, except their eyeballs bulge out and their hands are severed. Hewen immediately produced a candy from somewhere and stuffed it into Tu Bao's mouth. Only then did Tu Bao fall silent. He didn't want to go to class just because his little sister told him there was a ghost on the head of his classmate. But the thought of being laughed at by his sister for being afraid of ghosts made him grit his teeth and head towards the classroom. At that moment, the homeroom teacher finally found the two of them. Hewen, Tu Bao, where have you two been? The bell has already rung. Tu Bao, with the candy in her mouth, mumbled indistinctly. Tu Bao was hungry. Big brother took Tu Bao to eat. Hewen snorted. It was Teacher Wang who kicked us out. This matter, of course, couldn't be left at that. Hewen wanted to call his father and ask him to pick them up. Just thinking about Tu Bao saying there was a ghost on Xueni's head made him reluctant to go back to class. Hearing Hewen say he wanted to call his father, the homeroom teacher hurriedly tried to persuade him. Hewen, I have to go to class. Can you take your sister back to the classroom first? Before Hewen could reply, Tu Bao obediently raised her hand. Yes, teacher. Tu Bao and Big Brother are going to class now. Saying that, she took her brother's hand and walked towards the classroom. Hewen reluctantly followed behind. He had no other choice. If he didn't go to class, wouldn't his sister laugh at him for being afraid of ghosts? Having boasted, he had to be brave. Entering the classroom, Hewen instinctively looked towards Xueni. As it happened, Xueni also looked up at him and grinned. Hewen immediately felt a shiver down his spine. The Xueni before him. Xueni's eyes were dark and sunken, her face gloomy, her gaze fixed on Hewen. That smile looked truly bizarre. She hadn't been like this just now when she came to him acting coquettishly. Could Tu Bao be right? Was there an evil ghost on Xueni? Thinking of this, Hewen quickly averted his gaze, his back stiffening. He walked back to his seat with awkward, robotic steps. At this moment, the vain demon, curled up on Xueni's head, whispered instigations. Look, Hewen is looking at you. The first thing he did when he came back to class was look at you. He definitely likes you. Everyone likes Xueni. Xueni stared at Hewen, her heart filled with arrogance. As such an excellent girl, of course, all the boys liked her. At this time, Tu Bao returned to Xuanyi's side, tilted her head, and looked at the vain demon, murmuring, "Annie, are you full yet?" She secretly thought that such a big demon could surely fill up her soul-catching bottle a little. Xuanyi wearily turned her head, thinking to herself, "Full of what? I'm different from Tu Bao. I'm here to study properly, unlike Tu Bao, who only thinks about eating all day." At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked in. "All right, class, let's begin our lesson. Today we're learning Village Dwelling. This poem is a bit longer than the ones we've learned before." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyi immediately raised her hand. "Teacher, I've already memorized this poem." The homeroom teacher paused and looked at Xuanyi. "All right, Xuanyi, let's hear you recite it." Xuanyi clasped her hands behind her back and recited the entire poem in one go, her pronunciation clear and expressive, as if she were performing on stage. Her classmates exclaimed in admiration. The homeroom teacher also smiled and praised her. "Very good." Xuanyi sat down, feeling a little puzzled. Why did the teacher only praise her with 2 words? She had clearly recited it so well. Why didn't the teacher ask if she had studied it at home? She had wanted to take this opportunity to say that she usually studied very hard. Xuanyi was a little dissatisfied. The vain demon behind her also showed its displeasure. Tu Bao's eyes widened. She saw many straws between Xuanyi and the demon. Li Chong happened to look over and saw the dissatisfaction of Xuanyi and the vain demon. He said, "Tu Bao, tell the teacher that you also know the poem." Tu Bao raised her hand high. "Teacher, Tu Bao knows it too." The homeroom teacher was surprised. "Well then, Tu Bao stood up and raised her little head, reciting, "Over the grassland, orioles fly in the February sky. The willow's gentle branches sway in the spring breeze. Children leave school early. Happily they run. Taking advantage of the east wind, they fly their kites." The 2 little buns tied with ribbons on her head bobbed along with her recitation. Her pronunciation wasn't perfect, her voice a little childish and not as clear as Xuanyi's, but it exuded an adorable charm. The class erupted in another round of oohs and ahs, somehow feeling that Tu Bao was even more impressive. The homeroom teacher looked at Tu Bao, touched. "Tu Bao, you're so good. You were able to recite the whole poem. Do you usually study at home?" Tu Bao innocently replied, "No, teacher. Tu Bao just learned it." She secretly thought, "Master just taught me." Tu Bao just read after him. But after reading it once, Tu Bao remembered it all. At this moment, Xuanyi's eyes were filled with disbelief and resentment. Tu Bao clearly hadn't recited as well as she had. So why did the teacher praise her so much? She had spent the whole evening memorizing the poem, yet Tu Bao claimed to have just learned it. She must be lying. Xuanyi felt a deep sense of injustice, convinced the teacher only praised Tu Bao because she was the young miss of the Su family. If she were the young miss of the Su family, she would definitely be even better than Tu Bao. A flicker of envy flashed in Xuanyi's eyes, and a thought kept swirling in her mind. If Tu Bao were dead, then I would be the young miss of the Su family. Unable to resist the impulse, she shoved forward, but pushed only air, stumbling with a thud against the back of Tu Bao's chair. The homeroom teacher asked, "Xuanyi, are you all right?" Xuanyi hurriedly explained, her movements sluggish and seemingly exhausted, that she was fine. The vain demon thought, there's actually such a small child in the world who's so vain and pretentious, just like me. Give me 2 more days, and I'll definitely be able to replace Xuanyi and live again. It glanced warily at Li Chong, adding, "Xuanyi tripped just now, it wasn't me." Tu Bao lowered her voice and asked, "Master, it's so fat. Can it fill up the soul-catching bottle?" Li Chong looked at the demon with an inscrutable expression. "No, then isn't it a waste of being so fat? So useless." Li Chong took out a notebook, flipping through it as he casually asked the demon, "You were a teacher at this school, weren't you? The requirements for becoming a malicious ghost are quite strict." Tu Bao listened intently. Li Chong explained, "First, a malicious ghost must have died a tragic death. This tragic death isn't just any ordinary tragic death. Falling from a building and breaking limbs, being hit by a car, those don't count. The death of a malicious ghost must be much more horrific. Second, after dying with unresolved grievances, they can't leave the place of their death. They can only repeat the process of their death over and over, accumulating resentment day after day, and only then can they become a malicious ghost." Li Chong looked at the demon. "I'm very curious. How exactly did you die? The demon's face was extremely unsightly. Although it couldn't tell what kind of ghost Li Chong was, it felt a terrifying aura emanating from him. Tu Bao tilted her head and looked at the demon. Yeah, how did you die? How did you die and get so swollen? Like a balloon. The demon completely ignored Tu Bao, only wary of Li Chong, but thinking that it was already the fiercest among the ghosts. What was there to fear? Finally, school was over. Suddenly, Shui and I gritted her teeth and asked Tu Bao, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately dodged when I pushed you, making me lose face like that, and you deliberately recited the poem to compete with me." Tu Bao blinked in confusion. Deliberately what? Shui and I yelled angrily. Deliberately recited the poem to compete with me. The surrounding classmates turned their heads in surprise to look at Shui and I. Shui and I was startled, realizing she had blurted out her inner thoughts, and hurriedly packed her school bag. "Didn't you say we were going to the Little Woods? Whoever doesn't come is a dog." With that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and left. Tu Bao immediately stuffed Grandpa Turtle and Little Five into her school bag and then tugged at He-Won. "Brother, let's go quickly too." He-Won suddenly had a bad feeling. "Go where?" Tu Bao stated decisively. "Catch ghosts." He-Won asked again, "What ghosts?" Without another word, Tu Bao pulled He-Won and ran. He-Won thought to himself, "I'm not going anywhere. What catching ghosts? No way, not in this lifetime." He called out as he was dragged along. "Wait," but Tu Bao didn't listen at all, instead pulling him even faster. As soon as they entered the small woods, He-Won saw Shui and I standing in the distance, head bowed, her back hunched, and her arms hanging limply. Seeing He-Won arrive, the girl slowly raised her head, staring intently at him. He-Won felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Tu Bao asked, "Brother, are you scared? Or should you go back first?" Just as He-Won was about to bolt, he stopped, stubbornly declaring, "What am I scared of? I have to stay calm. There's nothing in this world that can scare me." Just as he thought this, a sudden, piercing scream ripped through the air from seemingly nowhere. He-Won jumped, his heart leaping into his throat. Tu Bao quickly grabbed He-Won, who was already sprinting away. "Brother, it's Little Five." Little Five's voice drifted from inside Tu Bao's backpack. Left hand points to the moon. Right hand takes the red string. "You and me." Unable to reach the high note, the me had morphed into a shriek. At that moment, Shui and I glided towards them, her footsteps light, as if she were perpetually on tiptoe. "He-Won, you're here too." The tears welling up in He-Won's eyes abruptly retreated, replaced by a chilling dread. Tu Bao shielded He-Won, her expression serious. "If anything happens, come at me, Tu Bao. Don't scare my brother." Master, come here quickly." "Master?" Tu Bao looked around frantically. "Where's Master?" He-Won, his eyes fixed on the small ghost, saw Li Chong suddenly materialize, reaching out to ruffle Tu Bao's hair. "What is it?" Tu Bao looked at Li Chong, puzzled. "Master, what's wrong with you today? Why can't I see you anywhere?" Not quite right. It was more like she couldn't see his ghost. But this wasn't the time to worry about that, so she asked, perplexed, "Master, what's wrong with Shui and I? That evil ghost hasn't taken over Xueni's body yet, has it? But I feel like Shui and I is already gone." Li Chong explained, "This is called a ghost stand-in. Although there's only a slight difference in the words. Ghost possession and ghost stand-in are completely different. Ghost possession is when a ghost enters the host's body and influences them. A ghost stand-in is when a ghost is trying to control the host, but hasn't completely taken over their body yet." Tu Bao nodded vigorously. "So this is a ghost stand-in." He-Won, his face pale, asked, So what do we do? What is a ghost stand-in?" Tu Bao repeated Li Chang's explanation. "Look," she pointed at Xueni's tiptoes. "A ghost stand-in means there's a ghost controlling the host. Right now, there's a ghost clinging to Shui and I, its feet stepping on the soles of Xueni's feet, walking in her place." He-Won, both terrified and mesmerized, looked closely and indeed saw Shui and I standing on tiptoe, the tops of her feet forming a straight line, a position impossible for a normal person to maintain. He-Won wanted to run again. Tu Bao continued, "So, when there's a ghost around us, never run. Humans can't run faster than ghosts, and when you run, the soles of your feet face upwards, making it easy for a ghost to take advantage and enter your body." He-Won stammered, Then how should we walk?" Tu Bao seriously continued her lesson. "In this situation, we try not to let the soles of our feet leave the ground. For example, shuffle, or hop step by step, or walk backwards. Of course, the best way is to beat the ghost to death." He-Won repeated, "Beat to death, beat to death." Tu Bao patted her small chest confidently. "Brother, Don't be afraid. Tu Bao is very powerful. This kind of ghost isn't even enough to stick between my teeth. The evil ghost beside them, hearing Tu Bao's words, couldn't help but sneer. Just you. It controlled Xuani's body to ask, I'm only afraid of your master. What does he want to do? Li Chang replied, take my disciple for some practice. And by the way, deal with the 18 lives buried under the sports field. The evil ghost's expression shifted, baring its fangs and claws. Stay out of my business. Let's not cross each other's paths. We're all ghosts. As it spoke, it lunged ferociously towards Li Chang. Tu Bao suddenly grabbed the vain demon's ankle. With a sharp whoosh, she flung it backwards. They're both ghosts, she declared. But Master isn't a bad ghost. The vain demon shrieked. Ah! A mischievous glint sparked in Li Chang's eyes. So this is what it feels like to be protected by a disciple, he mused. Tu Bao, he said, throw it to me. Beside them, He-Wen was utterly dumbfounded. Following Tu Bao's throw, a loud thud echoed as a massive, sumo wrestler-sized female ghost materialized before him. He was seeing ghosts again. He-Wen's legs trembled. He was about to grab the nearest tree for support, maybe even give it a kiss, when he looked up and saw another one. You can see me, Li Chang observed, his gaze piercing. Just as He-Wen was about to burst into tears, Li Chang silenced him with an invisible golden talisman, gesturing for him to watch quietly. The vain demon, flung hard by Tu Bao, was completely stunned. It had actually been thrown by a 4-year-old. It stared at Tu Bao, demanding, What are you? Tu Bao corrected it seriously. I'm a person, not a thing. Then, reconsidering, I'm a person, so being a thing isn't right. She realized her phrasing was off and glared at the demon, cheeks puffing out in indignation. You're the thing. Your whole family are things. The demon scoffed angrily. Little brat, are you mad? The words had barely left its mouth before Tu Bao snatched it up and tossed it violently around. The demon thought to itself, mad about what? I was just saying it casually. Is it worth this? This annoying brat, how is she so strong? Suddenly it cried out, Wait, have you forgotten I'm possessing Shui and I? If you keep hitting me like this, aren't you afraid your friend will get seriously hurt? It was scared, trying to use Shui and I as a shield. After a 2-second pause, Tu Bao shook her head. She's not my friend. If she gets hurt, she gets hurt. She figured it was better than Shui and I being sucked dry by the ghost. And so, the bizarre scene continued. Tu Bao, a 4-year-old, gripping Xuani's ankle, swinging her around like a toy. If the demon wasn't removed quickly, Xuani's life would be in danger. Thus, the spectacle went on, with Tu Bao landing another punch on the vain demon. Seeing it couldn't win, the demon gnashed its teeth, glaring at Li Chang, then at Tu Bao, and decided to flee. The red string on Tu Bao's wrist glowed faintly, supporting her, and yanking the vain demon back. With all her might, she continued to fling it around. Shui and I, as the demon's host, was being tossed around too. If it weren't for Tu Bao holding onto the demon's leg, if it weren't for her holding back, with her strength, the demon would have been smashed to bits. However, the demon wasn't faring much better. Finally, with a resounding thud, Tu Bao finally managed to wrench the vain demon out of Shui and I. Shui and I, eyes rolled back, lay unconscious on the ground. Tu Bao let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Catching ghosts was exhausting. Master was so unreliable, only teaching her this one move, and it was such a tiring one. Thankfully, it had worked. What now, Master? She asked. Li Chang and He-Wen, standing beside her, were completely speechless, jaws agape. He-Wen's face was a mixture of bewilderment and awe. So powerful. His little sister wasn't just a crybaby. She was a violent little Lolita in disguise. Li Chang, too, was surprised. He hadn't expected Tu Bao to possess such divine strength, a strength specifically effective against ghosts, able to fling a demon away just like that. Even he would have needed some effort to separate the demon from its host. Yet Tu Bao had achieved it simply by throwing it around. This power was undetectable against ordinary people, but against ghosts, it was incredibly potent. She was truly born for this. Li Chang, suppressing his inner turmoil, said to Tu Bao, Master taught you the ghost-catching talisman, remember? Tu Bao nodded. I remember. Even though Master's drawing is as ugly as a dog's chew toy, Tu Bao remembers. The corner of Li Chang's mouth twitched. Just saying you remember is enough. You didn't need to add that last part. He instructed Tu Bao to try using the ghost-catching talisman to capture the ghost into the soul gourd. Tu Bao waved her small hand, clumsily drawing the pattern of the ghost-catching talisman. A golden talisman materialized in the air, enveloping the vain demon before forcefully pulling it towards the gourd. The vain demon struggled. I don't want to go in. I won't go in. Why, after all my efforts, do I end up like this? Tu Bao ignored its protests. You go in first. The vain demon continued to resist. Exasperated, Tu Bao stepped on the ghost and pulled backwards with all her might. Li Chong sighed. Silly disciple. Stepping on the ghost. Are you competing with yourself? Tu Bao. Next you need to ask her how she died. Catching a ghost wasn't just about capturing it. It was also about understanding its circumstances, which would be beneficial for her future knowledge and experience. Tu Bao obediently followed his instructions. Fatty Annie, how did you die? The vain demon glared at Tu Bao, eyes bloodshot. You're the fatty. Your whole family are fatties. Tu Bao immediately retorted. You are. Li Chong intervened. It seems this ghost won't tell you how she died anytime soon. Just put her in the gourd first, and we'll ask her later. With a snap of her fingers, Tu Bao sealed the vain demon inside the soul gourd. The gourd wobbled, and the faint, indignant roar of the vain demon could be heard. Let me out! Tu Bao patted the gourd. Fatty Annie, be quiet. Stay in there with ugly Annie. She happily shook the gourd. Master, this ghost was so big. Is Tu Bao's gourd almost full? Li Chong chuckled. Let Master see. He took one of Tu Bao's fingers, pressed it against the gourd, and told her to focus. Tu Bao concentrated, and suddenly, she saw the vast space within the gourd, like a large room, where ugly Annie lay listlessly and fatty Annie stomped and cursed. The ghost, which had seemed so large, wasn't even enough to fill a crack in the gourd space. Disappointed, she asked, Then when will it be full? Li Chong grinned, teasing her. Master doesn't know. Maybe your brother can calculate it for you. The master and disciple turned to look at He-Won. He-Won shuddered. Don't ask me. He'd rather give up his beloved math, physics, and chemistry and gnaw on dry, rigid literature than calculate ghosts. Tu Bao asked, puzzled, Why, brother? Aren't you good at calculations? He-Won hastily denied it. No, I'm not good. Tu Bao squatted on the ground, doodling in the dirt. Look, brother, this is the gourd room, and inside are ugly Annie and fatty Annie. The room is this big, fatty Annie is this big, and ugly Annie is this big. So how many fatty Annies and ugly Annies are needed to fill the gourd room? He-Won thought to himself, isn't this simple? Assuming fatty Annie is X and ugly Annie is Y. It wasn't that he didn't want to calculate, but his hands seemed to have a mind of their own, itching to solve any math problem they encountered. He picked up a twig and started scribbling on the ground. Quickly, he arrived at an answer. So, you'll need about 19 fatty Annies and about 100 ugly Annies. As soon as he finished calculating, he silently tossed the twig away, pretending he hadn't done anything. Tu Bao, with a serious expression, nodded repeatedly. I understand. Li Chong, standing beside them, thought to himself, didn't I already tell Tu Bao this? He glanced over and asked her, why do you need to fill the gourd? The smile on Tu Bao's face slowly faded. If I don't fill the gourd, Tu Bao will be taken away. He was stunned. Taken away? Taken where? Tu Bao lowered her head, drawing random lines in the dirt with a twig. To a place very far away, so far away, I can never come back. In other words, if she didn't fill the gourd, Tu Bao might die. He was silent for a long time before asking, that fatty Annie just now, are there more ghosts like that? If so, catch them quickly. Tu Bao sweetly asked, are you worried about Tu Bao, brother? He immediately denied it. No way. It's just, it was hard enough to calculate X and Y. I at least need to verify the results, right? Otherwise, Li Chong approached, echoing, right, how can you see me? He froze. He was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the man in white robes before him gradually fading, then quickly disappearing. He stared blankly, looking left and right, then asked Tu Bao, didn't your master want to ask me something? Why did he suddenly leave? Tu Bao looked beside him. No, master is right next to you. He instantly felt a chill on his neck, as if a hand was placed on his shoulder. The goosebumps that had just subsided stood on end again. He didn't dare turn his head, didn't dare to look. It was even more terrifying than actually seeing him. Li Chong found it strange. How could he be seen, and then suddenly not be seen? He'd been a ghost for hundreds of years, and had never encountered such a situation. Just then, a commotion came from outside the small woods. Soon after, Tu Yichen appeared with several teachers. Tu Yichen strode to Tu Bao's side, his eyes sweeping over her. Are you all right? Tu Bao shook her head, indicating she was fine. Teacher Wang, walking behind, muttered incessantly, I said I didn't know. It has nothing to do with me. They ran here to hide themselves. How can you blame me? And they insisted on dragging me along to look for them. Xueni's mother saw Xue and I lying unconscious on the ground and rushed over to pick up her daughter. Xue and I was covered in mud, her hair a mess. Her mother almost didn't recognize her. Xue and I woke up groggily and burst into tears. Mommy, it hurts. It was then that Xueni's mother noticed the injuries all over Xueni's face. Her arms and calves were also scraped, her face bruised, a front tooth missing, and her eyes blackened. She looked even worse than Zhu Beiji. Her mother asked, heartbroken, what happened? Who hit you? What did my Xue and I do wrong? Xueni's mother stared at Tu Bao as she spoke. The next moment, Hewen stepped in front of Tu Bao. I hit her. Xueni's mother was stunned. Why? Hewen crossed his arms and snorted. She angered my little sister. She snitched on my sister for passing notes in class. And after school, she dragged me into the small woods to confess her love. So young, yet acting like a 1,000-year-old goblin, daring to like me? I had to teach her a lesson. Hewen deliberately brought up a well-known incident to cover up some traces and avoid suspicion. Moreover, he took all the blame upon himself. Xueni's mother anxiously said, even so, you shouldn't have hit her like that. It's a good thing to be liked. Why hit her? Teacher Wang, standing beside her, added, was Xue and I wrong to report Tu Bao for passing notes in class? What's wrong with your thinking? You did something wrong and then hit the person who reported you. Hewen sneered. Yes, reporting is certainly not wrong. But I wanted to hit her, so what? Teacher Wang was rendered speechless. Tang Zihong looked at him with admiration. Cool, cool. From now on, Hewen is my big brother. He had only passed a note to Tu Bao, and Xue and I had loudly reported them, resulting in a 45-minute detention. Tang Zihong, being petty, was naturally unhappy. Tu Yichen calmly said to his assistant, hitting someone is indeed wrong. We will take responsibility for this. Issue a public apology. Say that Miss Lam dragged young Master 2 into the small woods to confess her love, and young Master 2, in his youthful temper, hit her. The Tu family apologizes and will compensate 10 million yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress. For the Tu family, this amount of money was a mere trifle, a small price for amusement. Xueni's mother quickly said, no need, no need. They're just children. It's normal for them to fight. It's no big deal. She thought to herself, if this gets out, wouldn't it make Xue and I lose face? But since they were publicly apologizing and offering compensation, she couldn't really find fault. Tu Yichen said calmly, very well. If Mrs. Lam regrets this decision later, feel free to contact my assistant. Xue and I cried, Mommy, I didn't. Xueni's mother lowered her voice and told her to be quiet. Don't say anything more. Teacher Wang muttered, spoiled brats. At this moment, Tu Yichen glanced at Teacher Wang, then fixed his gaze on Principal Li, asking him how he planned to handle the situation. Teacher Wang's heart skipped a beat. She thought, is this for real? I just didn't fawn over them, and now the Tu family is taking it out on me? But it's fine, I'm the best English teacher in the school. Even if Principal Li acts tough, he'll definitely protect me. Principal Li, unable to feign ignorance any longer, spoke up. Teacher Wang was indeed at fault this time. Arbitrarily punishing students is against the rules and requires disciplinary action. Teacher Wang looked at Principal Li in disbelief. She was just fulfilling her responsibilities as a teacher, disciplining students for their own good. But Tu Yichen continued, you punished a student without understanding the situation, discriminated against students based on their grades, wrote their names and scores on the blackboard, publicly humiliated and physically punished them. And you call that being responsible? Teacher Wang believed that students needed to be disciplined to excel, and she was doing it for their own good. In reality, weren't they punishing her because of Tu Bao? Tu Yichen smiled and gestured to Chu Xiang to read the information they had gathered on Teacher Wang. Chu Xiang immediately began. 2 years ago, Teacher Wang attempted to bribe the department head with gifts, but was rejected and received a disciplinary warning. Since last September, Teacher Wang has been using her position to recommend students to outside tutoring classes for personal profit. Tu Yichen looked coldly at Principal Li. A teacher with such character? If Principal Lee finds it inconvenient to handle this matter, it's fine. We will escalate the complaint to higher authorities. As for the school's construction investment, we'll reconsider. Teacher Wang wasn't just accused of arbitrarily punishing students. She was also accused of discriminating against students based on their grades, writing their names and scores on the blackboard, publicly humiliating and physically punishing them. In the end, she was expelled from the school in disgrace. The surrounding parents watched and whispered amongst themselves. Humiliated, Teacher Wang could only flee. This time, she not only lost her job, but also had her teaching license revoked according to regulations. Meanwhile, Tu Bao was about to tell her eldest brother that she wasn't punished with standing outside, and instead got to enjoy delicious food with her brother. But Tu Yi-chin gently comforted her. This has nothing to do with you, Tu Bao. He thought to himself, my stance is clear. Anyone who dares to bully the Tu family's precious darling will pay the price. Tu Yi-chin said softly, come on, let's go shopping. Didn't you want to buy something? Tu Bao. Tu Bao immediately forgot the previous incident and said excitedly, yes. Tu Bao wants to buy acupuncture needles to treat Grandma, so she can get up and dance. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly asked, Big brother, aren't we taking the bus back? The cute lemon-yellow bus is about to leave. Tu Yi-chin looked toward Si Yin, who was queuing for the bus. No, we're going shopping now. Si Yin, wearing his backpack, looked at Tu Bao from afar. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Tu Bao looking back and waving at him. Si Yin froze, instinctively waving back, then stumbled slightly as he boarded the bus. Tang Dayin, who had been standing nearby, finally seized the opportunity and stepped forward. Mr. Tu, please wait a moment. Tu Yi-chin turned his head coldly and asked, what is it? Tang Dayin spoke seriously. I heard that Miss Tu Bao revived young Master Si, so I have a favor to ask of her. Tu Yi-chin furrowed his brow. Tu Bao asked curiously, what is it? Tang Dayin explained. It's like this, my elderly mother has been in a coma for a long time and hasn't woken up yet. I want to ask Miss Tu Bao to take a look at her. Beside them, Li Chong suddenly spoke up. Could it be the old woman you saw in your dream? Looking at Tang Dayin's face, Tu Bao was inexplicably reminded of the old woman in green from her dream. She said, Master, I feel like his face and the old woman's face are very similar. They look very shrewd and sharp. Li Chong almost laughed. Looking at Tang Dayin, he said, yes, indeed, very shrewd and sharp. So, do you agree to help him? Tu Bao nodded, agreeing to meet Tang Dayin tomorrow. He was overjoyed, not expecting Tu Bao to actually agree. Meanwhile, Xuan left, burying her face in her mother's arms and sobbing. Mommy, I didn't do anything wrong. Does Tu Bao dislike me? Did she say bad things about me to He-Wen, so he hit me? Xuanyi's mother sighed, telling her daughter to be patient. We can't afford to offend the Tu family. It seems now that the Tu family is our best option. If people find out Xuan was beaten after confessing to Tu He-Wen, how will she ever get together with Si Yin? Xuan said she understood, but in her heart, she thought, clearly, I was the one bullied this time. But Tu Bao has people to pamper her, and I have to endure. Why? At this moment, Xuan deeply resented Tu Bao. Elsewhere, Tu Bao was taken on a stroll through the streets by her eldest brother, finally agreeing to go home after buying a new set of acupuncture needles. Seeing Tu Bao return, Grandma Tu told her to go eat. Tu Bao rubbed her round belly and said, Grandma, Tu Bao already ate 10 bowls of rice. Grandma Tu was both amused and exasperated. Tu Bao, don't lie. Grandma won't scold you. Hearing this, Tu Bao obediently confessed. Actually, I ate 1 ice cream, 2 mousse cakes, and 2 boxes of strawberries. Tu Bao counted the items on her fingers. Seeing Grandma Tu about to get angry, Tu Bao quickly looked at her grandmother. Grandma said you wouldn't be angry. Grandma Tu said gently, Grandma isn't angry, but you can't eat like that next time. Children need to eat proper meals to grow tall and strong. Tu Bao happily kissed Grandma Tuesday. Grandma is so good. I must learn medical skills quickly to heal your leg. With that, she happily ran upstairs. Grandma Tu watched Tu Bao with loving eyes. Turning around, she scolded Tu Yi-chin. You too. Why did you let a child eat so many snacks? If a child doesn't understand, shouldn't an adult? Tu Yi-chin remained silent. Tu Bao was the one who ate, but he was the one being scolded. It was Tu Bao who had asked for the treats, looking at him with those big, pleading eyes. Who could resist? Grandma Tu continued her criticism. You have to learn to say no. You have no principles at all. 2. Ichin coughed. Mom, I have a meeting. Without waiting for Grandma Tu to reply, he immediately turned and left. What exactly did Tu Bao say to scare her brother so much that his soul almost left his body? Not long after, Tu Hewen casually walked out of his room, went downstairs for a glass of water, and then just as casually went back upstairs. A short while later, he went down again to get a bottle of milk. Tu Ha-won, sitting on the living room sofa, looked at him and frowned. Do you want to go find Tu Bao? If you want to go, just go. Tu Hewen scoffed. Who wants to go find her? I'm just thirsty, so I want to get a drink. It's not like I want to go find her. Tu Ha-won silently watched his brother's pretense and said, Suit yourself. I'm going back to my room. You're making me dizzy pacing back and forth like that. Finally, as dusk settled, Tu Hee-won, after pacing back and forth, knocked on Tu Bao's door. Tu Bao called out in a sweet, childish voice, Come in. Tu Hee-won, as if on a secret mission, nervously glanced left and right before quickly pushing the door open and stepping inside. Out in the hallway, Tu Ha-won, his face impassive, held up his phone, showing his younger brother the picture he'd just snapped. He wanted to see if Heewon would still deny his concern. Tu Ha-won couldn't understand. Had just half a day, with Tu Bao changed Heewon so much? That troublesome little sister. And yet Heewon had been pacing back and forth. If it were him, he would never do anything so foolish. When Tu Heewon entered the room, he saw Tu Bao lying on the bed, her tiny feet in the air, watching her toes wiggle. He asked her what she was doing. Tu Bao, while shaking her short legs, replied, I'm losing weight. Tu Heewon asked in surprise, How old are you? And you're already trying to lose weight? Children don't need to lose weight. If your cute, chubby cheeks disappear, you won't be adorable anymore. You're perfect the way you are, like a little tomato. Tu Bao put her feet down. All right. If I'm not losing weight, then later I'll only eat one more bowl of rice. If I don't eat anything at all, Grandma will worry. Tu Heewon was astonished. You still want to eat another bowl of rice? Good heavens. People lose weight to be slimmer, but you lose weight so you can eat more. Tu Bao lay on her back on the bed, poking her round belly, a slightly melancholic expression on her face. Why is my tummy so small? Why can't everything below my neck just be tummy? Suddenly, Tu Bao looked up. All right, Fatty Annie, how did she die? So swollen like that. Surely she didn't die from overeating, did she? Tu Bao looked behind Tu Heewon. He stiffened, asking, Which Fatty Annie? Tu Bao pointed at him. Behind you, right above your head. With the most innocent and bright expression, she uttered the most chilling words. Tu Heewon practically launched himself onto the sofa, sitting ramrod straight. Tu Bao blinked. Are you scared? Tu Heewon pursed his lips. No, my legs were tired, so I wanted to sit down for a bit. Tu Bao gave him a knowing look. Next time you're tired, just say so. To hide his embarrassment, Tu Heewon quietly asked Tu Bao, Did you ask Fatty Annie how she died? Truth be told, curiosity was gnawing at him. Ever since the night he saw the ugly ghost, his worldview had been turned upside down. He was both terrified and couldn't help but want to know more. At that moment, the vain specter was being suppressed by Li Chong, its mouth agape in a ferocious expression. Li Chong reached out and pulled, extracting the ghost of Li Mai from its mouth. Tu Bao gasped. Wow, he really pulled her out. Tu Heewon was confused. Pulled what out? Tu Bao explained. Fatty Annie ate Ugly Annie, and Master just rescued Ugly Annie. But Tu Heewon misunderstood. He couldn't see the ghosts anymore, so he automatically pictured the ugly ghost being pulled out of the vain specter. And for some reason, the image brought to mind the unfortunate incident with the clogged toilet from earlier. Li Mai, the moment she was extracted, burst into tears, wailing in indignation. She ate me. She dared to eat me. We're both captured ghosts, and she's bullying me. The vain specter, held immobile by an unseen force, sneered. Kill me, chop me up, do whatever you want, just don't waste my time. Next time, it won't just be one ghost I eat. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared venomously at Tu Bao. As long as I live, I'll make your lives a hell. Suddenly, Li Chong raised his hand and delivered a sharp blow to her head. How dare you threaten my disciple? The vain specter's head, struck with such force, flew off, rolling to a stop at Tu Heewon's feet. Tu Bao's eyes followed the vain specter's head as it rolled across the floor, finally coming to rest at Tu Heewon's feet. He gulped, asking, What are you looking at? Tu Bao replied matter-of-factly. Fatty Annie's head fell off. It's by your feet. Tu Heewon shot up from the sofa, as if it had suddenly become electrified. This sofa is a bit uncomfortable, he stammered. I think I'll sit somewhere else. And so, Tu Bao and her simultaneously terrified and curious older brother settled in for a rather unusual bedtime story. Just as the vain specter stubbornly refused to divulge how she died, Li Chong turned to Tu Bao. Tu Bao, he said, his voice calm but firm. You can persuade her to talk, however you see fit. The vain specter's eyes widened in horror. The memory of being tossed around like a rag doll by the seemingly innocent little girl flashed through her mind. Talk! I'll talk, she shrieked. There's no need for violence. The thought of being at Tu Bao's mercy again filled her with a powerless rage. Resigned, she admitted that her name was Li Ruobing and that she had been a wealthy heiress. Tu Bao looked at her skeptically. The vain specter pressed on, claiming that she had worked hard to achieve her riches. Both Tu Bao and Li Chong stared at her with unconcealed disbelief. Tu Bao could sense the lie, while Li Chong simply remained silent, his expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Even now, the vain specter couldn't resist embellishing the truth. Under their combined scrutiny, she finally caved. In reality, she had been a factory worker at a printing press, spending her days toiling away in the workshop. One evening, working late, she had been offered a ride home by the kind daughter of the factory director. From that day forward, they became friends, their bond deepening until they were practically inseparable. She was often invited to her friend's house for dinner. It was there that she discovered the true taste of beef and the satisfying texture of plump shrimp. Before, she had always imagined shrimp to be long, hollow, and tasteless, probably only fit for consumption when they were old and stale. Tu Bao, ever curious, piped up, and then Li Ruobing continued. My best friend would give me her unwanted clothes, handbags, even jewelry. I was overjoyed. Even though they were cast-offs, they were things I could never have afforded in my lifetime. In truth, her father wasn't just the factory director. He was the chairman of a massive corporation. Thanks to her, I experienced a life I had only ever dreamed of. During the day, I worked at the printing press, but in the evenings, I'd stroll through the city with my friend, enjoying fine dining and basking in the envious glances of others. I felt like a beautiful, wealthy socialite. Once, when I visited her home, the manager of a famous brand personally brought over all the latest designs for the upcoming season for her to choose from. She casually selected clothes worth 2 million yuan. The ones she didn't like, the manager, with a subservient smile, bowed and took away. That's when I realized how the truly wealthy shop. The luxury items displayed in stores were merely the leftovers, the rejects of the elite. Because of those clothes, she continued, a wistful tone entering her voice, I received some designer pieces that my friend had recently tired of. I wore designer labels, carried limited edition handbags, and held the latest smartphone. Even though these things cost me a month's salary, it was worth it because that life. She began to find the cramped, damp room in the factory's dormitory utterly beneath her. Li Chong listened with a growing sense of disdain. Dressed in borrowed finery for so long, he muttered under his breath. She forgot what kind of creature she truly was. Tu Bao, however, was completely engrossed in the story. And then what happened? She asked eagerly. Li Ruobing continued. When I went to rent an apartment, seeing me dressed in designer clothes, the agent enthusiastically showed me a luxury apartment. Listening to his flattery, I truly believed I was a rich and beautiful woman. So, I rented a small apartment for 5,000 yuan a month. But when it came time to sign the contract, I regretted it, but there was nothing I could do. The agent kept looking at me so expectantly. You have to understand, more than 10 years ago, even with overtime at the factory, my salary was only a little over 3,000 yuan a month. Tu Bao, sitting beside Li Chong, counted on her fingers, calculating the difference. 3,000. Rent is 5,000. That's missing. Tu He-won, perched on the edge of his seat, chimed in. That's 2,000 short. Tu Bao's eyes widened in surprise. That's a lot of missing money. Fatty auntie, she asked. Where did you get the money? Li Ruobing, the vain specter, let out a bitter laugh. Exactly. The apartment required a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent up front. That's 20,000 yuan in one go. Where was I supposed to find that kind of money? Finally, the agent finished explaining the contract. With no further excuses to delay, Li Ruobing pretended to answer a phone call and, gritting her teeth, went to borrow 20,000 yuan from a loan shark. She knew that if she couldn't repay the loan, they would really dare to kill her, but she didn't care anymore. After signing the contract, the agent bowed and scraped before her, just like the store manager had with her wealthy friend. The anxiety and fear from borrowing the money were instantly replaced by a feeling of being respected. At that time, those who could afford a 5,000 yuan a month apartment were truly enviable. Even if that night, she had to secretly eat instant noodles in her luxurious apartment. Hearing this, Tu Bao asked curiously, "If your friend was so rich, why didn't you borrow money from her?" Li Ruobing replied, "I felt that the reason my friend associated with me was because of my simple and honest nature. Moreover, I had lied to her, telling her that my parents were seriously ill and that as long as they were healthy, I wouldn't mind any hardship. If her friend knew she had borrowed money to rent a 5,000 yuan apartment, she would surely be deeply disappointed and stop being friends with her. Then where would she get her designer clothes and handbags?" Hearing this, Li Chong suddenly thought of Shui and I. He finally understood why the vain specter clung to her so relentlessly. She wasn't just incredibly vain, she was also incredibly deceitful. Having rented a high-end apartment, she naturally couldn't go back to work at the printing press. It simply wouldn't befit her current status. But without qualifications or experience, she couldn't find a decent office job. Fortunately, at this time, she saw a government agency recruiting temporary workers. They saw her as meek, pitiful, and honest, so they hired her. Li Chong scoffed inwardly. Meek, pitiful, and honest. What a performance. Li Ruobing continued. The agency was great in every way, something everyone would envy. The only drawback was the salary, a mere 1,000 yuan a month. But it didn't matter. I had a stable job, lived in a luxurious apartment, and wore designer clothes and carried designer bags every day. Even though my loan shark debt kept piling up, even though I had to split a pack of instant noodles into 2 meals, I was living the life everyone admired. However, this quickly became insufficient to satisfy my vanity. So, I casually let slip that I was the daughter of the chairman of a certain corporation, and that I was only working there to experience life. I also deliberately let people discover a photo of me and my friend's father. Just like that, I impersonated my friend. After assuming my friend's identity, I truly understood what it meant to live the high life. Money truly made a difference. Even though they knew my identity as the chairman's daughter was fake, no one investigated me. Instead, everyone fawned over me, trying to curry favor. So, I convinced myself that I had finally become a rich and beautiful woman. Tu Bao listened even more intently, then asked, "So, you died because you boasted too much?" Li Ruobing said nonchalantly, "How could that be? At the time, I always thought my friend gave me clothes out of kindness. But when I started doing the same, giving clothes to others, I realized how much of a sense of superiority it gave me. So, her being so good to me must have had an ulterior motive. She was just using me to highlight her own superiority." Tu Bao countered, "How do you know that?" Li Ruobing, the vain specter, sneered. "Because when I gave away designer clothes I didn't want anymore, seeing their joyful, grateful expressions, I felt such disdain for those country bumpkins, only fit to pick up my leftovers. So, when my best friend gave me her old clothes, she must have thought the same way. Otherwise, if she was so rich, why didn't she just buy me new ones?" Hearing this, both Li Chong and Tu Bao fell silent. Li Chong coldly asked, "So, you killed your best friend?" Of the 18 skeletons buried under the sports field, one has a different time frame from the others. It must be her. Hearing this, Li Ruobing's eyes became frantic. Those loan sharks were holding a knife to my throat. What was I supposed to do? I was forced, only by killing her, then taking the opportunity to ingratiate myself with her parents and completely replace her. Could I repay the 1,000,000 yuan debt and live a carefree life? At this point, Tu Bao shook her head. This person is beyond redemption. Li Ruobing looked at Li Chong with a dazed expression, muttering, "After killing my best friend, I treated her parents like my own, trying to please them every day, wanted to help them escape the pain of losing their daughter. But they didn't appreciate it at all. I tried so hard to win their favor, but they never treated me like their own daughter. What's even more outrageous is that when they discovered I was the one who killed their daughter, they personally handed me over to the loan sharks. How could they be so cruel? They could have called the police and arrested me. They clearly knew those loan sharks wouldn't hesitate to kill. Why did they treat me like that?" Just then, Tu Bao suddenly froze. "So, That's how you died? But why are you so inflated? The little girl looked at the obese ghost, her skin stretched taut like a balloon, her face full of confusion. Li Ruobing suddenly covered her face, roaring in fury. They dragged me back to the printing factory, shoved me into the machine, tortured me over and over, shoving the machine into my mouth. They laughed and said, "Didn't you like to boast?" So they turned her into a balloon and inflated her. Ignoring her pleas, disregarding her despair, they inflated her until her blood vessels burst. Blood splattered everywhere, turning into red ink for printing books. Even after death, she remained inflated like a balloon, 10 times her original size. Finally, with a bang, she exploded like a balloon. Li Ruobing cried hysterically. How could they treat me like that? Even if I did something wrong, it was because that best friend humiliated me with her old clothes and bags. I also regret killing her. She's dead anyway. There's no bringing her back. Why couldn't they just treat me like her? For the past 10 years, do they know how I've lived? She relived her death over and over, screaming day and night, blood splattering everywhere, but no one could hear. To become a vengeful ghost, one must endure at least 10 years trapped at the place of their violent death, constantly reliving the process. The female ghost exploded again and again, her resentment accumulating. Along with the vain specter's rage, her murderous aura erupted like a storm. The entire room was enveloped in this chilling aura. Suddenly, she stared at Tu Bao. "It's all your fault, you nosy little brat. Why did you have to interfere in my affairs?" The vain specter shrieked, lunging towards Tu Bao. "Rich brats like you are nothing but trouble. You rich kids are the most hypocritical." As she spoke, the vain specter's face contorted with hatred, surging towards Tu Bao with a swirling mass of murderous energy. Li Chong, standing beside Tu Bao, was about to intervene when he suddenly saw a faint green light flicker. Something seemed to be blocking the murderous aura around Tu Bao. At the same time, Tu Yuan let out a strange yelp, scrambling backwards. The poor boy thought he would be safe next to Tu Bao, but as soon as he looked up, he saw the ferocious female ghost charging towards them. He was so terrified he nearly levitated. At that moment, with a soft yell, Tu Bao shielded her brother, throwing out a tiny fist. "You can't scare my brother. This fatty Annie is so mean." Her best friend was nice to her, but she blamed her best friend and even chased her away. And so, Tu Yuan watched his adorable little sister climb onto the obese ghost and start pummeling her. In this moment, in Tu Yuan's eyes, Tu Bao was no longer his ordinary little sister, but Ultraman. He thought to himself, "Oh no, my sister is a girl, so she must be Ultraman's mom." He couldn't help but cheer, "Go, Tu Bao." However, the vain specter fiercely cursed Tu Bao and her entire family. Tu Bao retorted, "Reflect." The vain specter, enraged, blurted out, "Reflect ineffective." Tu Bao said again, "Reflect. Reflect again. Super, invincible mega reflect." In the next second, a surge of murderous aura poured into the soul-catching gourd. The vain specter, weakened by the attacks, gradually returned to her normal human form. She was now skeletal, her face etched with despair. "It's not fair. What did I do wrong? It's clearly their fault, the fault of this society. When I first came to the provincial capital to work, I was sincere and full of hope. If it weren't for those people looking down on me for being a country bumpkin, I wouldn't have become like this. So, you can't blame me. Blame the unfairness of the world. Blame this world for having so many rich people, while I'm just poor and lowly. Blame that best friend for showing me the world of the rich, a life I could never have. It's all their fault." Finally, with a crack, the vain specter completely transformed into a wisp of murderous aura and was absorbed by the soul-catching gourd. Li Chong shook his head, blinded by vanity. It's truly difficult to distinguish right from wrong. A distorted sense of vanity is the reflection of an extremely insecure heart. Tu Bao shook the soul-catching gourd. "Master, I feel like there's water inside the gourd." Before, the gourd had felt empty, but now there was a strange, indescribable sensation. Li Chong told her, "That's how the soul-catching gourd is. Fullness signifies completion." He then asked, "Little backpack, where's your noisy parrot?" It was chirping in the little grove during the day. "Why is it so unusually quiet now?" Tu Bao turned to look around, and found the parrot asleep under a tree. "Why are you sleeping so early today? Aren't you going to sing anymore?" Little Five seemed to be woken up, tilting its head. Little Five suddenly flapped its wings and squawked loudly, its little head bobbing back and forth as if it were breakdancing. It sang and swayed, looking exactly like an Amazon parrot. At this moment, the parrot suddenly flapped its wings and shrieked, "Biting! Biting!" It turned out the old turtle was clamped tightly onto its feathers, refusing to let go. Tu Bao hurried over and told the old turtle to release Little Five. Tu Huan sat beside them, chuckling. "It'd be a miracle if it understood what you're saying." Turtles, indeed, had a peculiar trait. Once they clamped onto something, they wouldn't easily let go. However, the unexpected happened. The turtle released Little Five's feathers. It opened its mouth and shook its head a few times, as if a pft sound could be heard. Tu Huan stared in astonishment. "That's amazing." Just then, Grandma Tu knocked on the door outside, calling Tu Bao down for a late-night snack. Tu Bao answered and happily ran out. After a fight with a ghost, she was indeed a little hungry. This made her feel that this was even more effective than weight loss exercise. Tu Huan trailed behind her, sitting at the dining table, sipping water and watching Tu Bao eat, thinking to himself, "Why does everything she eats look so delicious?" Finally, after finishing the last bite of rice, Tu Bao let out a loud burp. Seeing that Tu Bao had stopped eating, Grandma Tu was about to urge her to eat a little more. "Look at you, you've only eaten a tiny bit. What if you get hungry in the middle of the night?" It was a classic case of a kind of hunger called Grandma thinks you're hungry. Tu Bao touched her neck. "Grandma, I'm really full. Look, the food's piled up all the way here." Seeing Grandma Tu about to say something more, Tu Bao glanced at the plate of braised bok choy, then jumped up and ran off like a shot. "Grandma, I'm not eating anymore." The little girl, now a bit mischievous, turned her head as she ran, sticking out her tongue. At this moment, Li Chong told Tu Bao to find an excuse tomorrow to have the international primary school level their soccer field. Tu Bao nodded. "Okay, master, I remember." Having given his instructions, he pushed open the door to the room. Li Chong suddenly told Tu Bao to wait, saying there was a new ghost inside. Looking at the scene before her, Tu Bao felt her scalp tingle, her spirit nearly leaving her body. Inside the room was a female ghost, her hair tied up high, a few strands falling across her forehead. At her feet were 5 fetal ghosts. Seeing Tu Bao looking at her, the female ghost let out a raspy "heh" from her throat, her voice hoarse as she addressed Tu Bao. "You're back. Do you recognize me?" She smiled sinisterly, her teeth grinding together. "Little brat, living the good life, aren't you? Becoming the family's precious little princess, living like a princess." As for her, she had been kicked to death by Lin Feng, such a wrongful death. Even after scaring Lin Feng to death, the second person she wanted to drag down to hell was Tu Bao. If she couldn't live in peace, no one could. Tu Bao couldn't help but take a step back, but quickly regained her composure. Not afraid, she wasn't afraid. She had a powerful master, and a string that could transform into a strong man's arm. Besides, she had already defeated the fat ant. She also had 8 uncles, grandpa, grandma, older brother, older sister. She didn't need to be afraid of her stepmother anymore. Thinking this, Tu Bao gradually felt a surge of strength fill her body. She stared at Mu Qin Xian, her stepmother, her small fists clenching. Seeing Tu Bao's clenched fists and stillness, Li Chong placed a hand on her shoulder, silently transferring his strength to her, and gently said, "Good Tu Bao, don't be afraid." The poor child, she must be frightened stiff. After all, Mu Qin Xian was a deep-seated memory, a shadow not easily overcome. Mu Qin Xian screamed and lunged at Tu Bao. "I'll send you down here to join me." The little girl suddenly snorted. Tu Bao's not afraid. Tu Bao will smash her. With that, Tu Bao suddenly grabbed Mu Qin Xian's red-nailed hand, and with a bam, flung her across the room, leaving her dazed. Tu Bao took the offensive, bravely advancing and grabbing one of Mu Qin Xian's ankles, pulling her out of the swirling yin energy. Mu Qin Xian's already pale face became even more ghastly. Then, like a punching bag, she was thrown back and forth countless times, small fists raining down on her face like thunderbolts, making her cry out in agony. Li Chong, standing to the side, smirked slightly. He then realized he had been overthinking it. The little girl showed no signs of fear, clearly quite courageous. This beating caused Muchin Xian's energy to dissipate, completely absorbed by the soul-catching gourd. How could this be? She's a vengeful ghost, capable of taking lives. Why isn't Tu Bao afraid of her, and even able to hit her? Muchin Xian now resembled a tattered sack with its contents emptied, clearly devoid of any strength. Tu Bao finally let go of her, took 2 steps back, picked up her little rabbit, and hugged it tightly. At this moment, the 5 little ghosts let out whimpering sounds, all crawling towards Muchin Xian. Muchin Xian shoved the little ghost nestled in her arms aside, yelling with all her remaining strength, "Don't touch me." Tu Bao suddenly understood. This little ghost was her younger brother, who had died tragically after being pushed down the stairs by her stepmother, resulting in a miscarriage. But what about the other 4? Tu Bao, puzzled, asked Li Chong, "Master, why does she have so many little brothers and sisters? Can her tummy hold that many? Such a big tummy just for babies, what a waste. It could hold chicken drumsticks, pork knuckles, so much yummy food." Thinking of this, Tu Bao shook her head vigorously. No, it still needs to hold babies, but after the babies are born, it can hold food. Li Chong explained. She only had 1 child in her womb. The others were likely miscarried very early on. These children, full of hope for life, were cruelly deprived of it, so their wronged souls linger in this world. They usually don't wander around, but cling to their mother, until the mother dies or they dissipate. He turned to Muchin Xian. "You're dead. Why haven't you reincarnated, instead becoming a vengeful spirit? You must harbor deep resentment." Muchin Xian spat. "I won't reincarnate. Why should I let Lin Feng off the hook?" She sneered at Tu Bao. "Tu Bao, do you remember your dad?" "Oh no, he wasn't your dad. Your mom, and he never registered their marriage. Never had a wedding, only a ceremony. And that very night, their wedding night, I took your mother's place. I won, she lost. I even threw her to 7 or 8 men. Too bad she didn't die from it. But everything Su Jin you didn't have, I got. I won. The mistress became the wife, even got the marriage certificate. But why was the man I fought so hard for such trash? But so what? Tu Bao, you're just a bastard born from some ugly man. Even if you're the family's little miss, so what? The blood running through your veins is still filthy. These words made Tu Bao clutch her little rabbit tighter. She didn't quite understand, but it didn't stop her from grasping the key information. Her dad wasn't the dad she knew. Her dad was some ugly old man, and there were 7 or 8 other men involved. So, who was Tu Bao's real father? Muchin Xian, already filled with resentment, became even more vicious and brazen in her words, holding nothing back. Li Chong snapped his fingers, a talisman flew out, sealing Muchin Xian's mouth. He then told Tu Bao to go take a bath and sleep, leaving the matter to him. Muchin Xian's energy had been absorbed by the soul-catching gourd. It was best to completely destroy the remaining soul fragments to avoid future trouble. Tu Bao wanted to ask something but held back, obediently nodding. Li Chong looked at Muchin Xian with amusement, curious about how she died and how she killed Lin Feng, as she claimed. Muchin Xian turned her head away. Li Chong chuckled coldly. Still stubborn? I'm just curious, not demanding an answer. Since you won't talk, I'll send you on your way. Muchin Xian had intended to speak, but only if the talisman was removed. Li Chong suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, I forgot your mouth is sealed. The talisman was removed, and Muchin Xian, now drained of strength, lay still as a dead fish. She darkly recalled how Lin Feng had kicked her to death. He had blamed her for everything, and in a fit of rage, kicked her. Her head had struck something sharp, coincidentally rupturing an intracranial artery. And just like that, she died from a single kick. If she hadn't died, she would have only served a few days for spreading false rumors. After her release, she could have altered her appearance, changed her name, and applied to be a nanny for the family again, getting close to Tu Bao. Knowing Tu Bao as she did, gaining her favor would be child's play. Then she could find a way to control Su Luo, becoming the 4th Mrs. Tu. Yet, she had died so unjustly. Hearing this, Li Chong scoffed and asked how Lin Feng had died. Lin Feng, trapped in that place, was living a life worse than death. The family had paid people to take care of him, and he was bullied relentlessly. He could only drink water from the toilet bowl and eat leftovers. Lin Feng, in his state of terror, and after several near-death experiences, became so frightened he lost control of his bladder. In the end, he grabbed a brick and smashed his own head in. Li Chong saw that Tu Bao was about to come out, and the story was almost finished, so there was no need to keep her any longer. Muchin Xian was filled with resentment. Why, even after she had confessed everything, wouldn't Li Chong let her go? Li Chong raised an eyebrow, a roguish glint in his eye. Did I say I would release you? Without waiting for Mu Chin Xin to respond, Li Chong snapped his fingers. Instantly, her soul was scattered, and from then on, the three realms would no longer have anyone named Mu Chin Xin. The little ghosts on the ground were still crawling around bewildered. Tu Bao, freshly bathed and in her pajamas, blurted out, "Hey, where's my stepmother?" Li Chong calmly replied, "She can't harm anyone anymore. Even if we hadn't captured her, her soul would have dissipated in a few days. There's no need to worry about her anymore. As for these little ghosts, we'll collect them first, temporarily confine them in the soul-catching gourd, and let them reincarnate when the opportunity arises." Tu Bao nodded. Okay, Li Chong thought to himself. This little girl, she wanted to ask who her father was, didn't she? Being maliciously called a bastard. Even a child who doesn't understand the world would be hurt by that. So, Li Chong took out his book to find a father for Tu Bao. This was a simple matter, just a quick search through the records, and he could find it for her within 10 seconds. He focused his mind. The book, which usually only opened halfway, opened fully on its own today. The other half of the book slowly revealed itself, finally turning to Tu Bao's page. This book, unless it willingly opened, would drain a considerable amount of his energy each time he forced it. He had finally managed to open the book, only to find that under Tu Bao's information, it read, Mother, Su Jinyu, Father, unknown. He closed the book. Forget it, no need to find a father. We don't need one. Tu Bao asked suspiciously, Master, what's wrong? Li Chong replied, nothing. Go to sleep. That night, Tu Bao slept soundly. In her dream, she was in a forest, and a deep voice called her name, telling her to come closer. Daddy, Tu Bao murmured unconsciously, lifting her short legs and running endlessly towards the forest. Just then, a sinister laugh rang out beside her ear. Startled awake, she turned her head to see an old woman in a green dress standing before her, staring at her and sneering. Looking for your daddy, are you? I know him. I'll tell you. The next second, Tu Bao, inexplicably terrified, woke up with a jolt, her eyes wide open, her mouth still calling out, Daddy. It was another happy weekend. He stood straight on the first floor, his expression serious. Assuming the magnetic flux of seeing ghosts reaches a certain value. Opposite him, he, engrossed in a Shakespearean play, looked up. What the hell are you calculating? Don't you usually do that in your room? Why are you out here today? He must be waiting for Tu Bao again. He, without even looking up, muttered that his brother was talking nonsense. But Tu declared triumphantly, Nonsense? Yesterday, I saw you pacing back and forth outside her room. Still say you weren't looking for Tu Bao? I saw you go into her room. Tu blushed, but maintained a nonchalant air. Which eye of yours saw that? I wasn't looking for Tu Bao. I was just passing by her room, so what? Tu showed no mercy to his younger brother, pulling up a video on his phone. Holding the phone up in front of Tu face, he asked, Then how do you explain this? Tu touched his face, which stung a little, but quickly let out a cold snort. Fine, I was looking for her. So what? Tu Bao is so amazing. What's so embarrassing about looking for her? Being exposed didn't bother him. He was perfectly willing to admit it. It was his older brother who, upon discovering how amazing Tu Bao was, might try to compete with him for her attention. No way, she was his little sister. Tu looked warily at Tu Van, leaving the older brother speechless. Wait, what's with that guarded look? Like I tried to steal Tu Bao from him. As if. Just then, Tu Bao, clutching her little rabbit and rubbing her eyes, came downstairs. Tu froze, immediately dropping the math book in his hands. Little sister, why are you up so early? Tu Van, sitting beside him reading, scoffed internally. Little sister, he says. Tu Bao looked at Tu with a pitiful expression, her face crumpling. Brother, I had a nightmare. I was so scared I woke up. Tu couldn't help but recall Tu Bao's impressive ghost-catching prowess from the night before. Could someone like that really be scared awake by a nightmare? He was about to offer some comforting words when he noticed Tu Van looking at him. He forced himself to hold back the "don't be afraid of ghosts, there's nothing to fear" that was on the tip of his tongue. He'd almost forgotten about the events of the previous night. At that moment, Grandma Tu emerged from the kitchen carrying food. Seeing Tu Bao, she asked, Tu Bao, why are you up so early, dear? Tu Bao rubbed her tummy. Grandma, I'm hungry. Grandma smiled kindly. So, you woke up early because you were hungry. Well, I just finished making some steamed buns. Tu Bao immediately darted upstairs. I'm going to brush my teeth. Tu Hewen put away his math book and went to the dining table to help Grandma to set the table. Tu Hewen found this baffling. Before, Tu Hewen was so absorbed in his calculations that he wouldn't budge even if lightning struck right in front of him. Now, just for Tu Bao, he was helping set the table for breakfast. Tu Hewen also went to help. Watching Tu Bao trot back down the stairs, he realized that ever since this little sister had arrived, things in the house had subtly changed. Maybe she wasn't so annoying after all. Lost in thought, he saw Tu Bao suddenly miss a step and tumble to the floor. The parrot, unable to stop in time, stepped on Tu Bao's head. Tu Hewen let out a snort. Clumsy. Tu Bao, clutching her head, yelled, "Little Five, you stepped on my head." The parrot spread its wings and spun around in front of Tu Bao, squawking, Sorry, I'm sorry." Tu Hewen rushed over to help Tu Bao up, asking, "Are you hurt?" Tu Bao shook her head. "No, my qigong is very good." Tu Hewen couldn't help but laugh. "That's kung fu." He thought to himself, I guess doing the splits is also kung fu then. Soon, the housekeeper brought all the breakfast dishes to the table. Tu Bao wasn't a picky eater, happily munching away with her cheeks puffed out. Tu Hewen glanced over, thinking, does it really look that good? He politely picked up his small bowl. As the food entered his mouth, he inexplicably found it delicious, the flavor seemingly different from anything he'd ever tasted before. After breakfast, Tu Bao slung her panda backpack over her shoulder, Little Turtle still nestled inside. Grandma Tu asked, "Tu Bao, where are you going?" Tu Ichin replied, "We're going to the Tang family's house." Seeing his grandmother's puzzled look, Tu Bao explained, "It's the Tang family of the Tang Ming within the corporation. I went to the ribbon-cutting ceremony with Uncle the other day." Grandma Tu glanced at Tu Ichun. "You're a workaholic, fine, but why take Tu Bao along? She's still young and doesn't understand these things. If she wants to go out and play, you just indulge her? What if you're in the middle of a business discussion and Tu Bao gets bored?" Tu Ichun remained silent, thinking to himself, she's scolding me again. Today, Tu Hewen wasn't at cram school. Like a little shadow, he tagged along with Tu Bao. Tang Dian, who had been waiting at the door since early morning, finally saw Tu Bao arrive. His face lit up with a bright smile. "Miss Tu Bao, please come in." Tu Bao was about to step inside when she suddenly sensed something. Looking up, she saw an old woman in a green robe floating on the second-floor balcony of the villa opposite them. It was the same old woman Tu Bao had seen in her dream. Seeing Tu Bao looking at her, the old woman grinned, a chillingly wide smile. "This old lady." Tu Bao suddenly pointed at the old woman upstairs and declared fiercely, "I've had enough of you." The thing was, the night before last, not only had this old woman scared her awake, but she'd also made her cry out in terror. Now, while visiting Tang Dian's mother, she saw the old woman again. With a determined stride, Tu Bao marched towards the villa across the street. Tang Dian's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he thought, what's upset the little ancestor now? Tu Bao stood in front of the villa, arms crossed, and called out, "Grandma upstairs, hello?" "No, Grandma upstairs, listen to me. I've put up with you long enough." Old Mrs. Quan stared at Tu Bao, a strange smile twisting her lips. Tang Dian felt a strange prickling on his scalp. Could she actually see the old woman from next door? He wondered, a shiver running down his spine. He stammered, "Miss Tu Bao, the old woman of that house passed away last year." Tu Bao suddenly turned to Tang Dian and asked, "Is this your house too?" She looked at Tang Dian, then back at the old woman staring down at her from the second floor. The two faces were strikingly similar. Tang Dian was taken aback. "No, the house next door belongs to the Quan family. Speaking of which, their family is truly pitiful." He trailed off, unable to continue. Tu Ichin asked, "What happened to them?" Tang Dian sighed. "More than 10 years ago, their daughter was murdered by her best friend. They say the methods were brutal. In the end, they only found bits of flesh, never her bones. The Quan family only had that one daughter. The old woman couldn't bear the shock and went insane on the spot. Before the murder was caught, she was found dead in a printing factory. They say old Mr. Quan had her killed, but in the end, they couldn't find any evidence, so he got away with it. The two old folks were so pitiful. They clung to this villa, the place that still held their daughter's presence, searching for her remains, but they never found them. Then, a year ago, the old woman couldn't take it anymore and passed away. Now, only old Mr. Kwan remains in that villa. Tu Ichin asked. So, the murderer never revealed where the body was buried? Tang Jian shook his head. I'm sure they asked, but for some reason, they couldn't get her to talk. Li Chong, standing beside them, looked up at the villa, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this is the house of that boastful best friend. What a coincidence. I always felt something was off about that story. Tu Bao tugged at Tu Ichin's sleeve anxiously. Uncle, I want to go inside. Can we knock on the door? Tang Jian Diane's mother is up there. Huh. Tang Jian was bewildered. Tu Bao gestured with her hands, trying to describe the old woman's face. She looks like you, very, very sharp and defined. Hearing Tu Bao's description, Tang Jian was almost certain that the little girl had indeed seen his mother. He immediately told them to go. Mom! Tang Jian pressed the doorbell repeatedly, but there was no response from inside. He finally called out, Uncle Kwan, it's me, little Tang, please open the door. After a long while, a frail voice finally answered through the intercom. What is it? Tang Jian suddenly realized he didn't know what to say. He certainly couldn't explain that his mother was upstairs in the old man's house. Tu Bao spoke into the intercom. Grandpa, I know where your daughter's bones are. Immediately after, the door clicked open. The group stepped into the villa's courtyard. Tu even gulped nervously, finally reaching out to grip the hem of Tu Ichin's trousers. This was his last vestige of defiance. Feeling the tug on his pants, Tu Ichin looked down at Tu Hevan. What are you afraid of? Tu Hevan stubbornly replied, I'm not afraid. Despite his words, his grip on Tu Ichin's trousers tightened. Tu Bao pushed open the door and stepped inside, then asked tentatively, could you open the window a little, please? The person in the bed weakly replied, open it. Tu Bao hurried to pull back the curtains, revealing a gaunt figure lying in the bed, their face hollow and skeletal, their eyelids drooping, unable to open fully. Mr. Kwan struggled to sit up, his body trembling. Quick as a flash, Tang Jian rushed forward to help him before anyone else could react. Uncle Kwan, why are you home alone? In your current state, you shouldn't be trying to take care of yourself. He was slightly unnerved. Though Mr. Kwan was alive, his appearance was frightening. Mr. Kwan coughed weakly. What's the point of being taken care of? I'm about to die anyway. His cloudy eyes drifted over the group, finally settling on Tu Bao. You said you found my daughter's bones? Tu Bao looked at the old man before her, compassion welling up in her eyes. As soon as she entered, she had seen the yin-yang incense burning above the old man's head, the stick reduced to a mere stub. Master Li Chong had said that when the yin-yang incense burned out, it was time for that person to depart from this world. She had to find a way to revive his spirit. With that thought, Tu Bao stepped forward and gently took the old man's withered hand, which felt like a dry twig in her own. The red string bracelet on her wrist emitted a faint glow, transferring imperceptibly to the old man. His eyes fluttered open slightly, the gloom around him seeming to dissipate somewhat. She spoke softly. Grandpa, your daughter's bones are under the school's sports field. Her name is Kwani Nan, and her best friend's name is Li Ruobing, isn't it? I know she was a good person. She gave her friend a lot of beautiful clothes that she didn't wear anymore. But that friend harmed her. Mr. Kwan froze, tears streaming down his face. He trembled as he spoke. Help me up. I want to go and get Nan. For over 10 years, I've been waiting, longing to see my daughter again. I thought I'd never find her in this lifetime, but I never expected to receive this news before I die. Tu Ichin looked at Chu Xiang with a puzzled expression. Chu Xiang snapped out of his daze and quickly dialed 110. Li Chong, standing beside them, saw the yin-yang incense above Mr. Kwan's head slow its burning and understood what had happened. Seeing this, Tang Jian hurriedly told Mr. Kwan not to rush, explaining that it would be useless for him to go there, as the police wouldn't allow anyone near the scene. Tu Bao also reassured the old man, telling him that she would take care of everything. Mr. Kwan looked down at the little girl, then abruptly withdrew his gaze, leaning back against the headboard and beginning to recount his life. In all my life, no matter what I did, what business I conducted, I never did anything against my conscience. Even when my employees' parents fell ill, I not only provided financial assistance, but also covered their medical expenses, even inviting foreign specialists. My whole life I've done good deeds. The only bad thing I ever did was kill that girl. Tang Jian was secretly astonished. Could it be that Mr. Kwan had actually killed the girl? Li Chong, standing beside them, murmured something, and Tu Bao nodded. Then why didn't you ask that girl where your sister's bones were buried? How your sister died? Mr. Quan sighed, his face, which had just regained some color, becoming ashen once more. From the time Nan Nan was little, we loved and pampered her, taught her to be kind. She always gave the things she liked most to Li Ruobing, and for fear of hurting Li Ruobing's pride, she deliberately removed the tags from newly bought items, saying they were things she no longer wanted. We always supported her kindness, even letting Li Ruobing freely come and go in our home. Who would have thought that girl, with her seemingly kind and innocent exterior, was a devil in disguise? Li Chong crossed his arms, listening silently. Mr. Quan continued, "Drink 6 parts of wine, eat 7 parts full, never be too good to anyone, don't treat people's hearts with kindness." It's a pity I understood this too late. Under Mr. Quan's narration, the tragic events of more than 10 years ago gradually came to light. It turned out that after working together at the printing factory, Li Ruobing became increasingly immersed in a deceptive life, even harboring the intention of replacing Quan Nan. One day, she called, claiming that while buying medicine for her parents at the Lin City Hospital, she had been scammed and detained, and they were demanding 10 million yuan, requiring her family to personally deliver the money for her release. Quan Nan, with her gentle nature, hurriedly rushed to the scene upon hearing this. Mr. Quan deeply regretted raising Quan Nan to be so kind and naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her life because of it. In reality, Li Ruobing hadn't been kidnapped at all. At that time, she was at a cosmetic surgery hospital run by a gang. She had given the hospital 10 million yuan, demanding they perform cosmetic surgery to transform her into someone else. They actually dared to use real human skin for the procedure. Can you imagine, in broad daylight, such a cruel transaction could exist? Not only facial skin, but even internal organs were being ordered. By the time Mr. Quan received the news and rushed to the location, Quan Nan was no longer there. Only Li Ruobing remained, weeping bitterly, claiming that Quan Nan had been taken away by the bad guys while trying to save her. They frantically searched for her everywhere, and during this time, Li Ruobing moved into their home. She also wailed and cried theatrically in front of them, which is how they finally realized her true nature. When they found Quan Nan, only fragmented skin and flesh remained. The difficult-to-dispose-of skeleton was nowhere to be found. This wasn't directly done by Li Ruobing. At most, she was the one who lured Nan Nan there. If she had shown remorse at that time, she might not have been sentenced to so many years, but they were determined to eliminate her. Mr. Quan clenched his fists, covering his face with his hand, and saying, "But no matter what methods we used, Li Ruobing wouldn't reveal anything. After all, she wasn't the one who ultimately disposed of Nan Nan's body, so how could she know where her bones were?" He regretted it his whole life, not for eliminating Li Ruobing, but for raising Nan Nan to be so kind. At this point, Mr. Quan couldn't hold back his tears any longer and sobbed uncontrollably. Hearing this, Li Chong thought to himself, so Li Ruobing only learned where Quan Nan's bones were buried after becoming a malicious ghost. Then what about the other 17 skeletons under the school field? Tu Bao heard old Mrs. Tang mention that her father's surname was Mu. She mumbled something indistinctly, and Mr. Quan's expression changed from surprise to joy, then gradually returned to calmness. Tu Bao looked at the yin-yang incense stick burning above Mr. Quan's head and saw that it couldn't be extended any further. She asked, "Grandpa, is there anything else I can help you with?" Mr. Quan, feeling very tired, shook his head. "Now I can finally go see my wife." Before she passed, his wife had constantly reminded him to find their daughter. His eyelids felt heavy, slowly closing. Then he forced them open slightly. "Tu Bao, can you help me find someone?" Tu Bao nodded. "I can try. Who do you want to find?" But Mr. Quan didn't say anything more, slipping into eternal sleep. His face was serene, a faint smile playing on his lips. Tang Jianjian looked at him with a complicated expression. The Quan family had no one left. When Mrs. Quan passed away, Mr. Quan had single-handedly taken care of her funeral arrangements. Tang Jianjian, her heart softening, said, "Well, let me accompany Mr. Quan on his final journey." Tu Yi-chun held Tu Bao's hand. "Let's go." But Tu Bao told him to wait a moment, because she saw a soul emerge from Mr. Quan's body, slowly floating upwards, looking around in a daze. So Tu Bao said, "Grandpa, please continue what you were saying earlier." Mr. Kwan quickly reacted. After adjusting, he felt his whole body become light, a feeling of unprecedented comfort. More than 10 years ago, when I was looking for Nan Nan, I traveled to many places and met someone. He had been wronged. His parents, son, and daughter-in-law were all dead, leaving only a grandson. Before he died, he asked me to take care of the child, but I couldn't find him. More than 10 years ago, his grandson was 7 years old, so he should be around 25 or 26 now. Their surname is Mu, and they're from Nanchung. Oh, right, his name was Mu Ming Yuan, but he didn't have time to tell me his grandson's name. As he spoke, Mr. Kwan looked at Tu Bao, feeling a strange closeness to her, as if they had met somewhere before. Tu Bao silently committed the information to memory. 25, 26 years old, surname Mu, from Nanchung, named Mu Ming. Tu Bao thought to herself, Nanchung, isn't that my hometown? Finally, Mr. Kwan said, while there's still time, I have to go see Nan Nan. As if drawn by some force, he easily stepped outside. At this moment, Chu Xiang reported to Tu Yichun that the police had begun excavating the school field. Mr. Kwan, passing by the door, said in surprise to the old woman in Tang Dynasty clothing, "Why are you dressed so spookily? Don't scare the children." The old woman was speechless. Tu Bao took Tu Yichen's hand. "Grandpa's gone. Let's go too." Just then, the old woman in Tang Dynasty clothing behind them suddenly chuckled. Tu Bao, I know who your father is." Tu Bao stopped. "Who is my father?" The old woman said, "Surname Mu, surname Mu." Tu Bao asked again, "What's his name?" The old woman shook her head, only repeating the words surname Mu. Tu Bao seemed lost in thought. After a long while, she asked Li Chong, "Master, why do they keep repeating things?" That vengeful ghost kept yelling, I'm not reconciled, I'm not reconciled." And now this old lady is repeating herself. Li Chong was looking at his notebook, not looking up as he explained. When the brain isn't working properly, people repeat themselves. Dead people can't take their brains with them, so their eyes are dull, or they drool, and they just repeat things mechanically. Tu Bao, present at the scene, suddenly understood. Li Chong frowned, looking at his notebook and thinking, the kid's father's surname is Mu. But there's no one with the surname Mu in Nanchung who's related to Tu Bao. Li Chong flipped through his notebook, finding Mu Ming Yuan. The information about him and his son was complete, but when it came to the grandson, it simply said unknown. Li Chong said, puzzled, unknown again. He glanced at the old woman in Tang Dynasty clothing with a strange look. The vain ghost had led to the old woman of the Tang family. Then Mr. Kwan wanting to find someone with the surname Mu, and now the old woman, saying Tu Bao's father's surname was Mu. Did she really know? Or was she just mechanically repeating what she heard from Mr. Kwan? Tu Hee-won, walking beside them, quietly asked Tu Bao, "Are they all gone?" He was referring to the old woman Tu Bao had seen at the door and Mr. Kwan. Tu Bao looked up. "Not yet. There's still one person next to you." Tu Hee-won nearly shrieked in terror, diving into Tang Dian's arms. Tang Dian looked at Tu Bao, who was standing not far away, and felt a shiver of apprehension. Who was this little ancestor talking to? He was still pondering this when Tu Bao suddenly turned her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Uncle Tang, remember to hold an umbrella later." Tang Dian was bewildered. An umbrella? Why an umbrella? But inwardly he thought, all right, if she says umbrella, then umbrella it is. This little ancestor has extraordinary powers. It's better to believe her than not. It's just an umbrella. It's not like it'll summon ghosts or anything. On their way back, he was completely oblivious to the shadowy figure hovering beneath the umbrella, feet not touching the ground, drifting along with him, his own mother. As they walked, Tang Dian said, "Miss Tu Bao, this is truly troubling. I don't know why my mother fell into a coma after her fall. She was rushed to the ICU, and I've authorized every necessary surgery. She's still breathing, but for some reason, she won't wake up." Li Chong, floating beside them, consulted his notebook and added, "Old Mrs. Tang has been dead for a long time. How could she still be breathing? It's normal that she hasn't woken up. If she did wake up, that would be a case of the dead coming back to life." As they continued their conversation, Tang Dian led Tu Bao to the entrance of the Tang family home. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, both Li Chong and Tu Bao froze. The old woman's room was plastered with yellow talismans. A large bed sat in the middle of the room, and on the bed lay an old woman in a green gown, her hair neatly combed, a yellow jade amulet held between her teeth. On her nightstand sat a guanyin statue, in front of which was an incense burner, and in front of the burner lay yellow paper. A soul-summoning banner even stood at the head of the bed. The curtains were partially drawn, preventing the room from being completely dark, but the wind rustled the soul-summoning banner, making it appear even more eerie in the dim light. The atmosphere was heavy, like the underworld. Both Li Chong and Tu Bao gaped in astonishment. He finally understood why old Mrs. Tang, long dead, was still breathing. Tang Dian gave a strained laugh, but his expression quickly turned helpless as he explained, "I've consulted many people about my mother's condition. They all say her soul is lost and needs to be summoned back." Li Chong frowned, gesturing for Tu Bao to ask Tang Dian if he knew that his mother was already dead. So Tu Bao looked up and asked, "Uncle Tang, do you know that Grandma has passed away?" Tang Dian immediately became agitated. "How is that possible? My mother still has a breath left." "Miss Tu Bao, you were able to summon fourth uncle's soul back before, so you can definitely summon my mother's soul back too, right?" He paused, then added, "I'm sure my mother is just absent-minded and lost her way. She'll definitely come back." Li Chong remained silent, surveying the room with an unreadable expression. Whether the old woman would return or not was unknown, but one thing was certain. Tang Dian had been thoroughly swindled. Tu Bao nodded, her face serious. "You've spent a lot of money, haven't you?" Tang Dian answered honestly. "These talismans cost 10 million. The Guanyin statue was 50 million. The soul summoning banner was a gift from a respected expert and worth 60 million. And the jade amulet in my mother's mouth helps her maintain her breath. Even if her soul wanders for a long time, her body won't die. That cost 100 million. Everyone fell silent. He actually believed this? But then Tang Dian added, "It's just a few hundred million. As long as my mother can be saved, even a billion is fine." Everyone fell silent once more. Tu He-won, sitting beside them, counted on his fingers. "That's a total of 220 million. Uncle Tang Dian looks crafty, but unexpectedly, he's so filial." Li Chong pointed at the arrangement in the room, shaking his head. "Firstly, Guanyin Bodhisattva belongs to Buddhism. Talismans belong to Taoism. There's a saying, worship Taoism, not Buddhism. Yet here we have Taoism and Buddhism coexisting in the same house. This is a major taboo. Buddhists worship Buddha and Guanyin, seeking inner peace and clarity of mind. If you don't follow Buddhism and don't believe in Taoism, then fine. But if you do worship, you can't mix them up." Li Chong glanced at old Mrs. Tang and continued, "Of all the things in this room, only the jade amulet has any effect, and it's for suppressing the soul. In other words, old Mrs. Tang has been dead for a long time, trapped here, unable to reincarnate. I wonder how he even found Tu Bao." Seeing Tu Bao frowning, Tang Dian asked, "Miss Tu Bao, is something wrong?" Following her master's instructions, Tu Bao told Tang Dian, "Very wrong, sir. Very wrong." She pointed at the Guanyin statue. "You can't worship both Buddha and Taoism. Having them together in the same house is a taboo. It's like someone who worships Guanyin and then experiences bad luck. That's because they're not compatible with Buddha, so they shouldn't casually worship Guanyin." Tang Dian was stunned. Tu Bao then pointed at the soul-summoning banner. "This soul-summoning banner is also drawn incorrectly. It won't summon any souls, not even a single ghost. And these talismans are also drawn haphazardly." Tang Dian was utterly deflated. So, none of these things are useful? He wasn't angry or regretful about being scammed, but worried about whether his mother could return. The old woman in the green gown stared at her own body, resentment filling her eyes. "I want to leave," she muttered. "I want to leave." Tu Bao continued, "It's not that they're completely useless. The jade amulet does have some effect. It can suppress the soul." Tang Dian brightened. "That's great. It seems the money wasn't completely wasted. As long as my mother can be saved, it's worth it." However, Tu Bao suppress the soul meant suppressing and destroying the soul, which terrified him. Tang Dian cried out, "Mother!" and rushed to remove the jade amulet from his mother's mouth. The old woman, who had been acting dazed, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God!" and scolded, "You unfilial child! You almost killed your mother! Good heavens!" Tang Dian turned to Tu Bao in a panic. "Can my mother still come back?" The old woman, standing beside him, hands on her hips, scolded, "Come back my foot." Tu Bao relayed the message verbatim. "Grandma says, 'Come back my foot.'" Tang Dian was dumbfounded. Tu Bao pointed at Tu He-won. "Grandma's right next to you. Tu Hewen jumped in fright. Why is she next to me again? The old woman said sorrowfully. You fool. You've been scammed out of 220 million. Do you think money grows on trees? The little girl mimicked her perfectly. Grandma says, you fool, you've been scammed out of 220 million. Do you think money grows on trees? Tang Dian started to laugh, but his eyes quickly reddened. He sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, holding his mother's hand, and choked. So mother can't come back? I want her back. Tang Dian wept like a child. When I was little, mother always carried me on her back to work. I grew up on her back. She toiled her whole life. It was only in recent years that I had some good fortune and earned a little money, bringing her here to enjoy a comfortable life. But it's been so short. Everyone watched Tang Dian cry, at a loss for words. When someone wants to die, no one can stop them. It's better to let her go peacefully than to linger on a sickbed, suffering until the very end. Tu Bao walked over to comfort Tang Dian. There, Uncle Tang. Don't cry. Crying won't help. Tang Dian looked up, his face streaked with tears and snot. Tu Bao quickly took 2 steps back, unsure of what to say to comfort him. Old Mrs. Tang, hovering nearby, spoke with a hint of disgust. Disgusting, crying like that. You're so grown up, and you're letting your snot drip into your mouth. She then looked at Tu Bao with a grateful expression. If it weren't for Tu Bao, she wouldn't know how much longer she would have remained a living vegetable, ultimately to be destroyed by her own son. What a tragedy. Tu Bao shook her head and said to the old woman, You're welcome, Grandma. Then, she glared at old Mrs. Tang and declared, I still remember you scaring me, Grandma. The old woman chuckled and quickly apologized, promising not to scare her again. Who told you to be a little Yama King? I could only seek help from you. She sighed and asked Tu Bao if she could talk to her son. Tu Bao looked a little troubled. Li Chong raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Master is about to teach you another powerful trick. Human speech, ghost tongue. This spell allows a ghost's words to be spoken through another person's mouth. That's human speech, ghost tongue. Tu Bao was stunned. Isn't that just mouth full of lies? Li Chong thought for a moment. That's not entirely wrong. Tu Bao nodded, indicating she understood. Chu Xiong, standing beside them, watched in bewilderment as Tu Bao muttered to herself. He asked Sui Chen worriedly, Does Miss Su always talk to herself like this? Sui Chen replied coolly, She's on the phone. Su Hewen nodded. My sister has a special agent earpiece in her ear. The father and son maintained straight faces, lying without blinking. Li Chong told Tu Bao to repeat after him. The messenger of Dragon City flies as a general. Tu Bao repeated, The messenger of Dragon City flies as a general. Her master playfully added, Come on, baby, don't be shy. Tu Bao carefully mimicked each word. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Li Chong couldn't help but laugh. This child was truly amusing. Tu Bao glared at Li Chong. Master, you're tricking me again. Li Chong coughed. No, I'm not tricking you. It's just that this human speech, ghost tongue, technique requires someone related to the deceased. There's no one suitable here, so I'll teach you another trick. It's called corpse channeling. Tu Bao warned him, Master, if you trick me again, you're a rotten egg. Sui Chen couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Although he didn't know what Tu Bao was saying to her master, her adorable fierceness was truly endearing. Even Su Hewen felt more relaxed. The room didn't seem as scary anymore. Just as he thought this, old Mrs. Tang, lying on the bed, suddenly sat up, startling everyone. Tu Bao pushed her eldest brother and the others out of the room, leaving old Mrs. Tang and Tang Dian alone to talk. The soul-summoning banner in the room fluttered in the breeze, and the yellow talismans plastered on the walls rustled. Old Mrs. Tang was in a state of corpse channeling, her head bowed, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Youngest, she said, her voice raspy. Tang Dian nervously called out, Mother. Old Mrs. Tang still didn't raise her head, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. Her voice was low. I'm leaving. Don't hold me back. Life and death are predetermined. I'm content. Tang Dian's eyes reddened. Old Mrs. Tang continued, Remember this. There's something you must investigate. When you were young, there was a boy surnamed Mu who lived in our house. Although old Mrs. Tang was dead, her memories from when she was alive were incredibly clear at this moment. In her memory, the boy her family had once saved, who had lived with them for a while, resembled Tu Bao in some ways. It was very possible that he was Tu Bao's father. Old Mrs. Tang instructed. Over a decade ago, the boy was 7 years old. Now he should be 25 or 26, which matches what old Mr. Quan said. You must do your utmost to help the Su family find him, understand? Also, find an opportunity to tell the Su family. Tang Jian nodded solemnly. I understand. Meanwhile, Tu Bao stood outside the door, looking at the villa opposite, thinking to herself, Grandpa Quan must have seen his daughter's remains. It's a pity after so long, she's no longer in this world. Tu Bao pursed her lips, her large, bright eyes looking somewhat vacant. In the quiet, no one knew what she was thinking. Li Chong, dressed in his white robe, leaned lazily against the wall, his gaze fixed on Tu Bao. Compared to finding Tu Bao's father, he was more concerned about whether she could overcome this trial. In the book in his hand, under Tu Bao's name, he added another line, Life is ever-changing. He thought to himself, it seems the little Yama King is undergoing her training. Just then, he heard Tu Bao murmuring to her parrot, Is 256 years old very, very old? She didn't seem very good at math, being only 4 years old and not even in kindergarten yet. Little Five squawked, Black Mountain old demon, Black Mountain old demon. Tu Bao pouted. What should I do? I don't want a demon dad. This trip, she hadn't caught any ghosts or eaten any sweet candied hawthorns. Instead, she'd learned that her father was a demon. Tu Bao frowned, a fierce battle raging in her heart. Finally, she declared, Forget it. Children shouldn't dislike their fathers. Even if dad is Pigsy, he's still my dad. Then she added, Little Five, you can't dislike him either. Tang Jian quietly said something to Su Yichun. And a moment later, Su Yichun said to Tu Bao, Let's go. Tu Bao bid farewell to Uncle Tang, then sat in the car, watching the Tang family home recede into the distance, whispering by the window, Uncle Tang will prosper. That's auspicious land. Su Yichun hummed in agreement. He didn't understand feng shui, believing that he himself was his greatest fortune. Tang Jian was such a good person. Surely, good luck would follow him. At night, the white curtains before the floor-to-ceiling windows billowed, and a figure dressed in red appeared. He wore black clothes and stood about 1.9 meters tall. After so much effort, he said, I finally learned that before his sacrifice, grandfather met with Uncle Quan. It's a pity I was still a step too late. Uncle Quan is gone, and that matter will likely remain a mystery forever. In the unlit room, the moonlight illuminated the man in black's eyes, deep and still as water, his gaze sharp. He pulled a chair over and sat down, crossing his legs. Just then his phone rang. He answered in a low voice. Have you investigated what happened? In the empty room, a voice faintly drifted from the other end of the line. Old Mr. Quan passed away at 3:50 this afternoon. He was discovered by his neighbor, Tang Jian. Su Yichun, Sui, one of the Su family, and Su Yichun's niece, Tu Bao, were also present at old Mr. Quan's house. The assistant continued. As for the skeleton beneath the Wuxiang International Elementary School soccer field, according to the police report, it was old Mr. Quan who, in his final moments, confirmed that human remains were buried there. The man in black chuckled softly. Why did the Su family come here? He brought his son and even deliberately brought his niece along. Old Mr. Quan having a final moment of clarity to solve a case? I'm Mukafan. Don't believe it. Investigate everyone who visited the Quan family today. Send me all their information and photos, especially Su Yichun's niece, Tu Bao. Tu Bao slept soundly until 9 o'clock. Grandma Su quietly opened the door and entered, seemingly to check if her little granddaughter was still there. She found Tu Bao already washed, dressed, and ready for the day. Good morning, Grandma. Tu Bao grinned. Grandma Su's heart felt like it was bathed in sunlight. My dear, why are you up so early today? Tu Bao said cheerfully. Little Five woke me up. Little Five, the parrot was bobbing its head, singing, ooh la la, ooh la la. Under the big bridge in front of the door, there's a flock of ducks, a flock of geese passing by. Come and count them. 1, 2, 3. Goblin, goblin. No, it should be froggy. I can't count how many ducks, how many geese. I can't count how many ducks there are. Oh, oh, oh. Grandma Su's lips twitched. This parrot was truly noisy. Tu Bao was at a growing age and needed good sleep. She asked worriedly, what if it startles you awake in the middle of the night? Tu Bao couldn't help but laugh. Holding her grandmother's hand, she walked alongside her wheelchair. Grandma, Little Five is quiet at night. Parrots are just like people. They can't see anything in the dark. Little Five goes to sleep at night and is very quiet. Unless someone pokes him or there's danger, then he'll squawk. Downstairs, Grandpa Su asked Su Yi-chun, "You said Tu Bao's father could be a member of the Mu family?" Su Yi-chun replied, "Yes." He had investigated. There was indeed someone in the Mu family around 25 or 26 years old, a nephew from a minor branch of the family, matching Uncle Kwan's information. Before, Uncle Kwan was preoccupied with searching for his daughter's remains and probably hadn't noticed the Mu family's rise in the capital. In fact, 5 years ago, after the world-shaking criminal organization was taken down, among those who sacrificed their lives was Mu Mingyuan. At that time, Mu Mingyuan was posthumously awarded a first-class medal, but because he had no immediate family, the medal was given to his cousin, Mu Ziyuan. Originally, the Mu family was just a coastal enterprise. Thanks to this medal, they rose to prominence, becoming one of the most powerful families in the capital. Hearing this, Grandpa Su said, "I've heard about this too. It's for this reason that the Mu family looks down on others. The only people who can make them bow and scrape are those in political circles. If Tu Bao's father really is from the Mu family, I'm afraid that with their family style." But Su Yi-chun expressed his opinion. "Assuming Tu Bao really does have Mu family blood, we have no reason to conceal her existence and make decisions for her. Therefore, I plan to visit the Mu family and then let Tu Bao decide for herself." Grandpa Su thought this was a good idea. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Su Hee-won, thinking it was Tu Bao, immediately turned his head, but saw Han Han shuffling down in her slippers. She looked around, asking, "Where's Tu Bao? Why isn't she here?" Han Han fumed inwardly, frustrated at missing her again. Not seeing her all day yesterday was one thing, but why was she out so early today as well? Su Hee-won teased, "Wow, the princess is up early today." Han Han huffed, her face sullen, and turned to go back to her room, no longer wanting breakfast. Grandpa Su frowned. "Aren't you going to greet anyone? Finish your breakfast and then go back to sleep." Su Yi-chun intervened. "Dad, don't be so strict with her." Grandpa Su scoffed. "I'm strict with everyone." At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Tu Bao and Grandma Su emerged. Han Han's eyes brightened. "Tu Bao, sister." Tu Bao greeted everyone with a sweet smile. "Good morning, Sister Han Han." "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning, Grandpa." Grandpa Su cleared his throat, glanced at his watch, and said, "Tu Bao, it's already 9 o'clock. You need to wake up a little earlier from now on. Understand?" Grandma Su glared at him. "Who are you putting on that face for so early in the morning? Do you think you're still the chairman of the company?" Grandpa Su was momentarily speechless. Tu Bao giggled. "I understand, Grandpa. From now on, I'll wake up early, earlier than the rooster crows." Grandpa Su softened his tone. "There's no need to be that early." Su Hee-won immediately looked at Grandpa Su. "Didn't you say you're strict with everyone?" Su Yi-chun urged Tu Bao to eat quickly. "After you finish eating, I'll take you out for a stroll." Tu Bao obediently nodded. The car moved slowly along the streets. Tu Bao, her face pressed against the car window, suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, look!" On the road, a woman in a red dress was waiting at a red light. The reason Tu Bao noticed the woman in red was because a ghost was clinging to her back. Li Chong, seeing the woman in red, hummed and said, "Another weak ghost. Are ghosts this easy to find nowadays?" He glanced at Tu Bao, thinking to himself, "This girl's luck is truly something else." It was as if wherever Conan went, someone died, and wherever this little backpack girl went, there were ghosts. Others had to painstakingly search everywhere to overcome their tribulations and find ghosts, while for her, NPCs automatically came knocking. Li Chong explained, "That ghost is called a weak ghost. Master will teach you how to mark it. Once marked, there won't be a situation like with the crybaby ghost, where it runs away." Tu Bao didn't say anything, her gaze fixed on a man standing not far from the woman in red. The man was very tall and wore a black suit. Tu Bao felt a strange sensation looking at him and couldn't help but stick her head out the car window. Su Yi-chun quickly spoke up. Su Yi-chun warned Tu Bao not to stick her head out the window, as it was dangerous, and closed the window. At that moment, Mu Kafan, standing on the side of the road, suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Inside the house, old Mrs. Mu was leisurely eating her meal. Her second daughter-in-law stood beside her, attending to her, wiping her hands and mouth with a wet towel. The others acted as if they didn't see anything, likely accustomed to this scene. Just then, the butler entered and announced, "The Su family has come to visit, and they've brought a little girl." Old Mr. Mu slowly swallowed his food before asking, "What's their business?" The butler replied, "They say fourth young master might be the girl's father, and they'd like to request a DNA test from him." The butler deliberately used the terms the Su family and the girl, making the Su family seem inferior. Hearing this, old Mrs. Mu's eyes widened. "Someone else here to claim kinship? Tell them to leave. The Mu family won't see them. I hear that child is Su Jinyu's a sickly thing. Even if she is a descendant of the Mu family, I won't allow such a child to set foot in this house." At the dining table, a young man hesitantly spoke up. "Perhaps we should meet them. After all, they are from the Su family." Old Mr. Mu scoffed. "And what if they are? They're just a family with a bit of money. So what if they're rich? In this country, no matter how powerful capital is, it still has to bow to the government. Even dragons have to coil, and tigers have to lie down. Go tell them the Mu family doesn't have time to see them, and we certainly won't agree to any tests." The butler nodded and went out, lifting his chin haughtily as he spoke to Su Ichun. "Our master and madam aren't free. You should all leave and don't come back." Having said that, he slammed the door shut, not giving Su Ichun a chance to speak. The Mu family's attitude made Su Ichun frown. If the Mu family didn't want to acknowledge Tu Bao, then fine. The Su family wouldn't share Tu Bao with anyone else either. Tu Bao, standing beside him, noticed Su Ichun's displeasure and asked, "Uncle, why did we have to come here?" Su Ichun softened his voice. "Tu Bao wants to find her father, so Uncle brought you here to see. According to Uncle Tang and Mr. Quan, there's a possibility your father is from the Mu family." He had thought that even if the Mu family looked down on them for Tu Bao's sake, he had to try. Unexpectedly, Tu Bao shook her head. "Uncle, let's go back. If my father is someone like that, I'd rather not have a father. I only need you, Grandpa, Grandma, brother, and sister." Su Ichun was surprised. "Tu Bao, you don't want to find your father anymore?" Tu Bao turned around and said resolutely, "I don't need a father like that." Su Ichun thought to himself, Tu Bao is truly a descendant of the Su family. Feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, he picked her up. "Then, Uncle will take Tu Bao to the amusement park." Tu Bao's eyes lit up, and she cheered, "Yay!" Then she added, "We have to invite brother and sister, and little Five, and Mr. Turtle too." Inside the Mu house, old Mrs. Mu asked the butler, "Are the Su family still out there?" If they're still waiting, considering their sincerity, the Mu family wouldn't mind meeting them once. Unexpectedly, the butler reported that they had already left. Old Mrs. Mu snorted, wanting to claim kinship, but without any patience. It's good that they didn't meet. It's best they take that jinx as far away as possible and never bother the Mu family again. Old Mr. Mu stopped the gossip about the Su family and asked his eldest son, "How's the contact with that person going?" "I heard that person is also surnamed Mu, a war god who just returned from the border. We must quickly find a way to establish a connection," the eldest son said with difficulty. "That person isn't easy to meet. Moreover, for some reason, he seems to have a prejudice against our Mu family." Old Mr. Mu frowned. "They've never met, so why the prejudice? There must be some misunderstanding. We're all of the Mu family, sharing the same blood. Find a chance to meet, have a meal, and clear up the misunderstanding. Every time I ask you to do something, you're unwilling and find all sorts of excuses. I think you haven't even tried asking." The eldest son broke out in a cold sweat. Father, this person is really not easy to find," he said awkwardly. "Father, you don't know. This person is not only a war god from the border, but also the head of a hidden clan." Hearing this, old Mr. Mu, his eyes widened in astonishment, pondered the words hidden clan. Elsewhere, Dreamland Amusement Park, the largest amusement park in the city, was a children's paradise. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Chong yawned widely. "I'm going to find a place to take a nap. This place is crowded. Yang energy is strong, especially in places with many children. It's very uncomfortable for ghosts to gather." Before Tu Bao could reply, Han Han grabbed her hand and ran off like the wind. The cold, indifferent pretense from earlier that morning was completely forgotten in the face of the amusement park. Han Han said excitedly, "Tu Bao, let's go play on the slide. Let's slide down from the top together." Su Hewan called out as he ran after them. Su Hewan, who preferred quiet, watched the three of them running and jumping, shaking his head. "Children, what's so fun about that?" Su Yi-chun, dressed in a suit, his tall and straight figure stood out among the parents in the park. Unfortunately, his cold demeanor kept anyone from approaching him. Watching him lead the four children, a young woman sighed regretfully. Such a handsome man, and he already has 4 children. The important thing is, even with 4 children, he's still so handsome. Why couldn't I be the mother of those children? Her friend rolled her eyes, daydreaming. A cold, handsome guy like that can only be admired from afar, not fantasized about. Suddenly, Su Yi-chin's phone rang. He glanced at the number and instructed Su Hee-won, "Take good care of your sister." They arrived at the giant slide area. Because there were so many people, they had to queue. Han Han stood at the front, Tu Bao in the middle, and Su Hee-won at the back. Looking at the towering slide, Tu Bao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I wish Little Five and Mr. Turtle could come too. It would be so much fun. Pets weren't allowed in the park. Otherwise, Little Five and Mr. Turtle would surely be having a great time too. It was almost Tu Bao's turn when suddenly a little girl cut in line in front of her. Su Hee-won frowned. "Hey, what are you doing?" "No cutting in line." The little girl lifted her chin. "I like it here. I want to stand here." Beside them, a middle-aged woman spoke up. "Come on, what's the big deal? They're all just kids playing together." Tu Bao said seriously, "But cutting in line is wrong." The little girl ignored her, and the woman pretended to be busy with her phone, acting as if she hadn't heard anything. She then added, "The park is so crowded. If we all just queue patiently, when will we get to play? Besides, people cut in line every day. It's not just us. We did the same thing earlier." Seeing her grandmother successfully cut the line, the little girl stuck her tongue out at Tu Bao provocatively. "Hit me if you dare." Tu Bao was angry and, imitating Li Chong, narrowed her eyes. But before she could unleash her power, Su Hee-won stepped in front of her. "Go back and queue." Su Hee-won stood blocking the little girl, his face icy. The woman continued to pretend to be on her phone, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. The little girl became even more smug, swaying her hips and saying haughtily, I won't. I just won't queue." Han Han couldn't stand it anymore and immediately grabbed the little girl's hair, giving her a hard shove. "Get out!" The little girl glared. "A tiger doesn't roar. You think I'm Hello Kitty?" Han Han suddenly realized how annoying it was to defend against spoiled brats. The little girl fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Seeing her granddaughter being hit, the woman immediately jumped up, yelling, "Whose children are these? Did you teach them any manners? Why are they hitting people?" Han Han replied nonchalantly, "I should hit you too." "What about it? Who told you not to queue?" The woman's face turned red with anger. "No matter what, you can't hit people. If you're not happy, you can talk it out. Why resort to violence?" She began to employ the classic tactic of loud, public wailing. At this moment, Su Yi-chun, hearing the commotion, walked over and asked what was going on. He looked down at the woman with a cold expression, his imposing aura causing her to stammer. Your little girl hit someone." Tu Bao immediately told him. "That little girl cut in line first. Brother told her to go back and queue, but she wouldn't listen." The woman retorted, "I didn't hear anything." Su Yi-chan said coldly, "You didn't hear anything? That's why we have to make way for you. Don't tell me you want to be hit too." The woman fell silent. Even seasoned senior managers couldn't withstand the CEO's wrath, let alone her. Just then, the woman in red also rushed over, apologizing profusely. Tu Bao exclaimed, "It's her. That ghost is on her back." Su Yi-chan asked coldly, "Is this your daughter?" The woman in red looked embarrassed. "This is my niece." The middle-aged woman huffed, annoyed. "Come on, let's go. We're not playing anymore. This is so unlucky, so petty." She picked up the still-crying little girl and turned to leave, muttering under her breath, "I thought the amusement park in the capital would be more upscale. Did you buy regular tickets or VIP tickets?" The woman in red, after apologizing a few more times, hurried after her niece and her guardian, her voice helpless. "I told you there are no VIP tickets here." The middle-aged woman's irritated voice drifted back. "You make so much money. Why didn't you take us somewhere more luxurious? We only get to go out once a year." The woman in red remained silent, trailing behind them. Han Han led Tu Bao around the amusement park. Watching the two little girls climb the ladder to the slide, Su Yi-chun turned to Su Hee-won. Before he could speak, Su Hee-won said, I know. I have to look after my little sister, right?" Su Hee-won looked at Tu Bao, his eyes filled with a tense vigilance, his hands positioned below, ready to catch her. Su Hee-won wanted to roll his eyes. What had his obedient little brother become? Han Han, who had climbed up first, asked Tu Bao, "Can you even climb up? Look at your skinny arms like bean sprouts." "I bet you can't," Tu Bao declared confidently. "Watch me. I'm very capable." Han Han and Su Hee-won were both skeptical. "If you can..." Before Han Han could finish her sentence, Tu Bao had nimbly scrambled to the top of the slide. Han Han and Su Hewen gaped in astonishment. Even Su Hewen was secretly startled. Was this little sister, whom he always worried would be blown away by the wind, really this agile? Everyone gathered at the bottom of the slide. Tu Bao urged excitedly, "I'll go first." Han Han immediately said, "Second sister." Su Hewen added, "Third brother." The four siblings lined up and slid down one after another. The feeling of sliding down was exhilarating, even more thrilling than a roller coaster. "Well, light waves," Tu Bao shouted excitedly. The four siblings reached the bottom. Tu Bao's face flushed with excitement. She asked Su Hewen, "Brother, was that fun?" Su Hewen turned his head away, saying stiffly, "It was all right." After the slide, the siblings went on the children's roller coaster. Tu Bao and Han Han shrieked with laughter, while Su Hewen maintained his impassive expression, thinking to himself, "Is that all?" His mind was filled with mathematical equations. Assuming the speed of the roller coaster is a half circle, the eccentricity is... So what eccentricity is needed to see ghosts? Oh, Tu Bao cried out in amazement again. Su Hewen remained indifferent. Truthfully, he had never been on a ride like this before. It looked childish, but it seemed kind of fun. Another equation popped into Su Hewen's head. Assuming the freefall speed of the drop tower is, and someone's heart rate is, then what freefall speed is needed to see ghosts? The final calculation always exceeded the speed of light. Being thrown to the ground at the speed of light, a person would turn to dust. Wouldn't they then see ghosts? After playing on the carousel and other rides, the siblings sat down to rest. Su Hewen, after calculating the speeds of all the rides, concluded that seeing ghosts through speed was not feasible. Magnetic fields were more reliable. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Tu Bao tilted her head and asked, "Brother, was it fun?" Su Hewen said proudly, "It was okay." Han Han exclaimed, "Brother Hewen, you're so stubborn. Your teeth are clenched tight, trying to act tough. Even a duck dipped in boiling water 72 times is still stubborn." Tu Bao giggled. "A duck dipped in boiling water 72 times is still stubborn." Su Hewen frowned. Did this little girl even understand the meaning of that saying? He was a top student in literature, you know. He couldn't help but correct her. It's a duck dipped in boiling water 72 times, not 72 days. Tu Bao and Han Han looked a bit embarrassed. Su Hewen froze. He seemed to have just insulted himself. As the siblings laughed and joked, a woman in a ghostly red dress drifted towards them, her steps uncertain and light. Su Hewen, still pondering the connection between magnetic fields and seeing ghosts, glanced at the woman. Her way of walking struck him as eerily ghost-like, amplified by the red dress. She stopped in front of them, breathing heavily, her face etched with fatigue. Tu Bao exclaimed, "It's her again!" Han Han and Su Hewen followed her gaze. Han Han frowned. "Who? I don't remember her." Su Hewen clarified, "She's the parent of the little girl who cut in line earlier." The woman in red, seeing Tu Bao, said with a start, "It's you." Tu Bao stared intently at the ghost perched on the woman's shoulder. Noticing Tu Bao's fixed gaze, Su Hewen asked, "Tu Bao, what are you looking at?" Tu Bao leaned close to Su Hewen's ear, whispering, "Brother, there's a ghost clinging to her shoulder. Why are ghosts always appearing around me?" Su Hewen nearly jumped out of his skin. Feigning nonchalance, he said, "It's a bit windy here, Tu Bao. Let's switch seats." Tu Bao watched, puzzled, as Su Hewen moved. She now sat next to the woman in red, who took the opportunity to apologize for her niece's earlier line-cutting incident. Tu Bao assured her it was all right and asked for her name. The woman, her posture slumped with exhaustion, introduced herself as XZ Meng. Han Han looked at her curiously. "Why did you bring that little girl here?" She seemed nice enough. It was hard to believe she'd raised such a badly behaved child. Tu Bao nodded in agreement. "Yeah, why not come with good friends instead?" Tu Bao sensed that the woman didn't like the little girl, nor the middle-aged woman, so she wondered why she'd bothered bringing them at all. XINZ Meng sighed. "I didn't want to bring them. They're my husband's relatives, and they insisted on coming to the amusement park. I haven't even brought my own daughter here yet, and..." Tu Bao was confused. "Then why didn't you say no?" XNZ Meng replied wearily, "Their family. It's not easy to refuse." Tu Bao shook her head, thinking, the adult world is so strange. If you don't like them, why not refuse? refuse. Why force yourself? Being happy is what matters most. Suiwon chimed in. If they're your husband's relatives, why didn't your husband bring them? A hint of annoyance crept into Xinz Mang's voice. He said he wanted to go fishing, that he was busy. The children exchanged bewildered glances. Fishing wasn't exactly work. He could go another time. Why wouldn't he take his own relatives? Han frowned. Then you shouldn't have come either. You can't just give in to him. Like when I refuse to eat, Grandma says fine, don't eat, and then I end up eating anyway. Xinz Mang sighed again. I don't want to argue with my husband. I have to work and arguing affects my mood, makes it hard to focus. Our whole family relies on my income. If I don't work, how will we live? So I avoid arguments. Tu Bao found this logic baffling. Shouldn't the working person focus on work and the non-working person handle things like this? Tu Bao asked, so you're not working today? Xinz Mang explained that she was a novelist, a freelancer, and could write at home later. Suhiwon was taken aback. He'd assumed she was a homemaker, and that whoever earned the money had the say, hence her begrudgingly taking her husband's relatives out. To learn she was the breadwinner, yet still subjected to this, surprised him. Just then, the middle-aged woman returned with the little girl. Seeing the siblings occupying the resting area, she pointed at Tu Bao and demanded they give up their seats. Tu Bao immediately refused. Sorry, my brothers and sister are sitting over there, so I can't give up my seat. The woman glared. You kids don't take up much space. Just squeeze together a bit. Suhiwon gave her a cold look. Are you the Empress Dowager or something? Just because you tell us to give up our seats doesn't mean we have to, Han declared. Tu Bao echoed. Exactly. We're not giving up our seats. Even if I did move, there wouldn't be enough room for them. This bench only fits this many people. Even if I squeezed over, it wouldn't make a difference. The middle-aged woman grew irritated, muttering under her breath. Whose kids are these? Such ill-mannered children. What kind of parents raised them? Su Yi-chun, returning with popcorn, overheard the woman's remark. His face darkened. I raised them. Do you have a problem with that? The woman, accustomed to bullying the meek, saw Su Yi-chun's suit, the aura of wealth and power, and the sharp glint in his eyes. Intimidated, she redirected her frustration towards Xinz Mang. Look at the place you brought us. This is supposed to be the best amusement park in the capital, and there aren't even enough seats. Xinz Mang quickly stood up, offering her seat to the woman and the little girl. Second aunt, Dong, please sit. The woman sneered, as if I'd want to sit here. This place is cursed. Su Yi-chun calmly sat down, crossing his legs and placing the popcorn on his lap. He said coldly, if you're not going to sit, then get lost. If I see you again, you'll be banned from this park. It was utterly domineering and unreasonable. The woman huffed, grabbing the little girl's hand and stomping off, still muttering. Bad kids are a reflection of their parents. The richer they are, the more spoiled they become. Think you're so great just because you're city folk. Xinz Mang hurriedly told her to be quiet. Just then, the little girl started whining for juice. Xinz Mang told her to wait, but the girl insisted on having it immediately. Tu Bao looked at Xinz Mang's side and led the little girl to buy juice. Poor Annie Xin, Tu Bao thought. Master said the ghost on her shoulder is a ghost of weakness. I wonder if, after I get rid of it, she'll become brave like a superhero and just say no to things she doesn't want to do. Su Yi-chun watched Tu Bao, amused by her serious, adult-like contemplation. He offered her the popcorn. Don't tell Grandma about this when we get home, he said with a wink. Tu Bao accepted the popcorn, holding it up for her siblings to share as she nodded. Suhiwon glanced at the bucket. Dad, you're spoiling her. Su Yi-chun told him to be quiet, or he'd be the one getting scolded when they got home. Tu Bao seriously assured her brother not to worry. She wouldn't become spoiled. After the children finished their popcorn and juice, Su Yi-chun checked his watch. It was time to go home. Tu Bao announced she needed to use the restroom first. Han immediately said she needed to go too. Suhiwon also stood up. Me too. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do we all have to go together? Tu Bao and Han ran ahead, holding hands. Suhiwon thought to himself, why is it okay for girls to hold hands while going to the bathroom, but boys? He glanced at his older brother walking behind them and quickly said, don't even think about it. Su Yi-chun nodded. It would be weird for boys to hold hands going to the bathroom. Inside the restroom, Tu Bao finished first and waited outside, calling in, are you done yet? Han replied that she was doing a number 2. Tu Bao sounded dubious. But you just said you needed to pee. Han explained that once she sat down, it just sort of happened, so she decided to go ahead and do it. Tu Bao fell silent. Han, thinking Tu Bao had left, called out, don't go. Wait for me. Tu Bao waited for a few seconds, but the emerging smell made her realize just how potent Han's bowel movement truly was. What to do? She rummaged through her little bag and pulled out a face mask. She put it on. It still stank. She continued rummaging and found a scarf. Grandma had given it to her when they left the house, worried she'd catch a cold on the bus. Tu Bao pulled out the scarf and wrapped it around her head and nose, covering her face completely like a little burrito. A woman, witnessing this spectacle, chuckled. Your sister told you to wait here, and you're really waiting here? If it smells bad, just wait outside the door. Tu Bao replied, No, I can't. Children have to keep their promises. The woman laughed, shaking her head as she walked away. Tu Bao clasped her hands in front of her face, pinching her nose tightly. Hurry up, I can't hold my breath much longer. The sound of a flushing toilet echoed from within. Han Han finally emerged, wrinkling her nose. Even she thought she smelled bad. Tu Bao bolted out of the restroom, yelling as she ran that she didn't think she smelled bad. On the public walkway, Sui Chun, one hand in his pocket, was soothing the other children when he saw Tu Bao running towards him, bundled up like a sticky rice dumpling. She just went to the bathroom. What's with the theatrics? He thought. Looks like the park restrooms aren't up to par. Sui Chun calmly pulled out his phone and purchased a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. Draft a plan for a playground, he texted. Send the plans to me tonight. Pay special attention to the restroom facilities. Make sure they are well designed. Kukong, receiving the message, was utterly bewildered. What's going on, he wondered. I heard CEO Su took Tu Bao to the amusement park today. Did little Tu Bao fall into the toilet or something? As soon as Tu Bao emerged from the restroom area, she ran towards Sui Chun. He instinctively bent down and scooped her into his arms. Uncle, she said, can you help me find Annie XNZ Mang? I want to go to her and catch a ghost. Su Ichun agreed without a moment's hesitation. Su Hewen found this baffling. His father agreed to such a bizarre request. Tu Bao really could get away with anything. Elsewhere, Mu Gue Fan had obtained all the information on the Su family, including photos of each member. He silently looked at the pictures, his voice low. Su Jinyu is dead. He frowned, a nameless frustration rising in his chest. Although he hadn't seen her face clearly that night, those familiar eyes were unmistakable. It was her. With this thought, he instructed the person behind him to investigate Su Jinyu's whereabouts 5 years ago. His subordinate replied, no need to investigate. The second miss of the Su family just returned from Nanchang. Su Jinyu wandered to Nanchang due to amnesia. He picked up Tu Bao's photo and placed it next to Su Jinyu's. So, he also has a daughter. Mu Gue Fan's thoughts drifted back 5 years. He had chosen the same path as his grandfather, continuing his unfinished work, changing his name, and successfully infiltrating that dark organization. Everyone called him Third Master. At a crucial moment, he was betrayed, his identity exposed. The leader of the dark organization personally injected him with an unknown substance and locked him up with Su Jinyu. As time passed, he completely lost control of himself. The last shred of his sanity allowed him to remember only Su Jinyu, those eyes filled with fear and despair. Thinking of this, Mu Gue Fan felt a sharp pain in his head and couldn't help but massage his temples. He had asked himself if he regretted it. During his years as an undercover agent, he had employed ruthless methods and never considered the word regret. Except for this, after being rescued, the dark organization was completely eradicated. He was sent to a secret training camp for rehabilitation. 2 years later, the organization didn't dare release him, so they sent him to the border battlefield, using the cruelty of war to pull him out of the abyss. Now, the first thing he did after returning was to find the woman he had ruined 5 years ago, only to discover she was dead. At 18, with no family left, no comrades, and the only person related to him by blood also dead, Mu Gue Fan looked down at the little girl in the photo, her bright smile, so sweet. It seemed she had nothing left, only a father she had never met. His dark hair obscured his deep-set eyes, making him appear even more solitary and cold. In contrast to Mu Gue Fan's solitude and coldness, the Su family home was brightly lit. Tu Bao washed her hands quickly, just dipping them in the water and giving them a few cursory rubs. Su Ishun, rarely off work early, saw this and reminded Tu Bao to wash her hands properly. Tu Bao gave an embarrassed smile. Su Yi-chun stepped forward, pressed the foaming hand soap dispenser, and bent down to Tu Bao's level. He took her small hands in his. Tu Bao happily sang the hand-washing song. Two little friends hold hands. You carry me. I carry you. We meet a little crab, raising its two big claws. Su Yichin smiled and asked, Who taught you that hand-washing song? Tu Bao replied, Sister Han Han taught me. I'm good at kindergarten, right? She tilted her head, looking at Su Yichin mischievously through the mirror. Su Yichin said, Good, very good. Inwardly, he thought, things are so much better now. He remembered the first time he saw Tu Bao. Her eyes were vacant, dull, like an emotionless robot. Now, she was so lively and cheerful. After washing her hands, Tu Bao took Su Yichin's hand and urged him to hurry. Her mouth was watering, she explained, and her drool was about to disobey and drip down. Su Yichin let her lead him into the dining room. Grandmother Su had once again shown off her culinary skills. Looking at the table laden with food, Tu Bao exclaimed in surprise, Grandma, did you make all of this? Grandmother Su proudly replied, Of course. Grandma's cooking skills are certified 5-star, you know. Tu Bao quickly gave her a thumbs up. Grandma, you're so amazing. I like you. Grandmother Su couldn't help but laugh. Ever since she started studying with Su He-won, Tu Bao had become very fond of learning. Because of this, Su Yichin suggested to Grandfather Su that Tu Bao had adapted well and could go to kindergarten soon. Grandfather Su's face immediately fell. Tu Bao is still young, he said. What's the rush? Tu Bao suddenly raised her small hand. Grandpa, Tu Bao isn't small. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Su Yichin chimed in. Why not let Tu Bao go? Han Han just started school not long ago. It would be good for them to go together. Han Han, who was engrossed in her food, looked up, her mouth still full. Go to school with me, she mumbled. Grandfather Su remained silent. How time flies, he thought. It seemed like only a short while ago that he had welcomed his little granddaughter home, and now she was about to start kindergarten. After a family discussion, they agreed to let Tu Bao start kindergarten after the International Labor Day holiday. Tu Bao was overjoyed at the news. After dinner, Su He-won returned to his room, opened his computer, and uploaded his theory about seeing ghosts online. If I post these papers and videos, he reasoned, people will understand the existence of ghosts and how to see them. Maybe I'll even get some feedback on my magnetic field theory of ghost sightings. After finishing, he admired his masterpiece with satisfaction and then turned off the lights to go to sleep. In the middle of the night, someone stumbled upon Su He-won's video. They saw a chubby little boy earnestly explaining and popularizing the theory of ghosts and speculating about magnetic fields in front of the camera. His concluding statement, as long as we create the right magnetic field, theoretically, ordinary people like us can also see ghosts, made the viewer chuckle. What is this? They commented. Is this kid serious? Finding it amusing, they shared the video. Grandfather Su was still in his study working when the housekeeper informed him that someone was looking for him. He asked who it was, but the housekeeper said they weren't sure, only that the person claimed to be from the military and that it concerned Miss Tu Bao. Grandfather Su frowned. The military? He immediately thought of Tu Bao's special abilities, bending iron bars with her bare hands, wielding sledgehammers. Could it be that Tu Bao's abilities have been exposed, and that's why the military is here? His face darkened. He told the housekeeper to bring the person in. Shortly after, the housekeeper led a man in a black windbreaker into the study. The man exuded an indescribable aura. His face was handsome and captivating, especially with his dark hair and naturally cold eyes. Even though he seemed to be trying to conceal it, there was an intensity about him that was hard to ignore. The intense, murderous aura radiating from him immediately brought to mind the words crime boss. Mu Gue Fan spoke. Elder Su, hello. He offered his hand with a slight smirk. Grandfather Su looked at his outstretched hand and asked, If this old man shakes your hand, will my granddaughter still be around? Mu Gue Fan paused, then burst out laughing, retracting his hand. You're quite humorous. Grandfather Su gave a strained laugh. Not at all. Not at all. The housekeeper said you were looking for my granddaughter, but unfortunately, she went out early this morning. I don't know what business you have with her. Mu Gue Fan suddenly remembered the car that had just passed by. So, Tu Bao was in that car just now. Seeing Grandfather Su's evident wariness and rejection, as if he were looking at a human trafficker, he decided to directly reveal his identity. Yamiki Ivan, Commander-in-Chief of the Border War Zone. Grandfather Su's heart jolted. This was the very war god who had recently caused a stir and shaken up the political landscape of the capital. For such a figure to come personally, if it wasn't for Tu Bao's special abilities, he really couldn't think of any other reason. He calmly replied, "So it's Commander Mu. My apologies. My apologies." Mu Gue Fan raised an eyebrow. This old gentleman's words were polite, but his eyes held even more vigilance. He smirked and said, "You don't need to be so tense. I'm looking for Tu Bao because..." He then pulled out a report. "Your granddaughter is also my daughter." Grandfather Su was so stunned he couldn't speak. What was going on? Since when did Mu Gue Fan? Grandfather Su tremblingly accepted the report, staring at it for a long time before recovering from the double shock. What exactly happened between you and Jin Yu? Mu Gue Fan lowered his eyes, vaguely explaining that he and Su Jin Yu had shared a sudden, passionate romance. Seeing Grandfather Su's skeptical gaze, Mu Gue Fan calmly recounted a carefully fabricated version of his past. He said he had met Su Jin Yu by chance in Nancheng, and they had fallen deeply in love. Unfortunately, he had then received an urgent mission and had been forced to leave, unable to contact her again. As for the specific details, he said it wasn't convenient to share with Grandfather Su. Half an hour later, Mu Gue Fan left the Su residence. His subordinate asked why he hadn't explained Su Jin Yu's real situation to the Su family. Mu Gue Fan replied that he wasn't a rigid person. Such a revelation would only cause misunderstandings and resentment, so it was better left unsaid to avoid further complications for both sides. Besides, what good would it do? Could it change the past? Getting into the car, Mu Gue Fan asked, "I heard Tu Bao went to the Mu family's house a few days ago." His subordinate replied, "Yes, the Mu family's attitude was not only arrogant, but they also blocked Miss Tu Bao at the door." Mu Gue Fan said coldly, "No wonder she said things like she doesn't need a father." Mu Gue Fan scoffed and continued, "There will be a time they regret this. Now." He paused for a moment. "Exhume Lin Feng's grave and burn him to ashes." His subordinate was startled, stammering, This isn't right. Who are you to do such a thing?" Mu Gue Fan sneered. "In what capacity am I doing this? I'm doing this as the head of the Mu family. It has nothing to do with the organization. Besides, if I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who will know it was me?" Mu Gue Fan closed his eyes to rest, then added, "The Lin family still has 2 elderly parents, right?" His subordinate pleaded, "Master, let it go. Those 2 old people." Mu Gue Fan gave a cold laugh. "Old? So what? Isn't my daughter young? From the moment they mistreated my daughter, their peaceful old age was already forfeit." The subordinate's head throbbed. Su Yichin took Tu Bao to visit Xinz Mang. Arriving at the gate of the apartment complex, he learned that her whole family had gone out. He was about to suggest they head back, but Li Chong suggested that Tu Bao try to calculate when they would return. Tu Bao nodded, telling her uncle to wait a moment while she calculated. Su Yichin ruffled Tu Bao's hair, chuckling. "Tu Bao is really amazing now. No need for the turtle shell anymore." Tu Bao said regretfully, "Oh dear, I forgot to bring Mr. Turtle out today." Just as she finished speaking, she spotted a familiar figure wearily entering the apartment complex. The dark circles under her eyes were even more pronounced, and her back was slightly hunched. Li Chong spoke up, "Back so soon? Tu Bao of it. Xinz Mang paused, taking a closer look before recognizing the adorable little girl she'd met at the amusement park yesterday. "It's you," she said. "Why are you here?" Tu Bao replied, "I have something I want to ask you." Xinz Mang thought to herself, she wasn't acquainted with this child, so what could she possibly want? As Tu Bao and Li Chong stared at her, the timid ghost clinging to Xinz Mang's shoulder, trying to minimize its presence, grew wary. It had recently heard other ghosts talking about a skilled ghost hunter in the area. Could it be that it had run into them now? Unlucky. Su Yichin found a nearby cafe and booked a private room. Just as he sat down, the world swam before his eyes. He quickly pulled out a bottle of pills, shook a few out, and swallowed them. Tu Bao asked softly, "Uncle, are you all right?" Li Chong said, "Your uncle isn't in good health. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. We can talk about other things when we get home." Tu Bao obediently greeted Xinz Mang and introduced herself. Xinz Mang found the situation rather bizarre. The adult was taking medication, and the child was engaging her in conversation. She asked Tu Bao what she wanted. Tu Bao immediately adopted a serious expression. "Annie Xinz Mang," she began, "I'm here to help you catch." Li Chong quickly interrupted Tu Bao, whispering, "Sweetie, You almost let it slip. Not catch ghosts. We're here to get rid of bad luck. Tu Bao took a deep breath, then said, I'm here to help Annie X and Z Meng get rid of her bad luck. X and Z Meng thought to herself, was the fortune-telling business this competitive now? This little girl was already working at such a young age. But judging by their attire, they didn't quite look the part. She said gently, there's no need for that. I'm quite all right. Xi and Z Meng tried to decline Tu Bao's offer, insisting she was fine. But Tu Bao counted on her fingers, then asked, Annie X and Z Meng, have you been feeling very tired lately? Listless and lacking energy, no matter what you do. Xi and Z Meng was a little perplexed. Who didn't feel that way living in the city these days? Tu Bao continued, do you often wake up cold at night, with blurry vision, dizziness, constipation, a dark complexion, worsening dark circles under your eyes, a poor appetite, and a back that feels heavy, like you're carrying a ghost? Xi and Z Meng was taken aback, setting aside everything else. How could this little girl possibly know about her waking up cold at night and her constipation? Could it be that she wasn't a fraud after all? Yes, that's right. Xi and Z Meng stammered. It's already April. The temperature at night is in the 60s and 70s. It should be easy to sleep, but I always wake up cold. I've turned on the heater, changed the bedding, but it's still the same. My husband even said I'm sick and made me sleep in the study. Tu Bao asked, puzzled. Why did he make you sleep in the study? Li Chong muttered under his breath, completely baffled. Your husband tells you to sleep in the study, and you actually do it. Ek and Z Meng said helplessly. I didn't want to argue with him. Anyway, I have to work in the study at night. Besides, if I keep the air conditioning on in the bedroom, the children will get too hot. As she spoke, it was as if a dam had burst, and she began to pour out her woes. It's because of this that I decided to buy a bigger house. But my mother-in-law wouldn't allow it. She said it was too extravagant to move, and that relatives would come asking for money. She also said that even though I earn a decent amount writing, the money isn't mine alone, and that I should save it for her grandson. After I made a fuss, she finally reluctantly agreed. But what makes me most upset is that every time we go to look at a house, she insists on bringing a whole bunch of relatives along. They all chatter and give their opinions, even more so than me, the one actually buying the house. I felt completely superfluous. My husband seconded and even suggested I buy the resettlement house she had her eye on before. I explained that my work requires a quiet environment, and she accused me of putting on airs. In the end, we couldn't agree on anything, and I got so frustrated that I left. Tu Bao asked, so they didn't come back with you? Xi and Z Meng buried her face in her hands, despondent. They went off to look at houses on their own. And that's not all. Ek and Z Meng suddenly remembered something and continued. Before that, my husband's cousin also came to offer her opinions, and she was even worse than his second aunt. This wasn't good. That wasn't suitable. And you know what she said? She told me that after I buy the house, I should be more frugal and stop buying cosmetics. She said with my face, what good would they do anyway? Li Chong, indignant on her behalf, exclaimed, how insensitive. If you're unhappy, you should just tell them directly. Tu Bao chimed in, exactly. If you don't like it, just say so. X and Z Meng sighed. Forget it, I don't want to say anything. Li Chong was exasperated. Well, this is what you call asking for it. You're unhappy, but you don't want to speak up, so what do you want? Tu Bao found the whole situation strange. While she didn't fully grasp the complexities of adult problems, she felt a surge of anger on X and Z Meng's behalf and couldn't understand why she put up with it. Logically speaking, her husband didn't work and didn't earn any money. She was the one supporting the children and the elderly, so why should she have to endure such treatment? Xi and Z Meng lamented that her husband was a chauvinist. Back in their hometown, everyone assumed he earned millions of yuan annually, and she couldn't be bothered to correct them. Moreover, he insisted on making all the decisions, and if things weren't done his way, he'd sulk. She continued, during the Lunar New Year, we went back to our hometown, and we had a small argument. I angrily said I wanted to go back to the city, and he actually let me go. I walked alone from our village to the town, which took 2 hours, and by the time I reached the city, it was already midnight. Li Chong suddenly realized, walking alone at night is when you're most likely to encounter a ghost, especially after walking for 2 hours. It seems that timid ghost attached itself to her then. Tu Bao, feeling indignant, asked, so, your husband didn't look for you? Xi and Z Meng shook her head. He didn't even know I had left. I was crying as I walked, feeling completely hopeless. Tu Bao frowned. Confusion etched on her face. Then why didn't you tell him? Xi and Z Meng sighed. I didn't want to. It would have been pointless. Su Yi-chun, who usually refrained from commenting on other people's affairs, couldn't hold back any longer. He said coldly, "What's the point of being so stubborn? You earn the money, yet you still have to put up with this. What's the point of earning money at all?" He thought to himself, working hard and earning money is so you don't have to suffer these indignities. It's so you can live the way you want. Li Chong crossed his arms and shook his head. Someone like her, if she doesn't get a divorce, she's just torturing herself. Tu Bao, hearing Li Chang's words, nodded vigorously. Although she didn't fully understand adult matters, she felt a pang of sympathy for XNZ Mang. That's right, anti-XNZ Mang. You can get a divorce. XNZ Mang hesitated. It's not that bad. Actually, my husband is quite good. At least he doesn't fool around. This statement left them speechless. Li Chong fell silent. Tu Bao asked, puzzled, "Isn't that a given? Two adults get married. Keeping their promises is what they should do. I remember in TV dramas, when an auntie and uncle get married, they solemnly vow to love and be faithful to each other, whether the other person is poor, sick, or disabled, until death do them part. These things are supposed to be basic, so why are they considered merits?" Tu Bao felt that she was too young to understand adult logic. She declared, "Today, I'll help you get rid of this evil spirit. I hope that Annie XNZ Mang will be braver in the future and speak up if she doesn't like something." XNZ Mang looked at the little girl, barely a few years old, and suddenly felt like she wasn't even as strong as a child. Sometimes, she also wanted to shout no, to have a good argument to vent her anger. But in the adult world, how could one act so freely according to their own wishes? XNZ Mang continued to lament, but her eyes gradually became vacant, dull like a lifeless piece of wood. Li Chong suddenly gestured. "All right, Tu Bao," while Master is still performing the hypnosis technique. "Quickly catch it. Repeat after Master. Heavens above, earth below, evil spirit, reveal yourself." Tu Bao loudly repeated. "Heavens above, earth below, evil spirit, reveal yourself." Su Ichin suddenly saw a dark shadow appear on XNZ Mang's shoulder. He was startled, but looking closely, it seemed like there was nothing there, as if what he just saw was an illusion. Tu Bao's gaze shifted from XNZ Mang to the dark shadow on her shoulder. Mimicking Li Chong, she seriously asked, "What's your name? When were you born? Where is your hometown?" The shadow frowned, stammering that his name was Panjin Chao. "And this year." Tu Bao suddenly raised her gourd. "Panjin Chao, I call your name. Do you dare to answer?" Li Chong covered his face. "Tu Bao, where did you learn this?" Tu Bao replied, "I learned it from the cartoon Journey to the West. That's how they do it in the show." "Is there a problem?" Li Chong sighed, exasperated. "There's no problem. It's just what ghost would obediently crawl into there?" Sure enough, the dark shadow remained clinging to XZ Mang's shoulder, looking at Tu Bao with a troubled expression. "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old." Tu Bao innocently lowered her gourd, then apologized to the shadow. "Then, older brother, how did you die?" she asked very seriously, without any hint of disdain or treating him like a monster. The shadow remained silent for a long time before saying, "I was beaten to death. When I was 14, I moved with my parents to a new town and transferred to a very chaotic middle school. I didn't like to talk, and I didn't like to play with the other kids. So over time, they thought I wasn't sociable and started to ostracize me. At first, when I walked down the hallway, they would whistle and jeer at me. Then they started shoving me, and then the beatings became a daily occurrence. I told the teacher, but she said it takes two to tango. They didn't bully anyone else. So why would they bully me?" The little girl shook her head. "So it turns out not all teachers are good, just like that teacher Wong." Tu Bao asked again, "After being bullied so many times, why didn't you tell your parents?" Hearing this, the ghost boy didn't say anything, just shook his head. Li Chong flipped through his notebook and asked, "So how did you die in the end?" The ghost boy finally spoke. "That time, they were shoving me around in the school bathroom. At that moment, I don't know why, but I pushed one of the classmates to the ground. He seemed surprised that I actually fought back. Everyone around was surprised. He felt incredibly humiliated. So on the way home from school, they blocked my path and beat me. After they were satisfied, they laughed and left. When I dragged myself home, I saw my mother cooking dinner. I didn't say anything and went straight to my room. In the evening, my mother called me down for dinner. Seeing that I seemed different, she asked what was wrong, but I didn't want to tell her about being beaten. I just said it was nothing. In the middle of the night, I couldn't bear it anymore. My consciousness started to fade. I could clearly feel death approaching. I panicked and called for my mother, but my parents were arguing. I stood behind the door, using all my strength to call out through a crack in the door, but no one heard me. So I just lay there and died of a liver hemorrhage, died of internal injuries. Saying this, the ghost boy's eyes filled with regret and pain. I really regret it. I regret why I didn't tell my mother. why I didn't say anything when she asked. I could have not died. I didn't want to die. As he said this, the ghost boy burst into tears. In the next second, his baleful aura suddenly doubled. Immersed in his own grief, the dark energy breaking the hypnotic spell that Li Chong had just cast. Xinz Meng suddenly snapped back to awareness. Seeing a boy in a school uniform, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, clinging to her shoulder, she shrieked and fell back against the chair in terror. The ghost boy clung tightly to Xinz Meng. Tu Bao quickly asked her master, "Master, what do we do now?" Li Chong swiftly scooped Tu Bao up and flung her towards the ghost boy. "Go Pikachu!" Tu Bao went flying, yelling as she went. "Wait, what am I supposed to do? I'm not Pikachu. I can't shoot lightning. Master is truly the most unreliable man." Hearing this, Tu Bao reached out and grabbed the ghost boy's hair, pulling with all her might, as if she were uprooting a radish. Pop! A soft sound echoed as the ghost boy's head was pulled off by Tu Bao. Xinz Meng nearly fainted from fright. Tu Bao hastily apologized to Annie Xinz Meng, saying she hadn't meant to do it, then realized that this probably wouldn't separate them. Tu Bao suddenly remembered the ghost-catching technique Li Chong had taught her. She quickly chanted the incantation, then grabbed the ghost boy's back. This time, she finally managed to peel him off of Xinz Meng. A flicker of approval shone in Li Chang's eyes as he discreetly withdrew the soul-stabilizing talisman he held. The ghost boy was still crying hysterically. Tu Bao reached out her small hand to pat his back, reattaching his head as she did so. "Big brother, calm down. Take a deep breath. If you're good and stop crying, I'll give you some candy." Li Chong watched Tu Bao coaxing the ghost as if he were a child, his lips twitching. He clearly didn't believe she could succeed. After all, how could a ghost take a deep breath or eat candy? He was about to intervene when he saw the ghost boy stop crying. He actually gradually calmed down and even ate the candy. Li Chong thought to himself, that actually worked? Tu Bao encouraged the ghost boy to continue his story. What happened after that? The ghost boy spoke in a subdued voice. "After I died, my parents moved. The ones who beat me because there was no evidence and I never told anyone. After half a year of my parents pursuing legal action, the whole thing was dropped. That room became abandoned. A sham exorcist came, and instead of driving me away, he trapped me in that room. I stayed there day and night, reliving the despair I felt before I died, watching my parents struggle in their grief, unable to do anything. I screamed for help, but no one ever heard my weak cries. Finally, I became a vengeful spirit." Tu Bao looked at the ghost boy with sympathetic eyes, feeling that he was truly pitiful. "Big brother, then go into the gourd yourself. I won't catch you." The ghost boy said, "Okay." Tu Bao raised the gourd again and called out loudly, "Brother Pan Jin Chao, I call your name. Do you dare to answer?" Pan Jin Chao suddenly smiled, then softly replied, He looked at Tu Bao with a profound gaze. In life and after death, this was the first time someone had given him candy. A wisp of white air floated up and silently entered the soul gourd. Tu Bao shook the gourd. "Master, I think the gourd is full." Li Chong twitched his lips. "It's still early." Tu Bao pouted. "Then when will it be full?" Li Chong stretched out his hand, and a pen suddenly appeared. He drew 10 lines on the tiny, fingernail-sized soul gourd. "See?" Tu Bao's eyes widened. "Yes, I see." Li Chong patiently explained. "We're only at the first line now. Wait until all 10 lines are filled. Then the gourd will be full." Tu Bao nodded happily. That doesn't seem too hard. The commotion had attracted the attention of the waitstaff. Tu Bao looked at the broken cups and suddenly became nervous. Although he hadn't seen Tu Bao catch the ghost, witnessing this scene was enough to shock Su Yichun. He recovered from his surprise. "It's okay. Don't worry. Leave it to me." The waiter finally knocked on the door. Seeing the mess in the room and Xinz Meng lying on the floor, the waiter asked in startled alarm, "Sir, what happened?" Su Yichun calmly replied, "Just kids being kids. I've spoiled her. Any problem with that?" The waiter stammered, No problem." Su Yichun suddenly pulled out a card. "I'll pay 100 times the cost. Any other issues?" The waiter hastily replied, No. What about this young lady?" Su Yichun frowned again. "Are you quite free then?" The waiter hurriedly said, "I apologize for the disturbance." Then, she quickly turned and left. Tu Bao looked at Su Yichun with an admiring expression, giving him a thumbs up. "Thank you. You're so awesome," Li Chong told her. "This is called money talks." Tu Bao's face lit up with admiration. "Wow, the power of money is amazing." Tu Bao wants to learn the power of money too. Xinz Meng somehow made it back home. Holding her head, she opened her phone and searched for the name Pan Jin Chao. she found the following information. 10 years ago, died of internal bleeding due to bullying. She thought to herself, there really was such a person. Exactly as Tu Bao said. Tu Bao had simply told her that the reason for her symptoms was a timid ghost clinging to her back named Pan Jin Chao, a pitiful boy who had been beaten to death on his way home from school. Tu Bao had caught the ghost and would now infuse her jade pendant with courage, hoping that Annie X and Z Meng would shine brightly and bravely move forward in the future. Tu Bao's words echoed in her ears. Clutching the jade pendant, Ek and Z Meng gradually felt warmer, unsure if it was a real sensation or just her imagination. At that moment, the door opened. Her husband and mother-in-law returned, followed by her second aunt and her mischievous niece. The man started questioning her as soon as he entered. What's wrong with you? Leaving without a word, putting on an attitude for who to see. He felt that X and Z Meng losing her temper in front of his relatives was a direct affront to him. His second aunt added fuel to the fire. It was just a little advice, and you got angry. If you didn't want our advice, you could have just said so. Telling you to buy a cheaper house was for your own good. The man was very dissatisfied. He casually tossed his phone onto the table, kicked off his shoes, and said with the air of a patriarch, second aunt is right. Also, did you receive your royalties today? Remember to transfer them to my card. Don't buy any more of those useless face masks. X and Z Meng sat silently on the sofa. She picked up the phone and tapped on it repeatedly. Her husband frowned. I'm talking to you. What are you doing with my phone? X and Z Meng gave a cold laugh and threw the phone in his face. You eat my food, drink my water, spend my money, and you still want me to transfer my royalties to you? I'll transfer my foot up your backside. Do you know what I was doing with your phone just now? I transferred all my money back to my own account. I didn't want to quibble with you before, but now Tu Bao is right. I earned this money, and I'll spend it how I want. You have no right to control me. With that, she kicked the coffee table over. The second aunt's niece was stunned. The second aunt was dumbfounded. The man was speechless, and even her mother-in-law was shocked. X and Z Meng continued. And about buying a house, I'm buying my house. All of you keep chattering on and on. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Your relatives are not my relatives. You're welcome to visit, but if you're going to stick your noses in my business, get out. They had all seen X and Z Meng like this for the first time. Her firmness was infuriating. The man said angrily, X and Z Meng, what's wrong with you? Speak properly to second aunt. If you dare to go crazy again, get out. All the grievances X and Z Meng had endured over the years suddenly transformed into a slap that landed squarely on her husband's face. You're the one who needs to speak properly to me. Don't forget this house is also mine. If anyone's getting out, it's you. Within the jade pendant, a red light flashed and then disappeared in an instant. X and Z Meng had truly erupted. Her husband trembled with rage, raising his hand menacingly. X and Z Meng gave a cold laugh. Go on, hit me. Hit me. His chest heaved, but in the end his hand didn't fall. He snatched his car keys, teeth gritted. Don't you regret this? The second aunt dragged her troublesome niece out the door. I've never seen such a woman. We're only trying to help her, and she throws a tantrum. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. The mother-in-law huffed. Let her have her fit. Let's see what tricks she pulls tonight. She'll be crawling back and begging us to forgive her. It won't be this losing face. After they left, X and Z Meng immediately made a phone call. Director Chiu, that new Chinese-style villa you showed me yesterday, I'll take it. I'll come sign the contract now. Oh, and by the way, help me sell this apartment too. I need everything finalized within a day. Having settled that, she changed into a new outfit, applied some elegant makeup, transforming into the image of a powerful CEO. She donned a figure-hugging dress, slipped into high heels, and grabbed her newly purchased Chanel bag as a reward for herself, then went to pick up her children. Both children were stunned when they saw her. Mom, they exclaimed, you look so cool today. Her son asked, where are Dad and Grandma? X and Z Meng smirked. Your dad and grandma decided they prefer living in the countryside, so they went back. Do you two want to live in a villa with me, or go back to the countryside with Dad and Grandma? The children immediately raised their hands excitedly. We want to live in a villa. X and Z Meng smiled. It turned out that things weren't as difficult as she thought. In fact, it was incredibly liberating. Tu Bao was right. Only when you are confident, strong, and hold your head high can you truly live a good life. On the way home, Tu Bao suddenly asked, Uncle, are you feeling unwell? Sui-chin paused for a moment. I'm fine. He lowered his head and ruffled her hair. I'm perfectly healthy. For the past few years, since his younger sister, Su-jin Yu's disappearance, he had been both physically and mentally exhausted. On one hand, he had to gather every piece of information to search for his sister, unable to focus on making decisions for his work. On the other hand, the Su Corporation was in a crucial stage of development, requiring him to shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, only in the quiet of the late night could he work peacefully, gradually forming a habit of staying up until dawn almost every day, which continued to this day, leading to severe sleep disorders, frequent headaches, and dizziness. Tu Bao asked seriously, Uncle, I know everything. You haven't been sleeping well every night, have you? Sui-chan was taken aback. Who told you that? Tu Bao shook the red string on her wrist. Ugly Annie told me. She often goes out for walks at night, and sometimes she likes to peek through your window. Facing the uncle she trusted most, Tu Bao didn't hide anything. Sui-chan glanced at the red string on her wrist, imagining the scene. Him, focused on work, while a female ghost stared at him through the window. Su-chan suddenly coughed. Tu Bao, do you know how to draw talismans? Tu Bao nodded. Yes. What kind of talisman do you want? Su-chan said, a warding talisman. Tu Bao looked at Su-chan curiously. Uncle, are you afraid of ghosts? Su-chan said calmly. That's not the case. Tu Bao put on an I see everything, but I won't say it expression, then patted Su-chan's arm. Uncle, it's okay. I understand. Su-chan couldn't help but think his niece was quite perceptive. Back at the Su residence, Tu Bao shut herself in her room and lay sprawled on the table drawing. Little Five, walking in a figure-8 pattern, hopped around on the table, singing, Shattered, shattered, the scent of perfume. The bed is shaking. The world is upside down. I really want to turn over. You're right beside me. Finishing on a high note, it kicked the tortoise off the table, bullying the speechless creature. Fortunately, the table wasn't high, and there was a carpet on the floor, so the tortoise didn't break. Li Chong was utterly exasperated. This bird was truly noisy. Tu Bao looked up and asked her master, Master, is there a way to cure insomnia? Li Chong slowly replied, Is there anything your master doesn't know? A cure for insomnia? Of course there is. Take note of these Chinese medicinal herbs. Dang Shun, Baizhu roasted, Huang Qi, Gan Chao. He continued listing ingredients. Fu Ling. He didn't expect Tu Bao to remember everything. After all, she'd have to repeat it when she went to buy the herbs. Tu Bao promptly took out a pen and paper, meticulously jotting down every word. Li Chong was inwardly startled. This child had such a good memory, and she could even write. He hurried over for a closer look, only to find the paper covered in childish scribbles. What is this? Tu Bao pointed at her drawing. This little person is blocking the splashing water, so this is block. You have to raise your hand to block. Do you understand phonetics? Master, you're so silly. The person next to him is stretching. Look, this little brother is stretching his leg. Raise to block. Stretch leg, block stretch. Dongshin sounds like Dang Shun. Li Chang's scalp tingled with astonishment. Then this by Zhu roasted. Tu Bao pointed at a large wok where a person was stir-frying a whole piglet, then nodded in explanation. Roasting white pig. By Zhu wrong. Sounds like by Zhu roasted. After drawing all 11 herbs, Tu Bao folded the paper and dashed out. I'm going to show Uncle. Look how amazing I am. As she ran, Little Five flapped its wings, landing on the floor and waddling after her in a figure-8 pattern. Tu Bao ran to the study, just in time to hear them talking about her father. She paused. Did they want to find her father for her? Did they want to send her to live with him? Tu Bao's grip tightened on the paper, crumpling it. The parrot by the study door squawked. Dad. Su-chan turned and saw Tu Bao standing at the doorway, her expression troubled. She clutched a crumpled piece of paper in her hand. Tu Bao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She choked out, Uncle, do you want to send me away? Su-chan immediately went over and embraced her, quickly denying it. No, we were just chatting with Grandpa. Old Mr. Su's stern expression softened as he comforted her. Tu Bao will always be the little princess of the Su family. No one can take you away. It's just that someone came looking for you this morning, claiming to be your father. His name is Mu Guifan. Tu Bao was stunned. Did she really have a father surnamed Mu? Su-chan continued. Tu Bao, do you want to meet him? If you agree, we can arrange it here. Both Su-chan and old Mr. Su looked at her anxiously. Hearing that the meeting could take place at the Su residence, Tu Bao finally nodded. In the conference room of the military district, Mu Guifan idly twirled a pen. The black signing pen spun deftly between his long fingers. At that moment, a superior officer spoke. "We'll need you to make a trip for this, Xiaomu." Turning, he saw Mu Guifan still playing with his pen, and his face darkened. Mu Guifan, noticing his gaze, responded, "Yes, sir. It'll be handled within 2 days." Everyone looked at him, worried he hadn't been paying attention. The mission was in Country M, a day's flight each way. The task itself wasn't difficult. They wouldn't have called him back from leave otherwise. Mu Guifan asked, "Any other questions? If not, I'll be going." As he spoke, he stood and strode towards the door, disappearing from the conference room in a few strides. An aide hurried after him. "The matriarch of the Mu family is celebrating her 60th birthday. They sent a message inviting the head of the family to attend. Will you be going?" Mu Guifan, having reached the armory, let out a cold laugh. "Tell them I'll be there." The honor that belonged to his grandfather was finally coming home. He added, "Oh, and send a message to my precious daughter. Tell her to come too. Tell her I'm coming to help her vent her anger." The aide was taken aback. He was already claiming her as his daughter? They hadn't even met yet. Back at the Mu family residence, the news caused old Madame Mu to tremble with excitement. The war god himself, one of the most powerful figures in the country, was coming to her birthday celebration. Old Mr. Mu immediately ordered a lavish celebration for this grand birthday, inviting everyone they possibly could. The news of the war god personally coming to the Mu family home to celebrate old Madame Mu's birthday caused widespread envy. This was a golden opportunity for networking and expanding connections. The Mu family members were all incredibly excited, except for a young man named Mu Qinglin who suspiciously said, "Second uncle, why did Commander Mu suddenly agree to attend the birthday banquet? Don't you find it strange? Is there something fishy about this?" Mu Lakun, another Mu family member, echoed, "Yes, Grandpa, I also find it a bit odd. It's better to be cautious." Hearing this, old Madame Mu glared at them. "You two ingrates, do you not want to see the Mu family prosper? Why couldn't Commander Mu come to celebrate my birthday? We are the family of a first-class meritorious individual. Shouldn't he come to celebrate my birthday? Regardless of the reason, his presence is enough." Mu Qinglin immediately shut his mouth, but he couldn't hide his resentment. He felt that his second uncle's family were all fools, only lucky enough to steal all the credit from his eldest uncle. If that honor had fallen into his hands, he would have been promoted long ago. Just then, second Uncle Mu brought good news. "I just heard that Commander Mu is Mu Mingyuan's grandson." The Mu family was stunned by this news. Old Mr. Mu was so excited he could hardly contain himself. "If he's eldest brother's grandson, then he's also my grandson. Our Mu family finally has a capable person. After 5 years in the capital, this year our Mu family will soar again. From now on, the Mu family will be the leading family in the capital." Old Madame Mu assumed that Commander Mu was coming specifically to celebrate her birthday. When old Mr. Su received the Mu family's invitation, he was reading in the garden. Tu Bao was lying on her stomach on the stone table beside him, drawing. Seeing a visitor, she politely asked, "Hello, uncle." But upon seeing the Mu family's butler, the same one who had been unpleasant to her a few days prior, she immediately turned away. The Mu family butler looked at Tu Bao, a malicious glint in his eyes. How ill-mannered. He thought about how this child had wanted to acknowledge them as relatives 2 days ago. Fortunately, they hadn't accepted her. She wasn't even as good as the illegitimate child he was raising. He said coldly, "Old Mr. Su, my mistress is holding a grand birthday celebration this time. All the influential figures in the capital are invited, and I've come to deliver an invitation to you." Old Mr. Su glanced at him and said coldly, "Leave it there. If there's nothing else, you may leave." He deliberately showed his disdain. The Mu family butler's face immediately darkened. Although the Mu family was a newly risen family in the capital, they were comparable to other prominent families. What gave the Su family the right to be so arrogant? Unwilling to give up, the butler said, "Old Mr. Su, do you know about the war god who recently returned to the capital, the one even high-ranking officials respect? He's our mistress's grandson." Normally, upon hearing this, people would immediately stand up in respect. Old Mr. Su simply snorted, "How impressive. One would almost think he's my grandson." Mu Guifan was a respected guardian of the country, someone everyone admired. All this talk was useless. Did the Mu family also want to claim Tu Bao as their daughter? Whether she agreed or not, whether she acknowledged them or not, was entirely up to Tu Bao. Old Mr. Su didn't want to hear any more nonsense and directly told the housekeeper to see the butler out. The Mu family butler was furious. Merchants were merchants. No matter how much money they had, they couldn't change their stingy and vulgar nature. They lacked any sense of refinement or substance. After the Mu family butler stormed away in a huff, old Mr. Su called Tu Bao over. That rude butler just invited us to old Madame Mu's birthday banquet. If Tu Bao doesn't want to go, we won't go. Tu Bao counted on her fingers. Grandpa, let me divine it first. She picked up her little turtle and spun it around. Little turtle, spin, spin. Suddenly, the turtle wiggled its legs, flipped itself over, and crawled away, shaking its head and tail. Tu Bao gasped. Things have changed, Grandpa. Do you not want me to go? Old Mr. Su pursed his lips. This sweet, understanding child truly tugged at his heartstrings. Grandpa doesn't want you to go. Tu Bao then asked, Grandpa, what did that butler mean when he talked about the war god? Old Mr. Su gently explained. They are heroes who are very good at fighting battles. They are like guardian deities protecting our country. The peace we enjoy today is all thanks to their sacrifices. Although his first impression of Mu Guifan wasn't favorable, he couldn't deny the man's honorable service. Old Mr. Su wouldn't hide this from Tu Bao. Tu Bao said, so that means they're very powerful good guys? Old Mr. Su looked down at her. At the very least, they're not bad. He recalled how that morning, Mu Guifan had specifically sent someone to say he hoped Tu Bao would attend old Madame Mu's birthday banquet, as he wanted to help prevent her anger. Agreeing to go to the Mu family home now meant seeing just what Mu Guifan intended to do. Tu Bao then pondered another question. But we're not at war now. Old Mr. Su affectionately patted Tu Bao's shoulder. Peacetime wars aren't something ordinary people can see. Both war and peace are achieved through fighting. There are no truly peaceful years. It's just that someone is standing in the wind and rain for us. Tu Bao understood, yet didn't quite understand. But if that was the case, this war godfather didn't seem so bad after all. She wanted to meet this father who protected the people. He must be a good father, unlike her previous one. The Mu family butler returned to the Mu residence, where old Madame Mu was in the first floor living room. Well, the Su family must be overjoyed, right? It's rare for you to personally deliver invitations except to those with close ties. However, the butler reported, the invitation was delivered, but old Mr. Su didn't seem pleased at all. He even had me shown out directly. I suspect it's because we didn't meet that little girl the other day, so they're jealous. The Su family has always doted on that little granddaughter. Old Madame Mu scoffed. She'll be spoiled rotten soon enough. With such an arrogant personality, our Mu family will absolutely not acknowledge her. If she wants to be acknowledged, she'll have to wait until my grandson marries and has children, a firstborn son and a firstborn daughter. Only then will that little girl be qualified to step into our Mu family home. Go and make preparations. Rearrange the courtyard, dividing it into several areas. When the time comes, lead the officials into the house, and the prominent business figures can stay in the courtyard. As for the Su family, let them stay on the outermost periphery. Because the Mu family had a grandson who was the war god, old Madame Mu didn't even take the Su family seriously. Time flew by quickly. Today was old Madame Mu's birthday banquet. As soon as Su Yi-chun helped Tu Bao out of the car, they saw Wen Ruyun and Si Ran waiting at the entrance. Su Yi-chun asked, is Mr. C not coming? Wen Ruyun replied gently, he has an urgent mission abroad and might be a little late. Then, she looked at Tu Bao. This Mu family has quite the reputation, so I waited for you. Su Yi-chun politely declined. There's really no need. Wen Ruyun waved her hand dismissively. It's fine for Mr. Su, but Tu Bao is different. She's such a small and adorable child. Isn't she, Tu Bao? Tu Bao shook her head. No, Annie, I'm not weak at all. She could break iron bars with her bare hands and even swing a large hammer. Wen Ruyun, looking at the little girl's serious expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Well, since we've waited, let's go inside. Su Yi-chun nodded and led Tu Bao in. Si Ran remained silent, then suddenly held out his hand. Here, in his palm were 2 fruit candies. Tu Bao's eyes lit up. She snuck a glance at Su Yi-chun, then quietly reached out and took the candy. Thank you, brother. Su Yi-chun looked straight ahead, but Tu Bao's little actions didn't escape his notice. He simply pretended not to see. He watched as she surreptitiously unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. A smile flickered across Su Yi-chun's eyes. He suddenly turned and called to Tu Bao. Tu Bao immediately pursed her lips and mumbled, Yes, uncle? What is it? She asked, feigning innocence. Sui-chin chuckled and cleared his throat. Nothing. Just if anything happens, call me. Pubao. Tu Bao's gaze drifted involuntarily towards the birthday cake inside, just as the Mu family butler noticed her. He sneered disdainfully. Typical country bumpkin. Look at that greedy stare. Clearly hasn't seen the world. He blocked Sui-chin's path. Your seats are over there. He pointed towards the outermost courtyard. This isn't a place where just anyone can enter. If you want to give a gift to the madam, you can queue up over there. And please keep an eye on your daughter. Children, you know, they get greedy easily, and we wouldn't want any embarrassing incidents. The Mu family butler maintained his signature polite smile, but every word dripped with contempt. Sui-chan gave a cold laugh. The Mu family's arrogance truly lives up to its reputation. Tu Bao spoke up indignantly. Your family is so strange. You invite guests to celebrate your grandmother's birthday, but you make them sit by the door. Tu Bao has never seen anyone so rude. Sui-chan corrected her, ill-mannered. The little girl immediately amended her statement. Tu Bao has never seen such an ill-mannered uncle. It's you who are embarrassing, not Tu Bao, she retorted. The surrounding guests murmured amongst themselves, agreeing with Tu Bao. If it weren't for the Mu family's grandson being the war god, no one would put up with this humiliation. Tu Bao's words resonated with their own unspoken resentment. The Mu family butler frowned, about to speak, when he saw Wen Ruiyun approaching from behind. He immediately ignored everyone else and greeted her warmly. Madam C, please come in. Wen Ruiyun gave a cold smile. The Mu family is truly impressive. They don't even acknowledge the Su family, the wealthiest clan in Jingdu. I wouldn't dare enter. Wherever Mr. Su and Tu Bao sit, we will sit. C.E. Rant's face was also cold. His voice was icy. That's right. Apologize to my friend. The Mu family butler froze. They had clearly known when Ruiyun was behind them and deliberately snubbed her, causing him to lose face. The Mu family butler forced a smile and apologized to Wen Ruiyun. Madam C, I'm so sorry. It was an oversight on my part. Please come inside. I'll arrange different seats for you. As he spoke, he deliberately shifted to the side, bumping into Tu Bao. Oof! Tu Bao cried out as she tumbled to the ground. Seeing this, Sui-chan, without a word, swiftly kicked the Mu family butler. Caught off guard, the butler stumbled backwards several steps. Crash! He collided with an antique stand. Smash! An antique vase toppled to the ground, shattering into pieces. The Mu family butler's face paled. This was the master's most prized antique, and he had broken it. No, it was Sui-chan's fault. He raised his voice. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Why did you hit someone for no reason? Sui-chan didn't even glance at the butler. He quickly scooped Tu Bao up into his arms. Tu Bao, are you all right? Tu Bao rubbed her bottom. Uncle, I'm fine. Hearing the commotion, old Mr. Mu hurried out. Seeing the antique vase shattered on the ground, his heart ached as if it were bleeding. He tried to suppress his anger. What happened? The butler hastily explained. Master, I don't know what happened either. Mr. Su just suddenly attacked me. Sui-chan gave a cold laugh. Just suddenly? Tu Bao indignantly chimed in. That's not true. He bumped into me on purpose, so Uncle taught him a lesson. The butler defended himself. How could I possibly bump into a child on purpose? I'm an adult. Why would I pick on a child? Old Madam Mu, before even understanding the situation, scolded. Whose ill-mannered child is this? Little girl, who taught you to speak so rudely and falsely accuse others. She detested Tu Bao's perceived impertinence and lack of manners. Wanting to be her great-grandmother? Dream on. Old Mr. Mu also angrily chided. A child's behavior reflects their upbringing. Rich children are often spoiled rotten. Mr. Su, you should discipline your child properly. Sui-chan scoffed. Your family isn't so noble either. Basking in the glory of a martyr, how laughable. When Ruiyun's face darkened, the Mu family is truly impressive. You don't even acknowledge the Su family, the wealthiest clan in Jingdu. Targeting a child? Is this your family's upbringing? Seeing Wen Ruiyun speak up, old Madam Mu's expression softened slightly, though not much. Madam C, Mr. C in the military is considered a subordinate of my grandson. You should choose your words carefully. Wen Ruiyun laughed in disbelief. You dare lecture me? Let's go. The surrounding guests murmured amongst themselves. How can the Mu family act like this? Disregarding the Su family and even trying to suppress the C family? Such arrogance. I've never seen anything like it. Have they lost their minds? Others hesitantly whispered. Quiet. They have the capital to be arrogant, don't they? It's all thanks to their war god grandson. Old Madame Mu, mortified by their lack of respect, felt she should be the one doing the dismissing. She decided to make an example of Tu Bao. You dare speak so rudely and falsely accuse the butler? Apologize to him immediately. When Rian stopped in her tracks, utterly speechless. Apologize? For what? She crossed her arms. Apologize my foot. Tu Bao, like a little fierce animal, put her hands on her hips and mimicked, apologize my foot. Su Yi-chun, holding Tu Bao's hand, didn't say another word and simply walked away. Old Madame Mu was so furious, she nearly fainted. Her voice shrieked, "Stop! Do you think you can come and go as you please in the Mu family home? So uncultured, so unruly. Today, I will discipline this child in place of her parents." A sneer flashed across the butler's face. Overestimating themselves, how dare they challenge the Mu family? As the butler reached out to grab Tu Bao, the large iron gates of the Mu family home suddenly boomed open with a loud clang. An off-road vehicle brazenly drove in, screeching to a halt in front of everyone. Quite a lively scene, a tall, handsome man said as he stepped out of the vehicle. His voice was cold. Who just said they wanted to discipline my daughter? Tu Bao. Finally meeting her heroic father, Mu Guifan had arrived. Still in his black military uniform and bulletproof vest, a black mask covered most of his face. He pulled the mask down, his eyes icy. Who just said they wanted to discipline my daughter? Before anyone could react, Mu Guifan looked towards the small figure in the crowd. After so many missed opportunities, he finally met his daughter. Tu Bao, in turn, was assessing Mu Guifan. So this was her father. She looked up. He was tall. Tu Bao's train of thoughts suddenly derailed. She wondered if he ever bumped his head on door frames. At this moment, old Madame Mu finally reacted. She excitedly hurried forward. "My dear grandson, you're finally back." Old Mr. Mu was also incredibly excited, his face beaming with joy. "It's good that you're back." The other dumbfounded guests slowly regained their composure. One exclaimed, "So this is Commander Mu." Someone whispered, "Did everyone hear what he just said?" "Daughter," a young woman said in disbelief. "Did I hear wrong? I heard from the higher-ups that Commander Mu isn't even married, let alone has children." Meanwhile, old Mr. Mu was still trying to establish a connection. "Your grandmother has been longing for you. She's been restless ever since she heard you were away on a mission." Old Madame Mu tried to ingratiate herself. "It's been more than 10 years. I still remember when you were little. I held you, soothed you, and sang you lullabies." The butler also had a delighted expression, overjoyed. "Young master, come inside. Let me carry your things." Mu Guifan glanced around. "What's the rush? Let's finish the conversation we were having." His voice was pleasant, but it carried an inexplicable chill. The butler's hand, which was reaching for Mu Guifan's belongings, froze in midair. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Why did he have the feeling that the young master wanted to kill him? The two elderly Mus were too excited to notice what Mu Guifan had said upon arrival. "What, my daughter?" Old Mr. Mu casually glanced at Tu Bao and waved his hand dismissively. "It's just an unrelated person. Grandpa knows you want to defend us. Forget it, you just got back. Don't bother with them." Old Madame Mu chimed in, "Exactly. Just an ill-mannered child." Mu Guifan's eyes narrowed. "No. Anyone who dares to touch someone belonging to Mu Guifan will have to pay the price." Old Madame Mu inwardly rejoiced. This was what it felt like to have backing, so domineering, so secure. She feigned a casual tone. "It's nothing really. This child is from the Su family. A few days ago, they wanted to claim kinship with our family, saying her father was a member of the Mu family. We refused, of course. The Su family must hold a grudge because of that. Just now, this child fell on her own and falsely accused the butler of pushing her. Her adults are just as unreasonable, even hitting the butler." Old Mr. Mu nodded in agreement. "And they broke my precious vase. Utterly lacking in manners and upbringing. I specifically displayed that vase to welcome you, you know? It's worth hundreds of millions." He glanced sideways, thinking, the Su family isn't short of money, are they? Might as well squeeze a few $100 million out of them. Mu Guifan looked towards the flower stands arranged harmoniously on both sides of the courtyard. "Falsely accused? And broke an antique vase? What a pity. Old Mr. Mu thought with satisfaction. See, my grandson wants to seek justice for us. Being rich, the richest family in Jingdu, means nothing. They're nothing in front of my grandson. Mu Guifan suddenly grabbed the butler standing beside him. A loud crash echoed through the courtyard. The butler was thrown outwards, colliding with several flower stands before coming to a stop. The antique vases on the stands all crashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Tu Bao's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but gasp, "Wow, Daddy's so cool." The two elderly Mews felt a pang of heartache. Those were all their antiques. Mu Guifan sneered, a wicked glint in his eyes. "See? This is what happens to anyone who dares to touch someone belonging to Mu Guifan. This is the consequence." Old Madame Mu hurried forward. "Grandson, you hit the wrong person. The butler is one of our own." Mu Guifan let out an "Oh. Look at me, I forgot. My apologies." The butler breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right, young master." At this point, Mu Guifan took off his bulletproof vest and military uniform, tossing them onto the vehicle. "How can it be all right? When I hit you just now, I forgot to take off my uniform, so it doesn't count." The butler and old Mr. Mu were both bewildered. "What do you mean?" Mu Guifan flashed behind the butler, then delivered a swift kick. The butler flew outwards, smashing into the remaining two antique flower stands, leaving none intact. The butler lay unconscious amongst the shattered porcelain and splintered wood, his fate unknown. Mu Guifan casually walked back, saying, "I didn't quite hear that. Who wanted to discipline my daughter for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Guifan was standing in front of Tu Bao, bending down and scooping her up into his arms. Everyone was stunned. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Little Miss Tu Bao is Commander Mu's daughter?" The little princess, pampered and treasured by the Su family, is actually the war god's daughter. Old Mr. Mu and old Madame Mu's minds were buzzing. A few days ago, Sui-chan said he was bringing Tu Bao to acknowledge her relatives. It turned out they weren't here to claim kinship with their fourth son. The person they wanted to acknowledge was Mu Guifan. The two elderly Mews were dumbfounded. Mu Guifan was ruthless, not someone to be trifled with. Now they had offended him. Old Mr. Mu's voice trembled as he gestured for old Madame Mu to stay calm. "Don't panic. We didn't know, so we're not at fault. After all, we're still his relatives." The two tried to maintain their composure. They watched as the tall Mu Guifan held the adorable, soft little girl in his arms. The combination made hearts flutter. It was overwhelmingly sweet. Mu Guifan reached out and gently pinched Tu Bao's chin, a smile suddenly playing on his lips. "Little girl, call me Daddy. Was Daddy cool just now?" Su-i-chun, standing nearby, thought to himself, "This guy is surprisingly natural." Tu Bao blinked, looking at the tall, handsome man in front of her. She always felt this daddy was a little silly, but her mother had told her before, when someone wants to be praised, never be stingy with your compliments. A single sentence from a child could change someone's entire life. Tu Bao had to listen to her mother. So, she gave a thumbs up. "Cool. Super cool. Mega cool." Mu Guifan was taken aback, feeling that this little daughter was very much to his liking. "Tell Daddy, how did they bully you just now?" Mu Guifan casually glanced at the Mu family. Although he had just given the butler a beating, each matter was separate. The butler's issue was the butler's, and the Mu family's issue was the Mu family's. He couldn't let Tu Bao suffer any injustice. Tu Bao thought to herself, "How does that saying go? Know the times, go with the flow, and when there's a thigh to hug, hug it tight." So she quickly extended her small hand to accuse them. "Great-Grandma Mu held a birthday party and invited us, but she wouldn't let us in. Then I said that Butler Uncle was really ungracious. Then Butler Uncle got angry and secretly pushed me down. I fell so hard my butt cracked in half, and my hands are all scraped up." Mu Guifan asked. "And then?" Tu Bao continued. "Then Great-Grandma Mu told me to apologize, and if I didn't apologize, she wouldn't let us leave. She also said she wanted to discipline me in place of my parents." Mu Guifan asked with concern, "Did you apologize?" Tu Bao replied, "Apologize my foot." The coldness in Mu Guifan's eyes melted away, replaced by a smile. "Good, very good." He already knew what happened after that. Seeing the hidden murderous intent in Mu Guifan's eyes, Old Madam Mu hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We didn't know. It was all the butler's own doing." Mu Guifan responded with an "Oh, wasn't it you who said you wanted to discipline my daughter for me?" Old Madam Mu hastily explained, "No, I didn't mean it that way." She felt wronged. She was clearly an elder, yet she had to grovel before a junior. Old Mr. Mu quickly interjected, "Your grandma is just senile. Don't take it to heart." Mu Guifan looked down, his eyes cold. "A single senile, and it's all over?" Old Madam Mu was choked with anger, and in front of so many people, could only lower her head and apologize. "I'm sorry, Great-Grandma was wrong. Great-Grandma was mistaken." Mu Guifan scoffed, then looked down at Tu Bao. "So, are you satisfied? If not, Daddy will make them apologize until you are." The Mu family anxiously looked at Tu Bao. Fortunately, Tu Bao nodded, but then she said sadly, "Yes, but Tu Bao doesn't want to say it's okay at all." Mu Guifan immediately said, "All right, then we won't say it anymore." Old Madam Mu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately changed the subject. "Tu Bao is such a well-behaved, kind-hearted child. Look, your father is Xiao Fan. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, this old great-grandmother wouldn't have done such a foolish thing." Old Mr. Mu also tried to laugh and say, "Oh, my dear grandchild, come here and let your great-grandfather hold you." Old Madam Mu thought the matter was over. Unexpectedly, Tu Bao didn't even look at them, turning her head away with a cold snort. "Tu Bao doesn't need people like you as great-grandparents." That day, Great-Grandpa said that Tu Bao's great-grandparents were named Mu Mingyuan, and they passed away a long time ago, having nothing to do with you. Old Mr. Mu's face stiffened upon hearing this. "Your great-grandfather was my older brother, so I am also your great-grandfather." Tu Bao looked at Mu Guifan doubtfully. "Is that true?" Mu Guifan coldly explained, "Your great-grandfather was an only child. He had no siblings." Tu Bao was stunned. "So they were imposters?" Mu Guifan was very satisfied with the word imposters, nodding in affirmation. "That's right." The surrounding people were astonished. It turned out that the Mu family had no relation to the commander. Old Madam Mu and Old Mr. Mu's faces grew increasingly unsightly. Now that Mu Guifan was different from before, such a good grandson couldn't be missed. So, Old Madam Mu still tried to force a connection. "Look at this little girl talking. How can she say we're not related? Cousins are still family." Old Mr. Mu said, "That's right, we all share the Mu family blood. Young people like to joke around." Mu Guifan snorted coldly. "Mu family blood? It's a pity you're not worthy." His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. "That year, when my grandfather sacrificed himself, my parents were murdered, and I returned to Nanchung to look for you. And you? You were so wonderful. Afraid of being implicated, you knew I had arrived at the bus station, but you sent someone to chase me out of the city. The next day, after much difficulty, I finally found the Mu family home, only to discover you had moved to the coast the night before. I was 7 years old then, enveloped by the fear and confusion of losing my loved ones. I wanted to seek shelter from my relatives, but unfortunately, I was all alone. 30 years in Hudong, 30 years in Hashi. Who would have thought that the 7-year-old child back then would actually survive and return?" Exposed by Mu Guifan, Old Mr. Mu was momentarily speechless, only able to force a laugh. There must be some misunderstanding. For some reason, listening to the tall man, taller than the door frame, calmly recounting his past, a faint sadness welled up in Tu Bao's heart. It turned out that this tall father had also been like Tu Bao, without family, without parents, treated like a jinx. Tu Bao silently hugged Mu Guifan's neck tightly. Feeling the reliance of his little daughter, Mu Guifan's voice softened considerably. Tu Bao's soft hair brushed against his neck, making his heart soften as well. Was his little daughter feeling heartbroken for him? A warmth spread through Mu Guifan's heart. Hearing this, everyone finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the Mu family and the commander had such a relationship. No wonder they dared to boastfully claim the war god as their grandson when they posted online. Knowing full well their cousin had been murdered, they moved away overnight. At first, they were afraid of being implicated, but upon hearing of their cousin's achievements, they rushed to claim him faster than anyone. Truly shameless. This Mu family was a bunch of scoundrels, slandering heroes, deceiving the world, insulting martyrs, and stealing reputations. Listening to the unrestrained gossip, old Madam Mu felt a tightness in her chest, finding it incredibly difficult to breathe. Old Mr. Mu's face flushed crimson, as if they had been hiding behind a curtain all this time. And now the curtain had been pulled back, revealing their true selves and causing them to lose all face. Mu Qinglin reacted quickly, hurriedly saying, "Second uncle, eldest brother has come a long way. It's been a tiring journey. Let's go inside and talk." Old Mr. Mu thought to himself, Qinglin is still the clever one. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public. Once Gui Fan is inside and the doors are closed, no matter how unsightly things get, at least outsiders won't be watching the spectacle. Old Mr. Mu quickly added, "Yes, let's go inside and talk." Old Madame Mu chimed in, trying to coax Tu Bao. "Tu Bao, let's go inside first. Great-grandma has prepared a lot of fun toys and even a cake for you." Unexpectedly, Tu Bao shook her head. "I won't eat your cake, and I don't want your toys." Even though Tu Bao really likes cake, I don't eat just anyone's cake. What do they think Tu Bao is? Old Madame Mu was so angry she nearly spat blood. Just moments ago, she couldn't wait to get rid of Tu Bao, and now, she was practically begging her to come inside, but the little girl wouldn't budge. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have treated her so poorly earlier. Seeing this, Mu Guifan gestured to Wan Dao to go inside and retrieve his grandfather's honorary plaque. This plaque truly didn't belong in the Mu family home. It was a disgrace to his grandfather's memory. Wan Dao acknowledged the order and quickly went inside. Putting aside everything else, old Mr. Mu and old Madame Mu hadn't expected Mu Guifan to take the honorary plaque as well. They relied on this plaque for their current status. If Mu Guifan took it away, what would become of them? Old Mr. Mu said angrily, "Guifan, you're going too far. It's been so long. Whether relatives help or not, how can you hold a grudge? Helping is a gesture of goodwill. Not helping is also within their rights." Hearing this, Tu Bao thought this old man was strange. What goodwill? What rights? Her father was just taking back what belonged to him. Wasn't that how it should be? However, Mu Guifan scoffed. "I, Mu Guifan, have never been magnanimous. I've never agreed with the saying, helping is goodwill. Not helping is within their rights, especially not with this family. Moreover, my grandfather's honorary plaque. What right do you have to keep it? You even dare to speak louder than his own grandson? Consider yourselves lucky I'm not giving you a beating." Mu Guifan glanced coldly around. "Let me make this clear today. I, Mu Guifan, have no relationship whatsoever with the Mu family. If the Mu family dares to use my grandfather's name to deceive others again, don't blame me for being merciless." Tu Bao pouted, revealing two small pearly canine teeth, looking both adorable and fierce. Merciless. By this time, Wan Dao had carried the honorary plaque outside. Mu Guifan held Tu Bao in one arm and his grandfather's plaque of merit in the other, tossing it into the car. Then, he gently placed Tu Bao in her seat, his dark eyes gleaming with amusement. "Be good, Daddy's taking you home." Having calmly observed the entire scene, Su Yichen suddenly jolted. Wait a minute. All that talk aside, was he really going to just take Tu Bao and leave like that? Hold on. Su Yichen immediately gave chase, but the imposing off-road vehicle had already vanished from sight. Wan Dao's lips twitched, thinking to himself, "Master, did you forget something?" Watching the off-road vehicle drive away, the Mu family's faces were ashen, filled with regret. Without Mu Guifan, the Mu family was nothing. They were relatives after all. How could he be so heartless? He took the honorary plaque and even left such harsh words. Who would give them face now? This was pushing them to their ruin. Sure enough, seeing Mu Guifan leave, the surrounding guests also began to depart one after another. Not only did they leave, but they also took back the birthday gifts they had presented earlier. The guests had all left. Just as the Si family's car arrived, the Mu family, clutching at straws, rushed over and said, "Mr. Si, please wait. You and our Xiaofan are comrades in arms. Could you please put in a good word for us with Xiaofan? This is all a misunderstanding." However, Xia coldly replied, "Abusing your connections with the military. Do you know the consequences? Be smart and stop while you're ahead." At this moment, when Royan unleashed a torrent of abuse at the Mu family. "Who are you calling shameless? Go home and look in the mirror to see how many green onions you have growing out of your head. If you don't have any, buy a few and stick them in to complete the look." Having said her piece, when Ruyin left, satisfied. Before old Mr. Mu could even respond, the Si family's car had already disappeared. "But I wasn't the one who said anything about being shameless." Old Mr. Mu looked at the mess on the ground. A birthday banquet, originally intended to be the starting point for their rise to prominence, had unexpectedly earned them nothing but a loss of several 100 million yuan. He lamented inwardly, "Our Mu family is finished." Meanwhile, after being carried into the car, Tu Bao suddenly forgot about her eldest brother, Su Yi-chun. Mu Guifan, while driving, pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. "Wan Dao, take eldest brother and Tu Bao back, and tell him that I'll definitely visit tomorrow." After hanging up, Wan Dao glanced at Su Yi-chun beside him. Perhaps Master should tell him himself. Across from him, Mu Guifan calmly said, "If reasoning would work, I wouldn't have done this. Rest assured, I'm only taking Tu Bao back to acknowledge her ancestry. If we followed the Su family's procedures, it would take at least several rounds of back and forth, so I can only apologize." Mu Guifan turned to Tu Bao and instructed, "Tu Bao, be good." Hearing this, Wan Dao was startled. "Master, you're not going to let Tu Bao sit in the front passenger seat, are you?" Mu Guifan replied, "Where else would she sit? If she sits in the back, I can't see her, and I won't be at ease. Besides, someone died in the back seat of this car once." The corner of Wan Dao's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "All right, I'll prepare myself for the fine." Hanging up the phone, Wan Dao took a deep breath and said to Su Yi-chun with a smile, "Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. Master said he will definitely bring Miss Tu Bao back home tomorrow. Please rest assured, absolutely nothing will happen to Miss Tu Bao while she's with Master." Su Yi-chun snorted, his face grim as he got into his car. Chu Xiang asked blankly, "Mr. Su, are we going back to the Su residence? Can we still go back?" "We're going back to the office to work overtime." Chu Xiang immediately understood. It seemed no one would be getting a good night's sleep tonight. The SUV drove through the urban area and entered an area of ancient Chinese-style houses. After getting out of the car, Tu Bao stared at a faint, shadowy figure following them. The figure held its head, its eyes suddenly moving to look directly at them. Tu Bao wasn't afraid, but with her master not around, she couldn't tell what kind of ghost it was. "Master." As soon as they entered the gate, a man in a gray robe bowed his head in greeting. Mu Guifan handed the honorary plaque to the man. "Hang this in the center." The man replied, "Yes, sir." The robed man took the honorary plaque and went inside. There were many people along the way. Tu Bao widened her eyes. The scene before her was like something out of a historical drama on TV. Her long-legged father resembled a prince from the television, and the men in gray robes were like his imperial guards. If she remembered correctly, this was called time travel. Looking at Tu Bao's expression, Mu Guifan rubbed her little head. "This is our home. We're home, Tu Bao." Mu Guifan led Tu Bao to the ancestral hall. "Inside are your great-grandparents and grandparents. Would you like to go in and light a stick of incense for each of them?" He felt a little nervous, unsure if Tu Bao would agree to offer incense to their ancestors. To his surprise, he heard the little girl crisply reply, "Tu Bao wants to offer incense to great-grandpa, great-grandma, grandpa, and grandma. Because Uncle said Daddy and great-grandpa are both amazing protectors who deserve everyone's respect, so Tu Bao should respect them too." Mu Guifan sighed inwardly, thinking, "She truly is my good daughter." He strode confidently towards the ancestral hall's entrance, then suddenly realized Tu Bao still hadn't called him Daddy. He reminded her, "You still haven't called me Daddy." This little girl, first she called great-grandpa, grandpa, and grandma, putting him fourth in line. Tu Bao, who had been intently staring at the doorframe, finally reacted, sweetly calling out Daddy. Mu Guifan's heart swelled with emotion, and he felt himself practically floating until thump, his head smacked against the doorframe. Tu Bao, seemingly prepared for this, had in that split second ducked her little head onto Mu Guifan's shoulder, avoiding the impending disaster. Tu Bao thought to herself, even long-legged Daddy can bump into the doorframe. Sigh. Mu Guifan cried out, "Damn it, I actually hit the doorframe." He couldn't help but marvel at Tu Bao's quick reflexes. Even he hadn't reacted in time, yet she had already ducked. While inwardly praising her, he suddenly heard Tu Bao softly mutter, again. Mu Guifan, puzzled, asked her what she was saying. Tu Bao quickly covered her mouth. Damn it, why did she say her thoughts out loud? She hastily denied it, claiming she hadn't said anything. It was the door frame who spoke. Mu Guifan couldn't help but laugh, finding this clever little girl utterly adorable. Father and daughter entered the ancestral hall, and with a mix of emotions, Mu Guifan said, "Grandpa, look who this is. Who would have thought? Your grandson actually has such a lovely daughter. She's truly a cutie. Tu Bao, mimicking Mu Guifan, knelt down on the cushion with a thud and called out, Great-grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma. After speaking, she copied Mu Guifan's kowtow, but she did it with too much force and couldn't stop herself in time. Bang! Her forehead slammed against the floor. Ouch! Tu Bao cried out. Mu Guifan hurriedly asked Tu Bao if she was all right, only to see a swelling forming on her forehead. She kowtowed that hard? Mu Guifan was momentarily speechless. After Tu Bao finished offering incense, he immediately sent someone to fetch antiseptic. Leaving the ancestral hall, Tu Bao stared intently at a female ghost in the courtyard. Because the ancestral hall enshrined Mu Minyuan, a man of immeasurable merit, ghosts couldn't enter. The ancestral hall was like someone else's territory. An ordinary ghost wouldn't dare trespass. Tu Bao looked at her father questioningly. Mu Guifan felt like this female ghost was following him. Tu Bao hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, Daddy, do you have an Annie outside? Mu Guifan was stunned. What Annie? Was he that kind of person? The Su family didn't teach her that, did they? Mu Guifan said seriously, I've never had an Annie before, I don't have one now, and I won't have one in the future. Tu Bao's thoughts took a strange turn. She asked, then how was Tu Bao born? Mu Guifan coughed awkwardly, feeling this wasn't a topic for children. Your mother. That doesn't count. Tu Bao's train of thought was completely derailed. Why doesn't it count? Mu Guifan didn't know how to answer, so he could only say it was an accident. Tu Bao asked sadly, so Tu Bao is an accident too? Do you not like mommy? Then why did you have an accident with mommy? Mu Guifan couldn't explain his relationship with Su Jinyu to Tu Bao, so he diverted her attention, suggesting they go get ice cream. Tu Bao's eyes immediately lit up, excitedly agreeing. Elsewhere, Su Yi-chun was busy until noon the next day before returning home, only to find that Mu Guifan still hadn't brought Tu Bao back. As soon as he entered, old Madame Su questioned him, Where's Tu Bao? Then she scolded him for being so old, yet losing a child he took out to play. Su Yi-chun explained that Tu Bao was with her father. She wasn't lost. But old Madame Su angrily retorted, If she's not back, she's lost. Su Yi-chun looked at old Madame Su, backed by old Mr. Su and his younger brothers. The whole family stood with their arms crossed, staring him down as if to say, How dare you show your face here? The pressure was immense. Su Yi-chun could only assure everyone that Tu Bao would be fine. Mu Guifan's people had guaranteed it. Having said that, under the family's death glares, he strode upstairs. Old Mr. Su's face darkened further. He fumed. We raised Tu Bao for so long, and yet we can't even keep her from being taken away. Su Xing'er, with a sympathetic expression, chimed in, If it were me, that Mu fellow wouldn't have a chance to take Tu Bao. I could easily handle Mu Guifan. Su Luo, as always, remained silent, offering no opinion. Meanwhile, Mu Guifan was introducing Tu Bao to his lieutenants and branch leaders. This is my daughter, Tu Bao, the young miss of the Mu family, he announced. From now on, her words are my words. Protecting her is your top priority at all times. The men responded with a chorus of cold acknowledgments. Tu Bao suddenly raised her hand to correct him. She was Little Miss, not Big Mississippi. Only grown-ups were called Big Mississippi. Since she was a child, she should be called Little Mississippi. Everyone cheered, impressed by her astuteness. Her serious expression prompted one of the branch leaders to tease, Little Miss, why don't you give us a performance? Tu Bao considered this. Anything was fine, she supposed, but she hadn't started kindergarten yet, so she didn't know. The men encouraged her, thinking to themselves, such a cute kid. Whatever she sings or dances, it'll be adorable. Just as everyone expected a typical little girl performance, Tu Bao looked around, then walked over to some bricks under the eaves. All right then, she declared, watch this, uncles. She raised her hand and brought it down with a chop. The brick instantly split in two. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. What the? She broke a brick with her bare hand. Tu Bao looked at the branch leaders. Wasn't Little Miss's performance good? Why are you all stunned? Aren't you going to clap? The branch leader who had spoken earlier quickly prompted the others, and they all burst into thunderous applause. Truly the master's daughter, one exclaimed. Trained from the womb, it seems. Another added, what are you talking about? With the master's genes. She's been invincible since birth. Yet another chimed in. More like invincible since she was a tadpole. Tu Bao tilted her head. What's a tadpole? Mu Guifan cleared his throat. Ahem, not bad. Keep practicing and strive to chop off the enemy's head with your bare hands. The men couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a sweet little girl, and he wants her to chop off heads? Don't scare our little miss. After her divine display, Tu Bao had successfully captured the hearts of these rough men. Mu Guifan scooped her up. Let's go. Time to take you home. Tu Bao mentioned wanting to eat Grandma's cooking. Mu Guifan instinctively headed towards his SUV, then suddenly stopped, frowning. We're not taking this car, he declared. It's not clean. The car was clearly spotless. Tu Bao looked towards the back seat and saw a female ghost sitting there. So that's what Daddy meant by not clean, she thought. But Daddy shouldn't be able to see ghosts. Tu Bao looked at Mu Guifan curiously. Daddy, can you also see the ante hole in her head? She asked. Mu Guifan was confused. What was Tu Bao talking about? He followed her gaze to the back seat. They said young children could sometimes see unclean things. Could Tu Bao see them? Thinking about it, Mu Guifan suddenly realized what he was pondering and fell silent. What the hell am I thinking? He wondered. This was the age of science, a brightly lit world. Where would such things come from? He told Tu Bao, there's nothing there. Don't talk nonsense. With that, he picked her up, chose a different SUV, and drove towards the Su family home. Tu Bao pressed her face against the car window, watching as the headless female ghost swiftly followed behind. She can even roam around in broad daylight, she muttered. What a persistent ghost. As soon as they arrived at the Su family estate, Tu Bao dashed inside, calling out, Grandma. Tu Bao's back. Su Yi-chun and old Madam Su, hearing her voice, both breathed a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, old Madam Su heard Su Haowen cry out in alarm. The boy, staring in fright at a bright red mark on Tu Bao's forehead, exclaimed, Little sister, what happened to your forehead? Are you okay? Does it hurt? Old Mr. Su's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Su Yi-chun. And this is what you call nothing happened? He thundered. Su Yi-chun, feeling the weight of his family's glares, was momentarily speechless. Just then, Xiao Wu cried out in a panic. The Black Mountain Demon King is here. The Black Mountain Demon King is here. Mu Guifan looked around blankly, asking in confusion, What's going on? Why is everyone looking at me? Old Madam Su, her teeth gritted, demanded. What happened to Tu Bao's forehead? Explain yourself. You're a grown man. How could you let this happen to her? Mu Guifan was at a loss for words, reduced to silently enduring old Madam Su's tirade. He hadn't expected, after all these years, to be on the receiving end of such a lecture from someone who felt like his own mother. He hastily apologized. Seeing the misunderstanding, Tu Bao quickly explained, Grandma, it's not Daddy's fault. Everyone, upon hearing this, was filled with a mix of emotions. After just one evening, Tu Bao was already calling him Daddy so sweetly, even defending him. After a thorough examination, Su Yi-shin determined that Tu Bao's forehead was only slightly swollen, and there was no need to worry. He then asked Tu Bao to explain what had happened. Tu Bao earnestly recounted the events. Daddy had taken her to kowtow to the ancestral tablets of her great-grandfather, grandfather, and grandmother. She kowtowed a little too enthusiastically and bumped her head on the floor. Mu Guifan interjected. See? I told you it wasn't my fault. A complicated feeling welled up in old Madam Su's heart. This man had tricked her daughter before, and now he was tricking her granddaughter. Just like her husband had said, he was a troublemaker. Su Yi-shun, curious, asked Tu Bao, Why were you and your dad back so late? Did he take you somewhere fun? Tu Bao thought for a moment. We didn't go anywhere fun, she replied seriously. Daddy took me to kowtow to great-grandpa, grandpa, and grandma. Su Yi-shun was skeptical. Could just kowtowing really take that long? He pressed further. And then what? Tu Bao replied, and then Daddy taught me how to chop off people's heads with my hands. The gazes of the Su family, which had just softened, snapped back to Mu Guifan like daggers. The corner of Mu Guifan's mouth twitched. There's no need to mention that, he muttered to his daughter. Seeing Mu Guifan's tacit admission, old Madam Su was so angry she wanted to hit someone. What kind of nonsense was this? She suspected the bump on Tu Bao's forehead wasn't from kowtowing at all, but from Mu Guifan teaching her to break bricks with her head. She looked him up and down. This troublemaker was truly unbelievable. With a sigh of resignation, old Madam Su said, Since you're here, have a seat. Su Yi-shun patted Tu Bao's head. Good girl, we're going to chat with your dad for a bit. Why don't you go upstairs and play with your brother? Su Haowen took Tu Bao's hand. I'll show you something really cool. Mu Guifan watched his little girl happily run upstairs. So, he'd been abandoned by his own daughter, just like that? He sat down on the sofa. Tu Bao was gone. Was this an interrogation about the past? Fine. Ask whatever they wanted. He'd been through countless interrogations. He wasn't afraid. Meanwhile, Su Haowen excitedly pulled out a modified high-definition digital video camera and presented it to Tu Bao. It has infrared night vision, he explained. It can capture the infrared radiation of a target through an infrared light to form an image. If there really are ghosts, we might be able to film them. Tu Bao stared blankly at the strange device, clearly not understanding a word. Curious, she asked, "Brother, what is this?" Su Haowen held up an iron basin. "This," he declared, "after countless efforts and tireless calculations, I've discovered that magnetic fields have the closest connection to seeing ghosts. So, I spent several days calculating the most accurate formula and engraved it onto this iron basin, which has its own magnetic field." He continued, "This iron basin may look ordinary, but underneath, I've placed 2 magnets. Assuming the magnetic core has an uneven density." He started to mention two-dimensional thin film equations, but Tu Bao didn't understand, her head spinning slightly. Su Haowen tried to explain it in simpler terms. "I think ghosts are a special kind of matter that can affect magnetic fields. This iron basin's magnetic field is regular, but when a ghost gets close, the magnetic field will change. My compass needle is set to a very small magnetic field fluctuation, meaning it's very sensitive. If a ghost appears nearby, the needle will spin rapidly until it locks onto a certain direction." Tu Bao pondered this silently for a long moment. Then, with considerable effort, finally understood. "Brother," she said, "isn't this just a compass?" Su Haowen froze, feeling utterly deflated. He'd spent days on this experiment, only to realize there was already a readily available product that did the same thing. Seeing his disappointment, Tu Bao tried to console him. "You made a compass. That's amazing. Other people can't do that." But Su Haowen wasn't having it, his mood plummeting. Tu Bao persisted. "Besides, brother, your iron basin is different from a compass. Compasses are covered in letters, but your basin is covered in formulas." A spark ignited in Su Haowen's eyes. "That's right. The calculations of the formula are still the most accurate." Tu Bao, still puzzled, asked, "But brother, why are you making these things?" Su Haowen sniffed. "I created a website and posted 2 theories, but everyone just laughed at me. I was so angry. So I have to prove to them that my ghost-seeing theory is correct." He picked up the iron basin and began pacing around the room. "Let's test it now. This technique of mine is very powerful. If there's a ghost, it will definitely detect it. Tu Bao, come and see if it works. It won't detect anything unusual here. There are no ghosts in our house." He thought to himself, "Looks like all my worrying and calculations these past few days were accurate." Meanwhile, Tu Bao glanced out the window, where the headless female ghost hovered, clutching her head and staring intently at Su Haowen. Suddenly, Su Haowen noticed the needle in the iron basin spinning wildly, emitting a whirring sound. "What's going on?" he exclaimed. "Are my magnets reversed?" He checked them, but they weren't. "Strange," he muttered. "Why is this happening?" As soon as little sister came back, the basin reacted. Could it be that the magnetic field on little sister is different from ordinary people? He carried the basin towards Tu Bao, but the needle stopped moving. He suspected the basin was broken. Tu Bao's small face was creased with concern. "Brother," she said hesitantly, "maybe you should stop." Following the direction of the needle, Su Haowen continuously adjusted his course, slowly walking towards the window. He mumbled to himself, "No, I can't stop. The final step of the calculation is verification." Tu Bao said weakly, "But brother." Su Haowen remained resolute. "No buts." Finally, as he reached the window, the needle abruptly stopped. Su Haowen looked up, the smile on his face instantly freezing. Outside the window, a headless female ghost clutched her head, her single eyeball rolling in its socket, a truly eerie sight. The ghost seemed to attempt to smile, but the blood loss only made her face appear even more ghastly pale. Seeing this, Su Haowen jumped back with a yelp. "Ah! Oh my God!" Before Tu Bao could react, Su Haowen darted behind her, clinging tightly to her neck. "Brother, let go," she gasped. "You're choking me." But Su Haowen, paralyzed by fear, was beyond reason. He didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he burrowed further into the haven of Tu Bao's shoulder. Tu Bao, realizing she couldn't let her brother strangle her, shoved him with all her might. Su Haowen went flying, crashing with a loud thud against the window. He felt the world spin as he landed heavily on the floor. The rug cushioned the impact, thankfully preventing him from knocking himself unconscious. However, as his senses returned, he realized the headless female ghost was hovering directly above him, still clutching her head. He silently cursed Tu Bao for not shoving him hard enough to pass out. Su Haowen trembled, reaching a hand towards Tu Bao. Tu Bao, help me up, he pleaded, his legs too weak to support him. Tu Bao rushed to his side, apologizing profusely and explaining that she hadn't meant to push him so hard. Su Haowen mumbled that it was all right. Now wasn't the time to discuss that. He stammered, It's been there the whole time? Tu Bao was truly puzzled. Why could her brother see ghosts again? It was there when the needle in your iron basin started spinning. Tu Bao replied obediently. She then asked suspiciously, why are you so scared of ghosts if you're trying so hard to figure out how to see them? Su Haowen explained that it wasn't a contradiction. At that moment, Tu Bao, thinking of her brother Su Zixing constantly playing video games, innocently asked, so isn't that like being scared but still wanting to play? Su Haowen, struggling to control his trembling legs, asked about the ghost. What kind of ghost is it? Why is it right here in front of us? He couldn't understand how his little sister could calmly discuss this with him, as if she wasn't afraid. Tu Bao replied that she didn't know. Her master had said she was going to a meeting and hadn't returned in 2 days. Looking at the ghost, Tu Bao asked, head-hugging Annie, what kind of ghost are you? The headless ghost rolled her eye, a strange glint in its depths. A rasping, ha sound emanated from her throat, and she floated towards Su Haowen. Don't come any closer. Su Haowen screamed internally. Sensing danger, Tu Bao instinctively shielded Su Haowen. If you want to talk. Don't get physical. The female ghost suddenly roared and lunged fiercely at Tu Bao. Tu Bao, lacking extensive combat experience and without her master's guidance, instinctively raised her hands to defend herself. The red string on her wrist suddenly emitted a bright red light, forcefully repelling the ghost. Caught off guard, the ghost dropped the head she was holding. It landed with a thud at Su Haowen's feet and rolled, coming to rest facing him. The head rotated with a series of clicks, the ghost's eye staring directly at him. Su Haowen yelped and jumped back. Brother, don't be afraid, Tu Bao shouted, rushing over. In her childish voice, she yelled, life is impermanent. Chiu attack. She then kicked the ghost's head like a soccer ball, sending it flying out the window. The headless ghost, now like a headless fly, stumbled and fumbled its way out of sight. Tu Bao hurried after it. Brother, wait here for me. I'll go see what happened. Su Haowen, still terrified, couldn't bear to be left alone in the room. Wait, he cried. As the two siblings ran out, Tu Bao dashed downstairs. Old Madame Su and Mu Guifan, who had been talking, stopped abruptly and turned to look. Seeing Tu Bao run outside, old Madame Su hurriedly maneuvered her wheelchair in pursuit. Mu Guifan, with a swift move, grasped the handles of the wheelchair and pushed old Madame Su along. His pace was naturally much faster than old Madame Su's own maneuvering, and she found herself propelled forward at a speed she hadn't experienced in quite some time. They quickly caught up with Tu Bao. She had run to the back of the flower garden and was looking around, her head bent as if searching for something. Mu Guifan asked, Tu Bao, what are you looking for? Daddy will help you. Tu Bao shook her head. Daddy, she said, you won't be able to find it. Mu Guifan gave a confident smile, implying that there was nothing he couldn't find. Even the smallest toy, he suggested, would be easy for him to locate. Su Haowen arrived on the scene, his heart rate returning to normal now that the female ghost was nowhere to be seen. He instinctively calculated the parabolic trajectory. Based on the distance from the window to the flower garden, the object, the ghost's head, should be somewhere around here. As long as it hadn't changed direction, the trajectory of the parabola was predictable. Although Tu Bao didn't know what a parabola was, she had a strange feeling that the ghost's head should be in this area. She searched around based on this intuition, but couldn't find anything, which puzzled her. Old Madame Su asked Tu Bao what she was looking for, offering to have someone help her search. Tu Bao decided to drop the subject for now, shaking her head and saying it was nothing, just a fart that she'd lost. Old Madame Su looked at Su Haowen quizzically. He quickly explained that he'd been teasing his little sister, telling her he'd thrown her fart outside. Tu Bao, ever innocent, believed him. Old Madame Su scolded Su Haowen, don't always tease your sister. She's still young and believes everything you say. Su Haowen quickly replied, I know. Mu Guifan, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes, looking at Tu Bao, and then at Su Haowen with a knowing glance. This kid is pretty good at covering things up, he thought, silently impressed. However, the boy still showed some signs of lying. As the family prepared to return to the living room, in the flower garden, a maid stiffly rotated her neck, as if experiencing some discomfort. Mu Guifan, walking behind the others, sensed something and turned to look back. He saw the maid holding a flower basket in the garden. A suspicion arose in his mind. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Unbeknownst to him, Tu Bao's kick had inadvertently sent the female ghost flying into the maid. Everyone returned to the living room, their interrupted conversation temporarily forgotten. Old Madame Su asked Tu Bao if she was hungry. I was going to ask, she began, intending to say she'd make something delicious for her granddaughter, but then changed her mind. I'll ask your father to make you something to eat. Mu Guifan raised an eyebrow, asking dubiously, are you sure about that? He thought to himself, these hands of mine are better suited for wielding a sword than a kitchen knife. Old Madame Su continued, a proper father should have culinary skills. How else can he raise a plump and healthy child? Old Mr. Su agreed. That's right. We can't always eat out. It's not healthy. And having the maid cook won't do either. Hearing this, Tu Bao raised her hands in a cheering gesture. Daddy, go for it. Ollie give. And so, Mu Guifan agreed. His precious daughter had spoken, and he was determined to rise to the challenge. It was time to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Old Madame Su requested a varied menu. This is free-range chicken I had someone bring from the countryside. Make a chicken soup for Tu Bao. She loves soup. Then make sweet and sour chicken. And boil another one. You know how to boil chicken, right? Mu Guifan, rolling up his sleeves, nodded. Of course it's simple. I can do it. What's so difficult about killing and boiling a chicken? At that moment, Su Yichin noticed that Mu Guifan was wearing a shirt and trousers, a stark contrast to his usual casual attire. It was clear he had taken this meeting seriously. Su Yichin mentally awarded Mu Guifan a point. Old Mr. Su, only now noticing this detail, grudgingly added another point as well. Old Madame Su continued outlining the menu. Make braised pork trotters with eggplant. Tu Bao loves eggplant. Eggplant dishes are tricky, so ask the maid for help if you need it. And then steamed eggs with minced meat. Tu Bao is growing, so she needs a nutritious diet. Make a bit extra. There are 5 children in the house. For the other dishes, just tell the kitchen staff what to make, enough for everyone in the house, about 18 dishes in total. Mu Guifan looked slightly perplexed. Do we really need that many dishes for one meal? He thought back to the Mu family home where the staff cooked, each preparing a large pot of a single dish for savory and one soup, and that was it. The maid told Mu Guifan to start with the chicken and asked if he needed any assistance, as free-range chickens could be quite strong. But Mu Guifan insisted on doing it himself, unwilling to appear clumsy in front of his daughter. With that said, Mu Guifan confidently retrieved the chicken, thinking to himself, even if I haven't eaten pork, I've certainly seen a pig run. Mu Guifan expertly twirled the knife. This display of dexterity prompted the maid standing beside him to caution him to be careful and reminded him to pluck the feathers first. Mu Guifan asked, puzzled, "Can't I pluck the feathers after I've killed it?" The maid quickly explained, "I mean the feathers on the neck. You need to pluck those before you slit its throat." Mu Guifan followed the maid's instructions and began plucking the chicken's neck feathers. Simple enough, he thought, just a flick of the wrist, pressing the chicken's head and wings together, one hand holding the bird steady, the other wielding the knife. He didn't realize, however, that he was twisting the chicken into a spiral. Seeing this, Tu Bao couldn't help but exclaim, "Daddy, you're so good." But she couldn't bear to watch the chicken being killed, so she covered her eyes. "Daddy," she pleaded, "can we just eat pre-made chicken from now on? Please don't kill any more chickens. I feel so sorry for the chicken." She innocently believed that chickens could magically transform into ready-to-eat meat, and that the ones who hadn't transformed simply didn't want to die yet. Mu Guifan chuckled and agreed. He swiftly slit the chicken's throat, letting the blood drain into a bowl. Old Madame Su, watching from afar, had assumed he wouldn't know what he was doing, but he surprised her with his proficiency. The Su family members all mentally awarded him high marks. Su Xing'er, however, thought Mu Guifan was showing off, even while killing a chicken, and only gave him half a point. When the blood stopped flowing, Mu Guifan tossed the chicken aside. But a dramatic scene unfolded. The discarded chicken twitched a couple of times, then suddenly sprang to its feet and ran. With panic clucking, it fled. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Mu Guifan felt the chicken was disrespecting him. A glint of steel flashed in his eyes as he decided to teach it a lesson. With a precise flick of his wrist, the knife spun and lodged itself in the chicken's neck, severing its head. The knife embedded itself in the trunk of an old tree in the courtyard. The headless chicken clucked one last time and collapsed. The maid hiding behind the tree seemed terrified, dropping her flower basket. Tu Bao stared, wide-eyed, momentarily speechless, unsure whether to pity the chicken or admire her father's skill. The incantation her master had taught her for summoning spirits popped into her head. Kill, chicken. The maid's mouth formed a perfect O, large enough to fit a chicken egg. You can kill a chicken like that? She wondered. Su Haowen, recovering from the shock, said, Tu Bao, let's go upstairs. He was genuinely scared. This uncle killed a chicken so ferociously, he would definitely chop off the heads of the other two. His fragile little sister couldn't possibly handle such a violent, bloody scene. At this moment, Tu Bao looked towards the tree, where the pale-faced maid was still standing. Her flower basket lay on the ground, the flowers scattered around it. Brother, she said, wait a minute. She ran to the tree and effortlessly pulled the knife from the trunk. Then, looking up at the maid, she asked with concern, are you okay? The maid, however, thought Tu Bao wanted to see her head and backed away fearfully, stammering, Don't chop off my head. Tu Bao thought to herself, I wasn't going to do that. This Annie must be really scared. Tu Bao, peering closer, felt something was amiss. She asked again, Annie, is your neck all right? As the maid backed away, she kept trying to turn her head as if to flee, but her limbs seemed uncoordinated. Mu Guifan carefully took the knife from Tu Bao's hand, turned around, gripped it firmly, and stared at the maid, demanding her name. He exuded an intimidating aura, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared, the knife in his hand adding an unspoken menace. The maid stammered, unable to answer under his intense gaze. Mu Guifan frowned. There was definitely something strange about this maid. By this time, old Madame Su had arrived on the scene and asked the maid what she was doing there. It turned out the maid, named Su Fun, was the florist responsible for the Su family estate's gardens. It took Su Fun a long moment to compose herself, explaining that she had been pruning the flowers. Old Madame Su didn't think much of it. Being startled by a flying knife was understandable. She told Su Fun to get back to work. Su Fun nodded, hurriedly picked up her flower basket, and scurried away. Old Madame Su watched Su Fun with a curious look, sensing something unusual about her behavior. Mu Guifan, standing beside her, his eyes glinting thoughtfully, casually remarked, perhaps she was just frightened. Hearing this, old Madame Su glared at him. You say that so easily. Knives have no eyes. What if Tu Bao had been hurt? Mu Guifan was surprised to be on the receiving end of a scolding, thinking to himself, my knives do have eyes. Old Madame Su took Tu Bao's hand. Sweet Tu Bao, go upstairs and play with your brother. Tu Bao nodded, looked at Mu Guifan, and offered some advice. Daddy, do your best. Be gentle when you kill the chickens. Mu Guifan reached out to pat her head but stopped, remembering his blood and chicken-covered hands and the knife. He reassured her, don't worry, I'll make something delicious. Tu Bao nodded trustingly and followed Su Haowen upstairs. Watching the children leave, old Madame Su resignedly instructed the other maids to start preparing the remaining dishes, worried everyone would go hungry if they waited any longer. Next up was the supposedly difficult eggplant dish. Mu Guifan picked up an eggplant, examining it. He didn't see what the fuss was about. It just needed to be cut in half. Upstairs, Su Haowen, Tu Bao rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the window, seemingly unconcerned about the whereabouts of the female ghost. Brother, she said, if we can't find her, then so be it. Maybe she flew away. Su Haowen anxiously replied, aren't you worried? Aren't you afraid she'll escape? Tu Bao shook her head. Not afraid. There are lots of ghosts in the world. The ghost we need to find will appear eventually. Su Haowen couldn't help but doubt her. Really? What if she runs away? He remembered Tu Bao's words about needing to fill the soul gourd, or she'd be forced to leave. So, no matter how scared he was, he couldn't let the female ghost escape. Tu Bao nodded firmly. She will. Maybe tonight, while we're sleeping, she'll just pop out. Su Haowen thought to himself, please stop talking. I'm already scared enough. However, the longer they couldn't find her, the more anxious Su Haowen became, to the point where he couldn't even sleep peacefully. So he hurriedly jotted down notes on his paper, forever, then noticed the camera was still recording. Su Haowen casually opened the recorded video and saw the headless female ghost appear on the screen. Overjoyed, he decided to post the video online for those who didn't believe him, to scare them to death. Suiting action to word, he copied the video, uploaded it, and added a haughty caption. "Foolish humans, you know nothing about this world." Tu Bao asked, puzzled, "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Haowen replied, "Nothing. Just watch." The video was posted and quickly gained a few views. They mocked him. 5-cent special effects. One comment read. Another doubted the existence of ghosts altogether. Believe in science, kid. Kids these days, not focusing on their studies, always messing with this nonsense. I bet when you graduate, you won't even be able to find a decent job. You'll be picking up trash. Yet another sneered, "This cheap ghost trick again. Can't your family afford an HD camera?" Every time it's about ghosts, the image is blurry and black and white. These tricks are so old. The ridicule left Su Haowen utterly dejected. Seeing her brother's distress, Tu Bao reached out her small hand and patted his head, comforting him with an air of maturity. "Young man, don't be discouraged." Su Haowen mumbled sadly, "I'm not a young man." Tu Bao paused, then said, "Then, little friend, don't be discouraged." A little over an hour later, Henin was sitting at her desk, diligently working on her homework. She pleaded with her father to let her eat dinner first. But Su Zilin remained firm, insisting she finish her assignments. "You're starting first grade next year. If you can't even handle such simple homework, how will you manage then?" Henin felt a pang of injustice. She was only in the final year of kindergarten. None of her other friends had homework. But Su Zilin told his daughter, "Everyone has responsibilities. You shouldn't compare yourself to others." Henin couldn't hold back her tears. She wanted to go downstairs and eat with Tu Bao, but her homework held her captive. Just then, Su Fan walked past Henin's room and glanced inside, resentment festering in her heart. Why were they able to live so well? This was China, nowhere near as beautiful as abroad, yet they still managed to live such happy lives. Looking at the dishes Mu Guifan had prepared, the entire Su family was speechless. Old Madam Su scooped up a spoonful and asked, "What is this?" Mu Guifan explained it was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, adding that he had already tasted it, and, although it didn't look appealing, it tasted quite good. Old Madam Su's lips twitched as she picked up a blackened piece. "And what is this?" Mu Guifan said it was eggplant, and while everyone else seemed to accept its appearance without question, Old Madam Su couldn't help but ask why it wasn't cut into smaller pieces. Mu Guifan looked surprised. "Isn't it already cut in half? I cut it very evenly." Sitting beside him, Su Yichin quietly took a piece of the eggplant, tasted it, and decided it was all right. He spoke up, "One piece each. Everyone gets to try. Very fair. But I hope you'll make it tastier next time. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle it." Su Xing couldn't help but mutter, "Such delicious eggplant. We must save a piece for second brother." Su Yishin, hearing this, chuckled. "What a pity. Everyone's missing out on this exquisite eggplant. Next time, I'll have to make a separate plate just for everyone." Mu Guifan nodded seriously, taking the suggestion to heart. Tu Bao finished her bowl of scrambled eggs and tomatoes, giving a thumbs up. "Delicious." Mu Guifan smiled. "They say daughters are their father's little cotton jackets. The old saying is never wrong." But just then, Tu Bao took a bite of the eggplant and immediately spat it out. Confused, she asked, "How can something be so yucky? How can you and my uncles eat it so happily?" She looked up apologetically. "Daddy, this is so bad. I can't praise it." Mu Guifan sighed inwardly. "This little cotton jacket, so warm one moment, full of holes the next. Is it really that bad? Weren't they all enjoying it?" Mu Guifan took a bite himself and promptly started coughing. He conceded, "What in the world is this? Never mind, I can't praise it either." Everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Su Fan peeked into the dining room, resentment simmering in her eyes. What was there to be happy about living in this country? So what if they had money? They couldn't even breathe the beautiful air of a foreign land. At this point, Mu Guifan noticed something amiss with Su Fan and warned everyone, "That gardener seems to have a problem. Everyone should be a little more careful." Old Madam Su also felt that Su Fan's words and actions today were very strange, but she had hired the gardener herself, and her character was trustworthy. Perhaps she wasn't feeling well, or something was happening at home. She decided to talk to Su Fan later. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. Mu Guifan settled temporarily in the guest room. He looked around. The room wasn't furnished with much, but it suited his personality, and it was clear it had been carefully cleaned. Mu Guifan sat alone on the sofa, looking at Su Jinyu's picture, his heart filled with remorse. I'm so sorry. I didn't have the chance to get to know you. But rest assured, no matter the reason, I will take good care of Tu Bao. He knew that Tu Bao was Su Jinyu's biggest concern before she died. He hoped she could rest in peace. Finally freed by Su Zilin, Henin, after finishing her dinner, ran upstairs to invite Tu Bao to play. Tu Bao poked her head out of the room and invited Henin in. However, as soon as Henin arrived and saw the book in Tu Bao's hand, her attitude immediately changed, and she said she wanted to take a bath and go to bed. Tu Bao grabbed Henin's shirt and said, "No way. Second uncle told my brother and me to supervise you while you study. Second brother is waiting in there." And so, the sound of reading filled Tu Bao's room. Henin stared at the textbook, reading, "Bright moonlight beside my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground." Su Haowen shot her a cold glance. The book clearly said, "The moon and stars are faint in the light mist," as if welcoming a distant thought, and even the imagery was wrong. She wasn't even reading the nonsense correctly. Su Haowen said coldly, "Did you remember what I just taught you?" Henin looked at her brother's cold, stern face. He was even scarier than her father. She burst into tears and said, "I remember." Su Haowen said, "Good. I'll test you." The previous line, "To the boundless sea of learning is my bitter boat," completes 2 lines. Read them. I'm not asking you to recite the whole thing. Just 2 lines will do. Tu Bao looked at Henin, then at Su Haowen, and sighed. Second brother is so scary. Henin's mind went blank. What was the previous line? She looked at Tu Bao pleadingly. Tu Bao looked away and whispered, "Books and mountains." Su Haowen glared at Tu Bao. Tu Bao quickly fell silent. Henin's eyes widened. "What? What did you say?" Tu Bao blinked. "Think for yourself." Su Haowen glared as if to say, "Think quickly." Henin racked her brains and tentatively said, "There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. The boundless sea of learning is your bitter boat." Tu Bao innocently asked, "Is that how it goes? Or did I remember wrong?" Henin had successfully misled Tu Bao, making her forget the original poem. Su Haowen coldly recited, "Distant cold mountains, stone steps slanting, white clouds rising, there are houses. What comes next?" Henin suddenly seemed enlightened and confidently recited, "The car stops, the engine turns off, the handbrake is pulled, red leaves and frost on the hill, February flowers." Tu Bao looked doubtful. Is that the line? Or did I remember it wrong? Su Haowen thought to himself. Even someone who hated literature like him knew it. Henin was truly hopelessly bad at studying. Henin, the problem student, after successfully leading Tu Bao astray, also managed to annoy Su Haowen to the point where he gave up and didn't want to teach her anymore. Su Haowen said to Henin, "Go find second uncle to teach you." Henin whimpered pathetically, "No, brother. Dad already had a heart attack because of me. If he teaches me again, he'll definitely die of anger." Su Haowen sneered, "You know you're good at annoying people." Hearing this, Henin panicked and looked pleadingly at Tu Bao. Seeing this, Tu Bao quickly pleaded on Henin's behalf. "Second brother, Henin knows she's wrong. Please teach her a little more. She'll definitely memorize it." She looked at Su Haowen with her big, round, sparkling eyes. Su Haowen reluctantly agreed to teach for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Su Haowen began to test Henin. "There are friends coming from afar." Henin hesitantly said, though far, they must be killed." At this moment, Tu Bao just wanted to cover her face with her hands. As expected, Su Haowen flew into a rage. His face icy, he threw the book down and said, "This time, no matter what anyone says, I won't teach you anymore. Learn it yourself." With that, he slammed the door and stormed off. Tu Bao couldn't help but remind Henin, "Sister, what second brother just said, the meaning of though far, they must be killed, is that no matter how far away the enemy is, they must be killed. How can you kill friends who come to visit?" Henin suddenly realized, oh right, friends coming to visit can't be though far, they must be killed. But second brother kept staring at me like that, making my head spin. I couldn't remember anything. Tu Bao looked at Henin sympathetically. "Sister, you really are the legendary problem student." Henin slumped, feeling that studying was truly arduous. She didn't understand why something like studying even existed. So she flopped onto Tu Bao's bed, deciding to give up on studying and just sleep in Tu Bao's room. While enjoying the soft bed, she called Su Haowen and curiously asked why he hadn't gone back to his room yet. Su Haowen said he wanted to stay out a little longer because he was afraid the ghost girl would come looking for him in the middle of the night, so he didn't want to go back to his room. Tu Bao suddenly handed Su Haowen a triangle-shaped folded amulet, with a knowing look telling him not to be afraid. Hearing this, Hanin burst out laughing. So, Haowen is afraid of ghosts? Su Haowen hurriedly defended himself. Who said I'm afraid? He said he was inventing a ghost-catching device and wasn't afraid of ghosts or demons at all. After saying that, Su Haowen also stormed off angrily. He thought to himself, with this amulet and a peachwood sword under his pillow later, tonight would definitely be safe and sound. At midnight, Su Haowen was in his room, wearing the amulet Tu Bao gave him around his neck, and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, the door to his room was pushed open, and someone tiptoed in, quietly walking to Su Haowen's bedside. In his sleep, Su Haowen felt uneasy, his eyelids twitching. At this moment, a figure reached out with both hands, moving closer to Su Haowen. Just then, Su Haowen suddenly woke up from his nightmare, his vision pitch black. After a while, when his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he realized he had just had a nightmare. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly noticed that the door to his room was wide open. Su Haowen's pupils constricted, and he nervously looked towards the doorway. He told himself it was just a dream, but he still couldn't suppress his fear. He mustered his courage, got out of bed, and turned on the light. The room brightened. Su Haowen looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. The light gave him confidence and courage. He immediately ran out of the room and looked left and right. The dim hallway light was only enough to see the surroundings, but in a dark corner, there seemed to be a shadow that looked like a human figure. Su Haowen suddenly stiffened and immediately slammed the door shut, locking it. This made him feel a little more at ease. He tried to calm himself down. If that person was really in the hallway, at least it meant that his room was safe. He tried to convince himself that maybe he had forgotten to close the door in the first place. Su Haowen hesitated about whether he should go share a room with his brother. Sleeping in the same bed with his brother wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? But if he wanted to go there, he would have to pass that corner in the hallway. Wouldn't he be directly facing that person? Su Haowen couldn't help but shudder and quickly thought of another way. It would be better to go another way and find his father. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from inside the wardrobe, and the wardrobe door opened a crack. Su Haowen's back stiffened, and he turned his head with difficulty. The wardrobe door opened about 5 centimeters and stopped. Su Haowen stared at the crack, inexplicably feeling that something was hiding inside, and goosebumps rose all over his body. If the nightmare was real, could it be that the person hadn't left at all, but was hiding in the wardrobe? The atmosphere in the room became strangely quiet, and Su Haowen could even hear strange breathing sounds. The boy screamed in terror, bolting from the room and crying for help. "Dad, save me!" Have you ever felt in moments of sheer fright like there's someone under the bed, someone in the bathroom, someone behind the door, someone everywhere? That's exactly how Su Haowen felt. He didn't dare look back, just ran, tears streaming down his face, yelling, "Dad, save me!" Su Zilin hadn't even registered what was happening when a small figure hurled itself into his arms. Looking down, he saw it was Su Haowen, sobbing uncontrollably. Confusion flooded him. Su Haowen had been sleeping in his own room since he was 4. This sudden, desperate embrace was completely unexpected. Su Zilin picked Su Haowen up, gently patting his back. Su Haowen realized it had been a long time since he'd been held like this. He only remembered after his mother disappeared, the atmosphere in the house had been heavy with grief. Thinking back, he sometimes envied Hanin. At least she still had her mother. Su Haowen buried his face in Su Zilin's shoulder. Quickly, though, he felt embarrassed by his tears and tried to compose himself. Su Zilin carried Su Haowen to the sofa, handing him a clean towel before sitting down opposite him. He asked patiently, "Are you calmer now? Tell me what happened." Su Haowen hesitated, then mumbled, "Dad, I think there's a ghost in my room." He hung his head, expecting ridicule. Instead, Su Zilin stood up and said, "Come on, let's go take a look." Su Haowen scrambled to his feet and followed. Su Zilin was actually going to check his room. Moments later, father and son were back in Su Haowen's room. Su Zilin turned on all the lights, scanning the room before his gaze settled on the wardrobe door Su Haowen had mentioned. It was wide open, revealing neatly hung clothes. Su Haowen's eyes widened. He stammered, "When I left, it was only open a crack. How did it get so wide open?" This time, He was certain he hadn't misremembered. Just then, they heard a noise outside the door, like footsteps. Su Zilin quickly went to open it. Standing there was a woman, Su Fun. Mu Guifan stood beside her, a sharp knife pressed against her throat. He warned her not to move, a chilling edge to his voice. Su Fun, terrified, kept repeating, "Don't chop off my head! Don't chop off my head!" Mu Guifan recalled the maid's similar reaction that afternoon when the knife had flown towards her. This woman was definitely not normal. He demanded to know who she was. Su Fun, trembling, replied that she was Su Fun. Mu Guifan and Su Zilin exchanged a look. Then Su Zilin asked Su Fun why she was here so late at night. Su Fun nervously explained that she couldn't sleep and then heard a noise, like it was coming from Howin's room, so she came to check. A coldness flickered in Su Zilin's eyes, but he simply said, "Howin's fine. You can go back now." After Su Fun left, Su Howin asked Su Zilin anxiously, "Dad, what was that all about?" Su Zilin explained in a low voice, "The maid's room is on the other side of the estate. Even if you were shouting, she couldn't possibly have heard you, let alone gotten here so quickly. Plus, there are so many children in the estate. When they shout, it's hard to tell whose voice is whose. How could she have known it was you calling for help?" The fact that Su Fun had been so certain it was Su Howin's voice was highly suspicious. These 2 points led Su Zilin to believe Su Fun was lying. Su Howin, finally understanding, asked his father worriedly, "Dad, do you mean it was her in my room just now?" Su Zilin nodded. Su Howin asked what they should do now. Su Zilin and Mu Guifan exchanged a look, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. Mu Guifan spoke, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Su Zilin simply nodded in response. Su Howin felt that a person with strange behavior was even scarier than a ghost, so he asked to sleep in his father's room. Su Zilin agreed and led Su Howin back to his room. The main villa of the estate quickly fell silent. Not long after, a figure appeared beneath the deserted villa, quietly sneaking onto the first floor. At this time, Mu Guifan was squatting on the balcony, a cold smile playing on his lips. A normal person, caught red-handed once, certainly wouldn't dare to risk returning so soon. This maid was either incredibly scheming or not quite right in the head, especially the way she looked at him just now. He felt like he'd seen that look somewhere before. Back to the earlier incident, after being frightened by Su Fun, Su Howin had asked to sleep with Su Zilin. He couldn't help but ask his father whether he and his brother were test tube babies, and if their sole purpose in life was to be bone marrow donors for their younger aunt. Su Zilin asked him where he'd heard such a thing. Su Howin was a little doubtful because, from a young age, he had never seen a photo or any information about his mother. Everyone said that he and his brother were carefully selected test tube babies, created because their aunt couldn't find a suitable bone marrow match back then. Su Zilin chuckled and countered, "If that were the case, why wouldn't they do it all at once instead of splitting it into 2 separate procedures? Don't forget, you and your brother are more than a year apart in age." Hearing this, Su Howin thought to himself, "That's true." Su Zilin was about to speak when he sensed a figure at the door. He put his index finger to his lips, signaling Su Howin to be quiet. Su Howin watched as the shadow gradually disappeared, scared almost to the point of wetting himself. Su Zilin silently prayed that everything would go smoothly for Mu Guifan. In Tu Bao's room, Su Fun tiptoed to the side of her bed. Tu Bao suddenly felt a gust of wind brush her face. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Aunt Su Fun, what are you doing?" In the quiet of the night, the sudden sound of a child's innocent voice startled Su Fun, causing her to instinctively cry out. She quickly backed away. The headless ghost, startled, temporarily separated from Su Fun, but that was enough for Tu Bao to see it. The little girl cried out in surprise, "Ah, you're holding your head, so you were hiding here. I was looking everywhere for you." Su Fun quickly feigned ignorance. "Miss Tu Bao, what are you talking about?" Tu Bao immediately climbed out of bed and reached out to grab the headless ghost's head. "Stop pretending. Come out here." Standing on the bed, Tu Bao pulled hard, as if she were pulling up a radish. Su Fun hurriedly clutched her head, a pained expression on her face. She let out a muffled groan. "Miss Tu Bao, let go." In the next moment, her expression turned dull and rigid. "Damn it, you think a little brat like you can catch me? Loved by everyone, born with a silver spoon in your mouth. This identity should be mine. Su Fan reached out, intending to strangle Tu Bao. Suddenly, a black flash accompanied a shout. Tu Bao, don't move. Daddy's coming to save you. Mu Guifan was about to strike Su Fan when he saw Tu Bao unexpectedly grab Su Fan's hand, a fierce expression on her small face. Tu Bao yelled, throwing Su Fan away, and shouted, "Go away, Aunt Paka!" Su Fan crashed into a toy shelf nearby. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Mu Guifan was stunned, unable to believe this was his sweet, well-behaved daughter. The commotion hadn't disturbed Henin's sleep. Tu Bao ran barefoot to Su Fan. Seeing that Su Fan was still trying to resist, she stepped on Su Fan's chest. Su Fan tried to push her off, but couldn't budge her. Tu Bao demanded to know what she was doing there, and why she had snuck into her room. Su Fan claimed she didn't know why she was there, explaining that she must have been sleepwalking. Mu Guifan swiftly pulled out his dagger and said to Tu Bao, go to the side and rest. Leave the interrogation to me. Tu Bao, full of trust, obediently retreated. Su Fan scrambled to her feet, but Mu Guifan had already stepped on her, pinning her down. I don't have much patience, he warned. So if you don't confess truthfully. He pressed the dagger against Su Fan's neck, his voice low and menacing. Do you want to see what happens? Terror flashed in Su Fan's eyes as she muttered incessantly, "Don't cut off my head, don't cut off my head." Finally, Su Fan fainted. The headless ghost spirit emerged, wailing about not wanting its head chopped off again. Tu Bao's eyes widened. So it really was a wandering soul. How educational. After escaping Su Fan's body, the headless ghost quickly grabbed its head and flew out. Tu Bao immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, having heard the commotion, Su Yichin quickly and quietly led Su Haowen out of their room. Holding his breath, Su Haowen clutched the amulet Tu Bao had given him and asked his father, "What was that sound just now?" Su Yichin told him it came from Tu Bao's room. Only then did Su Haowen see clearly that the shadow he'd seen earlier wasn't anything at all, just a bouquet of flowers in the hallway. He breathed a sigh of relief and followed Su Yichin to Tu Bao's room. As they reached the door, they heard Tu Bao's childish voice yell, "Don't run." Before Su Haowen could react, the headless ghost charged straight towards him, making him scream, "Mommy!" Su Yichin asked, "What's wrong?" Su Haowen cried, "A headless ghost is coming this way." The headless ghost, spotting Su Haowen, lunged towards him. It hadn't expected to encounter him at this moment. If it couldn't have that little girl, this clever boy wouldn't be a bad substitute. Bam! 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 Just before it reached Su Haowen, a golden light blasted it back. The headless ghost shrieked as it flew towards the villa. Recognizing this as a perfect opportunity to capture the ghost in her bottle, Tu Bao quickly raised it, sucking the ghost inside. However, ghosts aren't so easily subdued. Every time Tu Bao had captured a ghost before, her master had been with her. This was her first time doing it alone. As soon as it was sucked into the bottle, the headless ghost thrashed violently, causing the bottle to shake uncontrollably. Tu Bao couldn't control it. A sharp pain stabbed her chest, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the ground. The headless ghost seized the opportunity and escaped the bottle, its resentment exploding outwards, causing the weak ghost and the ugly ghost to appear as well. Seeing Tu Bao injured, pale, and with blood at the corner of her mouth, they were enraged. Tu Bao still murmured, "Don't run." The weak ghost, Pan Jin Sao, was furious. Whether alive or dead, only Tu Bao had ever given him a candy. Seeing Tu Bao hurt, Pan Jin Sao charged forward without hesitation. But he was no match for the headless ghost and was knocked away with a single blow. The ugly ghost started to advance, but the headless ghost's head suddenly spun around, frightening her back to her original spot. The ugly ghost cried out helplessly, "Bao Bei, don't blame me. I can't beat it." Mu Guifan scooped Tu Bao into his arms, his voice filled with worry. "We need to get Tu Bao to the hospital immediately." An unnamed fear, a sense of helplessness beyond his control, filled him. He was beginning to realize that his little daughter was truly different from other children. Su Yichin quickly grabbed his phone and called Su Yichin. Seeing Tu Bao injured, a gleam of joy flashed in the headless ghost's eyes. It lunged towards her, thinking that if it could become Tu Bao, it could easily obtain everything it desired, including a Pyongyang country green card, becoming a noble citizen of Pyongyang, superior to everyone else. Left with no other choice, Su Haowen stood protectively in front of Tu Bao, gritting his teeth. "Don't come any closer." He grabbed the amulet Tu Bao had given him and held it up as a shield. Unfortunately, the amulet only worked once. After being damaged, it was useless. At that critical moment, a streak of red lightning flashed across the sky. A deafening boom echoed as the malevolent headless ghost was blasted away. A man dressed in white robes appeared before everyone. He had a cold expression, a pale face, and blood-red lips. It was Li Chang. Su Haowen, nearly in tears with excitement, shouted, "Master, Master, you're finally back." He had never been so thrilled to see a ghost before. Sensing something was amiss, the headless ghost immediately tried to flee. But with a simple raise of his hand, Li Chang summoned a red net that descended from the sky, trapping the ghost. He said coldly, "You dare to injure my little backpack, and you think you can escape?" The headless ghost struggled frantically, but to no avail. Li Chang's expression was grim. He had only been away for a few days, and already another malicious spirit had appeared. After subduing the headless ghost, Li Chang quickly went to Tu Bao's side, taking her hand and asking, "Tu Bao, are you all right?" Tu Bao weakly replied, "I'm okay." Li Chang channeled a wave of warmth into her, making her feel like she was soaking in a hot spring, her whole body relaxing. Tu Bao asked curiously, "Master, what kind of ghost was that headless one? It was so strange, sneaking into people's rooms at night and possessing them." Li Chang replied calmly, "That's a fake foreigner ghost." Tu Bao was surprised. "There are ghosts like that too?" Li Chang explained, "This kind of ghost worships foreign culture, but doesn't want to put in the effort themselves. To put it bluntly, they just want to steal other people's lives, relying on despicable tactics like bullying the weak to achieve their goals. This type of person is truly detestable, sucking the blood of their compatriots while shedding tears in front of foreigners, wishing they could rip out their hearts and lungs to offer them. As for the other things, they're probably related to its bizarre hobbies, like peeping into other people's lives." Having said this, Li Chang returned to the main issue. He no longer cared about the fake foreigner ghost, but frowned, lifting Tu Bao's hand and asking, "You tried to trap it in the bottle just now, didn't you?" Tu Bao nodded obediently. "Yes, master." Li Chang raised a finger, tapping her lightly on the head, still saying, "Yes, master." "Remember, before you're strong enough, absolutely do not try to capture ghosts and demons. For example, just now, if you hadn't touched the bottle, it wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. If it dared to attack you, it would have been immediately stopped by this red string." Tu Bao looked questioningly at the red string on her wrist. "Is the red string that powerful?" Li Chang nodded. "Very powerful, extremely powerful. It's just that you can't use it to actively attack right now. It can only passively protect you." Tu Bao understood. "So that's how it is? Master, can we capture it now?" She had regained her energy and wanted to try again. Li Chang looked at her with a mixture of exasperation and affection. He'd said so much, and he wondered if she'd taken any of it to heart. But what could he do? He could only indulge her. Tu Bao, remembering Han Nin's prank, grinned mischievously. "Ha, scream all you want, no one will save you." Li Chang, a mixture of confusion and amusement in his voice, asked, "Where did she learn that line?" The master and disciple approached, and the headless ghost immediately cried out in fear, "Don't come near me." Mu Guifan couldn't help but whisper to Su Haowen, "Who is Tu Bao talking to?" Su Haowen suddenly remembered. Tu Bao and her master are talking. Her master said, "Tu Bao can't force ghosts into the bottle, and ghosts can't hurt her, because the red string is very powerful." At this point, Su Haowen suddenly remembered his camera. "Wait a minute, I'll go get something from my room." He ran back with his camera, and Su Yichen frowned. "What are you doing?" Su Haowen explained that it was a camera he invented, one that could film ghosts. Mu Guifan looked dubiously at the camera in the boy's hand. It looked like an ordinary camera, just slightly modified. He asked incredulously, "You can film ghosts with that? You're kidding, right?" Mu Guifan's eyes were glued to his little daughter. Then he casually glanced at the camera's screen. He was startled to see 4 additional figures suddenly appear within the frame. Beside Tu Bao stood a man in white robes, a boy who looked like a middle school student, and an ugly ghost who turned its head, simpering, "Mr. Su, can you see me?" Both Mu Guifan and Su Yichen felt a chill run down their spines. Everything unfolding before them defied their understanding, shattering their perception of the world. If this world was beyond their control, then who would protect Tu Bao in the future? Just as despair began to creep into Mu Guifan's heart, the headless ghost let out a chainsaw-like screech. "I am Jastremski." Tu Bao innocently asked, "What's a Jastremski?" Looking at Tu Bao's innocent smile, Mu Guifan's heart gradually warmed. He resolved that no matter how bizarre this world became, he would protect Tu Bao. At worst, he'd change his profession to become a Taoist priest. The ghost tried to clarify, Jastremski. It's a cool name, very fashionable. Tu Bao, however, heard Jastremski, which infuriated the headless ghost. It glared at Tu Bao, correcting her loudly. It's Jastremski. Jastremski. Mu Guifan stared at the ghost on the screen, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Su Haowen muttered disdainfully, Jastremski, a name that symbolizes unyielding spirit and unwavering strength. How ironic that she bears it. Hearing Su Haowen's words, Mu Guifan suddenly remembered something. 10 years ago, when he first joined the Dark Shadow Corporation, he participated in a major operation. Somehow, the corporation had kidnapped a group of women and sent them overseas for forced labor. Among them was a woman named Jastremski. The kidnapped woman hadn't understood what was happening at the time, but she kept repeating, I'm not Chinese. The beautiful country of Pyongyang will punish you. Listening to the ghost, Tu Bao took out her little notebook and asked curiously, Annie Jastremski, how did you die? Her serious inquiry almost made the ghost explode with rage. Shut up. My name is Jess Johnsky. Li Chong raised his hand and slashed downwards. Swish! One of the headless ghost's arms was severed. Who gave you permission to speak to my disciple like that? Jastremski shrieked miserably as the severed arm dissipated into black smoke. The headless ghost immediately became docile, clutching its head. Li Chong said to Tu Bao, Good girl, Tu Bao. Keep asking. Tu Bao nodded obediently and asked the headless ghost, Annie Jastremski, where are you from? When were you born? And how did you die? Tu Bao really couldn't remember the name. It just felt very strange, like she got it wrong every time. The headless ghost was exhausted. Suppressing her frustration and indignation, she emphasized once more, My name is Jastremski. Then she continued, I'm from the country of Pyongyang, Fei City. Li Chong held a pen, gesturing for her to specify her birthplace. Jastremski seemed embarrassed to mention her birthplace. Her voice is soft as a mosquito's buzz. Tu Bao strained her ears. What? Can you speak a little louder? Jastremski roared. Lingbei Village, Nyonyo County. My real name is Wang Danny. Jastremski hesitated for a long time. Her original name was truly rustic, and she didn't want to mention it. But seeing Li Chang's sharp gaze, Jastremski was frightened and hurriedly explained everything. Her family background was particularly difficult, but living in Pyongyang had always been her dream. Since childhood, she felt different from others, born with noble blood, only unfortunate enough to be born in the wrong place. Tu Bao curiously asked, So, Annie, did you ever go to Pyongyang to fulfill your dream? The headless ghost, Wang Danny, replied resentfully, No, she had been a country girl, her family lacking both money and influence. Her academic record had always been poor, and she hadn't gotten into university. She faced two choices: return to her hometown to marry and have children, or work in a factory. But even after working in a factory, her future still held marriage and children. Neither option was what she wanted. The headless ghost's voice rasped with agitation. Is this all there is to my life? She lamented. She truly wasn't reconciled to this fate. Li Chong said coldly, Then who's to blame? You couldn't even get into university. That's your own problem. Tu Bao chimed in, That's right. Jastremski indignantly argued that her failure to get into university was entirely due to China's rigid education system, which stifled her talent and freedom. Tu Bao suddenly interrupted, Annie Danny, what was your score? Jastremski admitted to a score of 260, which prompted Tu Bao to praise the headless ghost for being so clever. However, when Su Haowen helpfully reminded her that the total possible score was 760, she realized that Wang Danny had been a poor student, just like her sister Henin. At this point, Henin, who had fallen asleep at some point, snored softly, blowing a small snot bubble. Jastremski still maintained that it was the fault of the system and the education system that prevented her from fully realizing her potential. She complained that her parents hadn't had the money to send her to cram school when she was younger. However, when Tu Bao asked about her special skills, like whether she was good at foreign languages, she fell silent. Her appearance was ordinary, her English wasn't good, and she didn't have any particular talents. So, she couldn't go to Pyongyang and ended up working as a cashier in a small supermarket. Although she felt superior to others, she had to reluctantly mingle with them, which filled her with anguish. Finally, one day, her opportunity arrived. A foreigner appeared in the supermarket. At that moment, Jastrzemski saw hope. She felt that her perseverance had finally been rewarded by God. She fawned over the foreigner, practically throwing herself at him. So she followed the foreign man around every day, asking questions, acting as his tour guide, and accompanying him to his hotel. She had heard that as long as she stayed with a foreigner and had a child with him, she could get a free green card to Pyongyang. To communicate with him fluently, she stayed up late and woke up early to study English. Finally, she succeeded. The foreign man not only helped her get a visa, but also agreed to take her to Pyongyang. Tu Bao asked suspiciously, "Going somewhere so far away must cost a lot of money. Where did you get the money?" Jastrzemski said casually, "My dad's money, of course. I told him I needed money to go abroad, but he wouldn't give it to me. But when he got sick, he had money to go to the hospital for surgery. How could that be?" So she made a scene at the hospital, and her father ultimately gave her the money. She finally set foot on Pyongyang soil. The moment she stepped off the plane, she felt that everything was wonderful. Pyongyang was indeed a paradise. Even the air was filled with a sweet fragrance, unlike her hometown, which only had car exhaust and the stench of pollution. Tu Bao was a little angry after hearing this. Children don't understand grand principles. She just felt that what Annie Jastrzemski did was wrong. "You took your father's medical expenses. What about him?" Jastrzemski retorted irritably, "My dad's money is my money. Why should he spend my money without my consent? Besides, do you think that's all the money he has? He definitely has more. He just doesn't want to give it to me." Everyone fell silent. She groveled before the foreigner, practically throwing herself at him, yet remained incredibly cold towards her own family, blaming heaven, earth, and everything for her perceived injustices. She even stole the money meant for her father's life-saving surgery. She couldn't even pass an exam, yet she dreamed of conquering the world. Talk about blaming the road for being bumpy when you can't even walk straight. Tu Bao, indignant, demanded, "So, didn't you get to paradise? Why did you come back?" Jastrzemski remained silent for a long moment before replying. "At first, it was wonderful. Foreign men are so much better than Chinese men. They're loyal, romantic, considerate, polite, and gentle. But the joy was short-lived. She discovered her visa had expired. It turned out the foreign man had only secured a tourist visa for her, not a green card. When it expired, the FBI came to deport her. But she had already spent all her money on him, and he had disappeared. She was penniless, without family or friends, and unable to speak the language. How could she return? Besides, she didn't want to leave Pyongyang. Li Chong scoffed. So loyal, so romantic, so considerate indeed. The headless ghost couldn't help but defend the man. Men from Pyongyang receive an advanced, high-class education. They would never do such irresponsible things. He must have had his reasons. Li Chong remained silent. Scumbags exist everywhere. How could she possibly know they were all good? The headless ghost immediately retorted, "They are all civilized and sophisticated. For example, they use toilets, so noble and elegant, unlike in China, where people squat. It's so ugly and smelly like monkeys. From these small details, you can see they're definitely superior to us. How could such superior people be scumbags? Besides, I often secretly observe how they live, so I have more right to speak than anyone else." Li Chong couldn't help but think, this is truly bizarre logic. This brought a look of admiration to the headless ghost's face. "I also dreamed of living that kind of life. So even if I had to sleep on the streets, wash dishes, and pick up trash, I didn't want to go back. Returning home would be a fate worse than death." Tu Bao nodded. "I understand. So you slept on the streets, washed dishes, and picked up trash." Jastrzemski defended herself. "I was striving for my dream." Su Haowen rolled his eyes. "So anything you do in Pyongyang is good, right? Then I really couldn't wait any longer. Without a green card, it was difficult to do anything. Someone said they could get me one, but it would cost 100,000 yuan. She really didn't have the money, so she tried to contact her parents back home and asked them to send her money. As a result, the FBI found out and deported her." Mu Guifan looked at her coldly, his expression flat. "I remember at the airport, there was a woman shouting, 'I'm a Pyongyang person. I'm a noble person.' That was you, wasn't it?" Mu Guifan seemed to be recalling an unpleasant memory. Jastrzemski was forcibly deported, the expenses covered by the state. Not only did she not feel like a burden on the country, but she felt the country had wronged her. Later, he didn't know how this Jastrzemski was kidnapped by the dark group. He only remembered that when he saw her again, she was still spouting the same nonsense. So, when the Dark Lord gave him a choice of who to execute to prove his loyalty, he chose Jastrzębski. Everyone realized Jastrzębski was an idiot. The headless ghost was also complaining. China is truly terrible, so dirty and smelly. After being deported, my life was miserable. I could only go to bars to find the free atmosphere of Pyongyang. As a result, I was drugged and kidnapped. When I woke up, I realized I had been kidnapped, but when I heard the destination was Pyongyang, I became excited. I thought I could use this method to return to Pyongyang, but who would have thought the yacht would be even filthier? That environment wasn't a place for humans to live at all, so I strongly protested. Everyone fell silent again. To be concerned about protesting the environment at that time, she was truly brainless. Just then, a few fierce-looking men came over and, for some unknown reason, confronted each other. One of them told the pale-faced man to kill someone to prove he was truly a member of the Dark Group and not someone with ulterior motives. As a result, that pale-faced man chose me. He dragged a knife, and a creaking sound echoed on the deck. I was truly terrified, so for the first time, I begged that man. I had already gone through so much, yet he still wouldn't spare me. The headless ghost continued. When I woke up, I found my head and body had been separated. The resentful ghost said, I wasn't resigned to it. I didn't believe I would die like that. So, I refused to leave, trying every way to reattach my head. Every day, I repeated the process of death, just hoping one day to return to Pyongyang. Tu Bao sighed, feeling a tightness in her chest, an indescribable emotion that made her feel angry, sad, and distressed all at once. Li Chang glanced at her, placing his hand on her back, silently transferring strength to her. It was difficult for adults to remain unaffected when facing the myriad forms of life, let alone Tu Bao, who was just a child. When she experienced more hardships and saw through the complexities of human nature, would she still be able to maintain her innocent heart? Even Li Chang himself wasn't sure. Withdraw it, Li Chang said gently. This time, Master will temporarily help you. Su Haowen suddenly asked, Wait, there's one thing I still don't understand. What was she doing in my room in the middle of the night? And then in Tu Bao's room? The headless ghost suddenly looked at Su Haowen and said, Originally, the child in my belly because I was too exhausted miscarried. If it hadn't miscarried, it would definitely have been a very handsome boy and with a smart head, just like young Master Haowen. You have such a smart head. If it were combined with my head, I would definitely become very smart too. That way, when I went to Pyongyang, I could rely on my intelligence and beauty to find a better man. Su Haowen shuddered, imagining a woman sneaking into his room in the middle of the night and touching his head. He couldn't help but shiver. Little Haowen couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Tu Bao suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, how did you follow my dad back? The yacht crossed the ocean. You died on that ship's deck, so you shouldn't have been able to come back. The headless ghost resentfully glared at Mu Guifan. Mu Guifan didn't wait for her to speak and calmly said, This time, the place where I went on my mission was at sea. I happened to board that ship. Perhaps that's how she followed me back. The exploding head ghost stared at Mu Guifan, a strange smile twisting her lips. You're lying. The ghost sneered. You're afraid your daughter will despise you, aren't you? Little one, let me tell you, your dad killed an innocent person on the yacht. A little girl, about your age, was hiding in his car, and he shot her dead with a single shot. It was so tragic. What kind of crime could a child commit? Yet he still did it? Your dad is a demon. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have realized that your dad was the pale-faced man who chopped off my head all those years ago. Initially, I really couldn't leave that sea area, but after swallowing the soul of that tragically dead little girl, I could. So, I followed your dad back. In the end, I have to thank your dad for all of this. Immediately after, the ghost let out a tragic scream, transforming into a stream of murderous energy that was completely sucked into the soul-snatching bracelet. Tu Bao raised her small hand, silently looking at the red string and the soul-snatching bracelet on her wrist, her face expressionless, her silence terrifying. Mu Guifan anxiously stepped in front of Tu Bao. Tu Bao, still immersed in a silent, disappointed, and melancholic state, suddenly looked at Mu Guifan. Mu Guifan, feeling guilty, pursed his lips and said, Tu Bao, Dad can explain. He was thinking to himself, could my daughter have misunderstood me? He worried that Tu Bao would be afraid of him and wouldn't be close to him anymore. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Tu Bao closed her eyes and fell into Li Chang's arms. Mu Guifan took a long stride forward, catching her just before she hit the ground. Out of the camera's view, Mu Guifan, unable to see Li Chang, reached out to take Tu Bao from his arms, only to see a large hand sweep in, and the small bundle in his arms vanished. Are you even being polite? At this moment, Su Yishan, carrying a medical kit, walked in and happened to see Mu Guifan carrying Tu Bao out. He hurriedly called out, "Wait!" Su Yichin pulled his younger brother back. Tu Bao will be fine. He had seen Tu Bao's master in the video. He seemed genuinely kind to Tu Bao and certainly wouldn't let anything happen to her. Su Haowen rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Uncle, why are you so slow?" Su Yishan explained that he had an emergency surgery in the middle of the night. He was halfway there when he received his elder brother's call. After handing over the patient, he immediately returned. "Well, what's the situation here?" Su Yichin patted Su Yishan's shoulder and strode away. Su Haowen also spoke up. Because he wasn't tall enough, he could only grab Su Yishan's arm and say, "Let's go to sleep." Tu Bao didn't know how long she had slept. Li Chang, hovering nearby, saw Tu Bao open her eyes and reached out to touch her forehead. Tu Bao rubbed her small face and said coquettishly, "Master, no, Master isn't human. You can't feel temperature. Touching like that, what can you possibly feel?" Li Chang playfully poked her head with his finger. "Does Master need to take your temperature? The moment you lift your little bottom, I know what kind of mischief you're up to. By touching your forehead, I know whether you're well or not." Tu Bao retorted, "Master's the one who's up to mischief." Li Chang knew that the child had slept so long because she had vomited blood and been emotionally and mentally exhausted. She herself slept soundly, but her family was nearly scared to death. At this moment, Grandma Su came in. Surprised to find Tu Bao awake, she asked, "Tu Bao, are you hungry? Grandma will make you something delicious." Tu Bao immediately raised her hand, saying, "I want sweet and sour eggplant, soy sauce chicken, and chili beef stew." "No, wait, scallion beef stew. That's not right either." Grandma Su clarified that it was pepper beef stew. Tu Bao scratched her head. Seeing her lively granddaughter again, Grandma Su's worried heart finally relaxed. Wiping her tears, she felt incredibly fortunate that her precious granddaughter had returned to her. Seeing her grandmother cry, Tu Bao hurriedly asked if she had caused her worry again and apologized. Grandma Su couldn't hold back her tears any longer. "Good girl, Tu Bao. You must be healthy, grow up happily, and grow up safe." Tu Bao obediently replied, "Yes, Grandma, you too." Grandma Su smiled. "Grandma is old. I can't grow anymore." Tu Bao said firmly, "Grandma can." Grandma Su finally couldn't help but laugh. "All right, Grandma will grow up with Tu Bao." After Grandma Su went downstairs, Mu Guifan came in. He softly called, "Tu Bao." Mu Guifan's usual arrogance and domineering air had vanished. His arms hung loosely at his sides, and his lips were pressed into a straight line, like a puppy that had done something wrong. Tu Bao looked at her father blankly and asked if he had caused some big trouble, then asked how much money the other party wanted their family to compensate. Tu Bao looked at her worry-inducing father with a troubled expression. It wasn't her fault for thinking that way. Her father had always been so arrogant. Now, with his head bowed like he'd done something wrong, he must have caused some trouble. Tu Bao declared that she didn't have much allowance, but her dad shouldn't worry. If it wasn't enough, she would borrow some from her eldest cousin and then work hard to pay it back. Her father's debt was her debt. Inwardly, Mu Guifan breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought his precious daughter truly didn't want her like a father like him anymore. Unexpectedly, she offered to help him repay his debts. He then explained that he didn't owe anyone any money, but because the female ghost from last night had spoken ill of him, he was afraid Tu Bao would be scared of him. Tu Bao shook her head. "I trust you, Dad. You're definitely not that kind of person. Grandpa and eldest cousin both said you're a protector, not a demon." Mu Guifan froze, his heart swelling with emotion. He reached out and flicked her nose. "Thank you, my good girl," he told her. Although she trusted him unconditionally, Mu Guifan felt he should still explain everything clearly. He told Tu Bao to lie down on the bed with him. Tu Bao immediately complied, stretching out her legs and spreading her small arms wide. She lay perfectly straight, resting his head on his hands, Mu Guifan explained that he had been on a mission recently. The details of the mission were confidential, but he assured her he would never do anything to betray his country or its people. Regarding the little girl the ghost had mentioned, he had been controlled by a terrorist organization, a bomb strapped to his body. The little girl had witnessed her parents and older sister die. The terrorist had intended to exploit Mu Guifan's compassion and detonate the bomb, killing them both. But in the end, the little girl had cried and told Mu Guifan she didn't want to die. Mu Guifan continued sadly, "So I told her to hide in the car first, and I promised I would definitely save her. But I broke my promise." The situation had been critical at the time. He had been momentarily careless, allowing the terrorist leader to climb into the car. He'd had no choice but to shoot, but the bullet hadn't hit the little girl directly. It had hit the terrorist, but the girl had died as a result. "So, the ghost last night," he said, didn't tell the whole story. Tu Bao softly asked if he was heartbroken. Mu Guifan admitted he was, saying it was because he wasn't strong enough. Tu Bao sensed the pain in her father's heart. It turned out he was just like her. He also experienced such difficult feelings. She asked him if he would continue to be a protector. Mu Guifan looked down at his daughter and nodded resolutely. Before, it had been for the country, because he was alone, unburdened. But now he understood the meaning of protection more deeply. He had a daughter to worry about. A country was necessary for a family. He wanted his little treasure to grow up freely under the sun. Tu Bao curiously asked her father if, after seeing such unpleasant things, his heart wouldn't ache. Mu Guifan smiled. "Everyone's work has its own meaning," he told his daughter. "Before, after completing a mission and returning, I would eat a big ice cream cone. That way, I would forget all my troubles." In that instant, Tu Bao suddenly understood, and the uncomfortable feeling in her heart disappeared. She rolled over and sat up, giving a thumbs up that she pressed against Mu Guifan's forehead like a stamp. "Dad, you're amazing," she declared. "Let's both work hard." Mu Guifan lifted the little one into his arms and tickled her underarms. Tu Bao giggled uncontrollably, almost breathless with laughter. Grandma Su entered, seeing the father and daughter playing around, and couldn't help but say, "Look at you two, acting like children at your age. What if she suffocates from laughter?" Mu Guifan immediately sat up straight. Yes, my fault." Tu Bao followed suit, placing her small hands on her knees and nodding repeatedly. Yes, my fault, my fault." Downstairs, Han stood by the dining table, quickly piling food into Tu Bao's bowl. Grandpa Su sternly said, "Tu Bao will serve herself when she comes down. Why are you piling so much food for her?" He then looked at Su Haowen. "And you, everyone hasn't even sat down yet, and you've already started eating." Su Haowen obediently put down his chopsticks and muttered, "Grandpa, don't be so strict with us." Grandpa Su snorted, instinctively saying, "I'm strict with everyone." Just then, Tu Bao came downstairs. Grandpa Su, looking at his granddaughter skipping down happily, finally felt the weight lift from his heart. "Tu Bao, come and eat." Su Haowen and Su Haowen exchanged exasperated glances at their grandfather. After the meal, Tu Bao sat on the sofa and suddenly remembered her father's promise of a big ice cream. She immediately scooted closer to Mu Guifan and whispered, asking if she could go with him for ice cream tomorrow. Mu Guifan agreed, reminding her not to tell her grandmother. At that moment, Grandma Su came over with a plate of fruit, asking what they were plotting. Upon seeing the fruit, Tu Bao immediately ran off. "Grandma, I'm really full. If I eat any more, the food will come out my bottom." With that, she vanished. Mu Guifan also said he was going upstairs. Grandma Su suddenly told him to stop. Mu Guifan stopped and asked what was the matter. Grandma Su gestured for him to finish the plate of fruit. Mu Guifan accepted it, feeling Grandma Su's gaze fixed on him. He looked at the fruit in his hand with a slightly helpless expression. Mu Guifan took Tu Bao to the best ice cream shop in the city. He'd been a patron of this particular shop for 10 years. He got Tu Bao a small-sized, extra-large ice cream cone. Mu Guifan took Tu Bao to the best ice cream parlor in the city, a place he'd frequented for 10 years. He ordered Tu Bao a small-sized, super-large ice cream cone. Tu Bao's eyes lit up with delight, as if the entire Milky Way resided within them. The father and daughter found a place to sit. Tu Bao licked the ice cream from the corner of her mouth and then smacked her lips twice. "Dad, those older sisters are looking at you. Is this what they call handsome, attracting bees and butterflies?" Looking at Tu Bao's mischievous expression, Mu Guifan countered, "How do you know they're not looking at you?" Hearing this, Tu Bao thought it seemed to make sense. Gu-fan couldn't help but chuckle. This little one was truly amusing. He looked up, taking in the familiar flower beds and the familiar shopping mall. But unlike before, now he had this adorable little cotton ball by his side. He suddenly felt that the road ahead didn't seem so tedious and difficult anymore. Just then, Tu Bao exclaimed, pointing toward a nearby cafe. "It's Annie XZ man." "Annie." Gu-fan looked over dubiously, seeing a woman drinking coffee and working. Tu Bao pulled Gu-fan towards the cafe as she explained, "This is the Annie that eldest cousin and I met when we went ghost catching last time." He uttered a single word, "Oh." Then, Gu-fan followed Tu Bao into the cafe. A wind chime hung at the entrance, which Gu-fan accidentally brushed against. The waiter's eyes widened. Tu Bao quickly apologized, explaining that her dad was so tall he'd bumped it. If the wind chime was broken, she would pay for it. Saying this, Tu Bao pulled a red envelope from her little purse and offered it to the waiter. Seeing her actually offer the red envelope, the waiter hastily said it wasn't necessary, that it wasn't broken. Tu Bao immediately stuffed the red envelope back in her little purse and quickly replied, "Okay." The waiter thought to themselves, "This adorable little kid, couldn't you have held on to that for just one more second?" Tu Bao ran over to XZ man and waved. "Onsikshin, we meet again." XZ man was both delighted and surprised to see Tu Bao, wondering what she was doing here. Tu Bao pointed towards Gu-fan behind her. "I'm out getting ice cream with Daddy." XZ man quickly greeted Gu-fan, who nodded in response. Tu Bao asked Annie XIN if she was working. XZ man, now confident and radiant, seemed to glow. She picked Tu Bao up and sat down with her, pointing at her laptop and explaining that she was writing a novel. Tu Bao exclaimed, "You're writing a story?" XZ man smiled and confirmed it. Tu Bao immediately understood and, pointing at the words on the screen, read aloud, "Once upon a time, there were 7 gourd brothers and a grandpa." XZ man froze, barely suppressing a laugh. "This is CEO cries tears of blood, begging for a hug. Live stream Queen Bride." Tu Bao was puzzled. "Who's crying tears of blood, begging for a hug?" XZ man chuckled and replied, "The CEO." Tu Bao asked again, "Who's the CEO?" At this, XZ man's eyes lit up. "He's like your second cousin, someone who's both powerful and rich, and also very handsome." Hearing this, Tu Bao became even more confused. If the CEO is so powerful, why would he be crying tears of blood, begging for a hug? XZ man didn't know how to explain this to the little girl. Could she really tell her it was a melodramatic romance story? Before they could even take a bite of their snacks, a man suddenly stormed in angrily. "XZ man, explain yourself today. Who is he? And who is she?" The man pointed at Tu Bao and Gu-fan. Gu-fan's fingers twitched. The cafe's nameplate, stuck in the table, suddenly flew out and smacked hard against the man's pointing finger. Gu-fan's eyes turned cold, an oppressive aura radiating from him. "Watch your words. I have a short temper, and I don't like people pointing at me and my daughter." The man immediately cowered Bugan Len Tiang, only able to turn his frustrated gaze back to XZ man, demanding she explain who they were. The two heartless father and daughter were now enjoying the unfolding drama, leisurely munching on watermelon slices as they watched the couple argue, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. XZ man pulled the man aside, fuming. "Have you had enough? This is my friend." XZ man's husband scoffed. "Friend? I think he's your lover. I knew there was a reason you've been so bold lately. Turns out you found yourself a new backer. Have you no shame?" XZ man was livid, his words cutting deep. "Watch your mouth." Her husband pressed on. "Forget about that. I'm asking you, did you sell the house?" XZ man retorted that it was her house, and whether she sold it or not was her business, none of his concern. Her husband seemed to lose control, his voice rising. "How is it not my concern? That house is mine too." XZ man crossed her arms, her eyes filled with cold disdain. "Do you have any proof? Did you make the down payment? Did you make the monthly mortgage payments? Or did you contribute a single cent to our household expenses?" XZ man's husband was so furious he nearly choked. On the sofa, Gu-fan and Tu Bao, father and daughter, continued to eat their watermelon and watch the drama unfold, enjoying the show together. XZ man's husband was incredibly frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. He forced himself to calm down. "Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. Selling the house, just to spite me? You didn't even discuss such a big decision with me. Aren't you afraid of being scammed? And tell me, did you buy that villa? Give me the keys." XZ man crossed her arms, her aura radiating power. Why should I give them to you? Get out. Didn't your family like living in the countryside? Then go back to the countryside. Let me make this clear. My money, my house, has nothing to do with you. At this point, X and Z man's mother-in-law interjected. This is marital property. How can it have nothing to do with him? Whether it's the house or the money, half of it belongs to my son. They had been waiting in their hometown for a long time, but instead of X and Z man coming to beg them to return, they heard that she had sold the house and bought a villa. She was clearly not listening to reason. The mother-in-law said coldly, I'm tired today. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Give me the keys. I want to go rest. X and Z man immediately pushed her mother-in-law away, scoffing. You want to enter my house? Beg me. Seeing this scene, Tu Bao and Mu Gue fan couldn't help but laugh. Tu Bao even clapped her hands in admiration. Annie Xin is so cool. However, all of this seemed to enrage X and Z man's husband, who furiously declared, Fine. The moment you walk out that door today, I'll divorce you immediately. Hearing this, X and Z man didn't turn back, coldly throwing back. Good. I've been waiting for you to say that. X and Z man's mother-in-law was so angry her blood pressure probably spiked. These people were too much. She felt her son was right. They had to divorce. They absolutely had to divorce. All these years, it had been X and Z man earning the money. If they divorced, they wouldn't get anything. This made X and Z man's husband very uneasy. However, his mother's words gave him new hope. She told him that she had consulted a lawyer, and as long as they were still married, any income, regardless of who earned it, was considered joint marital property. Therefore, whether X and Z man bought a villa or not, it had to be divided. The man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, deciding to file for divorce immediately and see if X and Z man would regret it and come crawling back to him. Before, every time they argued, he didn't dare to actually divorce her because he knew he was in the wrong, hadn't earned a penny, and was afraid he wouldn't get anything in the divorce. But now, things were different. This story highlights how complex and important the relationship between marriage, emotions, and finances can be. Tu Bao curiously asked, Is Annie Xin really going to get divorced? She couldn't understand why adults liked getting divorced so much. X and Z man said uncertainly, maybe. She had also consulted a lawyer before. Under normal circumstances, no matter what, she would have to split half of her assets with him, a rule that infuriated her. Tu Bao was even more puzzled. Then, Annie Xin, aren't you afraid that he'll divorce you? X and Z man chuckled, replying calmly, he doesn't dare. Even if he did, I'm not afraid. Tu Bao was skeptical. Why aren't you afraid? X and Z man explained, because my husband is so useless. If he divorces me, he'll have no other option than to rely on his parents. Besides, my mother-in-law knows this too, so she wouldn't dare give him the chance to leech off her. Even if they did divorce, they wouldn't get a single cent. At the intersection of the square, Tu Bao waved goodbye to X and Z man and cheered her on. Not long after, X and Z man unexpectedly received a call from a divorce lawyer. He requested to negotiate the division of assets, but X and Z man directly refused, saying there was nothing to negotiate. The lawyer helplessly reminded her that even though she had earned all the money after their marriage, her husband still had the right to half of the assets in a divorce, including the villa she had just bought. So, X and Z man revealed the source of her husband's deposits and royalty income. Her royalty account was in her mother's name. They had been married for 3 years, and everyone said she was the one making money. What skills did a woman like her have? That money was all given to her by her parents. She wanted a divorce? Fine, he could go ahead. With that, X and Z man hung up. After hearing this information, the lawyer stated that the money wasn't theirs. X and Z man's husband was stunned. What did he mean? Why wasn't it considered joint marital property? The lawyer awkwardly asked, Was all your money previously transferred from your mother-in-law's card to your account? It turned out that X and Z man had previously signed a contract with a small website, but the contract was very strict, binding her to the site with her ID card, meaning she couldn't publish on other platforms. Forced into a corner, X and Z man had to use her mother's ID to register on the current website and restart her writing career. But after that, her mother's account had always been managed by X and Z man's husband. He was the one who transferred the money. Hearing this, the lawyer said there was nothing they could do, explaining, Your wife used her mother's ID to register her pen name, and the royalties were transferred to her mother's account. If you want to confirm the source of this money, it indeed belongs to her mother. Giving it to you two to spend is considered a gift and has nothing to do with either of you. Hearing this, The two were completely devastated. But it was clearly X and Z Man who earned the money. Her mother wasn't the one writing. They were lying. The lawyer questioned whether they had any proof. He also told them that as long as his wife and mother-in-law gave the same testimony, there was nothing they could do. Having said that, the lawyer ignored them, stood up, and left. X and Z Man's mother-in-law exclaimed in disbelief. "This is so unfair. So much money, and we don't get any of it? Do we really have to go back and beg X and Z Man? Impossible." A few days later, X and Z Man received the divorce papers, agreeing to the divorce. Now, X and Z Man's mother had always been following her daughter's stories, her #1 fan. She could recount the plot points vividly, even remembering them better than X and Z Man herself. Right in front of the legal assessor, X and Z Man's mother wrote a new chapter, seamlessly continuing the storyline of X and Z Man's latest work. In short, after the verification, the book was proven to be written by X and Z Man's mother. She stated that seeing her daughter being wronged, she had gifted her the villa, registered in X and Z Man's name. It was a parental gift and had nothing to do with her husband. X and Z Man silently applauded her mother in her heart. Brilliant! Before the court date even arrived, X and Z Man's husband and mother-in-law knew they had lost. They wouldn't get a single penny. However, X and Z Man told him they could still split something. Previously, the shady website she used still paid 10 to 20 yuan in royalties every month. Over the years, it had accumulated to over 1,400 yuan, which X and Z Man hadn't touched. Therefore, they could split 720.5 yuan. But what could 720.5 yuan even do? X and Z Man was a multimillionaire. If they really divorced, they would lose big. Moreover, they wouldn't get custody of the children. If they wanted to visit their children in the future, they might have to grovel at X and Z Man's feet. X and Z Man's husband hastily said he had never thought about divorcing her. He still loved her very much. X and Z Man's mother-in-law also apologized to her and took all the blame. They were hoping to wait until X and Z Man softened. Then they would immediately withdraw the lawsuit, thus avoiding the divorce. Unexpectedly, X and Z Man picked up her bag. "It's too late to regret now. You two can wait for your court date. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, both children's watches have recording devices built in. If you two whisper anything inappropriate to the children, I can revoke your visitation rights." With that, she left. Some time later, X and Z Man called, excitedly recounting these events to Tu Bao. The two, one in her 20s and 30s, the other 3 or 4 years old, chatted for a long time. X and Z Man even bought many gifts and sent them to the Su family to express her gratitude. Li Chong, who was beside Tu Bao, commented, "X and Z Man has changed quite a bit. After all, she's seen a ghost with her own eyes." Tu Bao hummed in agreement. "Yes, Annie X and Z Man is so brave, not afraid of difficulties." Li Chong chuckled. "Are you happy now?" It was a pity her happiness wouldn't last long, because she was about to start kindergarten. Li Chong had once passed by a kindergarten, and the scene of wailing children had been quite terrifying. Unexpectedly, Tu Bao jumped up and down, exclaiming, "Finally, I get to go to kindergarten." Her enthusiasm was palpable. Her reaction was quite different from what Li Chong had imagined. As Tu Bao skipped away, Li Chong opened his palm, revealing a palm-sized soul. "See? Tu Bao is living a good life. You can rest assured now." This soul was Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu gazed at Tu Bao's retreating figure with a wistful look. "Can I really not see Tu Bao one more time?" she pleaded. Li Chong shook his head. "No, you should have been reincarnated 6 months ago. You kept delaying. Bringing you up here was already risky. If you want to see Tu Bao again, it'll be very difficult for me to control." Su Jinyu sobbed sadly. "Oh dear, is there really no other way? Like rebirth? Or perhaps transmigration?" Li Chong rolled his eyes, wondering if Su Jinyu had been reading too many novels. Su Jinyu continued to plead through her tears. "Give me a scenario where I'm invincible from the womb. I don't want to be reborn so far away. Please don't erase my memories, okay?" Before Su Jinyu could finish, Li Chong swiftly recaptured her. As Tu Bao prepared for kindergarten, Grandma Su began to worry, reminding her to obey her teacher and to seek help from the teacher or call her grandma if anything happened. Tu Bao cheerfully replied, "I know, Grandma." At that moment, Han Han confidently assured her, "Don't worry, Grandma. With me around, no one will dare bully Tu Bao." She was brimming with excitement. The entire Su family, young and old, followed the school bus. Leaning against the iron fence, Su Xing'er sighed. She's growing up so fast. She's already starting kindergarten. Grandma Su gripped the iron fence, peeking furtively. Should we follow and take a look? It's her first day. What if she can't adapt? Grandpa Su sternly said, stop hiding here and peeking. It's not appropriate. Su Yi-chun, noticing their surreptitious glances, reminded everyone to go home and to trust Tu Bao. At the kindergarten, in the principal's office, a serious-looking man stated, the kindergarten my daughter attends must guarantee safety, especially in terms of counterterrorism measures. Therefore, I feel it's necessary to conduct a counterterrorism drill. The principal hastily replied, yes, you're absolutely right. Mu Guifan cheerfully added, in that case, let me be the chief instructor. The principal was both surprised and delighted. Certainly, you decide. Inwardly, however, he couldn't help but grumble. He's the chief. Of course he gets to decide. Having made his arrangements, Mu Guifan left, satisfied. The principal wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This newly arrived little girl was both the daughter of Chief Mu and the little princess of the Su family. Nothing could be allowed to happen to her. Therefore, he decided to personally supervise. When Tu Bao entered the kindergarten and was assigned to the pineapple class, she thought to herself, this class must be delicious. Han, who was in the Edinburgh class, told Tu Bao to come find her if anyone dared to bully her. Tu Bao smiled and nodded in agreement. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Hua, gently asked Tu Bao, are you happy today at being your first day of school? She smiled at Tu Bao. I'm the homeroom teacher for the pineapple class. You can call me Teacher Hua. Tu Bao blinked her large, round eyes and sweetly called out, Teacher Hua. Teacher Hua's eyes crinkled into a smile. Looking at this child, her mood brightened considerably. She told Han to return to her class, assuring her that Tu Bao would be fine with her. However, Han was still worried, feeling she should escort her little sister to her classroom safely. It was a mission her father had entrusted to her. Reaching the classroom door, Han suddenly swung her arm, and the group of children playing looked up, mimicking their teacher's usual demeanor. Han announced, this is our new classmate. Everyone, greet Big Sister. The children playing obediently chorused, hello, Big Sister. Li Chong, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl, he said, if someone didn't know any better, they'd think we were filming some kind of gangster movie. After finally satisfied, bid Tu Bao farewell, reminding her not to cry. Tu Bao put on a brave face and promised she wouldn't. Just then, the principal hurried over, stopping at the classroom door to quietly instruct Ms. Hua to take special care of Tu Bao. At that moment, another young teacher, slightly out of breath, rushed up just in time to overhear the principal and the homeroom teacher. Flustered, she apologized, I'm so sorry I'm late. The principal frowned, said nothing, and walked away. Ms. Hua gently reminded the young teacher to be more punctual next time. Inside the classroom, Tu Bao was diligently eating her breakfast. Even though she had eaten a little at home, she was still hungry and had already polished off half her bowl. Suddenly, a little girl exclaimed in awe, Big Sister, you're so amazing. You eat so much. She mistakenly thought Tu Bao's name was Big Sister. Tu Bao quickly corrected her. My name is Tu Bao. The little girl giggled shyly. I thought your name was Big Sister. Another child, a boy, taunted her. Fatty, you eat so much. The word fatty stung Tu Bao. She said seriously, calling people fatty is rude. Please don't say that again. The boy, emboldened by her reaction, continued his teasing. Fatty, eats everything, can't do anything. Tu Bao slammed her bowl down. If you keep saying that, she warned, I'll be angry. Just then, the teacher who had been late arrived. She reached out and patted the boy's head, then smiled at Tu Bao. Remembering the principal and homeroom teacher's words, her smile widened. She asked Tu Bao why she wasn't happy and if she could tell teacher Ing Tao what was wrong. However, a female ghost hovering over the teacher's head caught Tu Bao's attention. She turned to Li Chong. Master, look, Li Chong observed and realized it was a rare female, flirtatious ghost. He found it unusual because flirtatious ghosts, born from a desire to be adored, were typically male. This one being female, with a female host, was peculiar. Faced with this spirit, Li Chong advised Tu Bao to address the immediate situation first. Tu Bao told the teacher, there's a boy named Yang who keeps calling me fatty. I told him to stop, but he won't. Teacher Ing Tao immediately responded with a smile. "Oh, is that all? It's all right, we're all good friends here. I'll have Yang Yang apologize to Tu Bao, and Tu Bao can say it's okay, and you can all shake hands and make up, all right?" She beamed at the boy named Yang Yang, who mumbled an apology. But Tu Bao wasn't satisfied. She simply picked up her bowl and took it to the sink. Confused, Teacher Ing Tao asked Tu Bao why she wouldn't accept Yang Yang's apology. Tu Bao felt dissatisfied with the teacher's handling of the situation. She believed the teacher should have clearly addressed the wrongdoing and demanded a sincere apology. Tu Bao felt that if Yang Yang had truly been sorry, she would have forgiven him. As it was, his apology felt hollow and insincere. Teacher Ing Tao suddenly understood her oversight. She apologized sincerely. "Next time I'll definitely remember, okay?" Tu Bao wasn't appeased by this. She wondered why it had to wait until next time. Was this incident just going to be brushed aside? This made her doubt the teacher's judgment. Teacher Ing Tao, oblivious to the deeper implications, thought, "Why isn't Tu Bao happy yet? Did I say something else wrong?" Across the classroom, Ms. Hua began to take attendance, and the children immediately dropped their toys. Some darted forward eagerly, others more slowly and reluctantly. The new student, Tu Bao, however, was the quickest of all. Ms. Hua then led the children in a series of interactive games. She asked them to respond to her calls, emphasizing that whoever shouted the loudest would be praised. Tu Bao suddenly understood how to play this game. So, when Ms. Hua called out, "Children," for the second time, Tu Bao yelled with all her might, her voice echoing through the classroom, making Ms. Hua chuckle. She praised Tu Bao and rewarded her with a merit sticker shaped like a flower. Seeing her reward, Tu Bao's face beamed with joy. Kindergarten was fun. Since it was Tu Bao's first day, Ms. Hua asked her to introduce herself. Tu Bao proudly announced, "Hello everyone, my name is Suzy Tu, but you can call me Tu Bao. I'm 4 years old, and I'm very happy to be friends with all of you." At that moment, the mischievous Yang Yang couldn't resist acting up. He taunted Tu Bao, "Su Tu Tu, like a purple sweet potato. You're a big sweet potato, eating a lot and pooping a lot." Ms. Hua sternly addressed Yang Yang. "Giving people nicknames is rude. You've hurt Tu Bao's feelings. Apologize to her immediately." Yang Yang looked embarrassed and reluctantly mumbled an apology. However, Tu Bao wasn't ready to forgive him. She told Ms. Hua, "I don't want to forgive him. Earlier, he called me fatty, and Teacher Ing Tao made him apologize, but he wasn't sincere." Ms. Hua glanced at Teacher Ing Tao and said to Tu Bao, "It's okay. If you don't want to forgive him, you don't have to. When you feel ready to forgive him, then you can tell him it's okay, all right?" Tu Bao nodded happily. Teacher Ing Tao felt quite frustrated. She had given the same instructions, but neither child had listened to her. What was she supposed to do? Next, Ms. Hua began teaching everyone some morning exercises. Just then, a restless Yang Yang stretched his legs out while sitting on his chair, occasionally kicking the chair in front of him. He simply couldn't sit still. Xian suddenly turned around and asked Yang Yang why he was kicking her. Yang Yang replied, "I didn't kick you. I kicked the chair." At this moment, Teacher Ing Tao noticed the commotion and hurried over to inquire about the situation. She told Yang Yang to pay attention to the lesson and comforted Xian, telling her to be a good girl and listen, because everyone was the best. Xian turned back around, sitting next to Tu Bao. Feeling bored, Yang Yang set his sights on Tu Bao. Looking at her cute little pigtails, he mischievously reached out and yanked hard on one of them. The bunny-shaped hair clip came loose, pulling several strands of Tu Bao's hair with it. Tu Bao cried out in pain. She turned around and saw that it was Yang Yang. "What are you doing?" she asked angrily. Unexpectedly, on her very first day of kindergarten, little Tu Bao found herself in a fight. Seeing Tu Bao's anger, Yang Yang found it even more amusing. He reached out and grabbed her other pigtail, pulling on it as he said, "Why are you wearing hair clips? I'll pull them out for you, so you look better." Hearing this, Li Chong was furious. He'd had enough. He immediately told Tu Bao to go find Ms. Hua. Tu Bao, unable to contain her anger any longer, marched over to Yang Yang and yanked his hair hard. Yang Yang yelped in pain and instinctively swung his hand at Tu Bao. Tu Bao didn't back down. She flailed her arms and kicked Yang Yang in the knee. He stumbled backward and landed on the floor with a thud. Everything happened so fast that by the time Ms. Hua reacted and rushed over, Yang Yang was already on the ground, crying and cursing words he'd clearly picked up somewhere. Tu Bao stood with her arms crossed, her small face a picture of defiance. Li Chong was so astonished his jaw dropped. He thought to himself, this obnoxious kid, who does his grandmother think she is? I absolutely have to find her tonight. A spoiled child is the mother's fault. A spoiled grandchild is the grandmother's fault. Look at this disrespectful brat. His mouth is full of filth. He definitely learned it from his grandmother. Tu Bao is still young, so she dealt with him, but I'll go find his grandmother. Not only will I find his grandmother, but I'll dig up his ancestors' graves to demand justice. Grandma Su had just arrived home when she received an unexpected call from the kindergarten informing her that Tu Bao had been in a fight. Su Xing anxiously inquired about Tu Bao's condition, while Grandpa Su worriedly asked if she was hurt. Meanwhile, Mu Kui Pham asked if Tu Bao had won the fight. He knew that kindergarten fights wouldn't be life-threatening, and since that wasn't a concern, the next logical question was about victory. If she won, then even if she was hurt, the other child must be hurt even more. And if she was injured, the other child must have sustained even worse injuries. After all, his precious daughter absolutely couldn't suffer even the slightest disadvantage. Back at the kindergarten, Tu Bao fiercely declared, "If you're so tough, hit me. If you're so tough, don't cry." Yang Yang cried and wailed, "I'll tell my grandma to beat you up, Tu Bao." Just then, Mu Kui Pham entered the room, scooped Tu Bao up, and carefully checked her over. Then he asked, "So, how did it go? Did Daddy's little girl win?" Tu Bao pumped her small fist. "I won, Daddy." Mu Kui Pham glanced around and said to Tu Bao, "We don't bully others, but if someone bullies us, we have to let them know we're not easy targets." Tu Bao nodded in understanding. Grandpa Su sternly questioned the principal about the incident. The principal looked at Ms. Hua, who trembled inwardly and reluctantly explained, "Sir, it happened like this. During class, Yang Yang was being a bit mischievous and pulled Tu Bao's hair in her hair clip. Tu Bao got angry and retaliated. In all fairness, the fault wasn't entirely Tu Bao's. She had endured it 3 times before finally reacting. But before Ms. Hua could finish her explanation, a white-haired old woman burst through the door with a bang. She'd overheard Ms. Hua's explanation, and without a word, she started scolding. Just for pulling her hair, she resorted to violence? Yang Yang cried to his grandmother, "Grandma, she hit me. She kicked me. My leg hurts." The old woman angrily retorted, "The world's gone mad. She dared to hit my precious grandson? What has this world come to? What kind of parents raised her?" Mu Kui Pham held Tu Bao and let out a cold laugh. "Well, why don't you show me how it's done?" Initially, he thought the other parent would be reasonable and they could resolve the issue amicably. After all, children fighting was a common occurrence. Who would have thought that before she even steadied herself, she'd start slinging mud at Tu Bao? The old woman looked up and, realizing Mu Kui Pham was a stranger, became even angrier. "So, hitting people is justified now?" Ms. Hua patiently explained the situation to Yang Yang's grandmother, clarifying that Yang Yang was at fault for provoking and teasing Tu Bao. However, the old woman insisted that children saying mean things was harmless, and that pulling hair was simply boys being boys, and it didn't warrant physical retaliation. Ms. Hua produced the broken bunny-shaped hair clip as evidence that Yang Yang had pulled Tu Bao's hair with considerable force. The principal, feeling a headache coming on, gestured for Ms. Hua to put the hair clip away to avoid escalating the conflict. Ms. Hua continued, "Today, Yang Yang not only mocked Tu Bao by calling her fatty, but he also called her purple sweet potato, and after being reprimanded, he refused to apologize sincerely. As a teacher, I hope Yang Yang's parents will reflect on their parenting methods." Hearing this, the old woman became even more furious, accusing Ms. Hua of implying that her grandson being hit was due to her poor parenting. She argued that children saying fatty and purple sweet potato was normal, innocent, and not a big deal. On the contrary, she believed Tu Bao was the problem. Why didn't her grandson say those things to other children? It must be because there was something wrong with Tu Bao. Mu Kui Pham let out an angry laugh. "Clearly, your grandson laid hands on my daughter first, and my daughter only retaliated." Grandma Su trembled with rage, watching the heated exchange between Mu Kui Pham and the old woman. Her heart filled with anxiety. What kind of people were these? Grandpa Su's face darkened. If it were adults fighting, he could have taken the other party to the police station for a lesson, but faced with a child, he felt powerless. The old woman, enraged, raised her fist and declared she would teach Mu Kui Pham's daughter a lesson, challenging him to do something about it. Unexpectedly, When she punched Mu Kui Pham, her frail hand was no match for the strong young man, and her wrist dislocated. This only fueled her fury, as she believed Mu Kui Pham had dared to hit an elderly person, which was utterly unacceptable. So, she demanded compensation for medical expenses. Mu Kui Pham couldn't believe the old woman's audacity and shameless attempt to extort money. Faced with her unreasonable demand, he retorted without hesitation, "I did hit you. Why didn't I hit anyone else but you? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? I should be the one complaining. Your bones are so hard. They bruise my chest." Mu Kui Pham not only refused to back down, but pressed his advantage. "You want to go to the hospital for a checkup and demand compensation? Come here, Tu Bao. Daddy will give you 1,000,000 yuan. Hit her a couple more times. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll go to the hospital and find nothing wrong, making it inconvenient for them to extort money from me." Tu Bao looked at Mu Kui Pham in surprise, not expecting her father to react this way. Grandpa Su couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that Mu Kui Pham truly was unconventional, but dealing with this kind of scoundrel required his methods. Hearing Mu Kui Pham's words, the old woman was so furious she nearly vomited blood. She threatened, "Just you wait. I'll tell you why your children resort to violence over such trivial matters. It's because they learn from adults. With parents like you, sooner or later, your children will be ruined." She glared at the principal and Ms. Hua. "And you're the school administrators, and you just watch me get hit without intervening. Just you wait. I'll expose you all. I'll post it on Douyin." Grandpa Su, sitting beside them, said to his assistant, "Go investigate their background." The old woman boldly threatened, "Investigate what? What? You want to threaten me? I regularly read celebrity magazines, and I've never seen you before. I don't believe you have any impressive background. You just have some dirty money, don't you? Who doesn't?" She began boasting about her family status and her connections to the Mu family in the capital, intending to intimidate Mu Kui Pham. However, Mu Kui Pham remained unfazed. The Mu family again? Have they become so desperate after being slapped in the face that they've given up on looking down on business families like ours? Are they now accepting connections from just anyone? The old woman took her grandson and turned to leave, but Mu Kui Pham told them to stop. The old woman sneered, thinking he was finally afraid. Mu Kui Pham looked at Yang Yang, his eyes carrying a mixture of coldness and pressure. "Your name is Yang Yang, right? Today, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to Tu Bao. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. If you're wrong, you should apologize. If you don't recognize your mistake, you'll face harsher consequences in the future that will force you to understand." Under this pressure, Yang Yang instinctively started to apologize. At that moment, the old woman clutched him tightly, scolding Mu Kui Pham for being despicable and inhuman for treating a child this way. She insisted that it was his daughter who hit her grandson, and Yang Yang had done nothing wrong and shouldn't have to apologize. Yang Yang immediately felt justified. Yes, he hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he apologize? He refused. And so, the grandmother and grandson stormed off. Ms. Ying Tao stood frozen in place, unease washing over her. Dejectedly, she apologized to Ms. Hua, feeling she hadn't intervened in time to prevent the fight between Yang Yang and Tu Bao, allowing the situation to escalate to such a degree. Ms. Hua offered comfort. "Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault." Ms. Ying Tao, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Ms. Hua, Tu Bao's parents are both so impressive. Why haven't I ever seen them in magazines?" Ms. Hua remained silent. Ms. Ying Tao offered a cryptic response. "The people who appear in magazines are important figures, but sometimes the ones who don't appear are the truly powerful ones." A spark ignited in Ms. Ying Tao's eyes, and she stole a glance at Mu Kui Pham. The man was undeniably handsome, but more than that, it was the air of untamed wildness he exuded that truly captivated her. A wave of infatuation washed over her. Just then, a young teacher tapped Ms. Ying Tao on the shoulder, startling her. It was Mr. Chu, one of her persistent admirers. He pulled her aside to a quieter spot, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right? I heard there was a fight in your class, parents causing a commotion. Were you involved?" Ms. Ying Tao replied apologetically, "I'm fine. It was actually my fault. I was distracted, not paying attention." Mr. Chu patted her hand reassuringly. "It's okay. Don't be too hard on yourself. Just try to be more attentive at work in the future." Ms. Ying Tao feigning distress, murmured, "I was only distracted because I was thinking about us." Mr. Chu's voice softened. "So, have you thought about it?" He was referring to her choice between him and Ibin. A pained expression crossed Ms. Ing Tao's face. "Mr. Chu, please don't pressure me. It's truly agonizing. I care for you deeply, but Ibin is a good man, and he loves me very much. He'd be devastated without me. Even though I don't love him, I'm afraid of hurting him. I truly can't bring myself to do it. Give me a little more time. I'll help him come to terms with it slowly." Seeing her distress, Mr. Chu sighed and decided not to push her further. Ms. Ing Tao brought up Tu Bao's parents again, particularly her father, admitting a sense of awe and even intimidation. Mr. Chu informed her that Tu Bao was Han Han's younger sister, and their maternal grandparents were the Seuss, but he knew little about Tu Bao's father. Ms. Ing Tao was inwardly stunned. Could it be that incredibly discreet Su family? She recalled the quiet, impeccably dressed man. So he was the legendary CEO. A thrill coursed through her. After the altercation, Tu Bao refused to go home with her father, insisting on staying until the end of the school day. Han Han, upon learning about Tu Bao's fight, was furious. "How dare someone bully you? Why didn't you call me? I would have given him a piece of my mind. What a shame. I missed the chance to teach that bad kid a lesson with you." Tu Bao explained. "It happened too fast. There wasn't time to call you." Han Han conceded the point, but vowed to teach the miscreant a lesson the next time she saw him. Han Han felt apung evgilt. She had promised her family she would take good care of Tu Bao, and yet, on the very first day, her little sister had been hurt. Han Han and Tu Bao boarded the school bus. A short while later, a man appeared at the kindergarten gates, a lunchbox in hand. Ms. Ing Tao greeted him coquettishly. "Ibin, what are you doing here? I told you not to come to the school to see me." Ibin offered her the lunchbox. "I was worried you'd forget to eat again." Ms. Ing Tao accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, you're so good to me." Ibin grinned. "Just to thank you?" He pointed to his cheek. Blushing, Ms. Ing Tao glanced around before quickly pecking Ibin on the cheek and scurrying back inside, flustered. Ibin couldn't help but smile, finding her utterly adorable. Unbeknownst to them, the demonic presence nestled in Ms. Ing Tao's hair reveled in the sweetness of the moment, burrowing deeper into her scalp. Tu Bao, clutching her reward stickers, showed them off to Little Five. "Look, Little Five, I got so many good girl stickers today. Only well-behaved children get these. Aren't I amazing?" Little Five showered her with praise. "Amazing, amazing. You're electric. You're brilliant. You're the shining quack quack. The one and only legend. A superstar." Tu Bao beamed with delight. Just then, Mu Kui Pham produced a notebook and handed it to Tu Bao. "This is for you to collect your good girl stickers," he explained. "I'll help you write a little story under each one, okay?" Tu Bao's eyes lit up. "Yes, please," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I got this one because I answered the teacher's questions in the loudest voice," she chirped, pointing to a bright sticker. Mu Kui Pham carefully wrote beneath it, "Award for loudest roll call." Tu Bao continued, "And this one is because I finished my lunch first and ate everything." He dutifully inscribed, "Champion Eater Award." Then, lowering his voice, Mu Kui Pham asked, "Tu Bao, do you think what I did today was right?" Tu Bao pondered for a moment. Giving her $1 million to hit someone didn't seem quite right. But then again, she had hit Yang Yang, so she couldn't hold her father to too high a standard. Mu Kui Pham, deeply touched by her response, pulled her into a hug. "You're right, Tu Bao. Fighting isn't right. But different people need to be dealt with differently. Some people, you reason with them, and they want to fight. But when you fight, they want to reason. So, sometimes don't be too rigid. You'll only end up being taken advantage of. Do you understand?" Tu Bao nodded, half understanding, half not. While she might not fully grasp his words, Mu Kui Pham simply hoped his Tu Bao wouldn't be too naive, wouldn't bully others, wouldn't be bullied herself, and wouldn't be bound by conventional thinking. He just wanted her to be upright and free-spirited. "Got it?" he asked. "Got it," Tu Bao confirmed, assuring him she understood. Mu Kui Pham stretched, wished her good night, and left her room. Li Chong, who had been nearby, spoke up. "Su Jinyu, you said you were worried about Tu Bao's father. Now that you've met him, can you finally reincarnate?" Su Jinyu pleaded pitifully. "Big brother, let me reincarnate with my memories, or even start from inside my mother's womb." Li Chong sighed in exasperation. "I'm not your big brother. Your big brother is Sui Chun. Go find him if you want one. And besides, do you really believe in reincarnation? You've been reading too many novels." Su Jinyu retorted, "I didn't believe in ghosts before I died either. But look, they exist, don't they?" Tears welled in her eyes. "What did Jinyu do wrong? I just want to be with my daughter." Why won't you give us a chance to be together, even if it's just from different realms? Li Chang rubbed his forehead. You're being overly dramatic. If I let you and Tu Bao meet, it would be an abuse of power. He raised his hand helplessly, producing a book from thin air. Flipping to Tu Bao's page, he explained, everything we do is recorded in this book. What if this gets written down and affects Tu Bao's future? Anything that could jeopardize Tu Bao overcoming her tribulation, I have to nip in the bud. Bringing you here was my own doing, but involving Tu Bao is different. I can take the consequences, but she can't. Do you understand? He looked at Su Jinyu, sighing inwardly. Even though she's the little Yama King's mother, I can't force her. If I can just get her to willingly reincarnate, my mission will be complete. Su Jinyu stared at the book, seeing no writing at all, yet understanding that Li Chang's words held truth beyond her comprehension. A pang of loneliness struck Su Jinyu. All right, I'll reincarnate. But are you tricking me? There's clearly nothing written there. You don't have to make up such an elaborate excuse to refuse me. Li Chang, exasperated, grabbed the book and smacked Su Jinyu on the head with it. Just go reincarnate, he snapped. Unexpectedly, this smack caused a catastrophic accident. Su Jinyu shattered into countless fragments, like fireflies, uncontrollably scattering in all directions. Li Chang froze aghast. Holy crap, her soul scattered. What have I done? He frantically reached out, desperately trying to gather Su Jinyu's fragments, but to no avail. Finally, Su Jinyu managed one last sentence. Lord Li, Tu Bao is in your hands. Then, her soul completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Li Chang broke out in a cold sweat. He had just personally destroyed the little Yama King's mother. He was doomed. His already pale face turned even whiter. It's over, it's all over. Su Jinyu used all her luck to give birth to Tu Bao, the little Yama King. That's why she died so young. She was destined for a good reincarnation, a life of fortune, if not immense wealth. But now I've scattered her soul. If I can't bring her back, I might have to consider running away. 10 miles from the Su family home, in a slum, a young woman named Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt a weight on her neck. At the same moment, Su Jinyu looked around in confusion. She found herself amnesiac, with no idea who she was or where she was. Su Xiaoyu's parents had died from overwork years ago, leaving her an enormous fortune, a 40-story building. At a young age, Su Xiaoyu became a landlady, busy collecting rent every day. An older gentleman asked her if her work was tiring. Su Xiaoyu laughed and replied, "Earning money is hard work, uncle. I can't just wait for money to fall from the sky." Just as she finished speaking, something fell from above and landed on the ground with a thud. Startled, Su Xiaoyu let out a curse. Looking down, she saw a wad of cash. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, "No way! Money really can fall from the sky." The people around her were astonished, and someone teased, "Xiaoyu, maybe the god of wealth is looking after you. You're so lucky." Meanwhile, Li Chang had a splitting headache. He'd searched all night for Su Jinyu, but found nothing. He had also completely forgotten about confronting Yang Yang's grandmother. Early in the morning, Tu Bao woke up full of energy. She neatly packed her school bag, including clothes, wipes, and a water bottle. She carefully put on a thin jacket as her teacher had instructed, and smoothly completed all her preparations. Leaving the house with her backpack, she happily met Han Han, who was also on her way to school. Han Han was still sleepy. As they walked, Tu Bao muttered, "Jacket on, backpack on, water bottle in hand, Sister Han Han. Let's go." Grandpa Su asked kindly, "Are you two ready?" Tu Bao and Han Han replied in unison, "Yes, we're ready." Han Han yawned as she spoke and instinctively opened her school bag. Tu Bao peeked inside and discovered a night light and a smelly shoe. Mu Kui Pham, just back from his morning exercise, saw Tu Bao and Han Han getting ready to leave. "Off to school so early?" he asked. "Aren't you waiting for Dad?" Tu Bao smiled. "I can go by myself," she said. "Be good, Dad." Grandma Su hurried out to remind them, "Eat breakfast before you go." Tu Bao waved her hand. "I want to eat breakfast at school, so I can eat with my friends." Grandma Su was a little disappointed that her darling didn't need her lovingly prepared breakfast anymore. Just then, Tu Bao saw Li Chang slowly floating towards them. She stared, then lowered her voice and asked, "Master, you're back? What happened to you? Did you do something bad last night?" Tu Bao asked, her gaze fixed on Li Chang. Li Chang twitched his lips, awkwardly explaining his fatigue from working overtime. Inwardly, however, he muttered, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I just killed your mother." Tu Bao suddenly raised her hand, calling out, "Soul Snatcher, Soul Snatcher. Did Master do something bad? Should we capture him?" She playfully asked the Soul Snatcher if it had caught many ghosts. then told it to go catch some more and lock itself back in the jar. The soul snatcher seemed to give her a look at this silly child expression, and Li Chong inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. However, his headache intensified. He still couldn't find Su Jinyu. How was he going to fix this? At school, a little girl carrying a bowl of rice ran over to sit at Tu Bao's table. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Tu Bao and asked, "Tu Bao, it's me. Dum. Do you remember me?" Tu Bao nodded as she ate. "Of course, I have a very good memory. Do you have something to tell me?" Tom told Tu Bao that Yang had been hospitalized after Tu Bao hit him. Tu Bao paused, surprised. "Really? Neither you nor my dad told me anything." Tom immediately leaned closer, lowering her voice like a seasoned gossip. Yang's grandmother yelled at the teacher, the school, and your dad in the class group chat. And then your dad yelled back at her. Tu Bao, astonished, asked Tom how she knew all this. Tom explained that her mother had told her. Yang's grandmother had even posted pictures of Yang in the hospital, which Tom had seen. Tu Bao exclaimed, "Wow, he had to go to the hospital for that." She found it hard to believe that such a light hit could land Yang in the hospital. He was so weak. Tom explained that Yang used to give her nicknames and pinch her cheeks. When she told him to stop, he only pinched harder. Tom's mother had then spoken to Yang's grandmother, which resulted in an argument right outside the classroom, leaving Tom feeling upset and responsible. Since then, Tom's mother had told her to stay away from Yang and not play with him anymore. Tom's voice lifted with excitement. "So, when my mom heard that you made Yang go to the hospital, she was so happy. I think you're amazing, like a superhero." Other children overheard and chimed in, buzzing with excitement. Yang is so naughty. He bullies all of us. Now you've taught him a lesson. You're a hero. Others joined the chorus. Tu Bao is so cool. A superhero. And so, on her second day of school, Tu Bao had gained a small fan club. Though she didn't quite understand why, having a few more friends was nice. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yang's grandmother raged. "My grandson says he's in excruciating pain, and you tell me you can't find anything wrong? You incompetent quacks." Faced with the agitated grandmother, the doctor could only helplessly explain that they had run all the tests and genuinely found nothing wrong. Yang's injury was minor, just a slight scrape. Hearing this, Yang's grandmother erupted. Her grandson kept complaining about his knee. How could it be just a minor scrape? She worried about a misdiagnosis, suspecting the doctors were lying to extort money. She vowed to expose the hospital and show everyone how incompetent these so-called professional doctors were. To appease her, the doctor finally wrote a vague diagnosis on the medical report. Suspected ligament injury, suspected cartilage damage. However, Yang's grandmother remained unsatisfied and immediately posted about her grandson being assaulted and the suspected injuries online. Yang's grandmother cried in front of the camera, "My grandson went to school perfectly healthy this morning, and now he's come home injured. I'm just an old woman, trying to reason with the other parents, and they even assaulted me. My grandson didn't provoke anyone. He just accidentally touched that little girl's hair while playing, and then he was hit. That girl is so violent. She must have learned it from her father." Relying on her adult backing, she didn't even apologize. She was incredibly arrogant. We just wanted an apology from their side, but that child's father was so aggressive, covered in tattoos. He even hit an old woman like me. He broke my teeth. Yang's grandmother wailed, dramatically displaying her dentures, hoping to garner sympathy from netizens. Yang's mother, witnessing this spectacle, anxiously tried to dissuade her mother-in-law, reminding her that they were dealing with the Su family, the wealthiest family in the capital. Undeterred, Yang's grandmother scoffed. "Our ancestors were once richer than the Su family. I don't know why, but ever since I married into this family, we've been declining. Otherwise, we'd be a prestigious clan with a long and rich history." She then boasted about her close relationship with the Mu family, claiming that old Mrs. Mu would support her. Ultimately, Yang was her precious grandson, the apple of her eye, and she couldn't bear to see him wronged. Yang's father chimed in, supporting his mother. "Issues with children are a sensitive matter. We can't just tolerate this." Besides, Mom said they hit first, so we're in the right. What's there to be afraid of? We have to make a big deal out of this, so the Su family will think twice before acting like this again. The Su family never imagined they would one day be the target of a cyberbullying campaign. Yang Yang's grandmother, becoming increasingly outrageous, even posted a second video, claiming that when she wanted to discuss the matter with the other parents, they insulted her and even tried to bribe her with 1 million yuan to keep quiet, demanding she hand over her grandson for another beating. Netizens were outraged, collectively criticizing the family's parenting style, arguing that their indulgence had led to the child's bad behavior. Old Mr. Su, upon hearing the news, rushed to assess the situation. The videos online were filled with twisted narratives, and the uninformed netizens were being manipulated. Their comments only fueled the fire. Tu Bao became the most hated child on social media, and Mu Kui Pham was painted as a tattooed thug who bullied others, a societal scum, a bloodsucker. The internet buzzed with calls to boycott Su Corp, starting with me, I hate brats the most, and even, all brats should die. After understanding the situation, old Mr. Su immediately instructed his secretary to contact the police and ordered the Su Corp PR team to launch a full-scale response. The PR team clarified the entire incident, stating that Tu Bao had not assaulted anyone and expressing their willingness to cooperate with the other party to take their child to a higher-level hospital for a thorough examination. Furthermore, the Su family initiated legal proceedings against all those who spread false rumors online, holding them accountable for their actions. The little girl's face, once brimming with smiles, gradually clouded over. Tu Bao asked her uncle, did Tu Bao do something wrong? Sui Chin replied, no, Tu Bao didn't do anything wrong. Tu Bao asked again, then why are they saying those things? They're clearly wrong. Why are they scolding me? Tu Bao had a dispute with a classmate at school, and although she felt she hadn't done anything wrong, in the eyes of others, she seemed to have become a bully. This made Tu Bao feel incredibly wronged. Old Mr. Su helplessly replied, because they don't know anything and they lack independent thinking, they believe whatever others say. Tu Bao was even more confused. If they don't know anything, then how can they speak with such detail, as if they witnessed it themselves? How can they judge someone without knowing the truth? Mu Kui Pham, heartbroken, picked Tu Bao up and comforted her. Sweetheart, don't think too much about it. Go back to your room and rest. Your dad and uncle will sort this out soon. However, the situation had spiraled out of control. A TikToker posted a video saying, look everyone, I received a lawyer's letter from the Su family. Is there no place left in this world to speak the truth? The online crowd was buzzing, more inclined to believe their own speculations. Some commented, why was the video deleted? That family's power is truly formidable. There must be something fishy going on, probably some underhanded influence. And no wonder an old woman and a child were bullied like this. Just when the situation reached an impasse, teacher Hua bravely stepped forward to clarify the truth for Tu Bao. However, her actions, instead of garnering understanding, only drew more suspicion from netizens. The Su family's PR is so clumsy, they even bribed the teacher. I don't believe a word you say. Tell us, how much did the Su family pay you, Teacher Hua? And someone like you is fit to be a teacher? Finally, Tam Tam's mother, defying the pressure, also spoke up. I'm a parent in this class, and I can testify that Teacher Hua would absolutely never lie. That little boy often bullies other children in the class, and his grandmother is especially unreasonable. But she too was not spared from the online attacks. You can testify just because you say so? You must have been bribed too. And this is hilarious. Just how many people has the Su family bought off? A dark cloud hung over the Su family. Anyone who spoke up for Tu Bao was seen as trying to whitewash the situation. In this world, whether in politics or business, the hardest thing to control is the tongues of netizens. Old Mr. Su coldly asked, is there any surveillance footage? Su Ichin replied, the camera malfunctioned right when the incident happened. They never expected something like this to happen to the Su family. It turned out that this kindergarten adopted a no-surveillance approach, placing complete trust in the teacher's educational philosophy. So, although there were cameras in public areas, the ones inside the classrooms were often malfunctioning. The Su brothers were furious, wanting to find the old woman who slandered Tu Bao and settle the score, but Su Ichin calmly advised, public opinion is raging right now. We can only handle this step by step. Don't act rashly. If we act on impulse and disregard the law, they'll turn it against us. proving the netizens right. Su Ishin agreed. Big brother is right. We can't let Tu Bao continue to be hurt. Right now, unless there's surveillance footage, even if we can force the old woman to retract her statement, netizens won't believe it. Old Mr. Su angrily declared. Then keep investigating. If the Su family wants to investigate something, I don't believe we can't find out the truth. At this moment, Tu Bao lay face down on the table, sadly asking her master, why are they like this? Li Chang told her that the world is full of complicated gossip, and people always believe what they see. But they don't know that what they see is sometimes just what others deliberately want them to see. Tu Bao felt a surge of injustice. But I didn't do anything wrong. If it happened again, I think I would still hit Yang Yang. I don't understand why the world is like this, and I don't understand how they can talk about things I didn't do as if they were true. At that moment, Mu Kui Pham stood at the door, silently watching the adorable little girl's sadness. He understood that his precious little girl had finally been hurt. Under the cover of darkness, Mu Kui Pham left the Su family home. Although there were no surveillance cameras inside the kindergarten, there were bound to be satellite eyes around the perimeter. High-definition satellite imagery could even capture a bird's nest in a tree. With any luck, the whole incident could be reconstructed. He whispered to himself, wait for Daddy, Tu Bao. Li Chang sat silently cross-legged in front of Tu Bao and asked, so, Tu Bao, do you still have the courage to fight back? Tu Bao countered, can I? Li Chang encouraged her. As long as you believe you can, then you definitely can. Your courage is the beam of light that will help you defeat all the monsters in the world. Li Chang used the terminology from the Ultraman cartoon to comfort Tu Bao, to help her understand that she had the power to overcome difficulties. You can bravely stand up for yourself. There are many things you can do. Even if the storm rages even more fiercely, as long as you're not afraid, then there's nothing to fear. Under her master's comforting words, a spark of light rekindled in Tu Bao's heart, and she resolved to bravely speak up for herself. No one knew that this would be Tu Bao's most significant transformation. Little Five flapped his wings and chirped, good job, Tu Bao. Go, Tu Bao. Speak up for yourself. Tu Bao. Regret for life. Tu Bao. Eat a bag of salt. Li Chang twitched his lips. Little Five, it's speak up for yourself, which means to express your own opinion, not eat a bag of salt. Tu Bao ran to Su Havan's room, expressing her determination to speak up. She said, besides, Daddy said we absolutely can't suffer any losses. So for the things I didn't do, I want to bravely stand up and explain clearly. Su Havan was stunned for a moment. Then a fiery passion ignited within him. Okay, I'll support you. The two children immediately set to work without hesitation. A moment later, Tu Bao sat before the camera, her small hands placed obediently on her knees, looking a little nervous. She took a deep breath, looked directly into the lens, and greeted the audience. She introduced herself as Tu Bao, the very bad child everyone was talking about. I did hit Yang Yang, but I don't think I was wrong. At first, I was eating breakfast, and Yang Yang called me a fatty, saying I eat a lot and poop a lot, that I eat everything and can't do anything right. I was very angry and told him to stop, but he kept going. Then I ignored him and ran to Teacher Hua. But Yang Yang started teasing me again, calling me a big purple sweet potato, saying I eat a lot and poop a lot, that I eat everything and can't do anything right. I was so angry I told him to stop, but he kept going. After that, the teacher told Yang Yang to apologize quickly, but I didn't want to forgive him at all because he wasn't sincere. So, I ignored him again. But then Yang Yang pulled my hair clip. Tu Bao reached up and touched her head as she spoke. He yanked it right out, and some of my hair came with it. It really hurt. I asked him why he did that, but he didn't listen. He even said he wanted to undo my braids. I was so mad, so I grabbed his hair too. He hit me, and I hit him back. I don't think I did anything wrong. Daddy says we shouldn't bully others, but we absolutely can't let others bully us either. At this point, tears started to well up in her eyes. She choked back a sob and continued, but uncles and aunties, big brothers and sisters, everyone says I'm wrong. Everyone is calling me a bad child. My uncles are very worried, and Daddy is very anxious too. Everyone is trying to tell the truth, but no one believes them. Why doesn't anyone believe the people telling the truth, but so many people support the liar? I don't understand what I did wrong, and I don't understand why everyone is saying I'm a bad child. Seeing his little sister like this, Su Havan felt a pang of sympathy. He ran over to comfort Tu Bao, telling her she wasn't wrong. Tu Bao sobbed, brother, I'm not wrong. If Yang Yang bullies me again, I'll still hit him. Su Havan didn't know what to do, so he just hugged his sister tightly and comforted her. You're not wrong. If he dares to come near you again, I'll hit him with you. We're not wrong. This video sparked a lot of debate online, with many people beginning to question their own judgment. However, amidst the well-intentioned words, there were still some harsh comments. Some people suspected that the little girl was putting on a show to clear her name. Rich families are so good at teaching their kids. How long has this kid been crying? She's even laughing through her tears. She's such a good actress at such a young age. Why not go into showbiz? Oh, I forgot. Apparently, one of her uncles is a top actor in showbiz. Elsewhere, Yang Yang's grandmother also watched Tu Bao's video. Seeing Tu Bao cry, she sneered. Yesterday, she acted so tough, and now all she can do is cry. The old woman believed Tu Bao had no evidence. Crying was useless. If she wanted to prove her innocence, she had to provide a video. However, the kindergarten did not have surveillance cameras, which made the old woman even more pleased. Meanwhile, Ma Kui Pham was searching for satellite footage, determined to turn public opinion in Tu Bao's favor once again. The old woman should just wait for her punishment. After watching Tu Bao's video, Grandma Tu immediately went to her. Seeing Tu Bao sitting blankly on the sofa, she was overcome with sorrow and tears welled up in her eyes. Tu Bao was surprised to see her grandmother cry. She quickly took a tissue to wipe her tears and told her not to cry, knowing that her health was not good. Grandma could no longer hold back her tears. This child was truly kind-hearted. Despite being deeply hurt herself, she still turned around to comfort her grandmother. That made her feel even more heartbroken. Grandpa also spoke up to console Tu Bao, telling her not to worry about the online discussions. Her uncles would handle everything. She only needed to focus on growing up happily. Fifth uncle, Tatang Ni, angrily said, "If anyone dares to slander Tu Bao again, I'll go find them and smash their phones." Seeing her grandparents and uncles stand by her side, Tu Bao felt reassured. However, she still wanted to know if the people online had realized the truth. Even though Tu Bao couldn't read yet, the adults didn't want to read the comments to her, as many of them were too harsh. At this moment, Taha Van volunteered to read the comments, but he was worried that Tu Bao might cry. Tu Bao declared she wouldn't cry anymore, telling everyone she was brave now. Suha Van nodded, trying to read the comments in a calm voice. "I don't know what happened, but at this moment, I choose to believe her. The hurt in her eyes can't be fake. This kid's acting is really good, crying a little to try and cover everything up. Everyone knows how to cry. So young and already putting on a show. How disgusting." Even deliberately waited until after crying to stop recording, trying to increase credibility. Huh? Suha Van said to Tu Bao, "Online comments are a mix of good and bad because no one can please everyone, so don't take it to heart." Although Tu Bao felt relieved that someone believed her, the harsh and bitter words made her increasingly sad. Even so, she tried to maintain a smile, not wanting the adults to worry. Seeing Tu Bao like this, old Mrs. Su felt a pang of heartache. She's clearly so sad, yet she's still forcing a smile to comfort us. Such a good child. How can they say such awful things? The more Tu Bao thought about it, the more aggrieved and upset she became. For the first time, she understood the feeling of helplessness. She didn't understand why those uncles and aunties, after hearing her explanation, still said such things, as if all her efforts were in vain. Just then, Suha Van told everyone that someone had shared a video link in the comments, catching everyone's attention. In the video, Ma Kui Pham told everyone that he had found multiple video clips of the scene from satellite imagery, hoping everyone could understand the truth. Ma Kui Pham opened the satellite view and played a video. In the image, Tu Bao was focused on eating, while Yang Yang was mocking her, calling her fatty. After Tu Bao got angry, Yang Yang didn't apologize sincerely. Although there was no sound, everyone could clearly see Yang Yang's sarcastic expression. Next, Ma Kui Pham played another video clip. This time, it was the scene where Yang Yang mocked Tu Bao as a big purple sweet potato during her self-introduction. Although Tu Bao was a little unhappy, she didn't make a fuss about it. Next was the most important part. Ma Kui Pham let everyone see if they could tolerate having their hair pulled so hard. Tu Bao had endured it twice, only retaliating on the third occasion. This video completely matched what Tu Bao had recounted earlier. After watching these videos, those who had just mocked, ridiculed, and spoken harsh words online suddenly fell silent. Ma Kui Pham wasn't planning to stop there. Although the truth is now clear, I'm someone who holds grudges. Since we're here, I'll show everyone one more video, an even better one. Continuing the story. After the kindergarten video ended, the matter didn't end there. Ma Kui Pham went on to release the video from the hospital. The hospital surveillance video was truly something. There was no sound, only the old woman completely changing her demeanor from the pitiful, crying face in the online video, glaring and unreasonably making a fuss, demanding the doctor give her a diagnostic conclusion. Next was the scene inside the hospital room. The video circulating online showed the little boy crying in pain. In reality, the boy wasn't crying from pain, but because he was demanding fried chicken. Social media erupted in astonishment. "Oh my God, I can't believe it," one comment read. "This is the most thoroughly I've ever been deceived," declared another. "It turns out the little girl was telling the truth all along," a third chimed in. "And everything the Sue family explained was true too. It's ridiculous that everyone accused them of putting on an act," someone scoffed. "I remember what Tu Bao said through her tears. Why doesn't anyone believe the person telling the truth? Why does the liar get so much support?" Another user confessed, "I'm so angry right now." The demands for an apology were swift and fierce. "I just want to ask that damn old woman, when is she going to come forward and apologize on her knees?" Others offered sincere apologies to Tu Bao directly. "Tu Bao, don't cry. You weren't wrong. We were wrong. This chaotic society was wrong. Tu Bao, I'm sorry. I didn't understand before and scolded you. I was wrong." Tu Bao asked her brother, "What are the uncles, aunties, and big brothers and sisters online saying?" Su Ha Van replied, "They're all apologizing to you. They know they were wrong now." Tu Bao couldn't help but smile. Really? They finally believed Tu Bao. It turns out that trying hard really can make your wishes come true. Lost in thought, she was startled when the door suddenly swung open, revealing Mu Kui Pham, dressed in black, looking like a victorious general returning from battle. "Daddy's home." Tu Bao immediately launched herself into his arms. Mu Kui Pham lifted his daughter high in the air. "My darling, we won." Tu Bao cheered. "Yay, we won. We won. Daddy's so awesome. Tu Bao's awesome. Everyone's awesome. Big brother's awesome. Grandma and Grandpa are awesome. Master's awesome. Little Five is awesome too." The excited little girl named everyone, whether human or not. Old Mrs. Su laughed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Forget all that traditional rich family stuff about family style, etiquette, and scholarly pursuits. At crucial moments, you have to be like our son-in-law. Decisive action is the most useful. This son-in-law is great." As everyone was rejoicing, Mu Kui Pham's phone rang. The panicked voice of Wan Dao, his subordinate, came through the speaker, just audible to everyone in the room. "Master, what have you done this time? Those were police and military cameras. How could you hack into them? The higher-ups are here. They want a meeting with you. Come quickly." Mu Kui Pham rubbed his nose. Tu Bao asked her father, "Daddy, where is Uncle Wan calling you to go?" Mu Kui Pham forced a smile. "It's nothing. He's just inviting me to dinner." Tu Bao clearly didn't believe him. "Really?" Su Yichen looked at the father and daughter with gentle eyes, thinking to himself, "Since the truth has come to light, I should do what I want with my money," as the netizens said. Unlike the cheerful, relieved atmosphere in the Su household, the atmosphere in the Lee household was stiflingly oppressive. The old woman stared at the insults directed at her online. What kind of curses are these? How can they say such horrible things? Don't they know I'm an old woman? My heart can't take it. Yang Yang's father was so angry he nearly fainted, questioning his mother. "Didn't you say before that it was the other party's fault? How did it become like this?" Yang Yang's mother added, "That's right. You said they hit Yang Yang for no reason, but that's not what happened." Yang Yang's father thought to himself, "This old woman is going to ruin us. The Su family is so rich and powerful. Won't they bankrupt our Tian Liangwang company?" The old woman immediately threw her cane to the ground and sat down, wailing, "I'm the one who always takes care of Yang Yang. None of you care, and now that something's happened, you're all blaming me. My life is so hard. My son hates me. My daughter-in-law scolds me. I didn't raise Yang Yang well. I failed my ancestors." Yang Yang's mother rolled her eyes, thinking, "Here we go again with this routine." She had truly had enough and just wished her ancestors would appear tonight and take this old woman away. At that moment, the old woman suddenly remembered she knew old Mrs. Mu and hurriedly took out her phone to call for help. "Mrs. Mu, it's me." Old Mrs. Mu's furious voice came from the other end of the line. "Your family is trying to ruin ours. Don't call me again." With that, old Mrs. Mu hung up without further explanation. The old woman's family was stunned into silence. The Mu family was so powerful. Why would they be afraid of the Su family? Yang Yang's father was utterly defeated. "It's over. It's all over. The Su family wanting to bankrupt us is just a matter of time. It's all because of that vicious old woman." That night, the old woman tossed and and turned, unable to sleep. The more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt. She only wanted to protect her grandson. What was wrong with that? It wasn't until midnight that she finally drifted off. But as soon as her eyes closed, she felt someone flit past her window. A startled cry escaped her lips as she opened her eyes. "Who's there? No one?" Perhaps I misheard. Just then, a soft sound came from behind her. Instinctively, she turned her head to look. The sight that met her eyes nearly made her soul leave her body. Standing ramrod straight in her room was a line of figures dressed in mourning clothes, staring coldly at her. The old woman screamed and collapsed to the floor. A stern-faced old woman looked down at her. "Nyoe Iho, do you remember me?" Trembling, the old woman fearfully raised her head. Meeting the gaze fixed upon her, she thought, "Impossible. My mother-in-law died from anger, because of me. It's been so many years. Why is she here?" Her mother-in-law gave a chilling laugh. "Nyoe Ihoa, you're so clever. Haven't you caused enough misery for the Lee family?" Her father-in-law added coldly, "Marrying a shrew will harm 3 generations. You reap what you sow. First, you angered your parents-in-law to death. Then you caused your husband's death, and now you've raised a spoiled son. We, down there, had to join forces to do good deeds and accumulate merits for you. We worked tirelessly so the Lee family could marry a good wife. And what do? Not only do you constantly antagonize your daughter-in-law, but you also instigate your grandson to disobey his mother, making him even more spoiled." Even her husband's grandfather chimed in. "We finally finished paying off our karmic debts and we're about to be reincarnated. Who would have thought that because of an unfilial daughter-in-law like you, we've all been dragged back up here?" Another figure spoke. "I say we shouldn't let her continue to harm our Lee family. Let's drag her down with us today." An enraged ancestor grabbed the old woman's leg and pulled her outwards. "Come on!" The old woman shrieked. "Help! Save me! I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough." Her desperate cries for help echoed, but sadly, no one heard them. A few days later, the results of the cyber attack came to light. The Lee family's financial issues were exposed, and their assets were seized overnight. The old woman of the Lee family, for unknown reasons, suffered a sudden stroke. Though she survived, she was paralyzed and bedridden, unable to care for herself. Those who had followed public opinion and spread false rumors were subsequently held legally accountable. At the same time, a wave of apologies to Tu Bao surged online, even including live-streamed kowtowing. Tu Bao was astonished when she saw these videos, a shiver running down her spine. What's wrong with these people? They're clearly living people, but they look just like ghosts. Why can't they apologize properly? Meanwhile, in the kindergarten principal's office, teacher on Dao asked incredulously, "Why am I being fired? Did I do something wrong? I admit I was negligent in Tu Bao and Yang Yang's matter. I apologize. Please give me another chance." The principal's face darkened. Negligence is only one reason. You can think about the others yourself. Teacher on Dao's eyes welled up. "I understand. Did I offend the Su family?" The principal, exasperated by her tears, explained, "It has nothing to do with the Su family. Your dismissal was a decision made by the school board. Your simultaneous relationships with 3 boyfriends have had an extremely negative impact on our school." Teacher on Dao hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chu is my only boyfriend. The others are just clinging to me. I'm trying to sort out my personal life, but I don't want to hurt them, so I wanted to explain things slowly." The principal scoffed. "Explain things slowly? Kissing someone else at the school gates? And you call that explaining things slowly?" Teacher on Dao's face paled. "No, that's not it. Please let me explain." The principal didn't want to hear it and directly ushered her out. Standing at the door, teacher on Dao felt incredibly wronged. She still believed her dismissal had nothing to do with her personal life and was convinced she had somehow offended the Su family. "Maybe I should go apologize to the Su family. I'm Tu Bao's teacher, and if I'm sincere, Mr. Su Waitam will surely understand." Leaving the kindergarten, she went home and changed into a pink spaghetti-strap dress, let down her gently curled hair, and put on a pair of dainty cherry-shaped earrings. Teacher on Dao's timing for her visit to the Su residence was also quite deliberate, 7:30 p.m. This was typically the time teachers made home visits, after dinner when everyone was relaxed and in a good mood. Most importantly, both Mr. Su and Tu Bao's father would definitely be home. She gave the butler a polite yet charming smile. "Hello, I'm Miss Tu Bao's homeroom teacher, Lin Tuedon. Here's my business card. I'm here for a home visit today." The butler looked her up and down, frowning. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Tu Bao's class actually had a teacher by this name, he would have shown her the door at first glance. A proper teacher making a home visit wouldn't wear a spaghetti strap dress. Please follow me. At that moment, the Su family was all at home. Sunat Tran was in the first floor living room handling company business, while Mu Kui Pham stood behind Tu Bao. Suddenly, he saw a woman in a pink spaghetti strap dress walk in. Mu Kui Pham softly asked Tu Bao, "Is this your teacher?" Tu Bao nodded. "Yes, teacher on Dao, but I don't really like her. I feel like teacher on Dao doesn't really distinguish right from wrong, and she often deceives others." Mu Kui Pham could see this from the teacher's expression, understanding that a teacher his daughter disliked was certainly not a good teacher. As soon as Lin Tuedon stepped inside, she was overwhelmed by the sight before her. So many handsome men. Her heart pounded, and a scene involuntarily played out in her mind. A magnificent palace, herself dressed as a princess sitting on a throne, surrounded by tall, handsome men in knightly attire. The tallest and most handsome of them took her hand and gently said, "Good morning, my little princess on Dao." Just then, a voice reached her ears, "Teacher on Dao." Old Mrs. Su frowned at Lin Tuedon. The moment she entered, she saw her staring at her sons, and a woman's intuition made her extremely uncomfortable. Lin Tuedon quickly said, "Oh right, I haven't introduced myself. Hello everyone, I'm Tu Bao's homeroom teacher, Lin Tuedon. You can call me Little on Dao." Hearing Lin Tuedon's cloying tone, everyone fell silent. Old Mrs. Su took the business card from the butler, her eyes sharp as she looked at Lin Tuedon. "Why the sudden home visit? The school didn't inform us." Sunat Tran nodded. "That's right, the previous homeroom teacher never made unannounced visits." Lin Tuedon quickly replied, "It's our fault. Teacher Hoa forgot to inform you beforehand." She then looked towards Sunat Tran, their eyes meeting, and her heart beat faster. Sunat Tran asked, "Forgot to inform us?" His gaze was cold. Lin Tuedon blushed. "I'm representing the school on this home visit. I'm truly sorry about the previous incident. I bear a large responsibility for it, so the principal asked me to come and apologize." Sunat Tran remained silent, simply looking at the butler. The butler understood and quietly went out to call the principal. This flirtatious type mostly lives in her own fantasies. Judging by her appearance, she probably watches too many cheesy dramas. Lin Tuedon looked happily at old Mrs. Su. "Have you had dinner yet, madam?" She couldn't help but imagine old Mrs. Su, dignified like a queen, agonizing over which of her sons to marry her off to. However, old Mrs. Su's voice was a little cold. "Tell me about it." Lin Tuedon felt like her words sounded a bit foolish, making old Mrs. Su laugh at her. Annoyed, she lightly hit her head with her small fist. She'd been a bit too dramatic. Tu Bao stared at the flirtatious ghost above Lin Tuedon's head. At this moment, the ghost was mirroring Lin Tuedon, its eyes dreamy. Li Thuong couldn't help but click his tongue. Who knows how many dramas are playing out in her head? This flirtatious type mostly lives in her own fantasies. Judging by her appearance, she probably watches too many cheesy dramas. Like that classic drama where the female lead is intimate with two men and wants them to stop arguing about who the baby's father is and just live together. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a chill and said, "Actually, Mary Sues aren't that scary. What's scary is a Mary Sue with a warped sense of morality." Tu Bao listened to her master ramble on, understanding a little. To better understand Mary Sue's, she decided to ask Su Ha Van to find the dramas her master mentioned, so she could watch them tonight. Just then, the butler finished his call and walked to Sunat Tran's side, whispering something. Sunat Tran immediately looked towards Lin Tuedon, his face cold. At this moment, Lin Tuedon was still putting on her act. "That day, the two children fought right in front of me. It's all my fault for not stopping it in time." While Lin Tuedon was still immersed in her self-pity, Sunat Tran told the butler to show her out. Lin Tuedon was stunned. She didn't understand why. After expressing her self-reproach and kindness so clearly, they not only didn't comfort her, but abruptly dismissed her. The butler gestured for her to leave, and Lin Tuedon stood up uneasily, looking at Sunat Tran with a pitiful expression, worried she had said something wrong. Tu Bao looked at her eldest uncle, wanting to know what had happened. She had just been listening to her master tell stories about Mary Sue's. So why had teacher on Dao left? She hadn't even caught the flirtatious ghost yet. Li Thuong simply said, "Next time, don't be here. It's too unlucky." Mu Kui Pham picked up Tu Bao, intending to take her back to her room. Suddenly, Tu Bao grew taller. Mu Kui Pham was startled and cried out, Tu Bao, finding it amusing, laughed loudly. This was the first time she had ridden a big horse. So high, so high. She felt like she could reach out and touch the chandelier on the ceiling. If she were outside, could she reach out and touch Sister Moon? Tu Bao excitedly asked Mu Kui Pham to lift her higher. Mu Kui Pham shrugged, and Tu Bao cheered with delight. Mu Kui Pham also became happier. Old Mrs. Su worried warned, "Be careful, don't fall." Mu Kui Pham said confidently, "It's okay, I can even hold up an airplane, let alone Tu Bao." Tu Bao excitedly exclaimed, "Dad, I can pick stars now." She eagerly wanted to pick stars for everyone in the family, including her maternal grandparents, aunts, uncles, siblings, and of course, her dad. She even considered the birds and turtles, wanting to share this joy with everyone. Suddenly, everyone heard Tu Bao cry out, and everyone worried that she had fallen, rushed upstairs. Old Mrs. Su hurried upstairs to check on Tu Bao. Tu Bao held her head and said she was fine, just bumped into the door frame. Mu Kui Pham explained that he had tried to duck as much as possible. Tu Bao said he just needed to be a little lower. Mu Kui Pham hurriedly apologized. Everyone in the Su family was both exasperated and amused. This unreliable dad had hurt his daughter. Old Mrs. Su then asked Sunat Tran to get the first aid kit. Lin Tuet-on, tears streaming down her face, said resentfully, "What did I do wrong? I just came to sincerely apologize, but no one in the Su family would listen to my explanation." Lin Tuet-on felt incredibly wronged and upset, but even more so, heartbroken. Heartbroken that none of the men believed her. An image involuntarily flashed through her mind. The music princess's castle, 5 men deeply in love with her, sulking because of a misunderstanding. The princess, in a fit of anger, stormed off. While they chased after her, she accidentally slipped and fell. The 5 knights rushed to her side, but the princess refused to open her eyes. Only then did they realize their regret, but it was too late. Lin Tuet-on wandered aimlessly down the street and happened to run into Chu Chiu. He rushed over to her, concerned. Lin Tuet-on immediately threw herself into Chu Chiu's arms. "Chu Chiu, did I do something wrong? Why did the principal fire me? And why won't the Su family forgive me?" Chu Chiu, his heart aching, comforted her. "It's not your fault. There, don't cry anymore." After crying for a while, Lin Tuet-on realized that the man holding her, Chu Chiu, was just an ordinary, average man. Before, she had found him handsome and energetic, the most attractive of all her boyfriends. But after meeting Sunat Tran and Mu Kui Pham, she felt he was no longer worthy of her. An unspoken discomfort welled up inside her. A good girl like her, when crying, should be held in the arms of someone like Mu Kui Pham. Thinking of this, Lin Tuet-on suddenly pushed Chu Chiu away and ran off. She cried out in anguish, "I'm sorry, Chu Chiu, we can't be together anymore. Fate brought us together, but we cannot be together." With that, Lin Tuet-on heartbrokenly left. In Tu Bao's room, old Mrs. Su held an ice pack wrapped in a towel to the little girl's forehead. Mu Kui Pham reached out. "Let me do it. You're old, and it's late. It's too much trouble for you to take care of Tu Bao." Unexpectedly, old Mrs. Su glared at him. "Be quiet." Mu Kui Pham pouted. Tu Bao obediently tilted her head back, letting her grandmother apply the ice. Mu Kui Pham coughed. "Tu Bao, Dad will tell you a story. What do you want to hear?" He picked up a few comic books from the table. Tu Bao immediately raised her hand. "Dad, I want to hear a brain-dead Mary Sue story, like the one where a girl grabs 2 guys by the hand and tells them she wants them both to be her baby's daddy." Mu Kui Pham and old Mrs. Su were both stunned. Old Mrs. Su angrily scolded. "What? 1 girl and 2 men as the baby's father? Mu Kui Pham, what have you been showing her?" Mu Kui Pham was dumbfounded, feeling utterly wronged. He quickly explained, "How could I show her such indecent things?" Tu Bao looked innocently elsewhere and softly asked her master, "Master, is there something wrong with this story?" Old Mrs. Su froze, and both of them looked towards the empty space with sharp gazes. Li Thuong felt quite wronged as well. The Mary Sue story he told was a love triangle, not some action-packed, fighting story. But it seemed that neither type of story was suitable for children. Li Thuong twitched the corner of his mouth. "Good girl, Tu Bao, be obedient. We won't watch it anymore." Tu Bao immediately understood. Her master truly wasn't reliable, trying to teach her indecent things again. Tu Bao turned to Mu Kui Pham. "Dad, Grandma, I I won't watch it anymore. I want to see 100 Stories Under the Sea. Mukui Pham breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out the comic book Tu Bao mentioned, and began to read it to her. Old Mrs. Su looked at Tu Bao, lying obediently on the bed, then at Mukui Pham. A carefree person like him patiently telling a story to his child was a rare sight. At this moment, old Mrs. Su felt her legs were a bit numb. She found it strange. It seemed that ever since Tu Bao started massaging her legs, they had started to feel stronger. She wondered if she was imagining things. Old Mrs. Su tried to stand up, but her legs were still weak. She shook her head, figuring she must be overthinking it. Mukui Pham read 100 Stories Under the Sea to his daughter. His voice was pleasant and soothing. He looked down at Tu Bao, fast asleep, looking much more obedient than when she was awake. "Good night, my little angel," Mukui Pham whispered, grateful for Tu Bao's presence in his life. His only regret was not being by her side from the moment she was born, not being there when she needed him most. But from now on, he would always be there. Mukui Pham stood up, stretched, and habitually walked towards the balcony. Little Five, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and even moved aside to make room. "Big brother, sleep together?" Mukui Pham's lips twitched at the offer. "We'll want to sleep with a bird." He silently told Little Five to go find a female parrot to sleep with. The country had been liberated, and becoming a spirit wasn't allowed anymore. But looking at this parrot, he felt it was even more powerful than a spirit. Meanwhile, Li Thuong was still racking his brains, staring at the book. "Why can't I find her? Where did Akam not go?" He didn't believe she had truly been scared out of her wits. He thought to himself, if this keeps up, I'll go crazy. The next day, Lin Tueton, after a night of crying, regained her composure, cheering herself up and believing she was the best. At that moment, Gi Ban, seeing her adorable appearance, couldn't help but smile. "Tuan Dao, you're so cute." He hugged her from behind. Last night, when Lin Tueton had come to him, he had been both surprised and delighted, begging her not to leave him again. But Lin Tueton sadly shook her head. "Gi Ban, you treat me so well, and I want to be with you forever." Hearing this, Gi Ban pleaded with her to stay, promising to give her the life she desired. But Lin Tueton said she couldn't abandon Chu Chiu. She was his only reason for living. If anything happened to him, she would surely collapse. She said sadly, "I love you so much, Gi Ban. I really want to ignore everything and just be happy with you. But you know, I can't just stand by and watch Chu Chu like this. I can't be so selfish. So, Gi Ban, please forget me." As she spoke, Lin Tueton turned and ran away. As expected, she and Gi Ban wouldn't have a future together. She thought to herself, what should I do now? Distraught, she sought out Du Juju, her third boyfriend, besides Chu Chiu and Gi Ban. Seeing Lin Tueton arrive, Du Juju, who was about to leave for work, was very surprised. He said quietly, "Tuan Dao, didn't you say you would never see me again?" "I don't know. I couldn't find anyone to talk to, and I just came here," Lin Tueton said, tears falling. Du Juju tried to remain still, only mocking himself. "Where are Chu Chiu and Gi Ban? Aren't they?" Lin Tueton said weakly, "Don't say anymore. There was never anything between us anyway. After you left, I didn't contact them anymore. I know I shouldn't have bothered you today, but I really miss you. I can't lie to myself." Lin Tueton tearfully recounted her difficult situation to Du Juju, including being fired from the kindergarten and offending the Su family. Seeing Lin Tueton's distress, Du Juju couldn't help but embrace her. "So, the person in your heart is me, right?" Lin Tueton felt immense pain as she realized Mukui Pham and Su Nat Tran occupied the space in her heart. She couldn't love anyone else. Lin Tueton felt guilty towards Du Juju, but soon after, she actively kissed him. However, throughout the kiss, with her eyes tightly closed, she imagined herself being loved by the domineering CEO, Su Nat Tran. Because Du Juju worked at the Su Corporation, Lin Tueton thought she might be able to ask him to help her get in to see Su Nat Tran and apologize. Du Juju sighed. "You did nothing wrong. You don't need to apologize to anyone." Lin Tueton, tears welling in her eyes, shook her head. "No, I can't. These past few days, seeing Tu Bao being cyberbullied, I feel so guilty. It's all my fault for not watching them carefully. If I hadn't been distracted thinking about you that day, I could have stopped those two children from fighting." Du Juju found her apparent kindness difficult to refuse, though he felt a bit awkward. "I'll try, but the CEO's office is on the 66th floor." We're just regular administrative staff. We can't go up there. Lin Tueton brightened. It's okay. Just get me inside the building. I believe heaven will always help those who persevere. Looking at the towering building before her, Lin Tueton couldn't help but marvel at everything around her. Seeing her innocent and bright-eyed appearance, Du Juju felt even more affectionate. Lin Tueton asked nervously, "Does Siosu also come up from here?" Du Juju replied, "No, the CEO has a private entrance, that elevator over there. The Su Corporation is a multi-industry conglomerate. I work in the fashion division, for example. The business CEO's office and the group CEO's office are both on the 66th floor. They're part of the main group, managing subsidiaries like ours. The CEO isn't that unapproachable, though. They don't have a dedicated elevator and share the same ones as the group's employees." Lin Tueton marveled at the scale of the Su Corporation, also thinking about the fact that she no longer worked at the kindergarten. The Su Corporation was divided into the main group and subsidiaries. The main group had many departments, such as the secretarial department. Lin Tueton thought that if she worked at the Su Corporation as a secretary for the CEO, she would have many opportunities to meet him. She began to imagine a sweet love story unfolding between herself and the CEO. Meanwhile, on the 66th floor, Sunat Tran heard Tu Bao's voice and immediately asked her why she was there. Tu Bao, dressed in an adorable white and yellow striped t-shirt, denim overalls, and carrying a transparent pet carrier containing Little Five and Grandpa Turtle, stood with old Mrs. Su, who explained to Sunat Tran that Tu Bao had calculated, by counting on her fingers, that he was facing misfortune today and had come to check on him. It must have been Tu Bao's master teaching her nonsense again. Little Tu Bao declared that since her eldest uncle was facing misfortune, he shouldn't do any work. He gently asked, "So, where does Tu Bao plan to take her eldest uncle?" Tu Bao seriously replied, "To buy medicine." Sunat Tran paused, remembering the piece of paper Tu Bao had given him before. Tu Bao, a little disgruntled, said, "Last time, I gave eldest uncle a paper with the names of medicines. Eldest uncle received it, but didn't go buy them. Did you?" Her small face was stern, a hint of sulking in her expression. Sunat Tran chuckled. I'll buy them. We'll go right now." Tu Bao huffed. "Eldest uncle always says that, but you never go, so I came to supervise you today." Elsewhere, after going to work with Du Juju for a while, Lin Tueton excused herself to get some fresh air and left the office. She had tried many ways to get to the 66th floor, but had failed. Just as she was about to give up, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and a tall figure stepped out. Lin Tueton's eyes lit up. Heaven truly helps those who persevere. Sunat Tran, seeing Lin Tueton, frowned and asked her what she was doing there. Inside Lin Tueton's heart, a little fawn pranced with joy. She wanted to greet Sunat Tran, but old Mrs. Su, looking displeased, told her to move out of the way. At that moment, Tu Bao, staring intently at the promiscuous ghost hovering over Lin Tueton's head, called out to her grandmother. Lin Tueton tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiled, and greeted Tu Bao, asking where they were going. Tu Bao told Teacher on Dao that they were going to buy some traditional medicine. Lin Tueton froze, unconsciously asking, "The medicinal herb market in Kien Duong Ward?" Tu Bao nodded. "Yes, that's right." Sunat Tran glanced at Tu Bao, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Tu Bao had deliberately asked them to wait, specifically to let Lin Tueton know their destination. With just a few seemingly innocent questions, Lin Tueton had gleaned where they were going, unaware that Tu Bao had intentionally revealed it, setting a trap for the flirtatious ghost clinging to her. Lin Tueton immediately recognized an opportunity. She began inquiring about old Mrs. Su's health, asking if she needed to go to the hospital and offering to care for her. Old Mrs. Su, however, was far from grateful. Impatience edged into her voice as she retorted, "And who are you to me, that you should offer to care for me?" Despite old Mrs. Su's clear displeasure, Lin Tueton persisted. She offered a heartfelt apology, explaining that as Tu Bao's former teacher, she hadn't taken proper care of the child and now wanted to make amends. "Please let me care for you," she pleaded. Old Mrs. Su was speechless, failing to care for Tu Bao and then offering to care for her instead. She couldn't fathom Lin Tueton's logic. She felt she couldn't stay there any longer. Tu Bao had earlier been counting on her fingers, divining the opportune moment to capture the flirtatious ghost at the medicinal herb market. That's why they had paused. Teacher on Dao, as Lin Tueton was known, would surely follow, Tu Bao knew. As Sunat Tran made to leave, Lin Tueton, desperate not to lose this chance encounter, rushed after him, and knelt at his feet. Du Juju, noticing Lin Tuedon's absence, had searched for her. He found her just as she tearfully apologized and begged Su Not Tran for a chance to care for Tu Bao and old Mrs. Su. Lin Tuedon swore she'd do a wonderful job. Before Su Not Tran could respond, old Mrs. Su erupted. Tu Bao, and I don't need your care. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to care for Tu Bao? You failed to fulfill your responsibilities. You were dismissed. And what does that have to do with us? You keep apologizing, but it seems to me you're just looking for a handout. Lin Tuedon felt a surge of injustice. She had apologized so sincerely. How could old Mrs. Su speak to her like that? She had envisioned Su Not Tran, captivated by her image as a delicate, resilient flower striving against adversity, readily agreeing to her request. Reality, however, proved otherwise. Witnessing this scene, Du Juju felt old Mrs. Su was being a bit harsh. Little On Dao had apologized so earnestly. If they didn't want to hear it, they could simply leave. Why scold her? He tried to persuade Lin Tuedon to give up, but Lin Tuedon was not ready to concede. Sobbing, she pleaded with Du Juju to help her pursue Su Not Tran and earn the Su family's forgiveness. Du Juju, feeling sorry for her, reluctantly agreed, oblivious to the fact he was aiding her pursuit of Su Not Tran. At the medicinal herb market in Kien Duong Ward, Lai Thuong took the opportunity to teach Tu Bao about medicinal herbs. He explained the differences between ginseng, American ginseng, and Cotinopsis palaceula, instructing her to first observe their color and check for mold, then to taste them. A sour taste indicated poor quality. Tu Bao listened attentively, absorbing the theoretical knowledge while weaving through the stalls, quickly memorizing a multitude of herbs. Old Mrs. Su, watching Tu Bao's focused demeanor, chuckled and shook her head. The shop owner emerged, smiling and asking if they needed assistance. Tu Bao cheerfully declined, saying they were just browsing. Giban couldn't help but doubt whether such a young child could possibly know how to choose herbs. Lai Thuong stared intently at the shop owner. He thought to himself, finally, I found Lin Tuedon's latest boyfriend. The man was practically radiating a heavy, dark aura. 9 times out of 10, it had to be him. At this moment, Giban suddenly felt a flicker of recognition as he looked at Tu Bao. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Are you Tu Bao?" Tu Bao, surprised, let out a small "oh" and asked inquisitively, "Do you know me, mister?" Picking up from the previous events, Giban had seen the online expose about Tu Bao because of Lin Tuedon's situation, which is how he recognized her. He didn't have much fondness for the child who had caused his little On Dao so much guilt and self-reproach, especially after old Mrs. Su had chased Lin Tuedon away the previous day after she came to apologize. He coldly replied, "Feel free to browse," then turned away, too apathetic to offer further assistance. Elsewhere, Lin Tuedon and Du Juju arrived at the medicinal herb market. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Lin Tuedon as she remembered Giban owned a shop there. To avoid a confrontation between Du Juju and Giban, she decided to split up with him. She feared that if she missed this opportunity today, it would be difficult to encounter Su Not Tran again. Du Juju, completely oblivious to her inner turmoil, reluctantly agreed. As they parted ways, Lin Tuedon felt a surge of relief, finally free from his presence. However, she was completely unaware of Chu Chu, who was standing at a nearby stall, meticulously selecting herbs. At this point, Lin Tuedon had no idea that all 3 of her boyfriends were now present at the market. Meanwhile, Tu Bao was carefully choosing herbs in Giban's shop. Giban sat inside, sipping tea and observing Tu Bao. He watched as she feigned ignorance about the herbs. Suddenly, Tu Bao picked up a piece of herb and popped it into her mouth. Old Mrs. Su, seeing this, quickly intervened, telling her she couldn't eat it. Tu Bao explained that she was learning how to select herbs. She knew that good quality Cotinopsis palaceula had many wrinkles, ring-shaped horizontal veins, a thick and plump root, and a sweet taste when chewed. Giban was surprised to discover Tu Bao actually possessed some knowledge of medicinal herbs and couldn't help but look at her in a new light. Tu Bao gathered the Cotinopsis palaceula she had carefully selected, and Su Not Tran, understanding her intent, handed her a basket. Suddenly, Lin Tuedon's voice rang out. "Mr. Su, you're all here." She stood at the entrance, staring at Su Not Tran in surprise, completely oblivious to Giban sitting inside the shop. Equally surprised, Giban was about to speak when Su Not Tran's face darkened. He coldly stated, "What do you want?" "I already told you. The Su family doesn't accept your apology and won't pursue the matter further. But I'm warning you, stop bothering us. Hearing this, Lin Tuedon hurriedly tried to explain the truth, that the kindergarten dismissed her because she hadn't taken proper care of Tu Bao. Sunat Tran told her it had nothing to do with Tu Bao, but rather her simultaneous relationships with 3 boyfriends, which violated social morals. Old Mrs. Su also expressed doubts about the sincerity of Lin Tuedon's apology, suspecting ulterior motives. Lin Tuedon tried to explain, but neither Sunat Tran nor old Mrs. Su believed her. By now, Gi Ban was utterly dumbfounded. 3 boyfriends? He thought. Besides me, there's only Chu Tiu. And besides, Little On Dao and Chu Qiu aren't even in a relationship. She said she was only comforting him because she was afraid he'd become depressed and suicidal. Lin Tuedon's gaze remained fixed on Sunat Tran, still unaware of Gi Ban's presence. With tears welling up, she denied having 3 boyfriends. Hearing her denial, Gi Ban breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it, he thought. My little On Dao could never be that kind of girl. However, her next words left him frozen in shock. Lin Tuedon, feigning innocence, said, I'm single. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't know what you're talking about. Hidden in the shadows. Gi Ban couldn't believe his ears. Single? No boyfriend? Then what am I? Sunat Tran calmly helped jog Lin Tuedon's amnesia, reminding her, I've already investigated. Chu Qiu, Gi Ban, and Du Juju are all your boyfriends. You were just with Du Juju a moment ago. How can you deny it so quickly? Tu Bao watched Sunat Tran and Lin Tuedon argue, recalling Master Lai Thuong's words about teacher On Dao having 3 boyfriends. She remembered that if she collected 3 boyfriends, she could trade them for a philanderous demon. She still needed 2 more. Just as she finished this thought, she spotted Chu Qiu and Du Juju standing behind Lin Tuedon. Tu Bao's eyes lit up. These 3 men all believed Lin Tuedon's affections for them were genuine. But now they were discovering they were merely spare tires. To win Sunat Tran's heart, Lin Tuedon lied, claiming her relationships with the 3 men were purely platonic. As for Chu Qiu, she explained that they were colleagues at the kindergarten and simply got along well. Regarding Du Juju, she claimed they weren't close and had only met by chance today. She even declared that if their acquaintance bothered Sunat Tran, she would cut ties with them. She tried to convince Sunat Tran that he was the one she truly loved. These words reached the ears of Chu Qiu and Du Juju, who had just arrived. Chu Qiu gave a bitter laugh, realizing he meant nothing to this woman. Du Juju couldn't believe that Lin Tuedon, who had been intimate with him just last night, was now claiming they weren't close. Hearing this, Lin Tuedon froze, her panic escalating as she looked up and saw Gi Ban standing before her. Lin Tuedon never expected all 3 boyfriends to be present and overhear her words. Her face drained of color. Tu Bao, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at how Lin Tuedon's face changed like a switch, flashing red then turning pale. She thought Lin Tuedon was truly remarkable. Now utterly flustered, Lin Tuedon was at a loss for how to handle this predicament. Chutu galat at Niban, Niban. It's you who keeps pestering Little On Dao. Niban scop Chutu. You're the one clinging to Little On Dao. Du Juju looked at Chu Tiu. Little On Dao said you were severely depressed. You don't seem like it. The 3 men, upon meeting, immediately locked horns. Lin Tuedon frantically tried to leave, but her 3 boyfriends blocked her, demanding an explanation. Faced with their interrogation, she didn't know what to say. Sunat Tran watched the drama unfold with amusement, adding to Lin Tuedon's distress. She stammered, You're all good friends of mine. I've always considered you like brothers. The 3 men were deeply disappointed by her words. Gi Ban couldn't believe she considered him a brother. He asked incredulously, Then why did you do that with me? Lin Tuedon flinched, furious that Gi Ban had exposed their intimacy. Just as she was about to defend herself, Du Juju dropped an even more shocking revelation. What nonsense are you talking about? Last night, Lin Tuedon was with me. She was still a virgin. Chu Qiu and Gi Ban were stunned, feeling as if 1,000 horses had stampeded through their minds. They stared at Lin Tuedon, finally finding their voices after a long silence. Chu Qiu said, It was the same when Little On Dao was with me. Even the slowest among them now understood what was happening. They hadn't expected even that to be a lie. Tu Bao quietly approached Lai Thuong, whispering, Master, the 3 boyfriends are all here. When are we going to catch the demon? Lai Thuong, still enjoying the spectacle, told Tu Bao to wait a little longer. Chu Qiu turned and walked away, his voice filled with disappointment. So, all this time, I've been played for a fool. I thought you were innocent and adorable, but but it seems I was the naive one. Since that's the case, we're just colleagues, and this is the end. Take care of yourself. With that, Choo-Choo left without looking back. Watching Choo-Choo's retreating figure, Lin Tuet-on felt a pang of something akin to heartbreak. She hadn't expected Choo-Choo, the one who treated her the best, the one who loved her the most, to leave so decisively. She clutched her chest, wanting to chase after him, to use this opportunity to escape the escalating situation. However, Gi-ban suddenly grabbed her wrist, demanding, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation before you leave? Or are you still clinging to him?" Ju stared intently at Lin Tuet-on. "Tell us, who do you love the most? Choo-Choo is gone now. Do you choose him or me?" Old Mrs. Su, witnessing this scene, sighed. Young people these days, to be able to tolerate being cheated on so many times. She couldn't help but feel she was getting old and no longer understood the world of the young. Lin Tuet-on looked at the two men vying for her affection, her heart filled with anguish. Caught in a painful dilemma, she pleaded with them not to force her to choose. She couldn't bear to let go of any of them. She begged them to stop pressuring her, hoping they could transform their rivalry into silent devotion and that the three of them could live happily ever after. Tu Bao, watching the familiar scene unfold, whispered to Lai Thuong, "Master, is this a Mary Sue story about a girl and two boys?" Old Mrs. Su, astonished by the spectacle, blurted out, "It's not a Mary Sue story. It's a dog-blood drama that turns all common sense upside down." Lai Thuong, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly changed the subject, reminding Tu Bao, "Little Bao, we should get down to business. Today, Master will teach you the soul-binding technique. It's a spell where you use your own spiritual energy to condense a rope and bind ghosts. Try focusing your energy in your palm, then imagine it forming a rope and throw it out." Tu Bao diligently followed the instructions, muttering to herself, then threw something with all her might. But nothing came out. Lai Thuong encouraged her. "It's okay. Even the most naturally gifted individuals had to try several times before successfully throwing out a red string when they first learned soul binding. Tu Bao tried again, shouting hey, but still nothing materialized. Unconvinced, she tried again with another determined hey. Sunat Tran instinctively looked at Tu Bao, wondering what she was throwing, as he couldn't see anything. Following Tu Bao's movement, a red net flew out with a whoosh, landing squarely on the philanderous demon. This sight nearly made Lai Thuong's jaw drop. Even the most naturally gifted individual could only manage a single red string on their first attempt at soul binding. The philanderous demon, previously creating illusions, snapped back to reality as Tu Bao's red net bound her. Looking up, she saw a small child holding the other end. As the demon began to struggle, the net tightened, causing her to cry out in pain. "You won't catch me that easily." At that moment, Lin Tuet-on's eyes glazed over, and she began to mutter unconsciously, "Gi-ban, Juju, don't leave me." As the philanderous demon thrashed against the red net, Tu Bao nearly lost her grip and stumbled. Sunat Tran quickly caught her. Lai Thuong's eyes turned cold. "How dare you bully my disciple? Behave yourself." With a flick of his finger, the red net flared with light, immobilizing the demon. Tu Bao pulled with all her might, finally extracting the philanderous demon from Lin Tuet-on's head. The little girl beamed with delight. At this moment, Ju released Lin Tuet-on's hand, his voice filled with disappointment. "Since you can't choose, then I'll let you go." Just last night, they had held each other, dreaming of a happy future together. But today, reality had dealt Ju a fatal blow. He should have known earlier that Lin Tuet-on never intended to be faithful. With a helpless sigh, Ju turned and walked away without looking back. Seeing that she couldn't hold on to Ju, Lin Tuet-on immediately turned to Gi-ban, pleading pathetically, "Gi-ban, now I only have you left. You said you wouldn't leave me, that you would love me forever." However, Gi-ban coldly told her, "Go home and pack your things. Don't come back here again." Hearing these words, Lin Tuet-on was stunned. She couldn't believe Gi-ban would treat her this way. She cried, "You said, no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me, that you would always be by my side." But Gi-ban's mind was made up. "I've changed my mind. I'm taking this card back. From now on, you're on your own." Lin Tuet-on felt a chill run down her spine. Without her source of income, How would she survive? She tried to hold on to him, but he firmly pushed her away. He then apologized to Tu Bao and Sunat Tran, explaining that he wouldn't be doing business today and offering them the remaining herbs as a gift before leaving. As Giban left, old Mrs. Su curiously asked Tu Bao what she was holding in her hand. Remembering her grandmother's earlier fright, Tu Bao quickly shook her head. "It's nothing, Grandma. I'm just playing." Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Lin Tuet on tearfully pleaded with Sunat Tran for comfort. "Mr. Su, I'm really upset. I don't know what to do now. I don't know where to go. Can I just borrow your shoulder for a moment? Just for a little while." Seeing Lin Tuet on shamelessly lean against him, Sunat Tran unceremoniously punched her, telling her to stop bothering him, or he would hit her every time he saw her. At this moment, Sunat Tran seemed to have picked up some of Mok Kui Fam's characteristic arrogance. Tu Bao and old Mrs. Su, one young and one old, both stared in astonishment at the scene. Lin Tuet on watched their retreating figures, her heart shattering. She didn't understand why everyone was abandoning her. If they truly loved her, shouldn't love mean loving everything, accepting all of someone's flaws? She was just insecure, just wanted lots and lots of love. What was wrong with that? Lin Tuet on stared blankly down the road, but sadly, no one turned back. Tu Bao dragged the philanderous demon home and tied her to the bedpost. The demon struggled continuously, trying to break free. "Let me go. I'm a demon. Is it appropriate to tie me up like a dog?" But Tu Bao paid no attention. "Just keep yelling, it's fine. No one else can hear you anyway." Just then, Tahavan poked his head in curiously, asking Tu Bao what she had caught. Tu Bao looked at her brother. "You don't want to know." But the more Tu Bao refused to tell him, the more curious Tahavan became. He took out his homemade camera and snapped a picture, and sure enough, he saw a female demon sprawled listlessly in the corner of the bed, looking dazed. Tu Bao brought over a small stool and sat next to the demon. "Philanderous Annie, have you calmed down yet?" The philanderous demon snorted dismissively. Tahavan also brought a small stool and sat next to his sister. Tu Bao said, "Let's sit together." By now, the philanderous demon had calmed down considerably. Tu Bao began to ask her name, date of birth, hometown, and how she died. Recalling her time inside Lin Tuet-on's head, the philanderous demon couldn't help but curse Lin Tuet-on's stupidity silently. Then angrily recounted her story. "Can you believe it? I'm a demon, and yet I was blinded by her delusions." Tu Bao listened, feeling bewildered. The philanderous demon reluctantly explained, "Initially, I clung to her just to absorb some negative energy. I never expected her imagination to run so wild. Staying with Lin Tuet-on for so long, I almost forgot what I was there for. It's truly embarrassing to admit as a demon." Tu Bao giggled. "But just now, when I caught you, you were yelling to be let go." The philanderous demon retorted irritably, "That's different. Being caught means potential annihilation. But if I could have left Lin Tuet-on at that moment, I could have escaped and found someone else. There are so many promiscuous men and women in this world. I could easily find someone compatible with me. Who knew I'd be so blind as to choose Lin Tuet-on?" Tu Bao said, "You really were blind. You're the first demon we've caught who's been influenced by their host. In a way, Annie, you're quite pitiful." The philanderous demon wailed. "Isn't that the truth? The host's desire should have transformed into negative energy for me to absorb. But look what happened. My negative energy became nourishment for her. I've never seen a woman with such a bizarre mind. All day long, she fantasizes about being the female lead in a drama, a noble princess, truly believing that all the men in the world revolve around her. Promiscuous, stupid, and delusional. I don't think she's mentally stable." The philanderous demon vented, seemingly having bottled up her resentment for a long time. Tu Bao asked curiously, "But Annie, you're a philanderous demon too. Were you like Teacher on Tao before?" Hearing this, the philanderous demon immediately bristled. "Don't you dare insult me, child. While it's true I two-timed and ended up capsizing, I'm actually quite pitiful. You wouldn't believe it, but my ex-boyfriend swindled all my money and then ran off with my ex-boyfriend." Tu Bao grew even more curious. "Master, what do you mean by two boyfriends? How could they run off together?" Lai Thuong was momentarily speechless and could only say, "Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Just listen to her story." The philanderous demon sighed, continuing, "My name is Nin Bok Phi. I was born in X City, an only child. My family wasn't extremely wealthy, but we were well off. My parents even bought me a villa in a wealthy neighborhood. Before university, I was always a diligent student with a well-behaved personality, the obedient child in everyone's eyes. The wildness suppressed within me naturally went unnoticed. When I went to university, free from my parents' control for the first time, I felt like a bird released from its cage. I started frequenting bars, karaoke, and parties. Because I had money and looks, naturally, many people pursued me. I met my first boyfriend during that time. He was also from our city. His family background was similar to mine. But after being together for half a year, one day, I suddenly felt bored. Tu Bao asked in surprise why. The philanderous demon replied, perhaps it was because I'd seen him for too long, seen through his personality, and felt like I could see the future of our days together, filled with nothing but blandness. Moreover, just at that time, another boy with a completely opposite personality entered my sight. He had such a sweet and gentle personality that it made my heart ache. He clung to me like a little bunny, both understanding and tender. I really liked that type of person. So I broke up with my first boyfriend and got together with him. Tu Bao nodded. So this time, Annie chose someone you liked. You must have stayed together forever, right? Unexpectedly, the philanderous demon shook her head. No, he was too obedient. There was no challenge, and he was clingy. So, a month later, we broke up. Tu Bao was bewildered. Adult relationships are so confusing. How can you like someone and then suddenly not like them anymore? Besides, didn't you like that he was obedient at first? Why did you end up not liking him? Because he was too obedient, Lai Thuong asked. And then what? The philanderous demon continued. After the breakup, I realized that not being in a relationship left me feeling empty and uncomfortable. At that point, I started thinking my first boyfriend was actually pretty good and considered trying to get back together with him. But just then, a senior from school appeared beside me. This senior was handsome and energetic, enthusiastic, open, and very caring. I quickly fell for him. Tu Bao nodded. I can guess what happened next. You got together with the senior. The philanderous demon sighed. I didn't want to, but the senior was really handsome. Compared to my ex, everything about the senior felt newer and more sophisticated. Tu Bao was speechless. I have nothing to say. You really are promiscuous. The philanderous demon defended herself. That's not true. I poured my heart and soul into every relationship. They were all genuine. Every time I started dating a new boyfriend, it felt like putting on a new dress, and my heart would be filled with joy. Especially during that first month of a new relationship, we'd be inseparable, our passion burning so intensely. We wished we could be glued together. Lai Thuong patiently listened to the philanderous demon's story and asked curiously, so, were you killed while you were in the middle of changing boyfriends? The philanderous demon sighed. Not quite. She then began to recount her complicated love life. After graduation, her romantic entanglements with her first boyfriend and her sweet, obedient second boyfriend put her in a difficult position. Her family started urging her to get married. When they learned about her past relationship with her first boyfriend, and coincidentally, their families knew each other, both sets of parents tried to set them up again. At the time, she was in another period of emotional emptiness, so she agreed. Perhaps because she had had enough of playing around. She wanted to settle down. Soon, she and her ex-boyfriend were discussing marriage. At this point, she suddenly realized that love could be as gentle and calm as flowing water, and just as fulfilling. Just as she was ready to step into the grave of marriage, her sweet and obedient second boyfriend reappeared. With a sorrowful expression, he told her that he hadn't been able to forget her all these years. Now, he could only force a smile and wish her happiness. That night, he even took her to watch fireworks, wishing her peace and happiness for the rest of her life. Tu Bao commented, he seems like a really good person, but the philanderous demon scoffed. My death is related to him. I realized I still loved him, but I also loved my fiancé. The philanderous demon couldn't forget her feelings for both of them and didn't want to hurt her fiancé. So she prepared for her wedding while secretly dating her sweet and obedient boyfriend. The thrill of this clandestine affair gave her the illusion that she was still in love with her sweet and obedient boyfriend. However, she also realized that continuing this way would only hurt him, so she decided to break up with him. Unexpectedly, her sweet and obedient boyfriend said that as long as he could be with her, he was willing to be with her without a title for the rest of his life. The philanderous demon exclaimed. I cried at that time, thinking about how to ensure my sweet little boy wouldn't suffer any loss. So, I transferred the ownership of my villa to him. I even used my savings to buy him a car. As a result, within a few days, he cut off all contact with me. Later, I found out that very day, he sold both the villa and the car, converted them into cash, and fled during the night. I only learned later that he actually ran off with that senior from school. At this point, the philanderous demon became extremely agitated. That scumbag swindled my money and ran off with my ex. What kind of Dabla drama is this? Could a normal person even come up with such a plot? Lai Thuong and Tu Bao were both utterly astonished after hearing this, and she had the audacity to call Lin Tuet on delusional. She continued, "My fiancé found out about this and wanted a divorce. But after going through all of that, I realized he was the one who truly loved me. How could I leave him? So I tried everything to salvage the relationship, but it was too late. Left with no other choice, I climbed onto the balcony, threatening to jump to try and win him back. Initially, I only meant to scare him, but I didn't expect the railing to be so slippery, and I fell. In that moment of falling, who could understand my terror? My soul left my body in fright. I was scared to death before I even hit the ground. My soul hadn't completely left my body yet, so I could still feel the pain. At that moment, all I felt was an indescribable fear and regret. What I didn't expect was that the building was located on a mountainside, a place with the strongest yang energy. After I died, I couldn't move on. I kept reliving the terror of falling from the top floor for 10 years, until I transformed into a demon and was finally able to leave that place. At this point, Nin Bakfai looked up at the sky, tears streaming down her face. I once had true love right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If heaven gave me another chance, I would definitely tell my past self. Two timing leads to a bad end. Lai Thuong, Tu Bao, and To Havan all wore complicated expressions. Nin Bakfai looked at Tu Bao pitifully. So consider me truly repentant. Can you spare me? Even though I'm a demon, I still want to live another 500 years. Tu Bao and To Havan smirked. 500 years, and you call that barely living? Tu Bao pointed to the soul-snatching gourd bracelet on her wrist, assuring her, "Don't worry, I won't capture you. You can go in there yourself." Nin Bakfai looked around, confused. "Go in where?" Tu Bao pointed to the gourd on her wrist and said with a smile, "The soul-snatching gourd. Ugly Annie and Candy Bro are inside." Hearing there was a guy inside, Nin Bakfai's eyes lit up. Okay, let me in quickly." She then willingly flew into the soul-snatching gourd. After capturing the philanderous demon, Tu Bao excitedly held up the soul-snatching gourd bracelet and asked Lai Thuong, "Master, is the gourd full yet?" Lai Thuong glanced at it and said, "Not even close. It was only at 1 mark last time, now it's at 2. Tu Bao asked, puzzled. "Why is it only at 1 mark after catching so many demons?" Lai Thuong explained, "Because you don't exterminate every demon. Demons that aren't exterminated enter the gourd, which is equivalent to another dimension, and can't be converted into the baleful energy the gourd needs. But it's good too. Maybe these demons can become your helpers someday." Hearing this, To Havan recorded the information related to the soul-snatching gourd, calculating how many more demons were needed to fill it. However, looking at the number of demons recorded in the notebook, To Havan still felt very disappointed, because there were still so many missing. That night, before going to bed, Tu Bao watched a video. In the video, a man was kneeling on the ground, holding a fruit knife. It turned out that this man had previously attacked Tu Bao online. Now, he was publicly apologizing to Tu Bao and promising to never again post malicious comments online. He even used a practical action to prove his sincerity, personally chopping off his little finger in front of netizens. Although the video had been converted to black and white, it was still hair-raising. Tu Bao threw her phone aside in fright. Hearing the noise, Grandma hurried in. Tu Bao threw herself into her grandmother's arms. "Grandma, the people online are scarier than ghosts," Tu Bao said. Grandma looked at Tu Bao's phone and comforted her, telling her not to be afraid. Tu Bao asked her grandmother, "Why would they do that? It's clearly an apology. But why does it feel so scary?" Grandma told Tu Bao, "In this world, there are always people who lose their conscience for money. This is the age of online traffic, and some people are willing to sacrifice their dignity for views. They think they can become famous overnight just by posting a video, then live stream and sell products, and receive gifts. Once they taste the sweetness, they'll use even more extreme methods to get views, even believing that they can exchange anything for success." Faced with this phenomenon, Tu Bao couldn't help but wonder, Are they even human anymore? Grandma told Tu Bao, human nature is very complex, and I believe you'll gradually understand. For the sake of Tu Bao's physical and mental health, Grandma decided to keep her away from her phone for a while. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the scene, even she couldn't help but be startled. How did this kind of video pass the censorship? Grandma Tu immediately clicked the report button. In a village 10 miles away, Shangqing Bei discovered that the video he had just posted had reached over 1 million views in just half an hour. He couldn't help but yell, "I'm going to be famous." However, his joy was short-lived. His phone received a notification. Your video has been taken down for violating community guidelines. Shangqing Bei was stunned. Then anger surged through him. Damn it, on what basis did they delete my video? I even edited the bloody parts into black and white. There's not a single drop of red. I was clearly the one who posted the apology video first. I didn't even get to the top of the trending list for one night before someone else stole my traffic. The imposter who's live streaming and posting shopping links has already gained 100,000 fans. They've probably made tens of thousands of yuan just by promoting products and posting shopping links. Damn it, why are they so cruel to me? I even live streamed myself chopping off my finger, and I only have a little over 1,000 fans. It's so unfair. It turned out that due to his negligence for one night, his account had been hijacked. The imposter live-streamed themselves kneeling on a durian, attracting countless fans. This made him incredibly jealous. Shangqing Bei realized he had to quickly capitalize on the heat of the incident and make another video. He happened to see a video of a girl being caught red-handed by 3 boyfriends for 3-timing them. Shangqing Bei recognized the little girl in the video as Tu Bao. Overjoyed, he saved the video and edited a short clip, titling it, "Encountered Tu Bao by Chance. Scene of a 3-timer caught red-handed." This title piqued people's curiosity, and many clicked to watch, causing the video's views to skyrocket. In the video, Shangqing Bei cleverly inserted advertising links to monetize the views. Seeing the rapidly increasing number of fans and income, he felt like money was beckoning him, secretly rejoicing and exclaiming that Tu Bao was indeed a money tree. The next morning, Shangqing Bei excitedly checked his earnings. Seeing the astonishing figure, he started dreaming of earning over 100,000 yuan per month. However, just as he was immersed in joy, his landlady, Chu Nak, came to his door, demanding the 6 months' rent he owed. Every time she came to collect the rent, she had to leave dejectedly because he wasn't home or refused to open the door. Today was no different, and she sighed inwardly, thinking she probably wouldn't be able to collect the rent again. Just as she was about to leave, Takam Nak, the cat lying on her shoulder, suddenly sneezed. Immediately afterward, the door swung open. Shangqing Bei, looking disheveled and phone in hand, said irritably, "Isn't it just 6 months' rent? You keep nagging, it's so annoying. Tell me, how much is it in total?" Chu Nak was utterly surprised. She hadn't expected the Shangqing Bei to finally agree to pay. "You owe 6 months' rent, plus water and electricity," she said. "It's a total of 3,268 yuan. Shangqing Bei Futze." The amount was exactly the same as what he had earned today. He paid the rent grudgingly, secretly resolving to move out as soon as he earned more money. Seeing Chu Nak successfully collect the rent, the other neighbors were astonished. Had the sun risen in the west today? Chu Nak smiled and nodded, admitting that she found it strange too. She finished the lollipop in her mouth with a decisive chomp, then tossed the stick into a nearby trash can with impressive accuracy, earning murmurs of admiration from those around her. The aunties and uncles all commented that Chu Nak's luck seemed to be on the rise, even jokingly suspecting she was using some kind of cheat. "It's not that exaggerated, just a bit of good luck," she replied to their teasing. At that moment, she twisted off the cap of a water bottle and stared at the underside, stunned. An auntie beside her asked, "What is it? Another buy one get one free? Look at you. Every bottle you open these days is a winner. You're definitely cheating somehow." Chu Nak smiled mysteriously and showed them the cap. "It's when a whole case," she revealed. She hurriedly bid everyone farewell and rushed off towards the university. Little did she know, her streak of luck wasn't over yet. While the Takam Nak couldn't leave Chu Nak's body, her luck seemed to have become a source of fortune for the young woman. Takam Nak found it increasingly strange. "I wonder how I ended up inside this girl's body," she mused. She tried to separate herself from Chu Nak, but just then, a large truck blared its horn, barreling towards them. Slamming on its brakes, the truck jackknifed it. Before Nak could react, the truck swerved past her car door, narrowly missing her. After a series of crashes, the truck plowed into several other cars before finally coming to a stop 500 meters away. Everyone on the street was shocked. "Oh my God, I thought that young woman was done for, either dead or seriously injured. I can't believe it just grazed her. Not even a scratch on the car. Talk about lucky." Nak, still shaken, muttered, "That was close," and hurried towards the university. Passing a lottery shop, the owner rushed out to tell her she might have won the 5 million yuan jackpot. It turned out that the number 01 Nak had randomly chosen and marked on a basketball ticket the day before was the winning number. Nak was so stunned she could hardly believe it was true. At the same time, Lai Thuong led Tuc Bao to the scene of the accident. Tuc Bao asked, puzzled, "Master, why did you bring me here?" Lai Thuong didn't answer directly, muttering to himself, "Strange. The divination said this place. I thought there would really be a soul transmigration. Don't soul transmigrations usually happen after someone dies in an accident and then travels through time? Why isn't a Camnock here?" At this point, Tuc Bao asked Lai Thuong with concern, "Master, are you having trouble with something? Tell me, maybe I can help." Finally, Lai Thuong had to reveal the truth to Tuc Bao. "Anyway, the divination already said it. If we want to find a Camnock, we have to rely on you. Actually, a few days ago, before your mother reincarnated, when she came home for one last visit, she accidentally got lost." Tuc Bao hurriedly asked, "How could my mother get lost?" Lai Thuong explained, "It was an unexpected incident. Her soul turned into stars and flew away. I've been searching for a long time, but I still haven't found her. I have to find your mother and take her to be reincarnated." Hearing that her mother was missing, Tuc Bao immediately became worried, asking anxiously, "Why didn't you tell me sooner, Master? Come on, let's go find her together." Perhaps the little girl still had a chance to see her mother again. Every time Tuc Bao felt like she was about to find her mother, she missed the opportunity to meet her. During class, the teacher, seeing the whole class dozing off, decided to call roll to make things more interesting. Unexpectedly, Nak had just slipped into the classroom through the back door and sat down when her name was called. She quickly raised her hand to answer. The teacher glanced at her and continued calling roll. The two classmates next to Nak looked at her with dumbfounded expressions, exclaiming, "Wow, what luck!" Nak humbly replied, "Just average, third in the world." The class passed quickly, and the teacher announced, "This afternoon, I'll be taking leave. You are free to arrange your own time." Nak was planning to go see the newly released movie, and what a coincidence, the teacher had asked for leave. This luck, who else? She excitedly pulled her classmates outside, discussing, "Let's go eat, and then we'll go watch a movie this afternoon." However, as soon as Nak left, Tuc Bao arrived at the classroom. She felt strange. Her mother wasn't here, but she had clearly calculated that her mother was here just a moment ago. Lai Thuong looked at Tuc Bao and sighed. "There's nothing else we can do. Let's go back." Tuc Bao nodded in agreement. She was still worried about where her missing mother could be. 2 days later, during roll call in the pineapple class, Tuc Bao was lost in thought and didn't hear Teacher Hoa call her name. Teacher Hoa noticed something unusual about Tuc Bao. "Tuc, what's wrong?" Tuc Bao was startled, and despite her heavy heart, she tried to smile and raised her hand. Teacher Hoa knew that Tuc Bao had just experienced cyberbullying and was worried she wouldn't be able to overcome it. But seeing Tuc Bao still so adorable, she couldn't help but smile. "Good. Tuc Bao is finally in class." Tuc Bao obediently apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher. I made you worry." Seeing how understanding she was, Teacher Hoa laughed. "This child is so sweet. It's okay, as long as you're all right. Now, children, be quiet. Today we have a very important lesson. The father of one of the children in our class will be coming to teach. Can you guess who it is?" The children curiously made guesses, and Tuc Bao was no exception. Whose father is coming to teach? Teacher Hoa didn't keep them in suspense any longer. "Well, I won't hide it anymore. Today, our whole school will participate in an anti-terrorism drill. This drill will be led by Tuc Bao's father. Tuc Bao's father is a very capable soldier. He will teach us how to subdue criminals. The children all exclaimed in excitement, looking at Tuc Bao with sparkling eyes. Tuc Bao felt incredibly proud. She wondered why her father hadn't mentioned anything to her this morning. As the children lined up to go outside, Tuc Bao saw her father from afar. He was wearing a green military uniform, his hands clasped behind his back, standing tall and straight, looking very dignified. Tuc Bao excitedly showed off to her friends. "Look, that's my dad, the tallest one, standing over there." One classmate exclaimed, "Wow, Tuc Bao's dad is so tall." The children competed to describe Tuc Bao's father's height with innocent, imaginative comparisons. One said he was as tall as a telephone pole. Another said he was as tall as a traffic light. Mak Kui Pham saw the pineapple class passing by, and he slightly lowered his head, his eyes quickly finding his little daughter. Tuc Bao, also looking up at her father, hurriedly greeted him. "Dad." Mak Kui Pham maintained a serious expression, but took advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention to give her a discreet okay sign, indicating he'd seen her. Tuc Bao grinned, raising her chubby hand and giving him a thumbs up. On the platform, Teacher Chu held the microphone and cheerfully announced, "Children, this is the father of Tuc Bao from the pineapple class, Comrade Mak, who will be leading our anti-terrorism drill today." Teacher Chu led the children in greeting Mak Kui Pham. Mak Kui Pham took the microphone and responded with a smile. "Hello, children. Today, I will be guiding all the teachers and students of 5 Elephant International Kindergarten in a violence prevention drill. In a moment, a bad guy will rush in from the entrance with a knife. But don't be afraid. Instructor Mak and the officers behind me, along with your teachers, will protect you. When there's danger, the security guards will ring the alarm. At that time, you need to be alert, follow your teachers, and listen to their instructions to get out in an orderly manner. Don't run around randomly, or push and shove." A curious child asked, "Aren't we going to defeat the bad guy?" Mak Kui Pham was firm. "No. You must remember, when you can escape, your first choice is to escape." After answering the children's questions, Instructor Mak immediately started the drill. Sure enough, an alarm bell rang, and a bad guy with a black stocking over his face climbed over the wall and charged in with a knife. The scene became chaotic, and the teachers panicked. What's going on? They haven't even finished preparing, and it's already started. Mak Kui Pham, with a single glance, noticed the lapse in security. "This is the element of surprise I need. What's the point of following a script? My daughter's kindergarten needs real-world training. Otherwise, why am I even here?" Seeing the chaotic scene, with some children screaming and others fumbling, not knowing what to do, Mak Kui Pham barked, "Don't panic. Remember the escape procedure your teachers taught you." His stern voice brought everyone back to their senses. Mak Kui Pham rushed against the flow of people, and while the security guards were chasing the bad guy, he disarmed him barehanded, grabbed his arm, and threw him to the ground. The bad guy cried out in pain. That damn Mak Kui Pham. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to show his brother-in-law who was the head of the family, but unexpectedly, he was the one taken down. Mak Kui Pham picked up the microphone and calmly announced, "All right, the first part of the drill is over. Everyone did well. Return to your positions." However, the children, both frightened and excited, looked at Mak Kui Pham with wide, sparkling eyes. Instructor Mak looked so cool taking down the bad guy. Tuc Bao was stunned. "That bad guy on the ground is none other than Uncle Five. He was wearing that black hood. I almost didn't recognize him." However, when the principal approached Mak Kui Pham, he hesitantly made a request, hoping Mak Kui Pham could give the children a little time to prepare. But Mak Kui Pham countered, "Do bad guys give you time to prepare?" The principal was momentarily speechless. He worriedly said, "This kind of experience might frighten the children." Mak Kui Pham believed that if they couldn't even handle this level of training, then when a real bad guy broke in, the children might be so scared they wouldn't be able to react at all. The principal grimaced. "If the children go home and tell their parents, the parents will be furious. So, for fear of parents coming to settle scores, we should abandon essential educational knowledge." The principal couldn't refute Instructor Mak's imposing manner, but he still felt aggrieved. "You're so high and mighty, so capable. It's not you who'll get chewed out, it's me," the principal grumbled inwardly. Mak Kui Pham continued, "How to alleviate the children's psychological stress is your job. When faced with an emergency, we must remain calm and face it bravely. At the same time, the school and families need to pay attention to children's mental health, helping them overcome psychological difficulties. If anyone causes trouble, tell them to come find me." He then began asking the children if they were scared. Some said yes, some said no. Ma Kui Fam comforted them. Being afraid is normal. Knowing fear allows us to respect this world. Not being afraid is also normal. It shows you are brave. One child asked, "What about crying?" Ma Kui Fam replied, "Crying is also normal. Instructor Ma cried when he was your age too." Hearing Ma Kui Fam's words, the children gradually calmed down. Tuc Bao looked up at her father with admiration. After soothing the children, Ma Kui Fam began to ask, "Everyone has great strength hidden within them, so if a bad guy rushes in later, what should you do?" Some children said they should run. Others said they should listen to the teacher's instructions. Tuc Bao raised her hand and said loudly, "Run up and knock him down." Ham, hearing this, also fiercely waved her fist. "Yes, run up and knock him down." Ma Kui Fam's lips twitched. Now he didn't dare doubt the strength of his little daughter. He said gently, "Tuc Bao is very brave. But remember what Instructor Mok said. Under normal circumstances, children's strength is far less than that of adults. Our first principle is still to protect ourselves." Tuc Bao understood under normal circumstances. She felt that she wasn't normal. She had the red string, and she could also knock down Uncle Five. Anyway, she couldn't cause any more trouble for her dad right now. So Tuc Bao nodded obediently. "I understand." Ma Kui Fam summarized the chaotic situation just now, frankly pointing out the problem that the security guard's reaction was too slow and their practical combat skills were limited. After the summary, the second drill immediately commenced. The children chanted in unison, "Go, Instructor Mok." Tuc Bao joined the chorus. The whistle blew, and 7 or 8 security guards rushed towards Ma Kui Fam. With a cold glint in his eyes, he moved swiftly, taking them all down in less than half a minute. Tuc Bao was extremely proud, boasting continuously, "See how powerful my dad is." The other children looked at Tuc Bao with admiring eyes, seeing his daughter showing off to her friends. "To Tang Ni Gu let he sleep." "I don't believe it. I often work on construction sites. I'm strong and fit. I can't possibly lose to Ma Kui Fam." He snorted. "Let me do it." The children, seeing the bad guy reappear, cheered even more excitedly. "Go, Instructor Mok. Defeat the bad guy. Beat him." Tuc Bao looked at her father, then at Uncle Five. Uncle Five had no one cheering for him. "Go, Instructor Mok. Go, bad guy," she yelled in support. As soon as Tuc Bao cheered, Ham joined in. "Go, go, go, bad guy. Give it your all." Tuc Bao yelled, adding, "More oil." The children stared blankly, unsure of what was happening. Why was Tuc Bao cheering for the bad guy? Tuc Bao explained, "He's not a real bad guy, he's my Uncle Five." Tang Ni conveniently ignored the first part of Tuc Bao's explanation, only hearing "Go, bad guy." His face lit up, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, enough to knock over a cow. He wiggled his fingers provocatively, his eyes glinting with mischief, his expression a single word, "Cool." The next second, he found his wrist seized by Ma Kui Fam, who flipped him over his shoulder. With a thud, Tang Ni landed on the ground. Ma Kui Fam's movements were so swift that before anyone could see clearly, the bad guy was defeated. The girls looked at Ma Kui Fam as if he were a hero. Tang Ni, his face red, unwillingly demanded a rematch. "That doesn't count, he cheated." Ma Kui Fam raised an eyebrow and agreed. Seeing Ma Kui Fam turn towards Tuc Bao, Tang Ni immediately charged, planning to take him down while his attention was diverted. He thought smugly, "All's fair in love and war, right? Two can play at this game." At this moment, Ma Kui Fam seemed oblivious. The children cried out in alarm, "Instructor Mok, be careful. Behind you!" Tang Ni was about to strike when his hand barely touched Ma Kui Fam, and suddenly the world spun. He found himself on the ground again. The children cheered excitedly. Instructor Mok is so cool. Father Mok had put on a magnificent display at the kindergarten. Tang Ni, once again, became the example of what not to do. Tuc Bao's eyes sparkled with adoration. "Dad, you're amazing." Ma Kui Fam ruffled his daughter's hair, a small smile playing on his lips. Uncle Five looked a bit dejected, but Tuc Bao consoled him. "Uncle Five, you played the bad guy so well today. You were really awesome." Tang Ni's gloomy mood dissipated, and he quickly asked Tuc Bao if she really meant it. Tuc Bao sincerely praised him. "Really, if it were any other bad guy who got thrown like that, they'd have a bruised nose and a swollen face. But you're still as handsome as ever." Tang Ni Din, feeling pleased. His niece had praised his excellent portrayal of the bad guy. The drill concluded, and the children lined up, preparing to return to their classrooms. They reluctantly bid farewell to Instructor Mok and the bad guy uncle. Ma Kui Fam checked his watch, seeing it was almost time to pick up Tuc Bao, and told the Tang Ni to head back first while he waited for his daughter. After the Tang Ni left, Mok Kui Pham thought his own driving was reckless enough, but then a car tailgated him closely as it passed. A young woman frantically waved her hand in apology. Before she could finish speaking, the car sped off. Mok Kui Pham raised an eyebrow, watching as the car swerved erratically in an S shape before finally coming to a stop. The road was quite busy, yet the woman had miraculously avoided any accidents. Mok Kui Pham clicked his tongue twice, impressed by her driving skills. Meanwhile, inside the car ahead, Tachu Nok cried out in alarm. Her brakes had failed, yet strangely, she was unharmed. Miraculously so. Was this good luck or bad? Soon, it was time for school to let out, and a group of children enthusiastically greeted Tuc Bao. One even offered her a lollipop and asked, "Does your dad like Ultraman cards?" Tuc Bao thought that all boys seemed to like Ultraman, so she replied, "Probably." The boy immediately brightened. "Next time, I'll bring some Ultraman cards for your dad." As they were chatting, they saw Mok Kui Pham standing outside the school gate, hands in his pockets. The children jostled each other, asking him how he got so tall. These little ones admired heroes, and they also admired Mok Kui Pham's height. "Eat your meals on time, sleep well, eat fewer snacks, and read more newspapers," Mok Kui Pham replied. The boy immediately understood. "I get it. I'll go home and eat and sleep right away." Having answered the children's questions, Mok Kui Pham was finally able to escape and pick up Tuc Bao and Ham Ham. Tuc Bao looked up and declared she wanted ice cream. Without a moment's hesitation, Mok Kui Pham agreed, driving his Jeep with the two children towards the mall, leaving a trail of admiring glances in their wake. Arriving at the mall, Tuc Bao and Ham Ham stood before the vibrantly colored ice cream counter, their eyes wide with wonder as they gazed at the dazzling array of frozen treats. Tuc Bao addressed the vendor. "I'd like 1 scoop of yogurt, 1 scoop of strawberry, and 1 scoop of mango, please." The vendor obliged, expertly crafting a tri-colored masterpiece in a small cup. Tuc Bao accepted the ice cream, beaming as she held it up to Mok Kui Pham. "Instructor Mok?" "Ah," she chirped, prompting a chuckle from her father. "Call me Dad," he gently corrected. "Dad," Tuc Bao repeated sweetly. Mok Kui Pham leaned down, taking a bite and declaring it delicious. Lai Thuong, standing beside them, observed their enjoyment with a skeptical shake of his head. "What's so good about ice cream?" he muttered. Tuc Bao offered him a spoonful. "Master, have you never tried it? It's really yummy." Li Tung Gulet he sleep. "What's so yummy about it?" "It's just shaved ice." Despite his feigned indifference, his eyes couldn't help but flicker towards Tuc Bao's cup. After Mok Kui Pham paid, he settled down with the two children. Just then, a young woman, walking while looking over her shoulder, bumped into the door with a thud. "Ham ham zit good." "I bet she was looking at my ice cream. She wanted some." Tuc Bao, however, suspected the woman had been looking at her father. "Mok Kui Pham chuk good." "I'm pretty sure she was looking at you." As they continued to enjoy their treats, Lai Thuong sighed dramatically and resigned himself to flipping through his ledger. "What's so good about ice cream? Looking at accounts is much more interesting. Speaking of which, where has Takam Nok disappeared to?" He'd been poring over his books for days, nearly wearing a hole in the pages, yet still no sign of her. At that moment, a girl's voice called out from behind them, "Excuse me, I'd like an ice cream cone." The vendor asked her what flavor she wanted. At this point, Takam Nok, inhabiting Tachu Nok's body, caught sight of the ice cream, her eyes lighting up. "I want some too." As Tachu Nok hesitated over the flavors, a peculiar combination tumbled from her lips. 1 scoop of yogurt, 1 scoop of strawberry, and 1 scoop of mango, please. She'd meant to order the original flavor. Tuc Bao, overhearing the identical order, gasped in surprise. Then, pointing excitedly, she exclaimed, "Master, look, what is that? It's glowing." Why are you possessing someone else? You're not a ghost. How can you possess a body? As Lai Thuong puzzled over the inexplicable, he suddenly realized the glow wasn't from possession, but from something else entirely, a golden aura. Hearing her master's explanation, Tuc Bao excitedly ran towards the woman, calling out "Mommy," before tripping and falling. The fall startled Tachu Nok, and Takam Nok within her felt a pang of empathy. Who is this child? Why does my heart ache? Why do I feel the urge to hold her? Tachu Nok's mouth moved awkwardly. "Little one, if you want ice cream, just ask. You don't need to call me Mommy." Mok Kui Pham stepped forward to explain. "I apologize, this is my daughter. She recently lost her mother, so she might have mistaken you." Tô Tiểu Ngọc offer her ice cream con to tuk bao. Here, you can have this. Yours fell. Tuc Bao wiped her tears. But then you won't have any ice cream. Just then, the ice cream vendor chimed in cheerfully. Not at all. This customer is our 1,000th customer today, so she gets a buy one get one free. Tachunok accepted the second cone, though this stroke of luck felt strangely forced. Noticing Tuc Bao staring intently at her, she asked, "Little girl, is there something on my head?" "Nothing," Tuc Bao replied. "But you have my mommy." Takam Nok, pointing at her own face, curiously asked, "Little girl, do you know me?" Tuc Bao had finally found her mother, but discovered that her mother had lost her memory. Tears streamed down her face. Her mother didn't recognize her. Lai Thuong, standing beside them, felt helpless watching Tuc Bao's heartbreak. After all the hardship Tuc Bao endured to find her mother, how could this be? Had her mother forgotten all their time together? "Mommy!" T. Bao cried, the comfort she'd recently found dissolving into a fresh wave of grief and confusion. Lai Thuong tried to comfort her, suggesting that perhaps Takam Nok's soul was fragmented, causing the memory loss. If they could gather all the pieces, her memory would return. Lai Thuong's words sparked a flicker of hope in Tuc Bao's eyes. She looked at the top of Tachunok's head. "So that's it? Mommy forgot me. It's okay. I'll help Mommy remember." Tachunok looked bewildered. "Sir, please control your daughter. I'm unmarried. I don't want a daughter out of the blue." Mak Kui Pham quickly apologized, explaining that Tuc Bao wasn't usually like this, and asked Tachunok to accompany Tuc Bao home. He reassured her that Tuc Bao's grandparents and uncle were there, but Tachunok still hesitated. However, seeing Tuc Bao on the verge of tears again, she reluctantly agreed. On their way, Tuc Bao chattered about her family, describing how her grandparents, uncle, Little Five, and even Grandpa Turtle were all very kind to her. This made Takam Nok wonder if Tuc Bao could truly be her daughter from a past life. Listening to Tuc Bao's one-sided conversation, Tachunok began to suspect the little girl was hallucinating from missing her mother. An idea struck her. She suggested they become sworn sisters. Tuc Bao readily agreed. They raised their ice cream cones. Bottoms up, we're sisters now. Tuk Bao decolet. Tachunok thought to herself, finally, not a daughter anymore. Being called mommy by a random child would completely ruin my chances with my crush. Tachunok said gently, "From now on, you're my little sister. Call me older sister." Older sister. Tuc Bao chirped sweetly. Lai Thuong thought, isn't this a bit hasty? They don't even know each other's names. Suddenly, Tuk Bao poiten ak mok Kui Pham. Older sister, this is my daddy. If you're my sister, then he's your daddy too. You should call him daddy. Tachunok sprayed ice cream everywhere. Mak Kui Pham's lips twitched. That's not necessary. To Tiểu Ngọc look at Mok Kui Pham. Talk about awkward. How was she supposed to address him now? She hesitated, then shyly said, At that moment, Ham loudly declared, "You can't call him, you have to call him Daddy. Daddy's daddy is Grandpa. Daddy's sister is Annie. And Annie's daddy is also Daddy." Tuc Bao quickly chimed in agreement. To Tiểu Ngọc wanted to phai. She just wanted a little sister. How did she end up with a father too? Tuc Bao suddenly frowned. That's not right. Daddy didn't give birth to you, so you can't call him Daddy. Tachunok breathed a sigh of relief, enjoying the unfolding drama. Takam Nok suddenly heard Lai Thuong ask, "Takam Nok, how much do you remember about the past?" Invincible from the womb, invincible from conception. Do those words ring any bells? Seeing Takam Nok looking at him as if he'd lost his mind, Lai Thuong sighed. You were so desperate to possess someone before, and now you've forgotten everything? Just then, Grandma called Mak Kui Pham, asking where he'd taken Tuc Bao and Ham. Takam Nok froze when she heard Grandma 2's voice on the phone. It sounded so familiar. Mak Kui Pham quickly explained that he was just giving the two little ones a ride home. It wasn't kidnapping. Grandma grumbled. You took them for ice cream again, didn't you? Mak Kui Pham touched his nose innocently. It's not again, Grandma. Technically, this is the first time I've taken Ham for ice cream. How can it be again? Grandma harumphed, told him to drive carefully, and demanded he bring the children home within half an hour. The call ended, and Mak Kui Pham urged Tuc Bao and Ham to hurry home. Both girls protested that they hadn't finished their ice cream. To avoid Grandma's wrath, Mak Kui Pham devised a plan, dispose of the evidence. Soon, Ma Kui fam pulled up to the gates of the family estate. Tu Bao asked anxiously, "Daddy, how do we do it? How do we dispose of the evidence?" Looking at his worried daughter, Ma Kui fam chuckled. His sweet girl seemed to have misunderstood the meaning of dispose of the evidence. He explained, "I just meant we throw away the trash before we go inside so Grandma doesn't see it." Gazing at the villa before her, Takam Nok felt a strange sense of déjà vu. This scenery, she'd seen it before. A nagging familiarity tugged at her, as if in another lifetime she'd traveled this road countless times. At the gate, Grandma sat in her wheelchair, like an aging mother waiting for her children's return. The moment she saw Grandma Takam Nok blurted out, "Mother." Tu Bao, hearing this, cried out joyfully, "Mommy, you remember?" However, Takam Nok looked confused, unsure why she'd said that. Tu Bao, ever forgiving, said, "It's okay. When I find all your soul fragments, you'll remember everything." Takam Nok thought to herself, if this child truly was her daughter, she must be the warmest little comforter in the world. But just as she felt a surge of warmth, Tu Bao suddenly grabbed her hand and flung it away. Takam Nok quickly revised her earlier assessment. Warm comforter? More like a tattered rag. Suddenly, Takam Nok realized she was separate from Tu Nok's body. She looked at Tu Bao, excitement bubbling inside her. She hadn't expected the little girl to be so powerful. She herself had tried so hard before, but couldn't separate from Tu Nok. Now, she was free, as Tu Bao happily announced their arrival to her grandmother. Takam Nok, though amnesiac due to her incomplete soul, found tears welling up at the sight of Grandma Tu Bao noticed that Takam Nok's tears shimmered with a faint light. She realized that if Takam Nok were to reincarnate with this auspicious aura, she would surely be blessed with a life of happiness. Tu Bao told her grandmother that she and Mommy were hungry. Grandma, mistaking this for longing for her deceased mother, gently said, "Then Tu Bao and Mommy can eat together." Tu Bao then invited Tu Nok, whom she had just met, to join them for dinner. Tu Nok declined, saying that since Tu Bao was home, she should go home too. However, Tu Bao insisted that since Tu Nok had helped bring her mother back, she must stay for dinner. Finally, persuaded by Ma Kui fam, Tu Nok agreed to stay for dinner, and Ma Kui fam instructed the housekeeper to take her home afterward. At this point, Tunga chimed in, reminding everyone, not being enthusiastic about eating means there's something wrong with your brain. If you're human, you have to eat. Eating is the most important thing. Just as everyone was about to enter the house, Lai Thuong noticed something unusual about Takam Nok. Damn, why is there so much ghostly energy around her? Thinking it over, he immediately understood. The scattered soul fragments of Takam Nok might have been divided amongst the surrounding ghosts. He immediately understood. The scattered fragments of Takam Nok's soul might have been snatched up by the surrounding ghosts. Grandma looked at Tu Nok, asking Tu Bao who this girl was. Tu Bao quickly introduced her. "Grandma, this is the older sister who brought Mommy back. She's my sworn sister." Then, the little girl pointed to her grandmother and introduced her. "Older sister, this is Grandma and Uncle. Say hello to Grandma and Uncle." Tu Nok felt a little embarrassed, thinking this was unnecessary. Tanat Tran stared at the top of Tu Nok's head with a puzzled expression, because he had just heard Tu Bao say that she brought you back. Tu Nok noticed his gaze and panicked inwardly. Why did everyone in this family like to look at the top of her head? Tu Bao was so adorable that a family couldn't possibly have bad intentions towards her. Wait a minute, looking at this luxurious house, like a European palace. Could they be vampires who suck human blood? Thinking this, Tu Nok turned to flee, not forgetting to tell Tu Bao, "I just remembered the professor assigned homework. I have to go home and do it." However, she had only taken one step when Tu Bao grabbed her hand. "Don't go yet, older sister. You can do your homework here." Tu Bao's sweet, childish voice, along with the adorable way she called her older sister, made Tu Nok think she might be overthinking things. Just then, she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Startled, Tu Nok turned around to see a tall, strong man standing behind her. "Since you're already here, why are you still standing at the door?" "Come in, Do Tang Ni Sai." Seeing this man, Tu Nok became even more frightened and wanted to leave. But Tu Bao still held her hand tightly. "Older sister, let's go eat." Tu Nok hurriedly declined, explaining that she suddenly remembered she left her homework at home and had to go back and do it immediately. Tanat Tran, noticing her anxiety, handed her his business card. "Don't worry, we're not going to sell you or anything." Hearing this, Tachunok looked at him in surprise. Just yesterday, she was thinking about applying for an internship at the corporation, and today, she had met the chairman. Her thoughts exposed, she quickly apologized, saying she didn't mean that. Everyone went inside. Tu Si Bao, looking at the shadowy figures behind Tachunok, quietly asked her master, "Master, what's going on?" "Li Tung Frau Wen, don't worry about them. Master will take care of it." Tu Si Bao happily ran into the dining room. "Grandpa, Daddy, we're back." Ho Ding Tuk Bao So voice Do Haven immediately turned around, only to see a strange girl, followed by a group of ghostly figures. Seeming to sense Taha Van's gaze, the ghostly figures all looked towards him. Taha Van, who was eating, was so startled he spat out his food. Sitting opposite him, Taha Van ended up with rice and food all over his face. The important thing was, Taha Van couldn't see anything and asked in confusion, "It's just my little sister coming home. Is there a need to be so excited?" Tatu Tich asked gleefully, "Brother, did you do that on purpose?" Meanwhile, 4-year-old Tu Si Bao, so her mother could enjoy a good meal, stuck 3 incense sticks into the bowl of rice. This action puzzled Grandpa too immensely, because even when Tu Si Bao missed her mother before, she had never done anything like this. Just as everyone was puzzled, Tanat Tran picked up a piece of spicy fried chicken wing, Takam Nok's favorite, and placed it in her bowl. Takam Nok looked at her favorite chicken wing in her bowl, feeling a surge of warmth. Tu Si Bao, meanwhile, happily picked up a drumstick and began to gnaw on it. Unsure of what was happening, Tachunok assumed that Tu Si Bao missed her mother so much that the family was taking extra care of her. It seemed that a family really loved Tu Si Bao. She had misjudged them. After dinner, Tanat Tran told Tu Si Bao to come upstairs. He had something to tell her. Seeing this, Lai Thuong quickly told Tu Si Bao to take her mother upstairs with her and told the Tachunok not to leave just yet. Tu Si Bao curiously asked why her older sister couldn't go. Li Chong explained that the ghosts were drawn to the auspicious energy surrounding Su Jinyu. For these spirits, sharing even a sliver of Su Jinyu's good fortune would significantly improve their next reincarnation. Since Su Xiaoyu, now possessed by Su Jinyu, also carried this auspicious energy, the ghosts had fixed their attention on her. He warned Tu Bao that Su Xiaoyu absolutely had to leave after tonight, or they would be doing her a great disservice. Hearing this, Tu Bao immediately looked up at Su Xiaoyu. "Sister, don't go. Stay here tonight," she pleaded, tugging at Su Xiaoyu's hand. Su Xiaoyu hadn't expected to stay after dinner. Han Han, overhearing, chimed in cheerfully, offering to take her sister up to her room to play. Resigned, Su Xiaoyu agreed to stay. Meanwhile, Tu Bao quietly pulled Su Jinyu towards her room. Su Ha-wen, camera in hand, trailed behind them. Su Xing-er, seeing this, rapped his nephew on the head. "What are you tagging along for, you little rascal?" Faced with his fifth uncle's question, Su Ha-wen confidently replied, "Just wait, you'll need me later." Su Xing-er thought he'd misheard. "Need you for what? To take pictures?" Su Ha-wen was speechless. Once inside Tu Bao's room, Su Yichin issued a stern warning to his younger brothers. "From this moment on, no questions. Everything you see today stays buried here." Su Xing-er was about to retort, but seeing his eldest brother's serious expression, he fell silent. With only a few of them present, Su Xing-er couldn't contain his curiosity. "Are there really ghosts here?" At that moment, Su Yichun turned to Tu Bao. "Is your mother here?" "Yes," Tu Bao replied. Then, hugging Su Jinyu tightly, she said, "Mom, say hello to eldest uncle." Su Jinyu still hadn't regained her memories, but out of politeness, she greeted Su Yichun. Tu Bao then proceeded to introduce her other uncles to her mother. "Mom, this is eldest uncle, you should call him big brother. This is second uncle, you should call him second brother. And this is fifth uncle." Su Yishun and Su Xing-er were dumbfounded. What was their eldest brother doing? Playing house with a child? Just then, Su Jinyu's voice unexpectedly echoed from Su Ha-wen's camera. "I understand. I should call him fifth brother." Su Xing-er startled. "Did you all hear Jinyu's voice just now?" Su Yishun responded. It seemed to come from Ha-wen's camera. The two of them immediately snatched the device. Su Yishun stared at Su Jinyu's image on the camera screen, the whole situation feeling surreal. They needed to understand what was happening. As they stood in stunned silence, Tu Bao explained, "After Mom died, she became a ghost. Master told me that a few days ago, Mom was about to be reincarnated, but she was in an accident, and her soul shattered and disappeared. Then, Mom's soul entered Sister's body, and I happened to find her and brought her back. After listening to Tu Bao's explanation, Su Jinyu began to grasp the situation. However, she still couldn't remember anything. Tu Bao comforted her mother. It's normal that you don't remember anything yet because your soul is shattered. At this point, Sui Chun was overwhelmed with guilt. He hadn't protected his sister, leaving her to die alone in Nancheng. They hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye. While Su Xing'er found the whole thing preposterous, Su Yichen firmly believed Tu Bao's words. He believed his sister had returned. Su Yichen urged Su Xing'er to calm down and patiently listen to what Tu Bao had to say. Although their mother's soul was shattered, as long as they found all the fragments, her memory would return, and she could be reincarnated. Su Yichen quickly grasped the crux of the matter and seriously asked Tu Bao, why did Jin Yu's soul shatter? Hearing this, Li Chong felt a pang of fear in his heart.